game as if it was Philadelphia.
So nothing that the Diamondbacks took 3 out of 4 from the Rangers, and that the Rangers,
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about your angle on it.
Oh yeah, I'm just bored by the Diamondbacks. I just don't want to watch the Arizona Diamondbacks, play baseball. Like that's like watching. Give me a football team. That's like watching the Titans in the Super Bowl against the Cowboys. Like that'd just be boring. Like, come on.
So if the Cowboys, not gonna happen. If the Cowboys made it to the Super Bowl and won the NFC title game, and give me a shocker, give me a really surprising upstart, and Jacksonville Jacksonville had Kansas City in the AFC Championship. You would root for Kansas City.
No, Jacksonville's got juice. They got Trevor Lawrence. Tennessee. Give me Tennessee. Houston. Houston, you got some rivalry there. Like Indy. Just a boring. I don't know. I just need some juice, man. I want, they're going to win. I think they're going to win either way. I just want to see some juice while they're doing it. That's it. I just want to see some entertainment while I'm doing it.
All right, y'all.
This is going to be a 4-game series, 5-game series. I just want to see a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of excitement. Is that too much to ask?
Speed up, Bobby.
Is that too much?
That's the first time in my life
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. I just want to see a little bit. They're going to win the title either way. I just want to see a little bit of excitement on the way there. I don't want to see
you're going to get
Terry
excited.
Lavello.
And the Phillies manager has such star power.
He's got none.
He's got none. Juice.
But at least you got Bryce Harper. At least you got Trey Turner. You got Mr. Captain America, whatever the hell he called himself. At least you got Nick Castellanos. Nobody wants to see Corbin Carroll.
What do you think, Pepe? How do you feel about the matchup?
I love it. I mean, the Diamondbacks, they won 3 or 4 from the Rangers in the season. I mean, and we take it back to the end of the season. This is the rivalry I'm talking about. When I listed the 3 teams I hated most, it was Astros, Yankees, and then Diamondbacks.
That's right. The
Diamondbacks screwed over the Rangers and winning the division title. It's payback time. Now I know everything worked out at the end. The Rangers beat the Astros, made it to the World Series. Who knows if the Rangers are even in this position if they do win their division? But the Diamondbacks needed to win just 1 game against the Astros in the last series of the season. And they decided to throw the series because they, were already in the playoffs, basically. So it's payback time now. And the best thing about Arizona is their sweet tea. Everything else sucks about it. So
sweet tea, God.
But yeah, I'm with RJ. I don't know how long this series goes, but man, it's right there for the Rangers.
This
there.
Is it. It's so
you
there.
have to win it now.
Mm-hmm.
877-881-1053. What do y'all think of Choppy's take to start off this Hump Day edition?
Hump Day.
On DFW Sports Station. 877-881-1053. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. We will spy on Philly. Houston gave us nothing yesterday. Let's see if they're melting down that the Phillies lost this. We got Power Rankings at 8. Ryan Rucco is the play-by-play voice for ESPN, and it's going to be the Mavs opener tonight against Wemby. He will join us at 8:20. Below the Belt and Brett Boone on the World Series matchup as well. Hit us up. Let us know what you think. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The NBA did open last night. Someone on the Mavericks dropped the Spurs scouting report. We have it. We have the Spurs scouting report for tonight, and the Dallas Stars with a dominant win to start off their season in a great way. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Glad you're waking up with us on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Broadus will preview the Rams defense for you at 2:40.
defenseman with his first of the year, and the Stars extend their lead to 3-1.
Penguins television with the call, and the Dallas Stars extend the beginning of their season to 4-0-1 as Jason Robertson scored his first time this season. Ottinger stopped 38 for the Stars. They win their third straight game, fourth in their last 5 games by working the Pittsburgh Penguins 4-1 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and last year they started out 4-0-1 as well. Same start to the season last year. They beat Nashville, Winnipeg, lost in overtime to Toronto, and then beat Montreal before losing back-to-back games in Ottawa and Boston. So this year they start out, I do believe that is 4-0-1. Nice little start by the Stars.
And I remember last year we just kept talking about a barrage of shootouts.
Tons of shootouts
Overtime shootouts.
Yeah.
They already played the Blues in a shootout. They already played the Flyers in a shootout.
Mm-hmm.
And they already faced Vegas in a shootout.
Go Stars, baby.
3 of the first 5 games have gone to a shootout as well.
Yeah, the Stars didn't have, they lost an OT to Toronto, but it wasn't a shootout. They didn't have their first shootout until around Thanksgiving. But after that, they had, 6. They had about 6 of them, by the end of January, 7 of them by the end of January. So it was quite a bit that they had at the start of last year.
Look at the rest of the league. We got 2 6-0s right out of the gate. So the Stars have 9 points. Colorado is 6-0 with 12 points. And the Boston Bruins pick up right where they did in the regular season, 6-0 with 12 points.
God.
Out the gate.
Yeah, Detroit out of nowhere, too, with 11 points so far. And then Golden Vegas is 7-0 with 14. They've really kind of, just completely picked up where they left off. Their goal differential in those 7 games, they're winning by an average of 2 goals a game. Vegas is winning by an average of 2 goals a game. That's pretty remarkable.
So the Stars off to a very, very nice start. Gavin Spittle, the boss, with the Spits and Suds Hockey Podcast at 105throughthefan.com. Also, last night was the opening of the NBA season where the champs got their rings and a chant going against the Lakers.
Well, the Denver Nuggets won the last game of the year here at Ball Arena. They won the first game of the year this season. Denver with a triple-double from Nikola Jokic. Take care of the LA Lakers 119-107.
How?
Your boy Joker not suffering the hangover so far. 29, 13, and 11. Denver radio with the call, and they started chanting, "We're your daddy" in the stands after all the offseason trash talk from Coach Malone, buzzed and everyone drunk at the podium during the Nuggets celebration.
I have no idea how Joker was able to even walk. Every day, there was a video on social media posted of him, doing whatever kind of Serbian dance they got, coming out of a club at 2 p.m. Just this blacked out dark club in there, and he comes out, and all of a sudden, look, it's daytime. I have no idea how he was able to do this. What a unit. What an absolute monster.
And I think I misspoke on Stars Flyers. John David tweeted, Flyers win was not a shootout, just an OT winner. So extra time with that. But who's your daddy? LeBron on the minutes restriction, as the Lakers are saying they're going to implement that plan throughout the entire season, but Denver's just so tough. The Lakers just couldn't cut this within single digits. It'd get like 12, it'd get like 10, but it was never a real threat underneath of that. And then you had game 2. Weird seeing Chris Paul in a Warriors uniform and the new look Phoenix Suns without Bradley Beal.
7 seconds to shoot. Gets to the top of the arc. Gives to the cutting Nurkic. She scoops it up and in off the window. What a feed from Book. And Nurk finishes at the rim to put the Suns up 4 with 10.3 seconds left. Timeout Warriors. And how about that play call?
Devin Booker scores 32. Durant with 18. No Beal. And Phoenix, Chris Paul's former team, gets the win at Golden State. Steph Curry had 27. Klay Thompson with 15. Draymond was in street clothes as well.
You get a win over Golden State, and you got a guy in your starting lineup who doesn't score a point in Allen. You still get a road win at Golden State. I have no idea what to think of the Chris Paul, how that's going to fit with the Warriors. I don't know. Did it seem like a great fit going in when he got sent there?
Well, they're about ball movement, passing it around. Chris usually needs it in his hands. Will he? I would think. I don't know. He's such a dominant personality, annoying to many.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to go in there and say, "I'm going to play your way. I'm going to get the thing out of my hands quickly," or will he set up, extra offense for them? I watched a couple of minutes of this because I wanted to check in on the NLCS, but let's see how it fits. Pat Doney with the Sportsagami tweet.
Saw that.
For only the second time ever, 2010 being the first, the Rangers, Cowboys, Stars, and Mavericks will be in season at the same time. And it happens starting this evening with the Mavs opening against Wemby and the Spurs.
So was 2011, that was the lockout year then, right? That's why the Mavs weren't in season, I guess, when the Rangers were in the World Series last. That has to be the only reason why that would be. That makes sense. It's cool. October and March are, or like that late March, early April with the NCAA tournament. Those are generally like two of the best sports months. And this is I think October arguably is the best because it is the only month where you've got every sport going on at the same time.
All right, head on over to my Twitter account and zoom in at 1053SS, at 1053SS, because a Spurs fan supposedly found the Mavs scouting info for the season opener tonight against the Spurs. Here's what they wrote. Mavericks are staying on my floor. The papers are all Spurs data on players and stats. So I got the Mavs scouting report on 5 Spurs. Unfortunately, there's no Wemby on here. That sucks. Everyone was sitting here zooming in, hoping to see Victor Wembanyama and the scouting report. We got Trey Jones. We have Doug McDermott.
Wait, the Doug McDermott scouting report is just wait for him to shoot, right?
Okay, here's some of the terms. I love looking at this stuff. I absolutely love it. For Doug McDermott, we have laser in bold print. And they're talking about his three-point shooting. 77% of his threes came from above the break. Above the break. I don't know what that means. We'll use a high volume of off-ball screens. Be physical with him. This has to be the scouting report. This is some in-depth stuff. Right is in bold letters. Driver. We'll look for curl and goes versus defenders trailing. Make him finish over length at rim. And then finally, elephant. Elephant is the code word.
Like elephant in the room?
Poor on-ball defender, attack him.
I think the break is the three-point arc where it creases. Above the break would be like not in the corner kind of thing.
Is elephant like he's a big fat guy? He's slow. He can't defend.
So I assume elephant's bad. So I'm assuming that's elephant in the room. Like that's the elephant in the room with him.
Or just he's big and slow. Can't defend.
He'll be big and slow.
Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
Oh, man.
Because they have elephant for Trey Jones. Elephant, we can attack him.
So will we hear the Mavericks scream? If they scream elephant, it's like go right at him. Is that the code word? Like out there on the floor?
Might be.
Other things.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, what else?
How? Please tell me some Mavs staffer didn't just leave these in front of each door frame and like slide them under.
Well, it was in the elevator.
Because look, like it's on the floor, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it looks like it's in front of the doors.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's for each person's team door.
Like a USA Today back in the day,
Right.
staying in a hotel.
Can't you just slide it under? They slide your bill under.
Yeah, exactly. Trey Jones, ball handler off the bench, distributor, right, driver, loves the floater with the right hand. Elephant, we can attack him. So there you go. That's the green light to go right at these defenders with someone on the Mavericks.
There you go.
Leaving around the scout report. Deion Sanders would say this does not matter.
Deion does not believe cheating matters. He doesn't believe any of that crap. He's like, he believes it in baseball. Doesn't believe anything in football. You still got to stop him. He doesn't believe that you can find somebody's game plan and use that effectively to your advantage.
Yeah.
Then why are they trying it?
He was responding to the Michigan scandal,
Yes, sir.
saying, "What if this is actually true?" And Prime, who of course, two-sport legend, gave his thoughts.
Everyone's trying to get an edge. I mean, everyone's trying to get whatever edge they can. You could have someone's whole game plan. They can mail it to you. You still got to stop it. So in football, it's not as pronounced as baseball. If I know a curveball is coming, I got you. You know, with football, I don't give a darn if you know a sweep is coming. You still got to stop it. Physically, it's a physical game. You got to stop it. So that's a little tough. I don't buy into a lot of that stuff that someone's stealing this, stealing that. I don't buy into a lot of that stuff. You still got to play the game. Back in our glory days with San Francisco as well as the Cowboys, you know darn well Emmitt Smith is getting the ball. You know darn well Mike Irvin is running the comeback. You know darn well Jay Novacek is going to do what he's going to do, and you couldn't stop it. It is what it is.
So there's Deion. Bill Parcells has probably the most legendary lines in the history of the sport. This is the one I've always disagreed with. Where he basically said there's no such thing as a bad play. He kind of came at it from the other side.
Yeah, bad execution.
No such thing as a bad play. If you execute it, it will always work. And I'm just like, dude, if they know that you for 3 straight times are going to run toss right, that's not going to work. I just don't believe that.
Yeah, and the Deion thing, I mean, he's like, yeah, it is. He is right about the baseball thing, but I mean, Randy Johnson tipped every pitch he ever threw, and he went to the Hall of Fame. Yeah, every player knew when Randy Johnson was throwing.
All right, Bobby has joined us. Is he interested, since Choppy is not, in the World Series, and someone on national TV and radio is so dejected, he's retiring because Arizona beat Filthy. That's next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The World Series is set on your home of the American League champs, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition with Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy, and Roberto Belt. We got Peyton running things, as always, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it is the Arizona Diamondbacks who just did not go away. I need the odds on this. I'm going to have to, you hit up your BetQL people and ask them, what were the odds? Did you tell me yesterday about a Ranger fan who put money on them winning it?
Yes. I'm not going to name his name, but he is a friend of mine. And he put, when the Rangers were at 50-1, so at some point this year, they were at 50-1. Had to be during a swoon, right? It had to be during or maybe the beginning. He put $10,000 on them at 50-1. So I didn't do the math on that, but I think that's a lot of money.
To win it?
To win the World Series. So they got to win the World Series to get to, whatever 50-1. Is that $500,000, Bobby?
And yeah. What would Rangers Diamondbacks odds have been to start the year?
Oh, I'm looking for them.
What would that have been? I got the odds yesterday. The Rangers were going to be favored over either National League winner. So that makes me feel good that Vegas even had them over Philadelphia. If it was the Phillies, which it's not, we're spying on them. Haha, suck it. The two hated fan bases have to eat it in 48 hours. I love it. The Armpit and Filthy. Rangers would have been minus 120 against the Phils. Phils would have been plus 100. Against Arizona, this was as of yesterday, Rangers minus 160. Arizona plus 140. So Rangers more of a favorite against the Diamondbacks according to Vegas.
So a plus 120 is like 50.9% to 49.1%. Like it's pretty close because both teams are in actually even or negative money. The Diamondbacks at minus 160. You're looking at 57, 58%.
Well, it's 54
upwards.
and 61.
Is it 54?
54%. It would have been. They had a 54% chance of beating the Phillies and a 61% chance of beating the Diamondbacks.
I mean, that's not too bad. 61%. That's not too bad.
We got the schedule as well. We're going to start off Friday and Saturday in Arlington at 7:00 right here on the Fan, and of course Fox Television with John Smoltz, which we'll get into at 6:40. But we're going Game 1 Friday, Game 2 Saturday, Game 3 in Philly. Oh, sorry,
Phoenix.
Phoenix on Monday, Game 4 Tuesday. If there is a Game 5, it'll be Wednesday in Arizona. Back here for a possible 6 and 7.
You get the weekend days. You get the parties.
Yep, Friday, Saturday.
Yes. You have no worry about getting up for work the next day. You go on out there. You absolutely just get hammered.
I looked at the cost of tickets last night. I was curious. I just wanted to, because there were a lot of people. I saw people on social media complain about like, I got kicked out or it crashed on me. Other people were like, man, that was an anxious waiting room. So glad I got tickets. But I just looked on StubHub. Standing room only was $500 a piece for Game 1.
Wow.
That was the cheapest ticket in the building on StubHub yesterday.
I got a Tolo from, I thought he had his city and state, but his name is Andrew, and he DM'd me. He said, you have to be talking about how insane tickets are for the World Series, right? The industry is so effed up. The Capital One presale broke the damn site. Now all the brokers have the tickets and are charging insane fees. $675 is the cheapest I could find for our nosebleeds. Worst seat in the house, plus $250 in fees, and after taxes, it's over $1,000.
They got to stop this.
Ted Cruz tried. Ted Cruz, who the Astros now hate because they view him as the Shinx. Every game he showed up to, of course, the Astros never won a game at home.
Right.
He lost all the playoff. They lost all the playoff games with him showing up. They begged him not to come to Game 7. He went to Game 7.
He was there.
Yeah.
They got to stop this. We've heard. I heard a ton of stories yesterday of people at 10:00 on the queue. Is it the queue? I don't know why they call it a queue.
Queue.
A quee.
Queued up. You're next. You're ready.
A quee-wee. A quee-wee.
Bobby Belt Dad DJ turn.
Quee-wee.
Isn't it spelled Q-U-E-U-E?
Yeah, it's just
that's a quee-wee. That's a quee-wee.
Well, your takes this morning.
I mean, I didn't know how to pronounce that word till like last year. So you had a bunch of people ready to go, and it says, okay, you're up. It's like 10:01. You're up. And they go to get on, and all the tickets are gone because the StubHub or whoever, Vivid Seats or whoever's computer, their computer program they have is so amazing, it just gobbles up all the tickets at the time. And it sucks. It's stupid. It's terrible for the fans. It serves absolutely no purpose. The only thing it does is it gets all these tickets out away from the team, so they've already got their money. Like, and the team doesn't care, but they should care. They should care. They should care because who can afford $700 a seat? Corporations.
Well, yeah.
Right? You basically turn your game into a Super Bowl, and the normal fan gets priced out.
Bobby, what were you thinking last night during Game 7 NLCS, and how are you feeling about the matchup this morning?
I was feeling like with that, what was it? It was Phillies up 1, bases loaded in the second or whatever it was, second or third inning they were up, and they had the bases loaded situation. I was feeling there. I was like, all right, here's the end of it. This is the end of the Arizona run because like Philly's going to score here, and it's just going to become an onslaught. And credit to them. I mean, they are just as scrappy as Texas is. I mean, in terms of just the way they battled, it's really, really impressive. And look, I don't, by any means, do I think this is any sort of they're going to roll over for you and this is just going to be easy. I think it'll be tough, hard-fought series. Texas could absolutely lose this. Texas could, this is something that I could see it going one of these, somebody sweeps, goes 7. I have no clue what to expect here because this is a Diamondbacks team that beat you 3 out of 4 times and did it at different points of the season. It's not like, Philly, you can't take anything from that if you would have taken Philly. You would have said, all right, we swept them, but we also had DeGrom pitching a game. It was the first series of the year. Nobody knew who they were.
I don't think Harper was there yet, was he? Because he had the Tommy John.
No, he wasn't. And so you two completely different teams. Whereas Arizona beat you in May, I think it was, and then they beat you in August. Like they've played you recently and they've handled you. So I'm intrigued by it. I feel better about Arizona than I did about going against Philadelphia, but it is something where I'm not counting my chickens yet.
Their lineup's a lot more manageable to navigate because they don't have like the Harper, the Schwarber, the Trey Turner. They do have guys that will make contact and get back to ball, and that's a scary proposition. Those are the kind of teams that give you fits in a series, and I hate it. The Philadelphia team, their offense is dominant. The scary part with Arizona, like that bullpen's nasty. That bullpen is nasty, and you got Gallen's a good pitcher.
Yeah, I think Gallen dominated the Rangers this year. There was a matchup, and I was like, oh, we didn't talk about Zach Gallen enough. Merrill Kelly. I thought last night Philly was finally going to even things up. It was Turner and Harper coming up, and they both popped out. They both flew out as Arizona got the job done out of the bullpen, but that was late, and I was like, okay, that's going to be their final best chance.
That was Ginkel and Einhorn.
They got some names on there to learn.
Yeah. Those are
the double A's. They got 2 double A guys named. They got Sal Frank and Fat.
Ginkel and Einhorn does sound like a duo that creates famous Broadway plays or something. It's a Ginkel and Einhorn production.
Well, you can supposedly say goodbye to this guy. You may have loved him Wednesdays on First Take. You may love him on MLB Network. You may love him on satellite radio. Choppy grew up with him. Chris Russo, yesterday before Game 7, the Mad Dog made this promise.
To make a long story short, I've been wrong in Arizona from day one. I'm stunned to beat Milwaukee. I thought they'd get swept by the Dodgers. I never thought they'd even go back to Philly for a Game 6. I'll try it one more time. I would not be stunned if they won tonight. I would be floored. And I'll say this right now. I'll say this right now. And Bob Raceman, write it down. If they win the next 2 days, they win the next 2 games, and win this series in 7 games, if they win, I will retire on the spot.
Okay.
All right. Mad Chop Russo.
Yeah.
Say that somebody.
I guess he clarified that it's just radio.
Oh yeah, he's got to clarify because he's going to look like a moron if he doesn't. So he's got to clarify and say, "Oh, didn't mean it."
It doesn't matter what he clarifies. He's
not going to do it.
He's not going to do anything.
No, it's not going to do it. Guys like that don't retire. He does a show from home. He's not going to retire. Now he said it just radio, so he'll be on. I guess it's today's one. He'll be on First Take today. And then high heat.
He'll be on First Take today saying, this series just has no juice. Just like Choppy. It has no juice. I don't know what to do.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. So how are y'all feeling about it, Tolos? Now that you're did you want Philly? Did you want Arizona? And how are you feeling about it right now? A lot of confidence in this room from Peyton and Ralph. They've been right primarily throughout the postseason, but I got too many scars from 10 and 11.
BRS, battered Ranger syndrome.
Yep. I mean, I feel confident, but I feel equally just as confident as I did when they went into that World Series against the Giants. Like, I thought the Giants weren't better than the Rangers.
I agree.
And I was like, oh, the Giants, this is a great matchup for Texas. And then they got beaten 5. They got handled. And so I'm not taking anything for granted. I have underestimated an NL West team in the World Series before, and it ended up looking ridiculous. So I'm not taking anything for granted. This is I'm so excited for World Series baseball. There's no way to get the taste out of your mouth from 2011 ever. That'll always hurt. To me, 06 for the Mavericks always hurt. It didn't matter that they won in 11. I mean, that was great, but it doesn't remove the sting of that series. So 11 will always hurt, but this will help a little. It'll help it be a little more manageable.
You never get that. You never get the taste out, but you do get some kind of final reprieve out of it. You get all right, fine, got one. That's all good. I wanted Philly just the same way I wanted Houston.
Boy, there are some scarred Rangers fans on the truckrec.com fan text, though. There's more than a handful here picking the Diamondbacks.
Really?
So, yeah, I don't think everybody's as confident as this room is. Look, like I said, I think the Rangers are going to win this series, but I would not be surprised just with the way that Arizona's battled and the way that they've performed throughout this playoffs. I would not be surprised if they beat Texas.
They stole, 8 bases in the last 2 games? 8 bases.
That's as many as Texas stole all season.
And Real Muto has got an amazing pop time. Like his time from catching the pitch to down to second is phenomenally fast. And they were stealing bags last night and in game 6 left and right. Like, they will run on you. They will absolutely run on you. They'll get on base. They got a really good bullpen. It's a scrappy team.
Corbin Carroll. Got to throw him in there. He was 6 for 12 with 2 home runs in his first 3 games. Had a hot start, and then non-factor until busting out last night. 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 stolen bases, and a sac fly.
How many runs do you think Arizona scored cumulatively in that series just now against the Phillies?
7 games. I'll say they scored 24.
21. They scored 21 runs in 7 games. They got outscored by 9 runs for the series, and they won.
Well, they should have lost game 4. Kimbrel blew game 4. And then Philadelphia had to, come back and win game 5 just to have a 3-2 series lead. And then Arizona wins game 6 and 7. Like, I think, I am stunned that they were able to go in and win game 6 and 7. That was phenomenal on their part.
Teddy Z on Twitter. Arizona in May, no Seager. Starting pitchers Gray and Heaney. Arizona in August, no Young. Starting pitchers Gray, Montgomery, blown saves Chapman and Smith. So great homework there, Ted, as usual.
Yeah, that was Montgomery's start that night. He went that was the one I think where he went 8 innings and had allowed no runs, 2 hits or something, and they just collapsed in the 9th inning, and then they lost in extras. And so Montgomery actually, even though he had a really good start there, I think earlier this year he got hit pretty hard by Arizona when he was pitching with St. Louis. I think he's a different pitcher now than he was in St. Louis, just in terms of the way he was down the stretch. But Montgomery got hit pretty hard by them earlier in the year.
Micah Parsons was media watchdogging everyone yesterday. Cowboy fans want Derrick Henry to join this backfield, and why Tolos are not happy with what Jerry Jones told us about making trades yesterday on this show. Inside the Star with Sean, RJ, and Roberto next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Man, you want to head on over to Diamonds Direct, both locations. Because as you approach the holiday season, a couple things keep in mind. First, if you're more price sensitive this year, because inflation and everything, Diamonds Direct is the absolute value leader. Direct importer pricing is what they're famous for.
Club. In case you did not know, and I would not blame you whatsoever for having no clue, the Cowboys face the Rams this Sunday in Arlington. It was a nice Cowboys break. I was glad to ignore them for a little bit, not have to focus and stress through a game, have the enjoyment of Rangers baseball, but they are back against Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald, and the Rams on Sunday. And Jerry, yesterday, all the first fake shows are going to be focusing on two headlines from our Jerry interview. One of them is going to be about contender status, where Jerry was saying, we do belong in the conversation, but we cannot be matched with San Francisco. And he even threw Philly in there, that we kind of don't belong up there with the Philadelphia Eagles either. So that's Jerry saying, yeah, we're a contender, but not to the level of San Fran and Philly. And Micah Parsons on his podcast agrees. Listen to who he has number one in his power rankings.
Number one will have to be the Philadelphia Eagles. No one has stopped the tush push yet. Javonte Smith could be A.J. Brown's number one receiver. Jason Kelce, Hall of Famer. Lane Johnson will be a Hall of Famer. They're very special. Their DB core, Darius Slay, crazy talent. James Bradbury, and I know you saw
popping bottles.
I didn't hear that when I sent it to you. Yeah, it sounds like
somebody's got somebody on the other mic going.
It sounds like the champagne in the Rangers clubhouse.
I think it's the graphics.
Yeah,
it's graphics popping up.
Those stupid Bleacher Report graphics or whatever they do there that they throw on everything. But
that is to be watching.
That is the one gift I'm jealous of people that have is a lot of gifts. But being able to do any kind of technical editing, being able to take a simple video, save it, and post it is a gift I wish I had.
Let's hear Micah from the beginning.
Number one will have to be the Philadelphia Eagles. No one has stopped the tush push yet. Javonte Smith could be A.J. Brown's number one receiver. Jason Kelce, Hall of Famer. Lane Johnson will be a Hall of Famer. They're very special. Their DB core, Darius Slay, crazy talent. James Bradbury, and I know you saw the trade. He just got Kevin Byard. Very special to see. Obviously, I know I was high on Jalen Carter before he even got the Philly. I don't know how he fell to them. Without a doubt, very special group. It's very special to see what they've done. And they still have Reddick. They still have Sweat. I don't believe they have any weaknesses on their team.
It's just somebody there.
It's like a Nickelodeon thing.
Swinging a bat into the air and just making a kind of noise go.
Look, I mean, we'll get to power rankings here at 8 o'clock. I mean, we'll see if I have the Eagles in my top 5. But look, I mean, to say they just have no... oh man, they don't have any weaknesses. There's nothing to it. The Byard trade is huge for them, but they absolutely do have vulnerabilities about them. The Miami win was incredibly impressive, but they've also spent 6 weeks not playing like the team that we saw most of last year.
But winning.
Winning, yeah. They are winning.
It does mean something when you do still win and you're not playing your best.
Sure. Yeah, really? Absolutely. But I mean, it's also like
you got to decide, is this a sign that they have a lot of flaws, or is this a sign they're not playing their best? You got to make that decision within your own sports mind of, all right, they're capable much more. It's going to be scary when they turn it on, or no, this is what they are. They're not that much better than the rest of the league. It comes down to those two choices.
And they're 4-2-1 against the spread. It's not like they're, not even covering. I mean, they're covering, was that 60-something% of their games?
They play these close games. So last year, they just never trailed. They never trailed. They never had to play from behind. We never had to see if Hurts throwing the football could catch them up like the Ravens' kryptonite with Lamar for years. This year, in many of the games that I've seen, they've played it close, and then they're like the masters of the 4-minute drive. Or they have this drive in the fourth quarter that makes it a 2-score game that basically ends it. So this year they're playing it close, and they ice it away late. That's how they're able to cover some of these late spreads.
Well, teams that have a mobile quarterback can really do those 4-minute drives to almost perfection. Because you can pick up 3rd and 7 much easier if you've got a guy who can move the way Hurts can. Or those, as Sirianni said, everything's 1st and 9. Right? Because that stupid play, the brotherly shove.
Well, let's talk about that. We haven't really had a large discussion about that on this show. And then we'll get to Brian Broaddus kind of going off on the Cowboys trade approach. Nick Sirianni, with all the talk that we should get rid of the brotherly shove.
Every first down is 1st and 9. Knowing that if you get to fourth and 1, lot of faith in that play because you've seen it, right? You've seen it across the league that people can't do it like we can do it. They can't do it like we can do it. And so I'm making my plug right there. Like, don't ban this play. Like, if everyone could do it, everybody would. Where's the camera? If everybody could do it, everybody would do it.
Oh, God, that was...
God, he looks right at the camera. He's so cringy. I cannot. It makes my skin crawl. Look, I think people who've listened to the show know I don't like to be a homer. That makes my skin crawl as well. I'm not just saying this because it's Philly executing it. It's a stupid play. They should get rid of it. It's awful. And the reason it's awful, and it never should have gotten to this point, is because of the USC Trojans. And
Reggie Bush back in like 06?
Yes, man. The minute, fine, you want to sneak. But the minute that the player in back of the quarterback makes contact with him, it's a penalty. Pushing someone like we're in a tug of war, that's not football. It's just stupid. I mean, I feel like I'm borrowing from one of RJ's points, like run a natural play. If you just want a quarterback sneak, fine. I hate that everyone piles up and we get these pushing matches at the 3-4 yard line. Even when a running back gets caught up in the traffic, that's not a football play. It's dumb. And I was hoping that Jerry Jones a couple weeks ago when we asked him about it had a problem with it. Jerry did not have an issue with it. I know it's going to sound like bitterness and jealousy coming out of the Metroplex because Philly has perfected it. It's just not a football play. It's dumb. I don't like it. It's a shoving match.
I'm right there with you. And yeah, it's not just the, it's gotten the tush push nickname, but the reality is you're right. It was the Bush push. It was
Bush.
Yeah,
yes, it was.
Yeah, before it was
Big fan of that.
Before it was the tush, it was the Bush, and so
I like both of them actually.
That was something that I hated that in the USC Notre Dame game years ago, where I was just like, everybody was cheering for USC to get knocked off, and it was like that's so stupid, like that. And it's funny how it's just evolved now, where it's like, well, if you got to stop it, you need to stop it. If you can't stop it, quit complaining or whatever. It isn't a football move. It does feel very much like just a rugby scrum.
It is a rugby scrum. I don't have a major issue with it. I mean, like, why don't more teams do it? Because most teams don't have a quarterback who squats like 5,000 pounds.
Right.
So and it appears that nobody in the NFL thinks they should get rid of it. I mean, Jerry even came on and told us he doesn't think he should get rid of it.
Because I know it's funny. They want to try and get rid of every form of tackling and every, they want to get rid of kickoff returns, but they are very hesitant to get rid of plays historically or like get rid of like those kind of advantages and things like that.
Yeah, if they got rid of it, it's not going to ruin my day. I just, I would think to myself, like if Dak was doing that and it worked, would we want to get rid of it? And probably not.
Well, that's why I'm just saying, I'm telling you, it's just from a sports perspective, it's not a football play.
Right.
If you want to sneak it, sneak it. The minute the defender behind makes contact to push, penalty. That's the way I would do it.
It is definitely a rugby play. Like, there's not even a question. That's not like an NFL type play.
So the other Jerry comment yesterday that got everyone riled up, and it's going to be on here, the first fake shows, besides the Cowboys not being an top contender, is trade market talk. And Jerry told us, I'll listen to some trades. They got to call us. And we followed up and was like, well, why wouldn't you just pick up, if you have a need to address, why wouldn't you just pick up the phone? And I got the business experts and everything hitting me up on social media. The first one to pick up the phone loses the deal. You're in a position of weakness, blah, blah, blah. I don't buy any of that. I really don't. If I need something at home, I need to address something, I need to go out and get something, I'm making phone calls. I'm not just like, all right, I'm going to let everyone come to me. I'm going to get a better deal on it. And do I think that the Cowboys have missed out on some deals by taking this approach? If it's even true. Some people are speculating this is Jerry just sending a message. We're open for business, so go ahead and call me. I would lean towards the Cowboys have not missed out on opportunities because of this. I assume everyone just calls everyone throughout the league, but that did not make a lot of Tolos happy to hear Jerry announce that approach. You got to call me. You got to call me. I'm not picking up the phone. The trade has to come to me. And Brian Broaddus reacted to it yesterday on DallasCowboys.com.
Nobody cares about your cap problems. Nobody cares.
Right.
Nobody cares. They want you to win games.
Let me stop this real quick. So, Bobby, you sent this. Is that in response to Jerry? Because Jerry didn't really talk about cap problems. I want to get the context right.
Yeah, there was they were playing that discussion, and Brian was just kind of starting to simmer a little bit. It was just like, they got to make a move. The 49ers went out last year and said, we'll go get Christian McCaffrey. In the past, you've said, we'll go get Amari Cooper. And the discussion be made, people were like, hey, but there are considerations of they got guys to pay. It's difficult to move stuff. You don't want to potentially impact your cap. You're going to need younger talent. So do you want to give up draft picks? And that's where Brian launched into this whole diatribe.
Nobody cares about your cap problems. Nobody cares. Right. Nobody cares. They want you to win games. They want you to compete for playoff wins and championships and stuff. I don't want to hear about paying Dak or paying these guys. I know it's part of the game, but teams figure it out every damn day. We thought Philadelphia was going to be just demoralized in their cap situation. They went out and re-signed all their guys. I don't want to hear about the cap problems for any teams anymore. You figure it out. There's teams, the Packers are awful right now. You know why? They're carrying $48 million of dead cap. Fine. But they got rid of Aaron Rodgers and they're learning about their quarterback. And if they're bad enough, they'll draft a quarterback in this draft. I don't want to hear about cap problems and financial responsibility. I want to hear about wins and going forward and making this thing work when you have a chance to put this thing to bed.
And he said yesterday when we were recording Love of the Star and I was asking him about this stuff and he was reacting to the comments. And he went on this long, 6-minute, he wasn't worked up, and he went on this 6-minute thing where he laid out. And he said, he's like, I miss the old Jerry Jones. He's like, I want the cowboy a little bit. I want the guy who's going to step up there. And his thinking is Jerry's become a guy who collects all the information and then makes decisions. He thinks, his assumption is, he said, I think Stephen Jones and Will McClay are probably telling Jerry, we don't need to make any moves. We're good. He said that's what he thinks. And so he actually thought Jerry was probably trying to, all right, well, if we're not going to make a trade, I'm at least going to put it out there publicly that we're open for business, though. If you call me with something, I'll listen. And so, but he said, I think that Jerry is holding back, and he's like, I miss the wildcatter I used to deal with.
Yeah, maybe he thinks it'll entice people to call him and give him some kind of leverage. I mean, Sean's right. That is like the old adage, right? If you don't answer, first one to answer, whatever. But don't listen to Sean and I when it comes to contract negotiations. That's for dang sure. We don't know what the hell we're doing. My goodness. Bobby knows more. Peyton has a better negotiating sense than we do. At least he negotiates with a girl to go to Olive Garden.
Broadus was a Reddit star yesterday, though, because somebody had put this rant up on the Cowboys Reddit page, and people are, I wish the Cowboys front office was as concerned about winning as Brian Broadus is, and Broadus is my hero. That's the last time we see Brian at the Star.
And guys, stop with the Derrick Henry stuff, for God's sake.
Oh, my gosh.
You want another $10 million running back?
Bobby's head would explode. Bobby and RJ's heads would detonate in this room if you gave Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys another reason to run the football more. So stop. The Titans are apparently open for sale after the Bayard trade. It makes sense for them to go ahead and blow it up. But you want Derrick Henry? Stop. What are you talking about? You want to become more conservative, and you want another $10 million running back.
Oh, you need a goal line guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and defense needs to rest.
Yeah.
They do get tired.
Yes, they do.
All right.
Bigly.
Usually we would do a Texas Rangers song for an event like this, a huge sports event like the World Series Game 1, but apparently the Tolos have ruined it for everybody else. Why RJ is no longer doing a Rangers song, and I may have been wrong about John Smoltz disliking the Texas Rangers. The World Series is set. Let's talk about it next. But first,
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet Texas. It is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
And a fly ball, right field, going over is Corbin Carroll. He's under it. He's got it. And the 2023 Arizona Diamondbacks are headed to the World Series for the second time in their 26-year history.
Ooh, the Boo Birds were out.
Yes.
That play, so Philadelphia will turn on a dime on you. Like, they were all juiced up. They didn't sit down the entire game. They were all juiced up, and then by about the fifth or sixth inning, you could feel that crowd get, tighter than a you-know-what, man, and they got really antsy.
We did catch a break. I don't know, now that I think about it, because I'm sitting there, I have Game 7 on, and Amanda's like, whoa, look at all those people. And I was like, yeah, that's a crowd. That's a baseball Game 7 crowd. And I was like, okay, at least we won't have to compare the Rangers crowd to that. But then I was like thinking, and I still think my initial thought is right. I was like, all right, if it was the Phillies instead of Arizona, would that raise the level, raise the noise, increase the atmosphere in Arlington? Like, we need to match what we see in Philly in the World Series? The answer is probably no. So at least we won't have the Phillies crowd to compare to. As I'm going to Game 2.
Yes, sir. You know where your seats are?
No.
What a flex.
Yeah.
Look at you. Because I tried to go. I can't afford it. I can't afford to spend the $1,000 or whatever on each ticket.
Just ask your little private plane friends.
Yeah.
My mom got very worked up over that segment yesterday.
Why?
She texted me, and I thought she was joking. She wrote, so this is the Tolos who upgraded Bobby's seats, offered RJ a private plane. Both of you were offered private plane to Houston, Game 7, and I was just listening to it, and she wrote me at 12:15 yesterday, are you slipping no private airplane invitations for you to these games? And I wrote back, I know, right? I'm clearly a loser. And then she wrote back, I don't ever want to hear that word out of your mouth. I don't ever want to hear that word out of your mouth associated with you again. I went to sleep. I woke up and I was like, Ma, don't joke. I don't think I'm a loser.
Isn't this the same? Wasn't she very insistent?
Same Dawson energy.
I was gonna say with the Dawson thing where she's like, "You are a winner. You are a Sharif. Do not like.
You can win this wing contest."
Man. Are you her favorite or
no?
Your brother is.
My brother is.
That's
I'm my dad's favorite.
Okay.
Yeah. We have Dion rankings in our house. It's very clear. So then I go and like my DMs and people reacting to all my stories and all the trash talk I've been putting out there. I go and check my DMs, and Mama, you'll be happy to hear, I have the private plane invite in my DMs as well.
There you go.
So I was not left out of it. I don't know why I skipped over it because it was like it looked like a text that Chia follow.
Was it from Colt? Is that who had sent it to you? Or
yes.
Did you get it? Oh yeah, that's Colt.
Colt Heron.
Yep.
And
good guy.
But the original message was a Chia follow. It's Chia follow's profile.
Mm-hmm.
It's his whole setup, and it goes, call me. This is at 10:30 at night. Call me ASAP. Have a private jet going to Game 7. This is not spam. No BS. Buying tickets as we speak. Need to know who is in. And then he wrote, if you're up, please call me. I need to know how many seats. And then last night I saw this and I was like, dude, I thought this was a prank. Like this. And then he wrote, just wait if it gets to Game 6 or 7. We are all going out. So there you go, Ma. I was not the loser kid left out of recess.
Those are good dudes. They Colt and Tyler there, and Colt he was telling me, he's like, yeah, all of our, because he works for Rafter P Construction out there. He said all their trucks have the fan on all day.
Oh, nice.
We do need, so we should check with who's the sports station in Arizona.
Wolf. He yanked it.
Yeah.
Oh, he yanked her.
We should set this up. I do want to get it set up with Spittle. If this does, well, 6 or 7 will be here.
Where's our
6 and 7 will be here on next Friday night and Saturday. This Friday is
so there's no need to fly out. We wouldn't fly out there for 6 or 7.
Who was our Radio Row buddy? The one that kept coming on to talk about DeAndre Ayton and stuff. Yeah, we need to hit him up.
What was his name? I can't remember his name.
Good looking dude. Looked like Zach Morris.
Red hair.
Yeah,
he did look like Zach Morris.
So that's that. The Diamondbacks, the 9th lowest payroll in Major League Baseball. The last National League team in the playoffs. Swept the Brewers. Swept the Dodgers. Handled the Phillies when it comes to Games 6 and 7. Meeting us on Friday night right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, apparently we're not going to get the motivation we had last week to help get the Rangers through the American League Championship Series. Most viral song in the history of the show. Turn it up, Pepe.
Texas style. We're World Series bound.
Yeah.
In this baseball town. Got Houston reeling. Coming to the globe. With the Rangers.
Now, did you play this in the dugout for your kids' team?
I did not play this in the dugout for the team. The one of the kids, Christian, is a huge Tolo, and we get there. We were out near PK Lake. It was at Rocker B, and so you stay out there when you go play. And he was playing the song when we got there, and he used it as his walk-up song. And he used it as his walk-up song during the and you know, they played it once, and all the umpires, umpire Don, his big Tolo, they were all listening to it. He was laughing his butt off. But this was around the time where they were losing games 3, 4, and 5. And I was getting mercilessly beaten down by the Jinx crowd. And there's no worse crowd. We agree on that than the Jinx crowd.
I blame you.
And I've been a part of that crowd. I don't like to talk about no-hitters.
Yep.
All right, but I didn't write about a no-hitter. And everybody keeps saying, didn't everybody learn from the Padres last year?
So give me a real idea of the feedback on how much it really was and how serious people really were.
It was
not just 5 tweets, 8 tweets. You screwed this up because you really got sensitive over this. And you normally don't get sensitive with social media.
Astro fan. This thing was bookmarked like 500 times. It was shared like over 1,000. It had 500,000 views on the first one I posted. Then I leaned into it. And I said, I'm leaning into this thing. And that had another couple 100,000 views.
Did we get any YouTube money for this?
No, it's posted to YouTube. It's also posted to Facebook. We'll have to see what we get from Facebook.
Let's get some money on
13,000 views on Facebook.
Wow.
But this is he had 223 replies, and there were like another 200 quote tweets. And if you're getting quote tweeted and replied that much, that's usually people going like, no.
Yeah, they should have stayed the drafts. Why are you doing this to us? So Ranger fans were all getting upset about me. One guy said, he could do this again, but he has to, if the Rangers lose a series, he never comes on the air again. And I'm like, well, I'm not Chris Russo. I'm not going to make that. And then the Astro fans really kind of came at me. These are the people that say two-time World Series champ in their bio.
Yeah.
And it just...
Well, the Astros fans, like, their commentary doesn't mean anything.
They were thankful. Thank you for doing this, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I'd like to point out, I know everybody had said they lost, 3 in a row after your song, but it is important to point out, Adolis Garcia was slashing 258, 281, 484 before your song for the entire playoffs. After your song, 429, 455, 1143, 5 home runs, 14 RBIs. That's you, Chop.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I feel very down though. I feel like my genius is not appreciated. I feel like Kanye today. I feel minus the anti-Semitism. Okay?
Yeah.
I feel a little bit like Kanye today.
Yeah, let's be aware of the climate here right now, Chop. I will say, you said it there. Adolis will send the Astros back. You're a prophet. He's homered in every game since you said that.
I appreciate what you're trying to do here.
I say you deserved it. You deserve all this Ranger jinx hate, because as I've said every single year in the history of the show, all of you jinxers, you're idiots. You're morons. That you believe some karmic karma, some type of energy out there with me tweeting there's a no taking place affects the baseball, where it goes and how it hits the bat. You're cuckoo. You belong in a white jacket, and you have believed that.
I have.
So you deserve all of this.
I gotta take it. You're right.
Now we're not gonna get a song for it. So thank you to everyone who was proven incorrect. That Choppy is now shutting it down.
Well, remember, first off, we are going to get the RJ Chappie song for Thursday. We know that. He's going to send that to Peyton.
The impersonator of RJ?
And I'm trying to gas him up here. I'm trying to let him know, like, hey, no, that was, you helped Adolis. We got to keep the energy going. So I am going to try my best. I might get Sarah involved to, like, hey, we got to lobby Chop, because I think we do need another song. But he's pretty bruised right now.
Put the poll question out, should he make one? I want to see how many Ranger fans vote no. What do you think it will be? You're pretty good at guessing the results.
No.
How many will say no song? Even after it was disproven to you numbnuts that they won the series. There's no such thing as jinxes. There's no such thing as that type of cosmic energy out there. And you just flip out, looking for any excuse to blame someone else.
I think it'll be 58% no.
58% no.
I think 58. I think a lot of that though is going to be people I just can't sing.
Okay.
They don't want they're sick of their ears bleeding.
Yeah. So put the poll question out. Let's see. Pepe, what are the Tolos saying about whether he should do it or not, or the cancellation of it?
Man, right now it's about 50-50. A lot, 214 says I love this song. 817, no song, please. 972 just text in, please, no song. I mean, I want a song. I missed the last one because I was in Vegas, of course. So I want a fresh song. I think it's good luck. It's great content. Oh man. Well, the Rangers lose when I'm in Vegas.
Yeah, Ross killed the production on that, Peyton.
Isn't Power Rankings coming up? And what's the music for it? Oh, that's right. It's Friday.
He is the pettiest. He's Petty. Peyton Petty. He is the pettiest MFer in this building.
All right, be honest. How much did you listen when you were on vacation, and what screw ups or mini blow ups did you hear from me on Ross who was filling in for you? Did you get a high? Did you get some feeling when you heard a screw up? And what was the screw up? Was it this, the degenerate music?
Yeah,
from
because
Power
this was on
Rangers?
my way to the airport because I went and got breakfast before. So I left my house around 7:30, got to the airport a little before 9:30. And so I heard, I was listening for the 2-hour song, through whatever, Rascaretti, I think y'all did, and then Power Rankings. And the first 6 minutes was just, Ross, turn the music down. And then you said, turn that music down too. Because he had the top of the hour intro playing too. So that was great. And then my dad listened to the A-Rod interview, and y'all were hyping me up afterwards, saying, great job, Pepe. So that was good to hear. But while I was in Vegas, I didn't listen as much.
Petty Russell.
Wow, Petty Russell. I
There
like
it
it.
is.
Look, I mean, any failing of Ross is a failing of Peyton as somebody who trained him.
Yes.
That's what I would look at it as.
I agree.
I agree. All right, the poll question's out. 11 votes so far. Should RJ Choppy make another Rangers song for the World Series? And so far, it's 58% no.
Is it really?
Exactly what you predicted. All right. Peyton is spying on Filthy. Y'all asked for it. They're melting down over the Phillies getting eliminated and not meeting the Rangers in the World Series. We're going to play the spy audio at 7:20. 7:20 with the spy audio, but it sounds like we're about to have Jim Harbaugh turn into Bill Belichick. Why is Arch Manning not starting, and everything else you need to know with a college football kegger next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. This, of course,
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Dallas Mavericks season starts tonight in San Antonio on ESPN. 8:30 tip-off for the Mavs.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
Yes, Bobby. Thank you. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Hump Day edition on your home of the World Series-bound Texas Rangers taking on Arizona. Game 1 Friday in Arlington. We're going to spy on Filthy after the Phillies got eliminated. Peyton says the audio is gold. We're going to bring it to you at 7:20 on your home of the Rangers. But tonight, I'm excited for Wemby Mania. I am. The Mavericks are favored by how much?
6.5.
4.
Okay, very nice.
They're favored by 4. What's your excitement level for Wemby? Does it feel like a LeBron-type debut? Does it feel like a chosen one type build-up and hype?
I mean, Billis and Woj and everybody else were like the greatest player in the history of the NBA. He's already number one. He's already surpassed Michael and LeBron. Like that hype that was starting before the draft. They were trying to make it feel that way, but not for me. Like I don't have that same feel I have with LeBron. I'm interested to watch him tonight, but I'm not just like, oh my gosh, I got to see him play.
Yeah, it's I don't have that. Oh my God, like this is going to be the greatest thing ever. It was a Broussard that said if he's not Kevin Durant, if he's just Kevin Durant, it's a failure of a career. You know, like something stupid like that. There's a lot of hype, but you know, I don't have that same kind of feeling that I did. It's like, all right, you know, LeBron coming in, I want to see this. I want to see this kid. There's hype, but not like that.
The over-unders for Wemby's rookie season are in.
Ooh.
17.5 points per game.
Under.
8.5 rebounds.
Under.
Oh, I'll say over.
2.5 blocks.
Under.
65 total games played.
Under.
Wow. So you guys going the under?
Yeah, just because screw the Spurs mainly.
For the next chosen one. What was Paul George talking about with him?
Paul George basically gave high praise. He was like, man, I thought going in there was overhyped, but he thinks that this guy has got a real chance to be, at the very least, like really, really good early on.
I take back everything I said. And I knew he was going to be successful in the league, but I thought it was going to be tougher than what he's making it look right now. I mean, he still hasn't played the league yet, but some of the stuff he doing, dog, threw it to the wing, called for the lob at the three-point line, knowing nobody else can go get that, dunked it.
The guy covers 20 feet of the floor.
Yeah.
Swipes the steal. Bro, he looks comfortable.
Dunked on Thomas Bryant.
Hey, did you see his reaction, though? Looking around like,
did that just happen? This goes back to Draymond's point. Worst case, he's going to be one of the best shot blockers. A lot of times I put myself in other players' shoes, like, all right, what would I have done right there? And a lot of those possessions is like, damn, when I get to the paint, like I'm going to have to look like he's contesting. I might beat my guy. He's going to get pulled in. I might think he's way on the three-point line, but like his wingspan, like he's still covering me. It's going to be different. You're going to have people like really like thinking about how they're going to get this shot off.
So there's Paul George.
Podcast P
giving some hype to Victor. NBA season kicked off last night. Denver controlled the Lakers while getting their rings at home. And the Suns, without Bradley Beal, won at Golden State. Dallas Stars continue their great start.
Wow, what a play. Slides to knock it away. A chance for Dallas, and Harley scores. Penguins all out of sorts, and Thomas Harley, the defenseman, with his first of the year, and the Stars extend their lead to 3-1.
Pens TV with the call, 4-0-1 to start the season. Ottinger had a great night. Robo scored his first goal of the season, and the Stars picking up where they left off as well.
Yep, just like last year, 4-0-1. They were 4-0-1 to start last year. They're 4-0-1 to start this year. They've gotten off to a hot start. They had a little bit of a down stretch right after that 4-0-1 start, so we'll see if they can avoid that this year.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a nice start to the season. They get the Keystone sweep there with Philly and Pittsburgh. That's what we call it in hockey. We call it the Keystone sweep. It's really important. They give you like a silver boot for it or something. No, but this is like Pavelski scores again last night with the assist. And I mean, he's played. We were talking about this on Monday, I think, Chop, where, you know, it's just what he does at his age, being 39. It's just incredible how he continues to just seemingly elevate. He was great in the playoffs last year, coming back off of that concussion, and has been really good to start this season.
Let's tap the keg.
College football, baby.
Kyle McCord focusing on the center, Carson Hindeman. Get the snap, back to pass. He'll look, middle of the field. Pass Harrison, slipping left side, 15. 10-yard line on a blocker to the 5. Touchdown, Marvin Harrison. 19-yard pass, catch and run. Kyle McCord to Marvin Harrison.
You know, when I asked you to do a new intro, I was hoping for a little bit more effort than that. Just a little bit.
Okay.
That must have been right before you headed out to Vegas. I was expecting a little more. When it's your segment, the intro could be the best on the station with the payload tomorrow at 6:40. So let's see if we can spruce that up.
I mean, take it away, Pate. It's your segment now, man. You just shoehorn yourself into that
we'll
thing.
Give it to you, Chuck.
Man, one of the wins of the year, maybe the win, who knows? But Ohio State, 20-12 over Penn State, and James Franklin continues not to play coach well against elite competition. But Ohio State gets that 20-12 victory, and when that first ranking comes out next week, last year I thought at the time that Tennessee was going to be number one on the first weekend because of their schedule they had won. They had beat LSU and they beat Bama. I don't see how Ohio State's not number one in the first ranking based on who they've played. They've got 2 top 10 victories. They got Notre Dame on the road, and they got against Penn State. Those are the 2 best wins in the sport this year. Who's a better win? Who's got 2 better wins than they do?
Texas over Alabama.
That was a good win. No,
and Houston.
And it's looking and Houston, right? And it's looking right now, Alabama's starting to creep up a little bit. They had a win over Tennessee on a nice comeback. They were down like 20-7 in that game, and they wind up just blowing the doors off the Vols. But I think Ohio State's number one next week when the first polls come out.
I could see them being above Michigan, even though I think Michigan's the best team in the country right now. I could see them being above Michigan because Michigan hasn't really played anybody, but I'd have a hard time seeing them putting them above Georgia. Everybody's been really hesitant to displace Georgia.
That was a pretty hideous game, too. Ohio State, Penn State. It was ugly.
It was.
Ugly offense. We may have to go back and get that James Franklin clip of the reporter saying, why don't you just throw it up? Why don't you just throw the deep ball? How Bobby wants the Cowboys offense to be, and the rest of all you deep ball
like
fanatics.
anything.
Just toss it up the line. Just
Toss
throw it up.
Toss it up.
Penn State apparently should have done that.
Penn State, going into this game, I think you can make the argument they were the best defense in the country. So that was going to be a struggle for Ohio State. But Marvin Harrison Jr. is firmly in Heisman talk now with the way he's played lately, and especially doing what he did against that defense.
Speaking of Marvin Harrison, let's do this real quick, Peyton. Sorry. This is Gus Johnson.
What was that?
This is a gun.
Let me hear that again. Oh, that was a pew-pew.
What do we think of Gus Johnson trying to force us on a nickname for Marvin Harrison?
The Maserati Marvin Harrison with a gain of 13.
No.
Nope. And have we sold all of our Gus Johnson stock over the years?
We need him back at CBS for the NCAA tournament.
Yes, that's his calling.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
his home.
Yeah,
Maserati Marv.
That's not good.
Come on, dog. Come on. You should have hit the vape before that one.
Yeah, I should have hit the vape before that one. Let's see. Let's look at this one. So Clemson took on Miami this weekend. Clemson against Miami. Now, Sean, who is the head coach of the Clemson Tigers? Dabo. Okay. So they go to overtime against Miami. And this is Dabo. They lose. They wind up losing 28-20. And Cade Klubnik, there's supposed to be a handoff, and it was a read. It was an RPO, and he decides to take the ball and run left, and he gets stopped. This is Dabo after the game. This right here, this is a Bill Parcells thing for you. Dabo knows he's in trouble. Dabo knows he's in trouble because Bill Parcells always said the moment coaches go into CYA mode is when they know they're in trouble. And listen to Dabo completely try to cover his own butt here.
Just to be clear, that was an RPO on the last play.
No, it was a handoff, 100%. And we didn't hand off. Just pulled it. I got no answer. Just trying to do too much. And so no RPO. It's a give. Didn't do it. I made a lot of plays, but again, you gotta play within the system.
Man, you don't call your player out like that.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
I don't have a problem
with
it. It's like he told us the truth. I don't know if he totally threw him under the bus. If Saban, I mean, I don't know if Saban would do that in the press conference, but, I mean, he destroys his kids. Deion destroys his kids. We're all fine with it because it's new at Colorado and it's legendary at Alabama. We just don't like Dabo right now. I don't like Dabo. He cost me money against Sandler. He's annoying. He thinks he's above everything. He could be fraudulent. I don't know. I don't like him, but I saw the outrage over this. I don't have that same outrage.
Well, and I mean, there was also outrage. We talked about it on Monday.
I guess he could have, real quick, but I guess he could have been like, that wasn't the play. We just got to execute better. It felt like he went into a little bit more detail with it, but I'm not going to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken some lumps this year. Yeah. When they asked him afterwards about hey, do you have sports psychologists on staff to help guys with mental health after, tough games like this and blah, blah, blah. And he was talking about Cade Klubnik and he's like, yeah, he's on he's on S watch right now. And was like making a joke with it. Yeah,
S suicide watch?
Yeah.
He said S watch?
Yeah. Well, no, he said the actual word. We just can't get, like, if you say that word, sometimes you'll get kicked off Twitch. So I was trying to avoid it. Oh. But that's something that he just kind of flippantly throws that out. Got crushed for that. I don't know that I've ever seen a coach, and it's because of NIL. I don't know that I've ever seen a coach in any sport feel like they got the game passed them by as rapidly as it feels like it's happening with Dabo.
Yeah, because it passed him by because of his philosophy. His philosophy.
He refused to change.
Right. His philosophy is that you can have a philosophy that you don't like to spread the ball, run it out, spread offense. Even Nick Saban adapted to that. Dabo refuses. And look, is there if you want to give him credit for having conviction and feeling the way, fine, whatever. He's losing. He is losing games. He is losing his team, and who knows what his future is like. I mean, let's be fair on that one. Texas gets the win over Houston. Oklahoma survives against UCF. One of those two teams is going to be in the Final Four. I think we all know that. Outside of, unless
Are you mad at Quinn for not being smarter running?
No, I mean, like, honestly, I've said this throughout the season. I don't necessarily think there's a whole lot of difference between him and Malik Murphy right now at this point. And so I get it. But the thing that's interesting, you would say that Texas or Oklahoma is definitely in the 4?
Well, I mean, I shouldn't say definitely.
I think they got a lot of work, either one of them.
There's I mean, assuming all things are equal, that there's a lot of people have one loss. If there's 4 undefeated teams,
well, 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. Vegas, Bet Online, Michigan, Georgia, Ohio State, Florida State.
Yeah. And now Ohio State and Michigan,
with Washington barely trailing, then a little bit more of a drop off to Oklahoma, Bama, Texas, Oregon.
Ohio State and Michigan will knock each other off.
Washington, Ohio against the world.
Washington does have. I mean, that Pac-12 is kind of a gauntlet.
I thought you were going to substitute your voice in that.
That is kind of a gauntlet. My question. I got some questions about Florida State. They had a really good win against LSU, but then again, LSU has not been. It's not like they've dominated the SEC.
No, but you said it at the beginning of the year. We said it before that game. Both of us did. That it was something where if Florida State won that game, you could pretty much write their ticket to the playoff because they had such an easy schedule there. So, and they just had a big victory over a ranked team in Duke.
Duke is what? Oregon and Utah is
privileged.
Yes, Oregon and Utah is this week, and that's an official elimination game. The loser of that one has absolutely no chance, even if they don't have a chance now. Texas takes on BYU at home. Oklahoma is at Kansas.
College football kegger on a hump day. With Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for. If you're new to the station, we're your home of the Cowboys and your World Series bound Rangers. You know who's not World Series bound? Philadelphia. Peyton's been spying on WIP. Behind enemy lines, he says the audio is golden. Let's taste some filthy tears because they're not going to the show next on Sean and RJ. But I want to go.
On the Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
And the Expressway is commercial free for the next 40 minutes. Absolute embarrassment and obliteration at 8 o'clock of our power rankings. Crime scene.
Yeah.
Humiliation that we are going to have to wear coming up at 8 on your home of the Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, along with Pepe, back from Las Vegas. And the Tolos put in the request for you to spy when our enemies suffer misery, which obviously Houston did, losing Game 7. How did that go yesterday, Peyton, monitoring the armpit since we didn't play any of the audio?
It wasn't what we expected. We wanted the angry phone calls. We wanted the host to get upset that they lost to a rivalry. They lost to the so-called little brother Rangers that they've called us for many years now. And it was none of that. It was kind of just like, oh, congrats to the Rangers. They deserved it. They beat us at our place. And it was just like
weak.
Yeah, it wasn't
weak.
much.
This growth, man. I hate it.
I don't know if it's growth.
Soft.
Maybe they're not nut jobs. I don't know. I know this. I've never seen a rival fan base act like cockroaches more than the Astros fans. San Fran fans would not have gone away this quietly if the Cowboys beat them. Philadelphia fans would not have gone away as quietly. You Houston Astro fans, you are cockroaches. You just scatter. You don't even leave any markings behind. Nothing. You're dead quiet leading up to the clinchers. You're dead quiet during the clinchers, and you for damn sure run into the darkness after you get your ass whipped, and Adolis Garcia goes in there and shuts you up. But fortunately, we have Filthy. And Angelo Cataldi is gone. He is naturally a screamer and a moaner. He's gone.
Love those.
So Peyton spied on Filthy Radio after the Phillies were eliminated last night. Game 7 by Arizona. Pepe, what do we got?
A lot better content from Philly. This is 94 WIP, station we've played many, many times on this very show. And this
Which, by the way, what is 94?
94.1, I think.
Okay, so there's a point in there. Like, I've never understood there's 94 WIP.
Yeah, I just think it's like, yeah.
So it has to be 94.1, right?
Well,
gotta
that's
be an odd number.
That's their call signal, but like the fan in New York, for years they were just 660 AM. They were just sports radio 66.
Oh, 66.
So that's what they would just call themselves. I don't know.
Okay.
So this is how they started off their show this morning, and these are the hosts that are just super depressed over the Phillies' loss to the Arizona Diamondbacks in the National League Championship Series. And this is a little song they played beforehand before they get just super sad over the loss.
Yeah, this one hurts, man. Hurts an awful lot. Look, there's no doubt there were a lot of people that cried last night. I especially thought of the kids. I think, as adults, I think a lot of us probably don't cry as much when there's a big loss as we used to. I actually have not cried for a Philadelphia sports loss since the 01 Sixers. I was 23 years old at that point. But there is no doubt, man, there were a lot of 8, 10, 12, 14-year-olds that went to bed last night with a lot of tears. I mean, it could be 100,000, could be more.
I'm devastated. It hurts so much more.
All right, stop it for a second.
I take back everything I said. I want Arizona now. I want Arizona now. I take back everything I said.
Roy Orbison?
Is that Roy Orbison? Is that who that is?
Yes, that's Roy Orbison. Come on, chat.
You talk about our demo? You're supposed to be aiming for 25 to 54. That's what the radio execs say.
They're aiming for being dead for 25 to 54 years. Like, does everybody in sports radio think that the average listener is 77 years old?
I know.
Man, coming out with Roy Orbison, I was interested to see there if Peyton was going to even know who that was or what the song was or anything else. I know there's no chance.
Bob Dylan. That was my first choice.
Bob Dylan, yeah, the gravelly Roy Orbison voice. I can see how you saw that. No, but it like, are they going soft?
Aren't the replacements for Angelo younger than him? I could maybe see Angelo doing this.
How old did he say he was in 01 just
23.
now? 23. So yeah, he's my
age,
45.
Yeah, going Roy Orbison, crying. They just were like, Google crying.
Just Google the crying song.
Just Google crying.
Hey, Rhea, Google the crying song.
This is odd of them. They don't usually lean into like, we're just so sad here in Philly.
Let's pick it up with the co-hosts. in his
I'm
commentary.
devastated. It hurts so much more because I expected that with 7 games, the better team would net out as the better team. And I thought we were the best team in baseball, Joe. Last night, Zach Wheeler was a legitimate superhero. That was a valiant effort, and he did everything that we as fans could even possibly hope.
He's amazing.
To contribute to a World Series run. The other stars let him down, and we lost to a worse team.
So you can just hear it in the voice. I mean, just so depressed in the morning.
Well, what's especially depressing is when you feel like everything breaks your way and you get the inferior opponent. Like, how do you rate the Rangers versus the Diamondbacks as a surprise? Like, the Diamondbacks are much more of a surprise than the Rangers to get here. And the Rangers are a surprise. Make no mistake about it. But the Diamondbacks, some people are calling a miracle. So, like, you get your desired opponent, your cakewalk to the World Series. It'd be like, I don't know, the Seahawks or even a lesser team having a run through the playoffs, and the Cowboys, they knock off the 49ers and the Eagles.
Yeah.
And you get Seattle in the NFC Championship, and you lose to them. That's the type of that's a next level devastation that you feel as a sports fan, and that's what they're feeling. It's because you had it. You had the free ticket. The Diamondbacks.
Yes.
And that's the way we'll feel.
Yes.
We didn't have to go up against the Dodgers. We don't have to go up against the Phillies. We're getting the Diamondbacks, and it's almost like you can't screw this up.
Yes, that's part of the reason why this is worse than Philadelphia, because at least with Philadelphia, it's a heavyweight fight.
Yep.
I'm generally very pessimistic about, not pessimistic, but scared in general of my teams, right? And I always look at it like, what will be worse to lose to, or what will be more embarrassing? I don't want to be the team that lost to Arizona in the World Series, or the team that lost to an 84-win team, and I don't want the footnote of, because this series probably won't rate well nationally. There's not going to be great.
Oh, it's definitely not going to rate well nationally.
And I don't want the Rangers to be a part of the lowest rated World Series there is, or one of them. There's a lot of fear that goes into this. With Philadelphia, it's like, okay, heavyweight fight. If you lose to Philadelphia, there's no shame in losing to Philadelphia. There's shame in losing to Arizona. You can't lose. I think there's shame in losing to Arizona. I know they've gone through. You could argue they've had a tougher road than the Rangers have. I mean, Milwaukee was fantastic. The Dodgers were great. And then Philadelphia was a tough place to play on the road.
Yeah.
You could argue that. I wouldn't say that. But the Rangers are much better, I think, than Arizona. So the fact that Arizona was, I don't want to say so bad, but comparatively speaking, they were easily, name me the worst team. They were easily the worst team entering the postseason record-wise.
Yeah.
84 wins?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, they were below 500 as recently as August, I think. They were 59 and 60. And so
and Philadelphia was like that 2 years ago. When Philadelphia made the World Series a couple years ago, and they beat they lost to the Astros in 5 or 6. They were below 500 late in the season.
You still take, my opinion, you take the lesser opponent, even with the trade-off of the bigger embarrassment if you lose. Give me the easier opponent. Give me the easier road. What else they crying about in Philly?
Yeah, so this is a little mix and match here. We get an angry host, goes off for a few seconds about the loss. Then we get a depressed dad who said, hey, his kids cried this morning because of the loss. And then we get the angry Philadelphian phone call.
Rhea, where are you on all this here?
Anger. Extreme anger.
Yeah.
I mean, I the way this team played these last 2 games, it's really disgraceful to watch the Arizona team that appeared to have a plan. I'm talking pitching-wise. Mm-hmm. I'm talking at the plate. Yeah. The Phillies, what Topper did, you're right. The Kimbrel thing in Game 4.
It was a disaster.
That was it.
Let's go to Mike in Douglasville. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Mike.
My oldest 2 children who just completely fell in love with this team, and to watch what happened last night and the past couple of games have just been heartbreaking.
How old is she, Mike?
Well, I have 3 boys, but 2 boys that are able to actually watch baseball.
I got you. Did they cry last night?
No, they did this morning because I sent them to bed so that way I could, yell at the TV.
Yeah, I get it. Let's get to Ron and Monco right now. Ron, it's always good hearing.
So you don't let them stay up to watch, and then when they wake up in the morning, you have them cry.
Yeah.
What the hell is this weird therapy? Did your kids cry? Tell me about your kids cry. And I like that he just assumes, like, how'd your daughter? He's like, well, I have 3 boys who were watching. Oh, yeah, sorry.
You're soft boys who cry.
Soft boys. But this is bringing me some joy here in the pain. This is the South Park episode.
They're going soft in Philly, man.
This is Scott Tenorman.
Oh, we get to the angry guy next. Ron.
All right, let's continue.
Ron.
Let's continue.
Ron, it's always good hearing from you. Good morning, pal.
You mushed us again, Hammer. I heard your show yesterday. I'm worried about this. I'm worried about that. I'm
Yeah,
worried
and I
about
was
this.
right to be worried about Rojas. He never should have been in the lineup. He never should have gotten that at bat.
Hammer.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. Rojas was a luxury on this team. He's a luxury player. Okay? When everybody that all these
Dude, he batted with the
$100
bases
million,
loaded. You're wrong.
$300 million players, when they're hitting,
I know.
nobody cares about
But they
Rojas
weren't, but
except for
Ron,
his
they
glove.
weren't hitting.
That's it? It didn't continue?
No, they stopped it after that. They said, thanks for the phone call, Ron.
They're like, we know Peyton's listening.
They hung up right there?
A little bit after the host took over, and then they hung up on him. Yeah.
Wow. Let the guy vent.
Yeah.
That was going to be the best phone call.
Oh, this is clearly, like I say, it's a new era at WIP, clearly. They don't want the yelling and screaming that Angelo would have embraced. Instead, this guy's going, no. Look, we're not going to do any of this toxic arguing. We're going to go, we're going to just work through our feelings here.
I just love the brilliant sports point of, well, they had a plan.
Yeah, they had a plan. The
Clear.
Phillies had no plan. They just willy-nilly went in there the entire series, shooting from the hip, guns ablaze. They had no plan. No plan at all. They didn't have a pitching rotation set up. They didn't set up a lineup. No plan.
To be fair, it does feel at times like Dusty Baker didn't have a plan in the
That's
LCS.
fair. That's
so.
fair. I can see that.
All right, it's a hump day.
Hump day.
It's the Expressway. We are commercial free, so there it is, tasting some of the filthy tears. You get Houston misery followed by Philadelphia. It does not get much better than that. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Man, I feel like Twitter went too far and too hard at Peyton Russell.
Oh.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they
They
did.
always do, man.
Now, this was reposted several times off social media. The list of places women absolutely refuse to go to on a first date. And we've all had the first date discussion about where you do and where you don't go to.
Yeah. I caught some heat, although it was a clearly obvious point. I told Peyton the first date at Olive Garden, it was going to torpedo things. And it did. And I had, I got wallet shamed by some people. Oh, Mr. Moneybags, Mr. This and that. And I was like, I'm not going to bend off this point. You can't take her to Olive Garden. And that's where we're going with this list.
It's not the cost. It's the mail-in. You could have taken her to a cool taco truck.
Yes. It's not the cost.
I did drive 45 minutes to meet her here. I wanted to make sure it was a place in her town, so I do factor that into it. That should have given me some brownie points, but
the Olive
screw
Garden?
you. Yeah, the Olive Garden.
But I'm looking here on this list. And Peyton, I got good news for you.
All right.
Olive Garden.
Most people look up like that city, like Bobby. Like I was driving out to Louisville and I called Bobby. I said, give me the hole in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
You know this area, Flower Mound, Louisville. Give me the hole in the wall. I didn't Google Map search Olive Garden like to go find that gem. You're looking for the best barbecue spot, the best sandwich place, the best taco truck. That's a little bit of effort.
Little bit of effort. Just put some. Just make it look like you got a little bit of effort. But you're doing well right now. You got yourself a lady friend. You're doing good. Doing great.
I like to get her on the line for y'all to make it official on the show.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Will you be my girlfriend?
Let's wait for sweeps in November.
Sweeps. They still do sweeps. So I got good news for you though, Peyton. Olive Garden is not
the father
on the top 4 of this list. But it is number 5 on the places not to go to.
Just outside the CFP.
On the first date with your girl. Number 1 is Cheesecake Factory. I think that's fine. It's okay.
I love Cheesecake Factory.
Good menu. It's got a big menu. And I like that they put the calories on there now. So you know how many thousands of calories you're eating. Applebee's.
That's the number 1 place not to take.
Not to go.
No. Applebee's is worse.
Applebee's, Chili's, Chipotle.
Chipotle for a first date?
That's if you want to do, just go to a coffee shop, man, on your first date. Have like a have a 20-minute Do you see something there? And if you do, then you go to a restaurant or a bar.
What do y'all get at Cheesecake Factory? Do you have a go-to?
It's been so long.
Avocado egg rolls.
Yes.
Their burgers are fantastic.
Chicken Alfredo.
Honestly, that's what I get.
Really?
You guys are so basic.
So basic. So
I mean, I look. It's a good menu, but it's pretty standard. I feel like for the most part, the dinner menu. So it's hard to get too
But that's a nice.
It's nice.
That's a nice place.
Is it
It's
that
a fancy Chili's.
They literally have something for everybody there.
Is it that it's because it's a first date? Is that the fact? Because I feel like that is more like a.
It almost feels like you just can't do a chain. Period.
Right.
But is Cheesecake Factory more just like, oh, that's you're already in a relationship date night?
Yes.
Is that what it? So don't do that on the first date, I guess.
I wouldn't do Cheesecake Factory because it's a chain, but I like Cheesecake Factory.
Where did you take Amanda the first time?
We went to an Italian restaurant.
Yeah, me too.
It might be shut down.
Didn't work out.
Dang, I can't remember the name of the place, but it's right over here. It was a nice place. I think the power went out. That could have been for our anniversary revisit. I'm not sure if they're still open. Derek Holland knows it. He had an event there. Text me, Derek. Let me know where I went on my first date.
We went to Campese's and then for a drink at Bearded Lady in Fort Worth.
Oh,
that's what we did for our first.
I don't remember.
Campese's that much different from Cheesecake Factory? I mean, it's a local place.
It's a local place. It was something easy.
We did some.
She didn't want anything to do with me anyway. At the time, I had to woo her.
What was yours?
There's some Mexican restaurant over by North Park. I can't remember what it was, but I know we had power go out too in the movie theater because we went to a movie after and the power went out.
You pulled the plug.
Yeah,
but I
Damn right.
feel bad for some of these girls
pulling the popcorn.
Who's had a first? So obviously, if you're on this list, you've had a first date at some of these places. Wingstop.
No, stop. This is where it's hard. It's hard to believe these things are real.
I'm not the worst, Sean. I'm not the worst.
This
There's
was-
people that suck more than me.
Dolce Riviera was our place. Dolce Riviera.
Okay.
Was Stephen A's list yesterday?
Stephen A posted this. Yeah, he reposted this. But Denny's, IHOP, the gym, church, coffee dates. I think a coffee date first date is fine. Ice cream dates. I think that's fine too. Family functions, bowling, a hookah bar, bar just for drinks, Waffle House. What?
Do people do church dates? Is that a thing?
Did Chia follow?
Yeah, Chia
No.
Chia
Remember they
take
met
Marion?
at like a nightclub or something. Remember?
Okay, so there's your list on people where they go. Bad parenting, or should I go with the Aunt Pearls?
The what?
The sneakers.
It's chopping it up. You decide.
All right, I gotta do this here. So my son, my oldest one, Luca, is playing middle school basketball. He's in 8th grade. They have a team shoe this year. The team shoe are the Kevin Durant Aunt Pearls.
Aunt? You say aunt?
I
Are you
don't.
trying to say aunt?
They're
Aunt? Your auntie?
Luca corrected me on this because I called them the Aunt Pearls, and he goes, "No, Dad, they're the Aunt Pearls. That's how it's pronounced in the shoe."
The Aunt Pearls.
The Aunt Pearls. And
These are they pink?
they're pink.
God, they are ugly.
They're pink shoes. The whole team is wearing pink shoes.
The Aunt Pearls.
The Aunt Pearls.
Now who? I'll let you continue.
All right.
I'm gonna thrash. How old is he?
He's 13.
All right, I'm gonna thrash a 13-year-old coming up here in a
Okay.
second.
So he said, "We're having a team shoe, and we're gonna play with the Aunt Pearls this year."
Are you telling me that this is the shoe?
Oh no! That's
That's the woman's shoe, right?
Yeah.
I know I could get in trouble for that, but there's no way that this could be.
Put up KD3 Aunt Pearls. Are these?
Okay, they're pink.
Oh, they're pink.
Yeah,
And that's his favorite color. That's his favorite color.
What about on the inside?
It's a lot of.
Is it white on the inside?
that's a high tongue too.
It is a high tongue. It's a very high
I'm
tongue.
not joking with innuendo. This is a really high tongue.
It's a very high tongue.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, fine. The Aunt Pearls. Let's go. He goes,
I didn't realize that high school teams, middle school teams did this.
Yeah,
They
I
all
did.
have to have the same shoe.
Yeah, I didn't either, but whatever, man. So like, I could see it. If you like the color pink, sure, I can see it, right? But I look at them, and there they are. They're on the fan cam. I'm like, Bud, they're not out yet. How am I supposed to get these for you? Well, you got to pre-order them. You got to go on like StockX and pre-order them or something. I'm like, okay. And I look at it because they're a little bit more expensive than you wanted to pay. And I was like, all right, I was thinking they'd be $100, whatever. And as I see the size, I see $150 at the StockX site. But then I go to his size. By the way, this kid's got a freaking size 13 now. $250.
Ooh, Sarah loved that.
Oh, she loved it, man.
Big baller brand shoes.
I enlisted the Tolos. I said, guys, can you help me out here? Anybody got a hookup on these shoes? A couple of people came back and said, yes, they do. Our Sacramento dude came back. Rainey came back. We got some hookups on this, but they're all saying you got to do it this way. $250 as well. They're going to take 2 weeks to get here.
Man, what a hookup.
It's right. It's not really a hookup at all. So we told him if he wants these shoes, you got to pay up. So he is paying a third of them. He's paying a third of the price. So I'm getting away with just $80 on these things. But my goodness, what a nightmare to have to order shoes for your eighth grade stupid basketball team.
So who?
I don't know.
I
want to know.
That's what I want. Who led this decision?
That's a good question.
Who led this decision?
It's a great question. I have no idea.
By the way, you're paying $165. You're not paying $80. He's paying $80. He's got to pay a third?
Yeah, and then Jana is going to pay a third.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll pay the other third.
Oh, okay.
So it's $250 divided by 3.
Okay.
So it's 80.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know the runt who made this call.
Yeah,
that's what I would try to figure out.
This is criminal.
Who's a 13-year-old uppity up snob who sat there and said, "Let's do this. Let's do the Katie." Are they good? Are they at least a great team? Are they really good?
Yeah, like they're just getting done with their football season. They're undefeated. They lost like one game last year in basketball. They're a good team.
Did Luka come into basketball season in playing shape?
I'm like Joker. No.
Yeah, I mean that's the question we're always asking about. Luka, did he come into basketball season shape? You know?
Yeah, because he's been playing football and baseball, so he's in good shape right now. I want to know
what's their team mascot name?
The Broncos.
The Broncos. Okay.
So, and it's not even the kid that I want to know that came up with this. I want to know the kid and the mother who signed off on the yes.
Yep.
Because that kid does not bring this to the team without getting initial parental permission, right?
You would think.
Yeah, maybe
or they just
not.
know they can force it. All they got to do is come into your house and say, the whole team has it. What am I going to be, the black sheep? Am I going to be the one out here with the Uncle Pearls or whatever, aunt, auntie, Uncle Pearls? Pink shoes.
Pink shoes,
I would
man.
love to. Oh, Ryan's got them on the fan cam. Man, I would love to know. You know what? I'm not.
The pink Broncos.
I'll stay quiet.
Just say it, Sean.
The My Little Ponies.
I would love. All right, I'll say it.
Say it.
I would love to know the percentage increase compared to 10 years ago of 13-year-old, 14-year-old boys whose favorite color is pink. That's what I was thinking. I never heard that one before. Just curious.
I mean, I'd call it salmon. I wouldn't necessarily call it pink.
Look at that.
No,
that's pretty pink.
That's
man.
pink.
That is pretty
bubble
pink.
gum.
That's bubble
gum.
Bubble
Yeah,
gum is
bubble
pink.
gum.
Yeah,
that's pink.
And their team colors are like blue and white. Is that gonna even go with it? I mean, it'll stand out.
We're sitting here like they're paying, and then like Choppy's sitting here going like, does this even match? Like, I mean, come on.
Britney Spears or Michigan State? That's the big question here.
Oh gosh.
We saved Michigan State for you, Sean. We wanted you to be able to react to this one.
Okay.
We saved this for you on Monday. The Michigan State video board. This was...
So you saved Hitler for me. As if I wasn't going to get in enough trouble with the pink shoe comment. Now we're going to talk about Hitler.
Yeah. These morons at Michigan State had to issue an apology because they put an image on their video board during their game. It was a trivia question. And the trivia question was, where was Adolf Hitler born? Are you...
Germany.
No.
Austria. Why is that a trivia question?
Yeah, well, so what was the tie-in? What was the point?
So they apparently, according to them, they have a third party that they use for these trivia questions and stuff.
Yeah.
And I guess they didn't vet what the trivia questions were going to be, which I understand. I guess you have a reputable third party. You don't assume that they're going to go on out there and ask for the cruelest dictator of all time, the biggest genocidal madman of all time, that he is going to be the subject of a trivia question.
especially right now. Like, just right at this moment.
Is there something major going on in the world today that we don't know about? Yes, of course. Like, even if it wasn't right now, how about never?
How bad of a run is Michigan State football having with Mel Tucker and this? And, like, this is just...
They opened up the World Series coverage the other night, and Derek Jeter, they're going around the table, and his point was like, put Smoltz on camera. And he just played the Wolverine song of Michigan. What was that score? What they did?
48-0.
49-0, yeah.
And Jeter is just giving it to John Smoltz, Michigan State lover, for the run that they are on.
It's a disastrous run, and they can't get out of their own way.
Again, and I've said this from day one, Bobby's now trying to steal this a little bit, but it's our firm, my firm, a PR firm.
Yeah.
Like, all these companies hire headhunters and consulting committees. Just send it my way. I'll quit this job. I'll sit back. I'll wait for your email to come in. Yo, we were thinking about a Hitler trivia question. What do you think? And I'll write back in capital letters, N-O, send me my check, and then I'll move on to the next group of idiots out there. Simple. Easy. Just that simple. It does make me feel better. There's a lot of things in life where I'm like, man, that person is a millionaire, entrepreneur, billionaire, but they are really dumb.
Yeah.
And it makes me feel better about myself. I'll never get that amount of money, but I'm like, I know I have more common sense than that person. So
Yeah.
That's my wealth.
Your mom's right. You are a winner, Sean.
Yeah.
You are a winner. Absolutely. That's true. Look, I mean, some people are just morons. Bud Light is back, Sean.
Why? Pink shoes, Bud Light, and Hitler.
You know what? Let's go back to you saying how much you hate this World Series matchup.
I hate Arizona, man. I want no part of that. Not after those callers on Philadelphia radio. I'm out on them. UFC and Bud Light has signed a $100 million 6-year deal. I have not heard a word. Bud Light went from the biggest thing in the news to not hearing about them at all for the last 3 months.
Yep.
Have we heard a peep out of them since 4th of July?
Nothing.
I've heard nothing. Literally nothing. So Modelo was the sponsor for that. So they'll have like in-ring signage and stuff. Like they'll have on the mat in the middle of the ring, they'll have the Bud Light logo. So they signed a 6-year deal worth in excess of $100 million. Bud Light is back.
Brilliant move by them. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. This could be an ignorant assumption. I'm shocked that Dana White did this. I'm stunned. I didn't think that Dana, based upon the political affiliations that I have an understanding of, I think I do.
The perception is that the UFC is very right-leaning.
Yeah. And Dana's big Trump supporter, Trump going to the events. But this is brilliant on Bud Light's part. Get in front of that audience.
Get in front of that audience, and then you have somebody who's like a figurehead of that audience, and Dana White, basically saying we're good to go.
Yep, we're good to go.
I mean, what they just basically laid low, let things quiet down for as long as they could, and then it's like, all right, let's get back in here and let's get back in through this avenue right here.
Go ahead.
Trucker.com text line. If Bud Light puts a Dolus on the cans and calls it whoop ass, I'll buy it.
Yeah, see?
There you go.
And then next they should just sponsor the NRA, and they're back. They'd be back.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. Might as well throw guns into this too.
Yep. Why not?
We did religion too.
Anything else you want to touch on, Sean?
I don't think we could pick a more insensitive topic.
I mean, look, we got the GOP primary season is coming up, Sean.
Abortion? You got any abortion in here?
You do have Britney Spears.
Talk about Britney Spears' book. Let's go to Britney Spears' book.
See, now you've thrown Jesus into it, Sean.
Gosh. That's all I have to say is gosh.
I won't do that to you. We'll save Britney.
Well, Britney was Timberlake.
Well, Britney was Timberlake, so she admitted that she had an abortion with Justin Timberlake.
Well, was this? Let me top it. Let me just trump it.
Do it.
I hope Spittle doesn't hit me up this morning. Hopefully he's in meetings. Is this the black scent?
Yes.
All right.
Let's do this. Let's put this audio
May
here,
as well
Peyton.
go down the ship.
This is from Peyton's. This is from Britney Spears' book, her memoir. Now, this is recited, the audio book, the narrator's Michelle Williams. Okay, so she narrates this story about Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake making fun of Justin Timberlake's accent that he speaks when he gets around African Americans.
His band In Sync was what people back then called So Pimp. They were white boys, but they loved hip-hop. To me, that's what separated them from the Backstreet Boys, who seemed very consciously to position themselves.
This is like a reading of a book on tape?
Yes, the book. It's the audio book. So they've released this audio book.
Because I heard she's not doing like I don't know if she can. I heard she's not doing like any book tours, like any promotion.
Yeah. She's locked in her.
Not that she needs to.
She's locked in her room. She can't go anywhere.
Can't go anywhere. That's right. All right. Sorry. Continue.
His band In Sync was what people back then called So Pimp. They were white boys, but they loved hip-hop. To me, that's what separated them from the Backstreet Boys, who seemed very consciously to position themselves as a white group. In Sync hung out with black artists. Sometimes I thought they tried too hard to fit in. One day, Jay and I were in New York, going to parts of town I'd never been to before.
Oh, God.
Walking our way was a guy with a huge blinged-out medallion. He was flanked by 2 giant security guards. Jay got all excited and said so loud, "Oh yeah, faux shiz, Genuine. What's up, homie?" After Genuine walked away, Felicia did an impression of Jay. "Oh yeah, faux shiz, Genuine." Jay wasn't even embarrassed. He just took it and looked at her like, "Okay, you."
Oh! All-time drop.
Oh, my God.
Break that into... First off, play it again, and then break that into 3 different drops.
"Oh yeah, faux shiz, Genuine."
She's laughing. She's starting to laugh reading that.
All right, that's a good way to end it. Chopping it up. This is what I get when I don't. I have to pre-approve all of Bobby's topics for Life Hacks and Ask Reddit, and I don't do it one time for Choppy, and bam, it lights up the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. That is the expressway. This is going to be a disaster. This might be a bigger disaster than chopping it up.
Yeah.
NFL power rankings. Last week, this week, we hang our heads in shames on the home of the boys. Next.
Let's level you up at a number 1 air, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. It is a number 1 air.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh. Yeah.
I miss Ross.
I don't think there's any reason to have any excitement after what happened. The biggest bludgeoning in the history of NFL power rankings. And how convenient is it that for the first time I can ever remember, RJ Choppy did not write them down or tweet it out.
I did not tweet them out. I must have been so.
Because I wasn't here.
I got them though.
I do have mine.
Okay.
Oh, you do have it?
I did. I just listened to it.
All right, let's go through these slowly. We have to endure the pain.
Okay.
Need y'all's, by the way, for this week, 1 through 5 or 5 through 1 at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line.
Sean, San Fran, Miami,
loss.
Kansas City,
win.
Detroit,
loss.
Philly,
win.
Philly won. All right, 2 of 5. I was thinking I was going to go 1 of 5.
Bobby,
Yep.
San Fran,
Loss.
Kansas City,
Win.
Buffalo,
Loss.
Miami,
Loss.
Detroit.
Loss.
What's that?
1 and 4.
That's what you get for being a troll.
Case.
I'll wait for today.
I had KC, San Fran, Miami, Detroit, Buffalo.
1 and
4.
1 and 4. Yes! I came out on top. Peyton, you picked the right week to go to Vegas.
Yeah, you did.
And miss power rankings. What an absolute disaster. So we got 4 right. We got 4 out of 15 correct with last week.
Is that good?
That is not good. Oh, you think that we're upset? Bettors are melting down.
Oh, come on. I saw this.
0-8 against the spread, and they're calling for a Vegas investigation.
How Gen Z soft is that? That, you happen to get worked by Vegas, a city that never loses.
Right.
You get worked by them, and you call for an investigation.
The 2 largest favorites were the 49ers and Bills, each of whom were favored by a touchdown or more. Neither covered the spread, and they lost outright. The other 3 favorites last week, Browns, Bucks, the Rams, and the Raiders. I don't know why they said 3. That's 4. Only Cleveland won outright after being gifted a 1-point win against the Colts. By the way, Jim Irsay saying the league acknowledged 2 blown calls in this game. The underdogs, Lions and Packers, did not fare any better. They went 0 for 2 with losses to the Ravens and Broncos. So most bet upon teams that went 0 for 8 against the spread and just 1 and 7 outright. Woo!
Man, and I'll tell you, these rankings were tough this week. They were very tough. The placement was tough. A couple of teams putting them in there or taking them out were very tough. And I had to rely heavily on some of the numbers. I had to rely heavily on it. I just did.
Why? Go with what you think.
Well,
you just read the metrics and then you just read 1 through 5 off that.
It is largely what I think. I wanted to see where these teams, because you get skewed by the highlights of the red zone and stuff.
This is where the country is rating the Cowboys before we get to ours. Blogging the Boys compiles it. Last week had the Cowboys at 9. This week 8. NFL.com kept them at 8. ESPN kept them at 7. USA Today kept them at 8. Yahoo 7. CBS from 7 to 6. Athletic dropped them from 7 to 9. SI had them at 5, dropped them to 8. So we're sitting at about the 7 range for the Cowboys.
How do you drop 2 spots on your day off?
Yeah, Trucker.com text line real quick. Kansas City, Philly, San Fran, Baltimore, Dallas. Chiefs, Eagles, Niners, Dolphins, Ravens. KC, Philly, Baltimore, San Fran, Dallas. Chiefs, Eagles, Ravens, Niners, Cowboys.
Let's go 5 through 1. And Bobby, for some reason, has a weird smirk on his face. Weirder than normal. 877-881-1053. Bobby, start us off.
Go.
Number 5, the Miami Dolphins, who dropped from 4 last week, and they were just completely overwhelmed by Philadelphia in this game. I still...
This felt like a Lakers 80s versus Celtics matchup of like flash and showtime and, finesse versus toughness. It was like, okay, Philadelphia is going to beat you up. Like all your little fancy offense and your little fancy motions and all that stuff, you're about to get punched in the face. And that's what happened.
17 points, and one of those touchdowns was defensive. I mean, McDaniel, the running game, everything was completely stymied. And so Miami drops a little bit. They're definitely, it looks like, missing Devon Achane.
Well, they can't play on the road. They're two big defeats. They're only two defeats, but they're on the road. Were bad against Buffalo and against Philadelphia. I don't know what it is. Maybe their silent count doesn't work. I have no idea why. They do not travel at all. Their speed is so strong at home, and they do not travel. I did not put Miami in. That's the main reason I didn't put them in my top 5.
Oh, okay.
I had them. What did I have them at last? I had them at 3 last week. I dropped them out. I kept Detroit at 5. I dropped them. They were at 4 for me. I dropped them. That game got away from. They had ran 6 plays. It was already 21-zip. Ravens went touchdown, 3 and out, touchdown, 3 and out, touchdown, and the game was over at that point. That's one of those games that gets away from. They're one of 2 teams in the top 9 of all 3 phases in efficiency numbers. So I don't know. I don't overreact to that one game. I'll keep Detroit in the top.
And
5.
we spent so much time talking about the San Francisco loss. We didn't talk about how much the Detroit loss made us feel better, because a lot of people had the Lions equal or better than the Cowboys. Hey, 5.
I have the Miami Dolphins at 5, but they're very close to being on the overrated scale for me. Their 2 losses are to the Bills and Eagles this season, both by double digits, at least 14 points. The teams they've beaten, all under 500. Chargers, Patriots, Broncos, Giants, Panthers. They lose one more to a team over 500. They're overrated.
Oh, I feel best. Yeah, their over 500 record was getting called out, that they haven't played anyone. For the first time this season, the Baltimore Ravens have entered my power rankings, and I feel fantastic about it. Earlier in the season, people were hyping up Lamar Jackson. Michael Lombardi was like, he's playing like an MVP. And I was like, what? I'm watching some of these games. I'm not seeing what you're seeing. And recently it's felt like there has been an explosion for Baltimore. 24 against the Titans, 38-6. They've won 3 of 4. They only lost 17-10 to Pittsburgh. I'm starting to feel good about the Ravens. Lamar is getting his love this week. Baltimore is my number 5. Let's go 4.
Number 4, the Philadelphia Eagles. Impressive. They shoot up 4 spots on my rankings with their impressive victory over the Miami Dolphins. Look,
they went from 8 to 4. You had them at 8.
Yep. And I'm not going to overreact to one game either, because I've seen this team for 6 weeks struggle against teams like the Patriots and the Jets and Washington.
Well, you clearly reacted.
No, because what's happening
8 to 4 is a hell of a jump.
How many teams lost this week, though? It was like most of the teams that were at or above 500 lost and had bad losses.
6 games.
I don't care about the Vegas cover thing, Chop. I care about, like, why did you go to overtime with Washington? Why did you lose to the Jets? Why did you beat New England by 5, a team that's not very good? So I got Philadelphia at number 4. That's where they're at.
I hope you don't have a Buffalo. I hope you don't have Buffalo in there.
I don't know. We'll see.
Because they lost to New England.
We'll see.
Whereas the Eagles beat them.
We'll find out.
I put San Fran here.
Oh,
2. I had them at 2.
They've been waiting for this.
Hang on, I kept them the top 4. They have They have 2 straight losses. One is a 9-point favorite, and one is a 7. Those are 2 of the biggest upsets of the year. 2 of them, not the biggest, but 2 of the biggest on the year in the NFL. That's bad. Yep, they had some injuries. There's no doubt that played a major factor. But it also has to play a factor in where you rank them, I think, after back-to-back weeks, because moving forward, what are they? So I think they're still the best. I think they still are, the best team maybe come January in the NFC. And they might be. But this last 2 weeks, those are bad losses.
49ers for me at number 4 as well. Yeah, I dropped them. Back-to-back losses, really bad losses, and all that talking they did after they beat the Cowboys. 2 losses. That's what they get.
I'll put the Dolphins at 4. I don't feel great about it. weren't they missing? I know we talked about the running back. Was Waddle hurt or
he's been.
He may have been back for that game. He's been banged up, but I still feel like they can score 50 on anyone basically. So I'm going to keep Miami at 4. 3.
The San Francisco 49ers, who had been at 1 since week 2 for me. And look, they were missing Debo and Trent and everything else, but you still need to beat Minnesota. You still need to beat Cleveland. So it's been a bad week for the top teams, and they dropped 2 spots for me.
Baltimore. Woo! Sooner or later, Lamar will get the respect he deserves. All this guy does is win games. He's 50-18, 6th fastest to get to 50 wins in the NFL.
So, by the way, real quick, the Lamar is like just as polarizing as Dak, maybe more polarizing, because everyone kind of has Dak at 8. Some people had Lamar at the top of the rankings. Some people had them outside the top 10. And we can keep asking this question and refreshing it. That's why it's fascinating. Is there anyone, you can turn your mic off, is there anyone that would take, right now listening, today, Dak Prescott over Lamar Jackson? Is that even stupid question to ask?
I mean, I think there are some people that would. I wouldn't. But I think some people
would. It be
would.
a tough choice for you?
No. I mean, it depends on what kind of offense you want to run. I think, you have to run a certain offense with Lamar just because you want to utilize his skill set to his best.
So you would
ability.
take Lamar?
Yeah, I would take Lamar.
Peyton, Lamar, or Dak?
Lamar. Yeah.
Same for me.
No doubt.
All right.
Yeah. So
that will flip-flop 3 or 4 more times maybe throughout their career.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it will. But the guy they're playing well right now. That was a great win they had over Detroit. If Lamar was white, he'd be looked at as better than Josh Allen. That's what he'd be looked at. He'd looked at as Josh Allen.
Look at that.
It's just, that's where we are in this world. It's unfortunate, but he's tremendous and no one gives him credit for it.
Once again, I follow Chop. I have Baltimore at number 3. That was a beat down Detroit. Really impressive win.
Number 3 for me is San Francisco. Also the first time I've dropped them throughout the entire season, from number 1 down to number 3.
All right, number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs have been...
Look at this guy. You see what he's going to do here.
The Chiefs have been really stable this year, but I mean, they just are not the team that I feel like we've seen the last several years. They've had some really tough games against. They've played down a competition on a few different occasions this year. It was a better victory this past week against the Chargers, but I still have some reservations. And given the way, Sean, you've talked about it, like, hey, if they're out here on this field, where are they playing? I think the Chiefs beat most teams in the NFL, but I don't think they're number 1.
So am I don't spoil it. It's not clicking for me who his number 1 is. Is it clear to you who it is? Don't say it.
It is clear to me who it is.
It is clear. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm maybe not picking up on it. All right. You.
I've got at number 2, Philadelphia. That was a very good win. And they got better with the Byard trade. Again, all they do is cover spreads. One of 3 teams in the top 10 in all 3 phases of the efficiency metric. I think Philadelphia is like they're just winning games at this point.
Pepe.
Same here. Once again, I copy Chop. Number 2, Philly. I mean, they have a tough schedule coming up, and that'll really show a bunch of what they really have. But right now, they're winning games. They're 6-1 ahead of the NFC standings, so I have Philly at 2.
Same for me. I've been the most correct on this show when it comes to Philadelphia. It's being proven correct. I'm not this, homer who's just trying to sit there and kiss the ass of the listener or the Dallas Cowboys listening. I've been right about them the most. They're number 2. 5, Baltimore. So, in the interest of time, Kansas City is my 1. Finally succumbing to RJ Choppy. Baltimore 5, Miami 4, San Fran 3, Philly 2, Kansas City 1 for me.
I've got Kansas City at 1 as well. Ho-hum. Travis Kelce starts dating Tay-Tay's average over 100 yards a game. They're also 5-2 against the spread. They're the only team in the NFL in the top 5 in offense, defense, and special teams efficiency.
And just because I have this weird feeling and I'm going to snap at Bobby, who's your 1, Peyton?
Kansas City.
Okay.
That's who his number 1 is right there.
And you? I'm not even going to look. I want to hear it.
Miami 5, Philly 4, San Francisco 3, Kansas City 2, Baltimore Ravens. They're the number 1 team in the NFL right now. Baltimore has the top defense in the NFL.
Wow.
Lamar looks really comfortable in the Todd Monken offense. They have 2 losses this year. Wow. Both losses, they lost the lead inside the 2-minute warning.
I am proud of you.
It's Baltimore right now.
Wow. He played Lamar Jackson. And where was Philly?
4.
4.
Yep.
Okay, well, I could have given you a standing applause. I'll give you a sitting applause. Growth. What growth from Roberto Bell. Oh, that had to sting.
Yeah, it has.
That had to hurt. All right, Wemby Mania hits Dallas first. Mavericks Spurs, ESPN 8:30. The man who has the play-by-play call previews tonight in the Mavs season next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
That is the ESPN NBA music, and tonight at 8:30, it's the Mavs season opener against Wemby Mania in San Antonio. This is Sean RJ, and Bobby Belt was able to book basketball play-by-play voice for ESPN, Ryan Ruocco, here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning, Ryan. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Are you in Dallas right now?
I hope I'm not in Dallas because the
I'm
game's
sorry.
in San Antonio.
Are you in Texas? My bad.
Hey man, are you trying to trick me? You're trying to make me miss my first day of work of the season. I don't want that.
Hey,
I'm in San Antonio.
This is a hell of a broadcast team. You're doing the game with Richard Jefferson and JJ Redick plus Cassidy. We've had Cassidy on the show. Talk about this mix that you guys are going to have going there on the sideline.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so excited to work with JJ and RJ and Cassidy. We're all really tight off the court, which I think helps a lot. Cassidy and I have been friends for, I feel like, 10, 11 years now. We had our first assignment together doing a random Boston College football game over a decade ago. And when I don't even know if I had just started doing NBA for us at ESPN. And JJ and Richard and I have gotten really close working together over the last couple of years. Richard, I've worked together for years with Nets, and then JJ really gotten to know well over the last couple of years. And I think, we all just absolutely love this job. We love the league. We love the game. We're obsessed with the NBA. And hopefully you're going to hear that joy and the preparation and passion we have for the league and our jobs in our broadcast.
Is JJ aware of the likability turnaround he's had? I mean, when he was at Duke, I mean, they just hated him, man.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely aware of that, and we make him aware of it too. But I think people really appreciate that he is always honest with what he thinks, and he doesn't necessarily care if there's a certain expectation of how he's going to interpret or react to one thing versus another. How he feels in a moment, he is always going to express. And I think an audience really appreciates that. Obviously, people get to hear more of his takes when he's on First Take, not to, be punny there, and then also on his podcast. And so he has a platform for sharing that. And Richard as well has a platform for sharing that when it comes to NBA Today, or his time where he'll be on Countdown, or his podcast, Road Trippin'. So I think both of those guys they're just so comfortable with being honest, and, they really are researched and prepared and thoughtful in why they are expressing different things. And I think people appreciate that. So for JJ, I think, he didn't necessarily have those platforms of exposure when he was at Duke, right? People just saw this young kid draining 3 after 3, and people love to hate Duke, and then they've gotten to know him and his personality and how intelligent he is and how researched he is, and they're like, all right, I like him. He's not afraid to say what's on his mind, and it's usually coming from a place of incredible credibility.
Ryan Ruocco, ESPN play-by-play, will have the call tonight. Mavs Spurs to open up the NBA season. How many Wemby packages and features do you guys have in the truck?
Good question. We're going to have our production meeting in a couple hours, so I'll have a specific number for you shortly. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Wemby is the featured star of the evening in a game with quite a few stars and a lot of interesting storylines. But there's always excitement around rookies who are high picks debuting. But this is a rare situation, right? We are talking about a potential generational star. We are talking about the most hyped rookie since LeBron James. I will throw in the caveat that Zion also was an outlier in the hype a couple of years ago, but Wemby even surpasses that. And so this is a really unique and special debut, regardless of what Victor Wembanyama does or doesn't become as an NBA player. We know that this is a game that is always going to be looked back on as a memorable night in the NBA. And it's going to be one of those archived games. So you definitely, from the production angle, prepare to document the historical aspects of it, knowing that chances are the same way we look back on LeBron James's debut, right? This is going to be memorable regardless of what happens from here forward. People are going to certainly always look back on what Victor Wembanyama did his first night on an NBA floor.
What are some of the bold opinions that Reddick or Jefferson or yourself have had about what Wembanyama is going to be?
I mean, RJ came out last year and he said he's the greatest draft prospect of all time. People were like, oh, what about LeBron James? And he had said, hey, if him and LeBron James were both in the same draft, people would probably take Victor Wembanyama because of just how unique it is to have a guy who's 7'4" with the skill set he has. So that's probably the hottest take RJ's had about it. I think we both are just amazed at seeing what he's capable of defensively already. I believe there has never been a rookie who has made first team all defense. And I'm curious if that will change this season. It's only a few games. It's only the preseason, right? But he led the preseason in blocks. We saw him do some ridiculous things defensively when it came to helping, recovering, getting out to the three-point line. I think we're going to see him probably set the NBA record for most blocked three-pointers in a season. Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't happen this year, it's happening very early in his career. And just in case you guys are wondering, well, who even has that record for most blocked three-pointers in a season? Because it would seem obscure. It's a record that we can't go back that far. We can only go back to 96, 97. But right now it's Chris Boucher who has the record of 25
All right.
in the 2021 season. And then after that, it's Mitchell Robinson and Matisse Thybulle. So guys who you would think could be good at that very unique skill. But I think Wemby is going to take it to a whole nother level. And I think, for me, what I'm most interested in and what we were talking about last night at dinner is how does he influence wins and losses and how quickly do we feel that, right? Because you guys know, in the NBA, true stars influence wins and losses. It's not about the points and the assists and the rebounds and the blocks because somebody's going to get those. If you are going to be a true difference maker in the NBA, we see it in the wins and the losses. So I'm curious. Now, nobody's expecting the Spurs to come out and win 50 games in his rookie year, but can he have the Spurs, fighting for a play-in? Could they win, 35 games? I mean, I think if they get to that number, that would be a pretty remarkable impact considering where the Spurs were a season ago.
Is it possible for him to hit his hype, though? Like, even hit his ceiling? I mean, you got people saying if he's Kevin Durant, that it's a failure of a career. Is it even possible for him to match that?
Well, to me, that's unfair, right? Because Kevin Durant's a top 15 player of all time, right? Or top 15-ish. Like, if Victor Wembanyama ends up that, I would say he's definitely hit his hype and made good. And I think it's hard to obviously project ahead to what he will or won't accomplish over his, hopefully 20 years in this league. But we have an example of somebody who has done it remarkably in LeBron James, right? If you want to talk about a guy who somehow lived up to all the, inflated hype going into his career where it felt like there's just no way this kid can be this good, and then you look at LeBron James, right? Now, he's an outlier. He's, a top 2 player of all time. It's unfair to set those expectations for Wemby, but at least it can give us some hope that, yes, even when the hype is unreal, it can be met. It's possible, at least. And I think what gives me confidence in Wemby having the best chance possible to get there is his mentality, guys. He is just, forget the intelligence, which is clearly there. His EQ is off the charts. And you listen to the way this guy talks about, just sort of the universe and consciousness and the experience of basketball. And he just sounds so mature, but also like he has a beautiful perspective with everything he's dealing with. And Greg Popovich said the thing he was most concerned about was talking to Wemby about how he's going to deal with the attention and the hype, and felt like it was something he was going to have to continually communicate with Wemby about. And he said after a couple conversations, getting to know him a little bit, he realized this is something he's never going to have to talk to him about, because he is completely unbothered by the attention, completely unmoved, stays exactly the person that he is. And so for me, I think that is going to give him the best chance to maximize his potential, because that's going to give him the best chance to weather whatever failures, whatever storms, setbacks, injuries he deals with throughout his career, having his head on the way that he does.
We're talking with Ryan Ruocco. He will be on the call tonight for Maverick Spurs on ESPN. Ryan, you got a close-up look at Kyrie Irving just covering Nets games for Yes. What do you think about that Kyrie-Luka pairing, what we saw for the 16 games they played together at the end of last year, and what you think they can be this year? Is that a coupling you think can work?
So I think that, one thing with Kyrie last season, it obviously went sideways at the end because of him all of a sudden wanting out, right, when he didn't get his extension. But he had played incredible basketball, and he had been very engaged defensively. And one thing we know about Kyrie, for all of his shortcomings defensively, when he locks in, he can be good on that end. The best example, of course, is the 2016 finals with the way he was able to defend Steph Curry at the end of that series. He, I think, also is going to benefit from having, I know that Luka's been out of practice for a while and everything since he got hurt in Spain, but I think he benefits from the certainty of knowing this is his teammate, this is the pairing, the offseason run that they did get together, preseason run they did get together, even if it was limited. And they're just both, they're so talented. And you guys know from covering the league, watching the league, when you have two ridiculously talented players, they usually figure it out, right? In the NBA, they usually figure it out. Even if you feel like some of the skill set is duplicative or maybe they have similar shortcomings, they usually figure it out and are great together. Now, what does that mean? Can Dallas be so good offensively that it helps make up for any deficiencies on the defensive end? Can Grant Williams make that big of a difference? Can Josh Green take that leap? Can Derek Lively be relied upon to communicate on the back line defensively as a rookie? It's sort of an unfair expectation, right? But I think that Kyrie and Luka will be able to be the best versions of themselves offensively. I have no doubt about that, and the way they play off each other. And it's not the same thing, but probably the best basketball I've ever seen Kyrie Irving play was in the first year with James Harden, after Harden got traded over. When Harden was the point guard, there was a lot of questions early on. Okay, who's going to be the point guard? Is it going to be Kyrie? Is it going to be James Harden? And after a few games, it was like, hey, and Kyrie even said to James, you're the point guard. I'm playing off the ball. And Kyrie was unbelievably efficient, 50, 40, 90. And, of course, there were still moments where ball is in his hands and he is running the offense. But I just thought it made Kyrie at his best. And he has that opportunity here with Luka, while also being able to afford Luka some opportunities to get off the ball himself so that he's not quite as taxed as he was last year, sans Jalen Brunson. So I think the defensive deficiencies for the team as a whole certainly are real and going to be watched. And you need some guys to take leaps, and we'll see whether or not they're ready. But I think Luka and Kyrie are going to be excellent together.
Ryan, we got about 30 seconds, but you got the Yankee experience, Yes Network. So you know your baseball. Who wins the World Series?
I think the Rangers win the World Series. I mean, I love the way the Diamondbacks play. But this Rangers team, I saw them up close a couple of times this season. I called both Yankees-Rangers series. I just love the diversity of their offense, how scary their hitters are, but the different kind of hitters they have, and then their rotation. They've got those top-end starters, and I love Bruce Bochy, so I'm going Texas.
He did it in 30 seconds.
He did.
No one does that. That's a professional.
Yes, it
is. He got the cue in the air. Ryan Ruocco tonight for Mavs Spurs in San Antonio. Cannot wait to hear this team with Jefferson and J.J. Redick. Thank you so much for the time, man. Have a great season.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. Enjoy.
It's time for Mike McCarthy to embrace the very thing he's trying to avoid next in Below the Belt here on The Fan.
get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, zero res.
by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not. The Cowboys will definitely be better in these 3 areas.
Oh.
More on that in just a second. First, this was a really great article that I saw on Bleacher Report last week. And it's the perfect headline. It is exactly what I hope they spent the bye week doing. Time for Mike McCarthy to embrace Dak Prescott, Cowboys' real identity. You got to let these guys play football. Would you agree that the game we saw against the Chargers was the most comfortable Dak looked this season? Not just the level play, but it looked like he felt like himself again.
Yeah, but I don't take too much from any of that because to me that was street ball. That was like backyard football. Some of their biggest plays, Dak created them solo. Breaking tackles, spinning out, kind of making up things on the fly. This isn't NFL blitz. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying this. You don't build an offense around that unless you want him to roll out more, which we all agree athletically he does not look the same moving and running. So it's just unrealistic.
You can't build around it, but what you can do is if you
Tony Pollard play, the miracle Tony Pollard 60-yard play, that was just Dak freelancing. That was Dak making a play. That's not Mike McCarthy drawing it up, something he can draw up. It's just I broke a tackle and I found the running back.
Right. But what I'm assuming would agree with is that we hear it so often, the way that they talk about how the system is tied in together and how the scheme ties things together with the footwork and everything else, is that when you do have something that's that precise, it's naturally going to limit some of the ability to freelance because it's so dependent on you got to take your steps back and get the ball out.
Regimented, yeah.
And so because of that, I think that what you saw was things were a little bit looser. It felt like, I haven't looked this up, but it felt like to me he was in the gun more frequently in this game against the Chargers. And the route concepts definitely, when I went back and watched the tape, the route concepts were more aggressively downfield than they had been. And so I think that's the thing is that, especially, you've said it before, the original plan was do it this way because we're going to lean on the running game and we're going to have a great defense. Well, the defense has been leaking and Tony Pollard is averaging under 4 yards a carry. And so you've got to adapt. You've got to evolve a little bit. When they talk about the self-scouting and having their meetings during the bye week to figure out, hey, what can we improve? What can we change? What can we do? I don't think there's any way they can look at that tape of what they saw against the Chargers and say, all right, let's limit some of this. Like, I think what you saw there were things that you have to start trying to build on.
Well, you also are facing one of the worst pass defenses in the entire league.
That's true.
Easy to do some of that against them.
But you were playing one of the worst pass defenses in the league when it was Arizona, and you couldn't move the ball.
Yeah. That was one of those games, though, right?
No, it wasn't. It was one of those things where they just chose not to take advantage of some of the things that were in front of them.
They did play scared. They played scared. They played that game not to lose.
Look, I'll meet you halfway. Because the defense is not shut down and great, they're going to have to do what they can to score more. It's not going to work ultimately because he's not that guy, just like it has not worked the past few years to get them to the NFC Championship game. It's not going to work. It's going to be, to sound like Stephen A., the same exact result and conclusion, but you want to do it your way and get your guy some more of his shine, go ahead and do it. It's going to result in the same thing because he's not good enough, but the defense is not good enough. So McCarthy's going to have to open it up.
All right, we got you halfway. We'll get you the other half here in the next couple weeks.
It's not going to be the other half.
Oh, it's happening, Sean. All right, so the other yesterday after Jerry had talked, I was writing about some of the different things for the fan website about, how the Cowboys can improve on things. Obviously, they're going to look at ways. Jerry mentioned it yesterday. The run defense, that's a big thing. We got to be better against the run defense. That's one of the things they're probably trying to figure out. They're undoubtedly trying to figure out different schematic things that they can do differently. There are a few areas.
Grade Mozzie, by the way.
C. Just kind of
Is he playing? I don't even know.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. We've said it, throughout the offseason. You're not gonna recognize it. It's except when he's usually bad. Like that's when you're gonna go, oh my gosh, what happened? He got blown out of the spot and they ran for 40 yards.
But he's getting reps, playing time.
Yeah, I mean, and he's not in the top of the rotation, but he's getting his 15 to 20 snaps a game, and he's made a positive impact at times. Where he's gotten better each week, where he's showing improvement from week 1 to now, is he's getting off the ball better. He was really slow getting off the ball the first few weeks. He's getting better at that.
I mean, look, it's a tough position to draft in the first round from the perspective of it's really, really hard to grade. Unless they're a sack artist from the middle, you don't ever really get a great feel of it because you're following the ball.
Yeah, and the entire job in a lot of ways that Mozzie Smith has been asked to do is just, hey, don't make a play. Don't make a play for the stat sheet. Literally just eat up blockers and let those linebackers make plays. Let them get through, which the linebackers have had their trouble. And so is that a Mozzie thing, or is that more, you look at guys like Hankins or Gallimore or different guys that could be playing that one technique spot at different points. But Mozzie, I think, has improved. It's not, he's still very young. He's incredibly athletic. He's figuring out how to play the position, and it's going to take some time. But Jerry had said yesterday, we're 4-2. I'll take it. And I think most people would have said at the beginning of the year, you look at the schedule and go, okay, you have 3 road games against teams that were in the playoffs last year in the first 6 weeks. You got Belichick on the schedule. You got Aaron Rodgers and the Jets defense. I'll take 4-2 after 6 weeks. And yet we entered the bye with a lot of people that felt like 4-2 was completely unsatisfactory. And it's in a lot of ways because you lost to Arizona, and that was a game that you just shouldn't have lost. And then how bad you got beat by San Francisco. But 4-2 is I think it is important to have the perspective of at the beginning of the year, you probably would have taken 4-2 and felt good about it. But 3 areas where I think they can get better without having to make big schematic changes, it's just going to naturally get better. Number 1, Sean, red zone, which you feel like has been a little
overhyped.
It's been overhyped. Now, here's the thing, is that you've got penalties, drops, boneheaded plays. Just run the ball. You don't have to run a jet sweep to Peyton Hendershot on the 1 yard line. You don't need to do that. Just run the ball, put it forward, score the touchdown. They've been, bit by little technicalities, like the CeeDee Lamb touchdown was 20 yards instead of 19. That would have contributed.
Hey, it counts. It counts.
They will not be the number 1 red zone team in the NFL, but they're not going to stay at 39% for the year. That's going to get better just naturally. Some of these bad luck things are going to regress to the mean. You're going to end up surpassing 50%. One of the other things here is that the tight end group is so damn young. They're so young, so inexperienced. The last 2 years when you were one of the better red zone teams, you had Dalton Schultz, who's one of the better red zone receivers in the NFL. I think he was second in the NFC over the last 2 years in red zone touchdowns. And so you're going to have those guys who, as they get experience, they're naturally going to understand how to play better in those tight spaces. That's just going to come with experience. And so I think the red zone offense will get better just naturally.
Was Ferguson's concentration going to improve with this transfer?
It could be. We're getting word. We talked about this last week. Haley Cavender. She announced she was going to transfer from Miami. And what it was first?
And this is the basketball player.
This is the Cavender twins, the basketball player. Now she's got a sister Hannah.
I'll take a little sip.
Now, she's not going to play. Haley wants to continue her basketball career, and her and Jake Ferguson have been linked intimately. And
little birdie told me they were out around Frisco during the bye week.
Oh,
she just so happened to be at TCU the other day, and her dad posts on his TikTok. Boy, that ought to tell you a lot. Her dad's got a TikTok saying, "So happy to see my daughter's going to continue her college basketball career." And he happened to film the video in Fort Worth at TCU. It made all the sense in the world. The moment they started dating and she said she wants to continue to play basketball, that she's going to transfer from Miami, it made 100% sense that she was coming to either SMU or TCU. Like UNT or maybe UTA or wherever.
Transfer for the boyfriend.
TCU or SMU. Come on, slow down. You didn't need to throw in the other schools. That was going to be TCU
give
or SMU.
Give it a look.
Yeah, no. So I mean, yeah, that's she'll come here, she'll finish out her basketball career, and then she'll work for granddad at the boot store and get back into the family business, the Cavender boot business.
Is he really? They really?
No, that's not spelled different.
Money?
Number 2, big plays on offense are going to get better. They've obviously had bad big play percentage during the first half of the season, or the first 6 weeks, not quite the first half. That's going to get better again because you've seen it slowly improving in the passing game. And I think what you're going to, like we just referenced a few minutes ago, I think Mike McCarthy's going to look at what they did against the Chargers and say, okay, there's some of these things that we can incorporate more frequently. Brandon Cooks is not going to keep averaging 6 yards a catch, I don't think. Eventually, you're going to start taking advantage of that. And I think that's naturally just going to occur. And then number 3, it's the offensive line. So the offensive line is, in football, the position where cohesion and continuity matters more than any other. Like, the reps matter because you've got to have a sense of how to do combo blocks with guys, responsibilities, communication, all that matters. This group that everybody thinks of as the first team offensive line, Tyron Smith, Tyler Biadasz, Zach Martin, Terrence Steele, they've now played like 120 snaps together in 2 years. It's barely been anything. 4 weeks from now, they will be a better unit just by playing 4 more weeks together.
I hope so. I would love to see their run block win rate. I would love to see that for the Cowboys, these guys up front, because the last few weeks, it's been embarrassing. They've got nothing done up front in running the football.
That will improve as they go, because it's one of those things where even if individually they're all playing well, or even if they're all struggling, whatever else, that time together to mesh, when you get 6 straight games together, I promise in a month's time we will say the offensive line is playing better.
The Dallas Cowboys run block win rate is ranked what in the NFL?
24th.
19.
6.
72%.
Pass block win rate is 16th at 56%. Pass rush win rate is first at 60%. Run stop win rate is 20th at 30%.
Well, that's not good. Anyway, those are the 3 areas you can expect. Big plays on offense, offensive line, and then, the red zone efficiency. Those things should all improve in the second half of the season, whether they make tweaks or not.
Below the belt, right here, every day at this time, the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ continues. The Texas Rangers have their World Series opponent. Who does Vegas think is winning this thing? Are you all getting tickets to games 1 and 2? And have the Tolos called for RJ to make a World Series song or not because of the jinx? Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And a fly ball, right field, going over is Corbin Carroll. He's under it. He's got it. And the 2023 Arizona Diamondbacks are headed to the World Series for the second time in their 26-year history.
Listen to the boos of those miserable, filthy fans. Final hour fist pump time on a hump day.
Hump day.
On your home of the American League champs, the Texas Rangers have their opponent. It'll be Arizona in Arlington Friday night. 7 o'clock, first pitch. Game 2 is going to take place on Saturday. I will be there for that one. Game 3 in Arizona Monday. Game 4 Tuesday. Game 5 if necessary Wednesday in Arizona. And then back here if necessary for game 6 and 7 Friday and Saturday. So we're getting weekend action. The place should be even extra lubed up.
Oh, yeah.
Lubed up.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the way that we want to talk about it in those terms, because I'm excited. I'm aroused by this series. I'm ready to go. I feel better about this series than I have any of the 3 that they've been in. World Series. Like in terms of, I feel better about their odds in this one than I did going into Giants and Cardinals.
Feel better about this one
as their chances to win.
Yeah, I felt really good about their chances against the Giants, because I didn't think the Giants had any chance of keeping up with them offensively. That Ranger team could mash the baseball in 2010. The Cardinals, they always presented a problem. This one there's a lot of, this one I have a lot of confidence in. It's very, very similar to the Giants. There's a scary element to this because they're such an unknown. The Giants at least had, you knew some of the pitchers on the team, and they had some vets like a Renteria that you knew about. There's a lot of guys this Diamondbacks team that you've never heard of. That bullpen's pretty nasty. You've never heard of it.
Vegas has confidence either way. They had the Rangers favored over the Phillies or the Diamondbacks. They gave the Rangers a 54% chance of beating Filthy. They're giving them a 61% chance against Arizona as it stands right now.
I want to know, like, when you just talk about, like, the gutsiness that Arizona showed getting to the World Series and why they are, like, they're scrappy and they'll fight, is that I would have loved to know what would the odds have been, like, if somebody would have given you odds on, if you just said Arizona will win the NLCS, they will beat the Phillies, and Zach Gallen will get rocked twice and lose. I mean, the fact that they went 4-1 outside of the Zach Gallen games, like, that's usually, I mean, if we talked about Evaldi losing 2 games, it'd be like, series done. You're not winning that series, no matter who you're playing.
I mean, they won 4 of the last 5 games in the series. Like and they should not have won game 4. They did. I can't imagine anybody thought they were going to win game 6 and 7 in Philadelphia, and they did. And, Fott pitched a really nice game yesterday in game 7.
Someone said he was reading a Bible in the dugout.
He was reading the Bible before the game in the dugout.
Look at that.
That's pretty neat. I find that pretty neat.
Pat Doney, this is pretty neat.
He loves that for sure.
Oh yeah, I wasn't tying it in, but I guess it's natural segue. The sportsagami that Doney noted on social media for only the second time ever, 2010 being the first. Rangers, Cowboys, Stars, and Mavericks will all be in season at the same time. Stars getting a dominant victory over the Penguins last night, 4-0-1 to start their season. Still behind Colorado. Colorado and Boston are on fire at 6-0 to start. And the Mavericks tonight in San Antonio, Wemby Mania with the tip-off at 8:30. And it appears like we have gotten a conclusion to this question.
Let's get up ALCS Game 3, Texas style. We're World Series bound.
Should RJ Choppy make another Ranger song for the World Series? RJ said he got a lot of Tolos. Oh, Kevin Hagelin's already given the thumbs up. Got a lot of Tolos getting on him that he jinxed the Rangers after they were starting to give away games 3 and 4. He was very bothered by it, and 5. Clearly upset by it. He said, screw this. I'm not giving it any more effort.
Ungrateful. Ungrateful or
ungrateful? It's definitely ungrateful. Ingrates.
What's an ingrate?
Ingrate.
What's the difference between ingrates and ungrateful, right?
So Bobby put up the poll question. Should RJ make another song We started off 58% no.
Yeah, I suspect it's probably around the 58 to 62% no range right now.
Look, when Arizona's involved, you can't necessarily trust the poll results. Funny things happen, you know.
Is that a Maricopa County reference right there?
309 to 103.
309
yes,
to-
and it's even more dominant on the Facebook where it is 381 to 3. 381 to 3.
How can Twitter and Facebook be so different?
So it's different because
Politics.
on Facebook it's you got a like or comment thing to register your vote, and on Twitter it's just you press a button. And so somebody who says no maybe would just scroll by, but everybody's very loud on Facebook that they want it again.
75-25 on X. 75% yes. To
All right, you know
RJ
what?
Choppy possibly making a song.
The 75, I mean, that is the number you've got to hit to make it in the Hall of Fame. You got to hit 75% threshold in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. So I had to see 75% of the Tolos say yes for me to do this. So, thankfully, you got to that 75% number.
Yes. So we're gonna get one.
So now we will. If you cut it off right now, Bobby, you've cut the poll off right now at 75%. Because if it drops below, then we're not going to do one.
Yeah, I cut the poll off.
All right, cut the poll off at 75%. So we will do a song. Now we just got to pick a song.
Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well. So yesterday, Jerry made some headlines. He's on DallasCowboys.com. He was on our show, and he said, translate this for us, because you've been there for 20 years. We asked him about making a deal, Kevin Byard to Philly, and he goes, yeah, I'll listen like normal, but the deal has to come to me. Basically giving the impression the Cowboys are not going to pick up the phone first. That set some people off, got them very upset and angry. Translate it, please.
Oh, it says, I'm a businessman and I know how to do business deals. And so when I say this in the media, I really mean this over here. And you know what? I mean, I'm going to definitely listen to anybody, or I'm also going to listen to our people to see, hey, let's go be aggressive and go do something. I mean, he's got a picture in his office that says, patience my ass, I want to kill something, with a couple of hunters or something like that. I think it's a picture that's been in his office. You know what I mean? He's never been the most patient person. He's going to go get the deal if it's there. I think he looks at the Eagles deal, and that wouldn't have been something that if it was even approached to the Cowboys that they would have done. But I understand the fan base is like, well, let's do something. And they forget, if it hasn't happened, in the last 24 hours, then the Cowboys haven't done anything. When in reality, they've done things. They just, it's not things that have really helped the team like right now.
So correct the thought or confirm it that Jerry is a lot more conservative because Steven is even more powerful and he's really conservative. That's the narrative.
Yeah, that's the narrative. I mean,
locally,
I still think when Jerry wants to do something, they do it. I mean, I believe that, but I think Steven, and rightfully so. I mean, I think Steven has a little bit more of a long-term approach on things. Probably not as easy to part with draft picks, and even when they draft, they think more down the road than more splashy picks. I think he has a more of a big picture look, I think, than really anybody else.
Because the perception of him is a risk taker. I mean, has he changed at all in his old age?
I mean, not. I don't think so. Think about the second round. They still go. I mean, I don't know whose idea this is. It seems more like a Jerry idea, though. When you look at the second round picks and the picks that they take there, that they take that spot in the draft and they go and they try to get extra value for it when it really hasn't worked out that well. I mean, when you think about that mentality of taking a guy that is a first round grade, but he's fallen for whatever the reason, and you're getting him in the second round. Trayvon Diggs was a great second round pick, but that wasn't really that kind of scenario. So I don't know. I don't know if Jerry has changed in his ways like that. I still feel like when there's an aggressive move to be made, he's all for it. And he's, and we all point to the Johnny Manziel one of he didn't get his way, and everyone's thankful for that. But But I still think he's got a lot more power and weight in the room than you think. He probably understood that was not a good move.
Nick Eatman on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Give us a little education on the Rams.
Oh, well, honestly, you got me on that one. I mean, I'm trying to figure out the Diamondbacks myself. So, no,
Wait, your name is on the story, 10 storylines for Cowboys and Rams.
I know. I don't know everything about it. One thing you won't see on there is defense. I didn't put anything on defense. I don't know a whole lot what's going on with their defense. They tried like other teams, like the Cowboys twice. They tried they got sold on the Brett Maher thing for a while until it lost the game for him, and then they let him go. Obviously, they got these two great receivers that can just run routes all day long in Cooper Kupp and Puka and Nakua. And they've got 17 different running backs that they're trying out there to try to run the football for them, and neither of them are Eric Dickerson from the 80s. So that's going to be a problem for them, is running the ball and just finding a little consistency there. And Aaron Donald still plays defense for them, so can't be all that bad for the Rams. I think the thing that's interesting about them is they can't find any consistency. They're probably driving their fan base crazy, like most teams in this league. You win, then you lose, then you win, then you lose, then you lose, then you win, then you lose, that's the Jason Garrett formula that'll get you to 8-8 or 8-9 or 9-8, whatever it is now with the 17-game schedule.
Nick, when you look at how the Cowboys played in the Chargers game, and that they've talked already about how, hey, we did a lot of self-scouting during the bye week. Do you think we're going to notice anything different in this game this week? Are we going to look at things and go, oh, okay, there's some tweaks here. Oh, okay, they're leaning more into some of these things that they had success with against the Chargers? Or do you think it's, hey, let's go back to what we were really trying to do the first several weeks of the season, and let's just try to polish that up and make sure that we've got that down?
I would hope there are tweaks. I would hope there are some changes that need to be made. I mean, I think there was just from the 49ers to the Chargers, just with one extra day. We saw Cooks more. We saw a couple of plays with him more. We saw more of an effort to run Dak. I think if you're not doing that in the bye week, then what are you doing? I mean, this isn't a well-oiled machine that's undefeated that, don't mess it up. Like, it needs to be tweaked. The Cardinals have one win, and it was you. So that right there should always be a reminder of, what, anyone we're about to play can come up and beat us if we're not ready to play this game. And so I think that they have to spend some time. And now what it is, I'd be lying if I sit here and told you, oh, this is what it'll be. But there's got to be wrinkles. There's got to be some things. I know what the fans will want. The fans will say, "Oh, Tolbert for Gallup." Let's just switch that out. Change that in the depth chart. I don't believe that's going to happen, and I don't think it should. But I think it's going to have to be something here in the bye week that they had to work on from a coaching staff to say, this is something we're not doing that we need to be doing.
That's the offensive side of the ball. Similarly, on the defensive side of the ball, do you think there's anything that Quinn looks at and goes, hey, we got to change this up? Or is that just a function of, like, guys, you got to play better, especially against the run?
Got to play better against the run. Got to figure out, I mean, you'd like to figure out for them, how to get your first round draft pick involved. What were the things that you said in the room? Hey, let's take him. Let's take him right now in this pick, and let's, this is why he's going to help us. And see if there's ways to do that. Ways to get him more involved. I mean, it's unbelievable when you look at the draft class right now and what's happening when what isn't happening. Usually there's one or two somewhere that's contributing, and it just hasn't happened yet. It's too early to just give up on anything, but that the traits are there for Mozzie Smith. That's why they drafted him, and maybe at some point the light bulb's going to kind of go off.
Thank you, brother. We'll pick it on Friday. Appreciate you.
All right, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Odyssey, Baseball Insider, and my Ranger text message buddy, Brett Boone, getting you ready for the World Series and Game 1 next. But it's a trick.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here comes Brown. And that ball was hit high and deep down the right field line. Tucker looking. It is gone! Inside the right field foul pole. An opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. The home run streak stretches to 4. The Rangers lead 4-1.
Rangers, Diamondbacks. Some tollers are trying to do some digging to get me the odds of that happening before the season. I think I had someone send me 950 to 1.
Yeah, which is plus 96,000.
9,600. Just take one off. We're not, yeah, something like that.
No, it's because it was 965 to 1. So if it'd be 100, yeah, then it'd be 96.5.
So putting down $10 on just a possibility
would have been darn near 10 grand.
Yep.
Rangers, Diamondbacks, World Series. Let's talk about it with Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. I can't even say Rangers, Diamondbacks without laughing, Brett.
It's amazing. What a postseason. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've thrown my notes in the air and thought, I know nothing about this game. Because who could have predicted it? I mean, this Diamondback team, you talk about backs against the wall and up against like ridiculous odds, and to come back to Philly and kick their butt 2 nights in a row in what everybody was calling the most hostile home fields of all the postseason home fields. I've got to tip my cap to them. I mean, what a job they did. And it's just like they tick away and they tick away and they don't make mistakes. They're one of the few teams in this postseason that really has that bullpen set up perfect. They've got that late inning guy in Ginkel, and then you turn it over to Sewald, who was, on my Mariners at the trading deadline. Sewald's been unbelievable. Ginkel's been unbelievable. Both haven't given up a run. I look at all the other teams that got to this, including the Rangers, and that end of the rotation, end of that bullpen. There's been a lot of controversy. Even the Texas Rangers, Leclerc's done a really nice job. Chapman, you don't know if he's coming in. You don't know what he's going to be like. Philly kind of experienced that with their closer at the end and wasn't even a part of the last 3 games. And I'm talking about Kimbrel. So this Arizona team, pretty impressive what they did. The young kid coming through time after time, Moreno, the catcher, with big hits. Carroll in Game 7 came up big. He's kind of their star. Marte ends up taking home the MVP. Pham gets benched one day. The next day he comes in, hit a big home run to get him going. Lovello, he's been criticized quite a bit about some of the moves he's made, including myself, taking Miller out of Game 6 in the 5th inning when he's dealing. It's almost like, well, the analytics say this. Ends up working out for him. So they've pushed every right button, but they're going to have a tough time with this Texas Ranger team who were kind of catching their stride Game 7 and boat raced Houston. So it's going to be a fun World Series, an unlikely World Series, but fun. Texas really doesn't surprise me that much. Arizona, as everybody else, probably surprises the heck out of a lot of people.
So are they a more of a contact hitting team, not a lot of home runs, to get a lead by 6 and then shut it down? Is that kind of their formula?
They play really good defense. They just pick at you. They just pick at you. I mentioned it. Carroll at the top, he's got to be, to beat this Texas Rangers team, Carroll's going to have to be really good. Marte, coming off an MVP of that series. Pham's going to have to play a role. For me, and who did a great job, Perdomo, their shortstop, who was an all-star this year, led the league in fielding percentage at short. He only made 4 errors. He got some big hits for him. But Moreno's been the key for me, the catcher. He'd never hit third in his life. They replaced Pham with him in the 3-hole, and he seemed like he got big hit after big hit in big situations. So that's the way they're going to do it. They're not going to do it with the long ball, I don't think. I don't think that's been their forte all year. I think in the second round they hit a few home runs. That was uncharacteristic of them. but it's going to be interesting to watch this team. Fott did a great job. Gallen, who was a Cy Young candidate, not so much in the second half. Kelly's been great. That's a good team, and you got to, at this stage of the game, I've been hearing it the whole postseason. Well, they only won 84 games. Well, they're in the World Series. He kind of can throw that out now, and it's a fresh slate, and they're just playing really good baseball. You watch them; they're unassuming. I knew they got it to a Game 7. It was going to be tough on Philly because you just put all the pressure in the world on the Phillies, who aren't even supposed to be in a Game 7, who are supposed to discard this Arizona team 2 or 3 games ago. And Arizona, if you look in the dugout, I don't know about you guys watching the game, but if you look at the dugout, it was just a quiet of, oh, yeah, everybody said we're not supposed to be here, and we're here. We got nothing to lose. Philly's going to, the big giant that's been taken down by us, and it was the calmest dugout I've seen out of all the postseason dugouts I've peered into. It was just kind of like, we're here, we got nothing to lose. And in the end, they won.
Brett Boone, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline, here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. So let's kind of recap our Adolis discussion from the other night. When we were going back,
you got it.
When we were going back and forth, trying to figure out, is he swinging out of his shoes? His response to it, obviously winning the series MVP. Just kind of give me your perspective on what Adolis Garcia was able to accomplish.
Unbelievable. I mean, he's driven in, I think, 20 runs. I think the all-time record for a postseason is 21. He's still got the World Series to play. What a series. He drove in 15 in that series alone, and it was, coupled with that big controversy. Did he get drilled on purpose? Did he not? For me, 100% that was on purpose when Abreu came into the game. And the argument was on the other side is, oh, no, it couldn't possibly be in a 2-run game in the postseason. You wouldn't do that. Well, my eyes tell me different. when I watch that replay, as a hitter when you're getting hit on purpose or if a ball got away from you. I personally believe that. I have no inner knowledge. I have no guys close to that situation telling me, he got drilled on purpose. I just know from experience. And sometimes it's a quiet way. Your bullpen is sitting in the bullpen watching the game very closely. And Garcia hits the home run off, probably a first ballot Hall of Famer. Sometimes relief guys don't like that when you do something like that to their big guy, and probably took it upon themselves. If it was on purpose, I'm sure Dusty Baker had no idea that it was coming, but they probably didn't tell him. That's how it works in the bullpen with guys. They just kind of keep tabs down there. They keep a running total of guys they want to get. Now, for me, as a player, you take care of business that you got to take care of, but it's the precedent. It's the first thing you do is win the game at all costs. You never put your game in jeopardy of winning that game when you're talking about retaliatory things. So not that I agree with it at the time. I mean, that's something maybe could have been taken care of at a later date, but I think they took care of it right there. I think what you're referring to in the back and forth between us that evening is everybody, now Garcia's, he's swinging too hard. Well, there's a bit of, I don't know if the word is guilt that goes in that. He knows he kind of crossed the line with that home run off Verlander. I mean, and today, ever since Griffey said, let the kids play, it's been a different game than when I was playing in my generation. We kind of had unwritten rules and you didn't do certain things. Well, I've gotten to a point now as an ex-player and as a fan of the game where it's not my game. It's the current players' game. They police the game themselves. And if they say celebrations are accepted, well, then who's Brett Boone to say you can't do that? It's an eye for an eye. No, it's the guys' game today that are on the field, and if they're okay with it, that's fine. But we still have all of us have a line. In my day, that line was much shorter. That rope was much shorter. You didn't do certain things. Today, they're a little more liberal with that line. They get away with a lot more. But nevertheless, there is a line for each generation, and I think they thought Garcia crossed that line when he hit that big home run off Verlander. Next day, maybe feeling a little guilty. You can tell too when he got drilled. He went he turned right around and went to Maldonado. He knew it was coming. He knew maybe I shouldn't have done that. But fast forward the next day, little guilty, swinging hard. struck out 4 times. And then comes up the 5th at bat and just everything aligns and he hits that grand slam. And then it was off to the races. The next day, he just had that unbelievable day, ended up taking home the MVP. The thing that nobody's talking about, it kind of blew my mind. How about Chapman hitting McCormick?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they acted like, oh, it just got away from him. The heck it did. The heck it did.
Do you think?
Chapman,
do you think Abreu hitting Garver before that was intentional?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that had nothing to do with anything. But the Chapman, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, he missed the plate by 4 feet.
At 104.
At 104.
That was unbelievable. Nobody said anything about it. Don't think Chapman and Garcia aren't buddies, and he's taking care of his buddy right there. He got one in late. And the bottom line is Texas won, and you know, hopefully they can squash all the bad blood at this point. I got to tip my cap to Garcia after being in a controversial situation, striking out 4 times. I've been in that situation where you just have so much anxiousness. It appears that you're swinging too hard, like, oh, he's trying to hit a home run to the layman eye, but it's not that. It's, oh my gosh, I've got this anxiousness that I normally don't have, and my body's not working right, and I can't make contact. It's one of the scariest positions you could be in as a hitter, where I can't make contact. All of a sudden, he caught one hit. It happened to be a grand slam, and then he was off the races. It allowed him to calm down and relax and just be Garcia that he's been all year, the guy that hit 39 home runs. So interesting, a lot of drama. At the end of the day, Boch and the boys got it done.
Brett Boone joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Every good run dynasty has that year, that loss, that kind of takes the aura of invincibility away from them. Do you think that is the case with the Astros, that the aura of invincibility around them is kind of gone now, and they'll still be good, but they'll be on the downside of the dynasty?
I think that's a great point. You know, and it capped that off with Dusty leaving. You know, everybody was speculating this might be the last run for Dusty, and he kind of announced that, yeah, I'm not going to manage anymore. The end to a great era for him. Everybody he's touched in this game, what he's meant to this game, you know, probably going to be a Hall of Famer one day. This group has had you can't cheapen what this group has done. This group has had an unbelievable run, and I mean that nucleus of a Bregman and an Altuve. There's 2 probably the nucleus of it. You've added Alvarez and so many good players. Verlander came back for kind of like the big brother came home at the trading deadline and anchored that staff. Maybe, because I think if you're an honest baseball evaluator, you looked at the Texas Rangers and all the adversity they've come through to get to where they were. You look at that Houston Astros teams on paper. Yeah, offensively, they're both really good. I even give the edge to the Texas Rangers offensively. But you line up that bullpen. Houston had the superior bullpen. They've got Presley at the end. They have a little bit of a end of the bullpen like the Arizona Diamondbacks have now. Something you can go to has been reliable all year for them. They had that. They had the starting pitching that could match the Texas Rangers. And in the end, it's just in this series, Texas Rangers were the better team. And coming back, that's what I've looked at all these series. It's not like anything's been clear cut. Nothing's been easy. And Texas goes down 3-2. All of a sudden they win. They bring it to 3-3, and they end up winning in 7 games. It was an awesome series to watch. And Texas proved that this year they are the better team. And I'm excited for my buddy Bruce Bochy, who's just doing unworldly things. The fact that he went to San Francisco, won 3 rings, stepped aside for a few years to shore up some health conditions that he had, and just to come back, be hired by the Texas Rangers. Yeah, they went out and got. I don't want to get away because I love Bruce. I think he's a Hall of Fame manager, but I don't want to get away from where the credit should go, and that's the players. The players are getting this done. Yeah, Bruce is he's the top of the food chain. He's that guy. He's your leader. He's the guy the players look to. But at the end of the day, these players are getting it done on the field, and I think Bruce will tell you that. Managers have a tiny role in a run, in a postseason run. But the bottom line is the players win games and the players lose games. And Bruce has just been at the top to keep that rudder in the water and doing a great job. So my cap's off to both these clubs because it wasn't an easy road. And in this postseason format now I'm calling it a tournament. It's like March Madness. It's not the MLB playoffs anymore. It's kind of March Madness theme. The route that both these teams had to take to get to this final game is nothing short of just miraculous. They've both done an unbelievable job. I think it's going to be a great World Series, something that nobody expected. I heard you guys at the open of the show say it was 965 to 1 or something. That sounds about right, and maybe even higher. That these two teams are standing at the end of the deal. It's going to be a fun World Series.
Thank you, brother. We'll do it again next week. Let's keep it going. Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. Crosstalk to get ready for Mavs versus Wemby with KMC next. But the simple...
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers. Claim years before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, the Denver Nuggets won the last game of the year here at Ball Arena. They win the first game of the year this season. Denver with a triple-double from Nikola Jokic. Take care of the LA Lakers 119-107.
And that is how the NBA season began last night on Denver TV. Nuggets.
Denver TV.
Denver radio, sorry. TV versus radio. Denver controls the Lakers. And then the Bradley Beal-less Phoenix Suns win in Golden State. Crosstalk with KMC, Kevin Hagelin. What's going on with Corey?
I'm telling you, I'm sick of this show.
This is just
it's either
oh my god.
It's either Kevin or Corey who's out every day and putting all this pressure on me, all of these shows to listen for 4 hours, to be engaged for 4 hours.
To do your regular job.
To bring the content that I don't want to bring all the time.
Yeah.
Jeez. Come on, guys. Figure it out.
And it's a really hard time keeping track of y'all's excuses or reasons.
Yeah.
And today's another one.
I was taking off on Monday, but I can't anymore because the Rangers are in the World Series. Jeez.
Corey.
You took off the wild card game, though.
I did. Well, that was a scheduled in mid-September when my wife asked me, are the Rangers making the playoffs? And I said, I think they'll make the playoffs, but I don't think they'll go very far. They have too many injuries. So she scheduled a vacation in mid-October.
Corey, I believe he said broke his tooth on a fork this
morning. On a fork? He was eating a fork. That was a major mistake.
Broke his tooth?
That's what he said.
Yeah. How? What do you think the chances are that that's true?
This is not
Well, it
true.
has to be true.
Like
he's
a
got
cap on the tooth?
Yeah. No,
or
like, that's a
lie.
lie.
Okay.
Well, he's got to have to show evidence for it.
He may have broken a tooth. He did not break a tooth on a fork. I'm calling cap on that one.
What do you think he broke it on?
I don't know. It's something embarrassing he doesn't want to tell us.
That's pretty embarrassing.
It is. Yeah, that is pretty
That's
embarrassing.
pretty bad.
How do you, like, I mean, if his teeth are just falling out from touching a fork, do you know how hard you have to hit your tooth with a fork to break it?
I would imagine pretty hard.
My follow-up is how bad does it have to be to miss work? Like, there better be gushing blood. The tooth better be out. It better be, like, all bent up in his gum.
Because if you just broke the tooth, like Jim Carrey style, there's probably no blood there. In fact,
Wouldn't that hurt a lot,
no
though?
blood.
It would.
I would assume it hurts a little bit.
I'll tell you what, though. I texted last night about, hey, I just want to do a Mavs segment tomorrow if it's okay.
What?
And Corey was like, ugh, Mavs segment. I think I turned him off so much. He's like, I'm not coming in if we're going to do a Mavs segment during World Series.
So you think this is a protest to your Mavs segment?
It's a protest to how bad I think the Mavericks defense is this year, because we're going to do that at 12:40, and we're going to grade each player on what they play defensively and what their potential is. And I have no clue how this team can be good defensively.
Are you more excited for the Mavericks to watch them or to watch Wemby?
Wemby.
Same.
I think Wemby too, because I don't think Luka's going to play tonight.
Yeah, this is like, I'll see how I'm feeling today. That's like
great start to the year.
A little questionable status.
Yeah, his knee, his thigh, his calf are all jacked up going into the year.
Don't worry about it. He'll be fine.
Luka Ziončić. He just doesn't feel like Luka.
Oh, my goodness. Have you been peddling that all morning?
No, I literally just dropped it.
Oh, goodness.
Just came up with it.
He says he did say that he and Kyrie were going to exchange some ball handling duties. And Mike, he's been working on more catch and shoot scenarios. So not just going to be pounding the ball on the floor.
I have my thoughts. I did watch. I recorded it. I did not watch it live. I watched the first half of the Detroit-Dallas preseason game.
What a flex.
And they played super fast. I mean, it looked like Jason Kidd back with Dick Motta and Jim Jackson and Jamal Mashburn. We got them. So, we're true blue, right? But you guys don't remember that. That's 1994.
I remember Tony Braxton.
But
yeah,
I don't think they're going to play that way when Luka's on the court. So Luka didn't play in that preseason game. They were flying up and down the basketball court. Now, I'm not saying it was great, as in Detroit could get whatever they wanted to, but it was really entertaining, the pace that they played at. I don't think they can play at that Luka pace, and Mark Followell posed this during the game, and I thought Devin Harris had a good, comeback. is they're like, hey, I think that, Luka playing the first 12 minutes, and Devin Harris was like, if they're going to play faster, they can't do that. Like, almost nobody can do that. They don't do that to any other player. If Luka plays when healthy, if he's playing the first 12 minutes of the basketball game, the whole first quarter, they're lying about wanting to play faster. Because Luka has to do it in spurts. If they're going to play faster, Luka has to play the way they used to do with Porzingis. Remember, Porzingis complained about, I can't get in a rhythm if you're going to play me the first 5 or 6 minutes, then take me out. So Rick Carlisle changed his rotation up and played Porzingis the first 9 minutes of the game. And he would take Luka out the first TV timeout after 6 minutes. They have to go back to that. If they want to play fast and you ask Luka to play, let's say 20% faster than he plays at, you have to play him the first 6 minutes, take him out of the game. Sit him 3 minutes, bring him back in the final 3 minutes of the first quarter. Play him the first 3 minutes of the second quarter, take him out for 3 minutes. Play him the last 6 minutes of the second quarter. That makes all the sense in the world if you want to play faster for a guy that's heavier usually, who does not want to play at a fast pace. If you ask me to play at a faster pace, I can't do it for 12 straight minutes or even 9 straight minutes.
So the word from McMahon is Luka says he's not dealing with any soreness in his calf, but is not quite ready to commit to playing in the opener. We'll see how it feels today. Officially listed as questionable. Oh, by the way, from Woj, James Harden has returned to the 76ers facility as they prepare for practice prior to today's flight to Milwaukee for opening night.
I'm actually pretty surprised about that.
Oh, I'm not, because he needs
checks.
strip club money. And then the other thing, too, is we saw him. He showed up in Houston. I mean, if you want to watch a guy walk up and down the court with a beer belly, that's what he's going to do for Philadelphia. You can't fine him and say you're not trying hard enough. It's tough to, just like hit by pitch, it's tough to say, I 100% know he hit him with a pitch. How do you define, I know that James Harden isn't playing his hardest? He shows up, he jogs and walks up and down a court. You can be like, dude, you're not getting back on, right? He's going to be like, well, all right, go look at my film before during the regular season and tell me how different it is. Like, he's going to be fat and out of shape and be like, this is what you asked for. You said I have to be on this team. This is what I'm giving you.
He's a worse headache than Kyrie, isn't he?
Yeah.
In a different way.
They're different but similar.
Yeah. But James, has zero. I mean, it's like walking into a room with all of us. Every day you're in there for years. You walk in and looking right into my eyes, I don't give a crap about you. I don't care. You're nothing to me.
I value you, Hagee.
And to not have.
Why are we looking right at Kevin?
To not have that feeling whatsoever. Like, this guy's cold-blooded killer inside. I wish Embiid would just strangle him as soon as he walked through the door. I wish Maxey would take a steel chair upside his head because he just walks in like, hey, what's up? And he doesn't have any feeling over it whatsoever. That's a murderer.
And Embiid might strangle him when he's out the door after he gets traded to the Knicks or whatever. He might do that. Might do that at that point.
All right, who are you rooting for? By the way, where are the Mavs?
We're rooting for the Mavericks, I think.
Where does?
Yes,
are you
rooting for the Mavericks?
Spurs,
Where do the Mavs finish in the West? Give me a 2-seed range, like 6-7, 8-9, 8-9.
Oh, I have to just pick two numbers next to each other?
Yes.
Because I was going to say 7 to 11.
That's
pick
too easy.
I will pick 10 or 11.
Ooh, out of the playoffs.
8 or 9.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, I'm being pessimistic. I honestly, looking at this team, I think it would be better if they got another top 10 pick. And you keep it if you're in the top 10, but I think they're going to fight and battle and probably be an 8 or 9 seed. But I think what would be better for the organization rather than being 8 or 9 is to lose 50 games.
What you said, 6 or 7?
I think
John?
6
I don't think they'll lose 50.
6 or 7.
They 6 or 7.
Okay.
Wow.
So they're gonna try on defense, and Luka and Kyrie are going to play in 65 or more games.
I don't know how they're going to be able to deal with the new rules. Right, like Kyrie, you're right. Kyrie will have some, the load management stuff that they're going to try to incorporate.
Like you can't make a All NBA team type of deal.
Yeah, because I think that matters to Luka.
I do think that matters to Luka.
Yeah,
I don't think it matters to Kyrie.
That stuff's gonna have no effect.
Well, they were 5-11 in the games they played together. Kyrie and Luka, something like that.
Something like that.
They were 5-11 in 16. They were +9 in those 16 games, even going 5-11. They were just losing close games at the end of the year and whooping up on teams when they'd win.
I'll say you.
Well, and I think our defense and rebounding are way better to really close out games now.
Now, you had them as winning the title last year,
I know.
so we have to keep
I know.
that in
Hopefully,
mind.
I'm really wrong. If you're a big Mavs fan, I am a big Mavs fan. I still am. In a way, I just don't see it. And we'll talk about it, why I don't see it at 1240-ish on. I just don't see this team competing for a championship, competing in the playoffs. I think they can make the playoffs. And if they make, to RJ's point, if they make the real playoffs, that play-in thing's a crock of crap.
Yeah.
But if they make the real playoffs, then I would be surprised.
Did you get Rangers tickets? Were you in line? Were you monitoring it?
I could have.
Sold out 10:14 a.m.
But I could have when it was the insider deal.
Yeah.
Well.
I just didn't want to pay that money. I'm just going to be
What was
honest.
the price?
It was like $350 or $400 in the upper deck.
Plus fees. Yeah.
And so I was just like, you know what? I love this team. I'm
Not
going to be
enough.
cheering them on. But I just didn't want to spend with two boys. I didn't want to spend about $1,200 to $1,400 to sit in the upper deck with them.
Got it. That's where Dion's power rankings come in, man. Take one.
Kick off the show with Adolis Garcia at 12:20. We're going to talk about Adolis Garcia. I'm
okay.
sorry.
I thought you were going to have
And then
him
at
on.
12:20, we will have Bruce Bochy on the show.
We need to see the tooth, Corey. We need to see the tooth. KMC next on the Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your Bruno. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we inch closer to the beginning of the 2023 World Series. We now know Rangers, Diamondbacks, Game 1, Friday, right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the American League champions. Mike, I know we'll chop this up all throughout the show, but it seems like people really want strong reactions about, did you want the Phillies, did you want the Diamondbacks? I wanted the Phillies, but it wasn't a really strong preference because at this point it feels like you're going to probably play a really battle-tested team either way.
Yeah. I'm with you. I wasn't for the Phillies. I wasn't for the Diamondbacks. I was watching last night with no, this has to be it. In fact, the Phillies and Diamondbacks, I was part of both their organizations. Those were the two organizations I was part of that I played in AAA and did not make it up to their major league team in 05 and in 06. I have really no strong affiliation with either team, though, as in I was a major league player for him. I'm talking to Brandon Webb right now. He's probably going to come on our show tomorrow. He's just checking his schedule. And he is part of their kind of pre and post game shows over there. They used to be Bally's. That got dropped. And so now they're one of those MLB teams. And then, I'm going to work through him and see if we can get on Mark Grace because he's part of the Arizona
Cubs.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he was with the Diamondbacks.
Mark Grace was one of my favorite players in the late 80s, early 90s too. No gloves, first baseman, would use the whole field. So hopefully we can also get on Mark Grace during this series because he knows a lot about the Diamondbacks. Because I'm going to assume this, 95% of our Texas Ranger fans have no clue who's on the Diamondbacks or very small idea. We played them twice, lost both games. I can remember those games. I remember Jordan Montgomery was outstanding in one of them, and then I believe Marte tied it up with a home run off of Chapman, and you ended up losing that game in extra innings. And then they beat you the other game. That was a John Gray start. I might have been doing pre and post. That's why I remember those so well. But they beat you both games in Arizona, but that was when the Rangers were playing pretty bad baseball. They got swept by Milwaukee, then they got swept by Arizona. And then they started losing to Minnesota. That was when the Rangers were not playing their best baseball.
So I wanted to focus in on this first segment on Adolis Garcia.
Okay.
Because I have a couple of questions and thoughts about how one postseason, one series can change a lot of things. So everybody, I feel like Rangers fans, they know Adolis Garcia, but don't worry, if you're a bandwagon fan, later in the show, we'll catch you up on some things. Unfortunately, he didn't get to the major leagues until late in his career, late in his life for a baseball player.
Gotcha.
So because of that, he does not make a lot of money. He's only to the point now where the next 3 years he'll be breaking into arbitration. So otherwise, he's been making your $600,000, $700,000, which, look, I get for a human is a lot of money. But for a baseball player, especially, hey, we spent $500 million on Simeon and Seager. It can probably hurt your ego a little bit. And maybe we've heard some rumblings about how Adolis Garcia wanted a contract extension, and I didn't know if that was going to be in the cards for him and all that good stuff. What about now? Because I know he has his ebbs and flows, and when we did apologies yesterday, we needed to see way more apologies to Adolis Garcia because there's a lot of people who were like, you need to bench him. He does not need to be starting on and on and on.
Wow. They were that strong?
Dude, earlier in the season when he was struggling, that is absolutely what was happening. But now that he won ALCS MVP,
probably after the All-Star break, right? Because he had a great first half and made the All-Star team.
Yeah, so really in August, I feel like is where it hit the most. What do they do with Adolis Garcia? And what I mean by that is, I know he's arbitration eligible. You can keep him for 3 years. But I'm also going to go out on a limb and say he's probably not thrilled with just rolling through arbitration.
You're probably right about that. He's 30 years old and you have him under control for 3 more years. Do you want to buy out his age 34 and 35 year like that? I mean, I know that we're now talking about kind of off-season stuff, but I get what you're talking about because what he just did, he became a Rangers legend. In a way, look, this was before the St. Louis situation, before the steroid situation with Nelly Cruz. He became a legend against the Tigers.
Yes.
But he was also an older person, too. An older player, broke in the league later. So you're looking at Nelly Cruz now. He ended up playing throughout this season. I believe he's like 40 years old now. So he was able to contribute till I'll say about 38 years old or so. Like he contributed longer than the Rangers thought he would be able to contribute in the major leagues, the way most teams thought he would contribute in the major leagues. Nelson Cruz. I don't know how long Adolis Garcia's career is going to be. I do think he has a good 3 to 5 more years left in his career. I really think that. But if you're asking me, do I think the Rangers, or should the Rangers, do I think the Rangers will offer him a 5 or 6 year deal? No. Do I think they might offer him a 3-year deal just to buy him out of arbitration? Possibly, but I wouldn't put money on it. I wouldn't say, if you're making me bet, I wouldn't bet on it. I think they'll go year to year with him for 3 years.
Okay, and that makes sense to me if you know, like, and I'm kind of speculating here.
Right.
If you know that would palpably make him unhappy, especially after, look, and I get it. Everybody wants to make more money. That's just a cold, hard fact of life. But
he this year made $750,000.
Exactly, which is crazy considering the contributions that he's made to the team. Do you think it's worth taking a little bit of a hit? I realize it's not my money, so it's probably easier to say. Do you realize it's worth taking a little bit of a hit in terms of monetary to do a deal that still gives you fair enough compensation for the arbitration deals, but also maybe throws on that extra year or whatever? And like, let's say it's a 4-year, even, I'm just going to say $30 million. I just pulled that number out.
Okay.
$30 million deal where you buy him out of those arbitration deals, and maybe it's going to be even more than that. And he can see that tangible amount of money now. I know it's not the best business.
I don't think so, because now I'm going to ask you a question as I answer that, because I think Ranger fans would be mad at me, and I love Adolis Garcia. What do you do with Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter for the next 4 years?
Yeah.
And Leody Taveras?
So Leody, I guess Leody's probably in the same.
You can DH one of them if you want, but I'm throwing it out there as like you try to keep, because look, the Rangers don't develop pitching. At least they haven't been able to at all. They are paying a whole bunch of money to have pitching because they have struggled to develop pitching. So you have to cut in other ways. And I'm not saying you cut Adolis Garcia at all, but what you do well is you do Josh Young well. You do Evan Carter. It looks like Wyatt Langford, Leody Taveras, finding an Adolis Garcia. So I don't know how much money you can pay those guys. Now, to your point, I'm adding something else to this conversation. How much will it tick off Adolis that they most likely try to give Evan Carter a 10-year deal this offseason? Because they are. I'm not saying he'll sign it, but what if they try to do a 10-year, $200 million deal with Evan Carter to buy him out of 4 years of free agency, and you don't have to worry about arbitration at all, and you're like, hey, we don't have to worry about Evan Carter for the next 10 years because we did like a Corbin Carroll deal with him. Corbin Carroll's 23 years old. I don't have his numbers in front of me. He signed around a 10-year deal. It might have been an 8-year deal. It might have been a 12-year deal. I'm just going to round it into 10 years because I don't have it in front of me. That I do think the Rangers are going to try to do that with Evan Carter. That will probably tick off Adolis even more, that Evan Carter played 12 regular season games.
Yeah.
And then in the playoffs, and they give him a 10-year deal, but he just turned 21. So you're just signing Evan Carter till he's 31 years old. That's what Adolis will be next year. I'm not opposed to giving Adolis Garcia a 3-year deal. But then I have to look at it and go, all right, you tell me where. Now I pass it back to you. Tell me where Wyatt Langford's playing the next 3 years.
Yeah, I guess that does complicate the mix. The
good problem is you looks like you have 4 major league outfielders here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, and that's an incredible problem to have, right?
Yes,
I guess, but and maybe I'm living in the moment, and I switch Adolis over to DH if that's the case, because maybe you think the other outfielders are better fielding wise and you want to keep Adolis.
I wonder if that makes him mad though too.
Maybe, because obviously he has a hell of an arm in right field, or
good range.
Maybe it's a combination of Wyatt Langford moves up through the ranks initially as a DH because you need to get his bat in the lineup, and then eventually the idea is you will become one of the corner outfielders, and we'll see how that plays out. It's just, in the moment, I feel like Adolis has contributed so much to this franchise is you would love to see him rewarded for a baseball system that frequently does not reward younger players. Like the baseball owners, good for them for setting it up the way they did, where they're like, you're going to be here for 6 years and probably not make a lot of money.
That wasn't the owners who did that.
That was the players?
Yes. Because back in the day, it was super smart. Hear me out. Back in the day, what the owners, they were smart about this. Baseball player, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on who it was led by back then. It wasn't Donald Fear. It was the first ever. He should be in the Hall of Fame, but there's no way the owners and people are going to put him in the Hall of Fame. The owner said, you know what? Everybody's a free agent. And he said, no. I can't have that. If everybody's a free agent, it floods the market. It's really easy to get left-handed pitchers if everybody's a free agent every year. It's really easy to get these things if everybody's a free agent. What we're going to do is we're going to set up an arbitration system. We're going to make guys play 6 years, but then after 6 years, they're going to be free agents. That means not tons of guys are going to hit free agency.
Yeah.
That means when Jordan Montgomery becomes a free agent, he gets 6 years at possibly $30 million a year. He's looking at close to $200 million. You tell me, if there's 20 quality left-handed starting pitchers on the marketplace, I don't have to pay for Jordan Montgomery.
True.
There's guys close enough that I can let the market play out type of deal. So I know that you kind of went woo on that, but it really is a great thing for the players. It's not a great thing for Adolis Garcia, but overall for the players, it's a great thing. He's arbitration eligible. He's going to get $10 million next year. He's a two-time All-Star who's on a World Series team who now has ALCS.
You think first arbitration he'll get $10 million?
I do, because he's a two-time All-Star in his first 2 out of 3 years.
Okay, so he can get his money. It just will.
He will. It's just going to be
chunked out.
I do think over the next 3 years, Adolis Garcia is going to make approximately $30 to $40 million.
And I do see some people who are saying you just move one of them to first base. And I hear you on that. Sometimes that's more difficult than you think. And for somebody like Adolis, like you brought up, maybe he's like, but why?
Yeah. Now I ask that question back to people. Who wants to play for? You tell me, Leody Taveras, because you're telling Adolis Garcia to move to first base, right? Because out of the guys
and he's going to be like, but why?
Yeah,
I made
like,
the All-Star team as
moving to first
an
base.
outfielder.
I was on the team when we had the whole conversation. It was great. Michael Young even broke it down more than I even knew. I was on the Texas Rangers when Alfonso Soriano was like, I'm not moving from second base.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
Well, what did they actually do? They just sent two people out to
And then eventually
base,
Michael
right?
Young's like, crap, I'll move to shortstop, I guess, if this is going to be the situation.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all the sports things we miss while in our Rangers victory haze. Plus, we might hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. We'll see. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss.
Lost his balance, but LeBron saved it, and Reeves has got it. Splits the D, crashes inside, picked up by Porter. Down court Murray from Jokic. Up high, down hard, Gordon.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All the sports things that we missed while in our Rangers victory haze. I feel like there was almost no, and for good reason, there was almost no discussion about the lead up to the beginning of the NBA season. We didn't talk college football at all. Where would you like to start? Is there something that you haven't got the chance to talk about that you want to, because we've been so Rangers centric? And 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in that conversation.
All right, so the one thing I wanted to bring to you, and maybe this is like Mike ask all the football questions type of deal, is you've always stuck with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
And I this year started going,
Lamar Jackson.
Maybe I'm wrong. Like, not that I was like thinking he's the greatest ever, but I was like, you know what? I'm starting to now see the other side. And I was just like, hey, you know, he's solid, this and that. Where are you at after Lamar Jackson destroyed Detroit? And maybe where are you at with Detroit?
Yeah, look, we talked about it going into that game. I'm not surprised that the Ravens won. I was shocked that they got annihilated by the Ravens. And now that's changed some people's perspective about maybe where the Ravens sit in the AFC hierarchy, especially after Miami had a tough loss. Look, I have always liked Lamar Jackson. I think I liked Lamar Jackson even more when people consistently dumped on him. And they're like, well, if he couldn't run. And I'm like, well, neat. If Patrick Mahomes couldn't throw the ball. Like, you trying to move the ball down the field. I know he does not move the ball down the field sometimes like you're a conventional quarterback or whatever. But I think he's really talented. And he's only 26. And I think people crap on somebody that's already won an MVP.
Yeah.
And his teams always win. I know they have struggled in the playoffs, and that's going to be the next hurdle because it doesn't really matter what he does in the regular season anymore. What is he going to do in the playoffs? But he does have consistently good teams.
Okay.
So I was stoked to see him.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of them. The other one is, honestly, I had to check yesterday after our show was over because I knew the Mavs were playing today / yesterday. I knew they were playing tomorrow. I was like, but are they opening the NBA season? And then I looked, I was like, oh my God, there are 2 basketball games on. Now, I'll tell you, I flipped over there for a second.
Did you catch both or just
one? No, because I watched way more. I watched way more Stars hockey.
Oh, yes, that's right. You're pumped about the penalty kill, I know.
And they weren't, 15 for 15 this year. They're perfect so far. Honestly, real quick, just with the Stars, they looked really not into the game in a weird way against Pittsburgh for the first period and maybe even period and a half. And then it's like they kicked it in. They're like, all right, now we're going to play our best hockey again. And Ottinger was awesome last night. And then I was watching, obviously, quite a bit of the NLCS. But I flipped over to basketball. I'll tell you, in a weird way, and I know most people see basketball as it starts in January. I don't know, like how much did you pay attention to Denver, LA? I flipped over there and probably saw a total of 5 minutes of that game.
It was the third in the hierarchy for me behind Stars, NLCS, and then you go basketball. And that's probably because I'm just a huge Jokic fan.
Yeah, and I did watch, I will say the third and fourth quarter, I had it on. It was like the multitask thing where it's on, but I'm really not watching. Like, I know you say you can watch both and be on your computer at the same time. But
you know what, Mike? I'm glad that you brought that up because I was watching you while you were in the middle of a text message. I know why you do not believe that people can multitask. I asked you a question.
Oh, did you ask me a question?
Yes, I did. And it was like nothing else is existing in the world. I appreciate the focus you give to each individual activity, but I stand firm that people can multitask. I'm not saying it's perfect system by any means, but I do believe
talking to Brandon Webb, man, he's living the good life. He's like, I'm golfing tomorrow. I'm like, God, it would have been great to be good at baseball.
Because then you could just hang out and golf all the time.
Like, I'd do whatever I want. Look at Derek Holland. He's probably golfing right now.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something. But if you are invested in the NBA, Nuggets 119-107 over the Lakers, Jokic with the triple-double, and then the Suns beat the Warriors 108-104. But I think people are really stoked tonight for Mavericks and Mavericks against Wemby. I know it's the Spurs, but that's what it feels like.
It'll be kind of in a weird way. I'll always remember the Sacramento Kings because that was LeBron's first game.
Yeah.
Now, I have no clue if Wemby, most likely he's not going to be LeBron James. Most likely we're not going to be 20 years from now. It could be, but most likely not. We're not talking about Wembanyama if he was better than Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, and Shaquille O'Neal and Hakeem Olajuwon. Like, we're talking about the greatest big man of all time, and is he the greatest? Because that's where we're at with LeBron. He enters that conversation with Michael Jordan. But it is interesting tonight that if he does have one of those magical careers, that this game will be played a lot, and they will show Luka on the sideline watching the game and then Wemby doing his thing.
Because you're pretty locked in that he ain't playing tonight,
I just feel like the Mavericks, in a weird way, are one of these teams like, we don't have to try for 82 games. We'll be just fine. And I'm like, how did that work out last year?
Yeah, it didn't work out super duper well
But
whatsoever.
I am interested for Wemby's first game, and I will say, I think he gets a very favorable matchup. Like, to have a great first game, let's face it, Derek Lively's 19 years old. He's taking on somebody of his age.
Yeah.
And then the backup guy who's going to guard him, I guess, is going to be Dwight Powell, who's going to fake getting hit in the face 74 times tonight by Elba. That you can't ask for a better matchup than a person who really shouldn't play in the NBA in Dwight Powell. And then you're taking on a 19-year-old who was solid the second half of the season at Duke. Like, that's a pretty darn good matchup. Like, you're not going against Jokic, Embiid. You're not playing against a team where you're like, dude, you're going to have to get up and down the court, and Sabonis is going to kind of muscle you or something like that, like with Sacramento. Like, he gets the best matchup he could possibly get.
From the 682, I'm still waiting for my excitement over the Mavs season starting to show up. I think a lot of people are like that. And then another 682 brought up FC Dallas made the playoffs. That is correct. I believe they start on Monday. Best of 3 series against Seattle.
I saw Gina Miller the other day.
She's the best.
At the Ranger game. So said hi to her, and that was awesome. So.
Seriously, if you ever get a chance to chat with Gina Miller, she is delightful. Also delightful, Carter Freeman, because we missed college football and all this enthusiasm. So FC Dallas made the playoffs. The Mavericks are starting tonight. NBA started last night. And also, there was college football happenings over the weekend. And then also, former A&M coach Kevin Sumlin got arrested for a DUI, because I know people are going to want to bring that up, even though he's not at A&M anymore. He's an assistant at Maryland. It was a bye week. But yes, he did get a DUI. And I think that is always unfortunate, and I think people should make better choices.
My first question, Carter, is becoming the head coach at Texas A&M death to your career?
No, I don't think it's death. And it is just, my parents are both A&M graduates, so I'm always kind of like in tune with what they do, and I just don't get it, man. They have all the resources. They have all the talent. They have pretty much anything you'd want out of a blue chip kind of college head football coaching job, and they just can't put it together, man. I don't know, it's like they sacrificed 10 years worth of terrible, they sacrificed it all for that one good year with Manziel a decade ago to suffer for the next 10 years. I don't get it.
But you even look at that, even when they're good, they suffer. In the, was it 2020, right? Pandemic year.
That's true.
They probably should have been in the playoff, but they were like, you're just close enough to not make it. And it would be way better if you're like, oh, you're ninth, so heck of a year. Good job, guys. And they're like, no, we're going to put you right there.
Did I hear this right, Carter? Is this the first week that the real ratings come out, the rankings come out for the real top 4? Is that correct?
Yeah, the CFP top 25 comes out next Tuesday.
Tuesday, okay.
I think that's Halloween, isn't it? I think on Halloween is the day they come out.
That is correct.
So yeah, we'll finally get to see
Game
what
4
they
of the
think.
World Series. My son's already canceled Halloween for himself. He's like, I'm good. I'll be home at 7 o'clock.
Okay. That's what I like to hear. That's the kind of commitment that we need.
I have another question. Okay. I have all these questions. Obviously, Michigan gets to play nobody for 8 straight games, so they're doing great. Ohio State, Penn State. That was a question I asked about going into the week. Were you impressed with it, or is it just like Big Ten football is just blah?
Well, that's the game that was supposed to be
That's Mike's answer, by the way.
And I agree, most Big Ten football is blah. And after my friends and I were I had to watch that game later. My friends and I were at the OU-UCF game, so they were at the same time. After that, we went back and watched the rock fight that was Iowa versus Minnesota, which that's a whole nother story. But the Penn State-Ohio State game was supposed to be the game that wasn't like blah, because they're supposed to have good defenses, but the talent on offense. and just neither team put it together. It was a defensive, showdown for both teams, and both teams have legit defenses. Like, even in a loss, Penn State's defense still looked pretty good, but Ohio State had Marvin Harrison, and that was the difference. But I will say I'm still not.
For anybody
junior,
who doesn't know
yes.
college football, yes, Marvin Harrison Jr., because you might be like, well, that's just not fair.
Right. Yeah. He'd probably still be that good coming all the way back, however old he is now. But I'm still not super sold on Ohio State. They're still Penn State was 1 for 16 on third down. They played horrendously. Their freshman quarterback, who I still like, was not good. He was 18 of 42. And Ohio State still only won by, they ended up winning by 8. Penn State scored a late touchdown to make it seem like it was closer than it was. But I don't know. Kyle McCord, the Ohio State quarterback, I'm still not sold on him.
Well,
and they have to play at Michigan this year. So I don't think they're going to win that.
So as tough as their quarterback, or as sketchy as he might be thus far, and then Penn State loses, we should all be able to agree the worst weekend for the Big Ten happened to Michigan State.
Oh, Lord.
Did you see what happened to Michigan State, Mike?
I only know the score of the game. Is there something else?
Actually has nothing to do with the game itself. It's what happened before the game.
Magic Johnson.
Oh, they were doing trivia. This is an actual trivia question they put on the screen. In what country was Adolf Hitler born?
With a big picture of Hitler.
It was Austria. With a big
I didn't know
picture
that.
of Hitler.
Got it wrong.
On the scoreboard. What? Why are we doing this?
I don't know. I guess it is historical, but that's probably not the best question at a college football game.
Probably not. Probably not. And there's a
I just made an
giant
F on
picture
that.
of Hitler on the Jumbotron.
I have no clue. Did they explain why they decided that would be usually at a Texas A&M game, they're like, who has the Dick Butkus Award from Texas A&M?
Yeah.
Is it Von Miller or Dat Win? Those are usually questions at a football game when they put it on the big screen.
So what they came out and said was that they take these trivia questions from a YouTube page that they don't pay for. They just rip it straight from YouTube and put it up on the video board, and no one checked it. So, the grad assistant who was supposed to look through the video board didn't see, oh, there's a question about Hitler in here. Maybe we shouldn't put that up there. So put it up there. They get crushed by Michigan at home. It was about as bad of a weekend for Michigan State as you could have.
Okay, so I know the big story that I'm hearing about is Caleb Williams, right? They lost again. That's 2 losses.
Yep.
They're out of making the playoffs. I'm not for this, by the way. I get protecting yourself. I'm not going to crush the kid if he does this. But is Caleb Williams really going to sit out the rest of the football season?
I don't think so. I have only seen that from media members who I don't like that either.
He needs to get better too. I'm not saying that he's not probably going to be the first pick, but doesn't he? You keep playing to get better.
Well, and he needs to not play Utah.
Yeah.
Because he does consistently struggle against Utah. But I am with you on that. I don't believe he'll sit out either. It was kind of astonishing to see how far his Heisman odds have dropped.
Right. Well, he also needs to stop playing top 25 defenses, because they showed the stat where against not top 25 defenses, awesome. Against top 25 defenses like Utah or Notre Dame, not very good. And if he sat out after these last 2 games where he looked really poor compared to what we know of him, what's that going to say to the NFL? He needs to keep playing to show that he can play against these good defenses and that, I don't know, he's a good team player, because that just seems like an awful idea to sit out this early in the season.
I know I'm talking to 2 UT haters, but if you're trying to take your bias out of this, are they about to lose to BYU this Saturday?
I don't think so.
Ewers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hurt his shoulder against Houston, and a game that they kind of had to get lucky to win very late.
And it looked like it was going to be a blowout early, and then Houston came all the way back.
And they gave the ref $100 to be like, that's he didn't make the line.
$100 is all you think it would
I think
take?
that's all it takes.
Wow.
They're refs. They don't make much money.
New age Big 12 with these new refs,
Okay. But
no.
you think they're good against BYU?
I think they'll be fine. From all the Texas fans that I know, like Josh and Matt, our 2 web guys, Malik Murphy, who's the guy that would play if Ewers can't go, he's supposed to be awesome. He could start at most other Power 5 programs, from what I understand. And of course, you got Arch waiting in the wings too. It seems like they don't want to play him, but the talent on that team, I mean, they could run for 500 yards against BYU. That's how good their running game and offensive line are.
Are you guys, because I don't think the national media is yet, are you guys getting tired of Colorado and all the recognition they're getting, and they're not even really that good of a team?
I'm not getting tired of it, just because I like stories that put a focus on college football that are not just Alabama, Georgia, Texas, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I understand if you're a team equivalent to Colorado and you're like, what the crap, dude? But it has not bothered me.
Me neither. I've been in on it since the beginning. I went and saw them when they played TCU at the beginning of the year, and it was just such a show. It was so entertaining, and the team is fun to watch. Like, even beyond all the hype with Dion and his son and all the other players or whatever, like when the team's on maybe not on defense, as we saw with Stanford a couple weeks ago, but when they're on offense, like I can't look away. Like, it is so much fun to watch.
Shedeur Sanders makes a huge first impression because TCU is supposedly going to be good at football this year, which they are not.
No.
They are not.
Where are you guys at with, I know Caleb Williams is still going to be the first pick in the draft. Is Shedeur Sanders, I know he'll probably go back to school because he's making $5 million playing at Colorado. Do you guys still see him as, like, the way I saw him in that first game? Like, dude, that looks like a first-round quarterback. Or is he starting to drop off?
I think, first rounder, if he goes this year, no. But if he goes back, I think he has a chance to be. He takes way too many sacks. Like, he's taken 7 sacks in a game twice this year. And I think he's taken over 30 through 7 games. So he's definitely got a lot to improve on. His line's not that great. But watching him, he looks like he has NFL talent to him. He just needs to keep refining it.
By the way, Duke, of course, lost to Florida State. Florida State is 22-0 against Duke. The most wins without a loss of one Power 5 versus another Power 5 since they started doing polls in 1936. So
if they had won, you're a big Duke basketball guy.
Oh, yeah.
If they had beaten Florida State, would you have jumped on the Duke football bandwagon?
I think I would have had to for the first time since 94. I think I would have had to.
Against Charlie Ward?
Yeah. Duke was good that year, and then they got annihilated by Florida State.
Besides Daniel Jones, name another Duke football player.
I feel like I should be able to do this. We're the Kansas, but we got to go to break. That's why. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Is it destiny for the other team in the World Series? Next.
runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
Okay, so I think this was really shocking. The Diamondbacks beat the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm not maybe saying as shocking last night. It came down to a Game 7. Anybody can win a baseball game, right? That's the weird thing about baseball. So if you're a Tolo and you've been listening to us for a lot, you've been listening to us talk a lot of baseball. If you're kind of newer to our station or you're like, hey, I'm trying to get into baseball because the Rangers are good, man, thank you so much for listening to us and coming along board 105.3 The Fan and giving us a chance. But baseball is just so different than the other sports. In a weird way, there's no salary cap, but yet it's the most. Now that they've added more teams to the playoffs, you have the 5 versus 6 seed. You just think of the kind of the where they talk about this. Jerry Jones kind of, and I hate saying this word, I'll say stretches the truth tremendously about this. Is that, boy, you need a salary cap or there's just going to be no parity in your sport. Well, look at baseball and look at Chris Young. He made it to the World Series 2 times with the Kansas City Royals, and that was in 2014 and 15. Right? Yeah, I almost did say Chiefs. 2014 and 2015. And you just look at the history of baseball in general you're like, dude, there is actually a lot of parity. And this year, oh my God, the parity in this thing. Money does not really make you get somewhere. I get the Rangers have spent more money recently, but man, the Diamondbacks beating the Phillies and beating LA and even beating Milwaukee. I am shocked that the Diamondbacks are in this situation.
Okay, I don't want to derail you too much.
There's a lot that I gave you there.
We have plenty of time. We'll have another baseball segment next, so don't worry. I want to play you cut 16 if we can, because you talked about how shocking it was. I'm sure you're really sad to know that one of the icons of sports radio has probably definitely retired now.
To make a long story short, I've been wrong in Arizona from day one. I'm stunned to beat Milwaukee. I thought they'd get swept by the Dodgers. I never thought they'd even go back to Philly for a Game 6. I'll try it one more time. I would not be stunned if they won tonight. I would be floored. And I'll say this right now. I'll say this right now. And Bob Raceman, write it down. If they win the next 2 days, they win the next 2 games and win this series in 7 games, if they win, I will retire on the spot.
So that's Chris.
Did he?
Mad Dog Russo. I keep waiting for his official retirement announcement because he doubled down before the game.
He has enough money to do it.
Yeah. Before the game yesterday, he was like, I was serious about this. And then it happened, and I still haven't seen the official retirement announcement.
He's making, I'm going to assume, $1 million. Is he saying he's retiring from radio? Because that wouldn't be like the worst thing, because he has the MLB Network show, and he also works now with Stephen A. Smith, because I think, Stephen A. does not watch any baseball for the most part. We saw him throw a baseball. He obviously never played it. And obviously Shannon Sharp ain't watching baseball or following baseball at all. It's not like he's had any hot baseball takes when I flipped over there to the channel or anything like that. So I'm assuming that Mad Dog still could do ESPN every once in a while with Stephen A. Smith and do MLB Network and keep his word.
Or maybe he won't keep his word and he'll just be like, whoops, and just keep on going. So I just wanted to throw that out when we talked about the shocking nature.
I've said some shocking things. I don't feel like I've gone to the point where I will not do radio anymore if a team wins a game, because that gets a little bit like scary, especially in baseball. Just think, in what other sport, like basketball starting tonight, and we'll get into the Mavericks at 12:40, is in basketball, the worst teams, they only win like 15 or 20 games. They don't go on 5-game winning streaks.
Right.
The sorry Kansas City Royals. Sorry to say that if Bobby Witt Jr. is listening, I love you. Your team was horrible this year. And I even said early in the year when you guys came to Texas and I got in trouble by accident, is there was a Royal in the parking lot. And I would go, Jared, the Royals are in trouble. And that was in April. So I got that one right. And the Oakland Athletics, they were horrible this year. They still at some point won like 8 out of 9 games or 9 out of 10 games. Like in baseball, that's why betting on baseball is so weird to me, because I'm like, dude, I don't know. The worst team will end up going on some sort of 10-game winning streak.
And that's, somebody texted in, don't sleep on the Diamondbacks.
I'm not sleeping on them at all. I think it's a 50-50 proposition.
That the postseason run they have been on has been remarkable, and they have taken down some damn good teams. So I get it. I know people are going to go, oh, they only have 84 wins, and that's great. But that doesn't feel realistic anymore because of the teams that they've taken out in the postseason.
Are you hot at the right time?
Yes.
And the Rangers and the Diamondbacks both got hot at the right time. Obviously over 162, the Baltimore Orioles were better. Over the last 50 games, the Astros were better than the Texas Rangers. I don't have the last 50 games like their record, but it felt like the way the Rangers had like a 5 or 6 game lead with about 50 games to play, and the Astros caught them and tied the record. You would say that the Astros probably played better in August and September than the Rangers did without knowing the numbers. But once you got to the playoffs, the Rangers got hot. And the Diamondbacks, in a weird way, they got swept by the Astros, and the Rangers were a little bit frustrated with them because on the final day of the year, they decided not to play their guys and give up the game where the Astros had an automatic win for the most part on that Sunday, game 162. That's not the Diamondbacks' fault. The Diamondbacks were getting ready for the wild card matchup against the Milwaukee Brewers. They knew who they were playing. They knew their situation, and they're like, look, it's not our responsibility to try to knock out the Astros. Our responsibility is to try to get ready for the wild card matchup.
And I do agree with that. Absolutely. And who would have guessed it? And we're going to talk with Bruce Bochy at 12:20 that loss, and Ken Rosenthal has talked about it, galvanized that team in a way that has gotten them here.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this question. If you would have flipped it, and I know, look, it's all hypothetical. We don't know. If, let's just say the Astros and the Rangers would have met again in the ALCS, and we know what happened, every team on the road won a game. Do you think if it would have been home field Rangers, if they would have had the tiebreaker at 90 and 72 because they both had the same record, do you think the Astros are in the World Series because they would have played 4 games in Texas and only 3 in Houston?
I'm going to say no, but obviously part of that is my bias just because that ain't reality and I don't have to deal with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I understand your question.
Isn't it crazy? I was talking to Sandler. And if you take out the money aspect of it, because you make a lot of money as an organization having a home playoff game. Like the Rangers, I'm hoping that these playoff games will allow them to go, dude, we're going to offer Jordan Montgomery a 5 or 6 year deal. We are not letting him go. Yeah. I'm hoping that's the case. I don't know if that's the case. I'm hoping when we were talking earlier about Adolis Garcia, you don't have to worry about him. He's going to be a Ranger next year. It's just a matter of, are you just going to go to arbitration, work out a 1-year deal or work out a longer term deal? Where I was going with this. Where was I going with this? Were you inside my brain right there?
I was not inside your brain. I'm sorry, Mike.
Okay. But I was talking about Adolis. I was talking about Jordan Montgomery. I was talking about the Diamondbacks. I was talking about the Rangers.
I'm gonna let
I was
you
talking
think
about the Astros. Astros. Got it. Back in my brain right now. Astros. Do you think, because I was talking to Sandler about this, I think if the Astros, if you say, hey, for Jim Crane, he'd be like, I'm not forfeiting the financial situation here for Game 7 at my ballpark. I think they would have chose to play that game at Texas.
I mean, you look at the way Arlington. The game's played out. But that's the thing. I have trouble wrapping my head around those facts when presented with a Game 7. If you tell me, like, that series, that exact series plays out, you say Astros want to forfeit their home field rights and go back to Texas, or I realize they're both in Texas. Yeah. Go back to the Rangers, go back to Arlington. Yeah. I would be like, hell yeah, now we have home field advantage.
Yeah.
Even though the home team lost all 6 of the games leading up to it, I still would have been like, yes, why would you not want home field advantage?
Yeah, it's just that was such a weird series again that probably the Rangers and probably the Astros didn't want to play in their own building. For some reason, the Astros play great here. The Rangers were playing very good to great those first 2 games in Houston. And in a weird way, they probably would both forfeit home field advantage to make sure they're playing at the other place. Arizona just did something special, man. Going to Philadelphia, that building, that environment, and winning Game 6 and winning Game 7. That being said, the Diamondbacks, who didn't have much of a home field advantage in the regular season, they did win both games against the Rangers in Phoenix. So you are coming back here. I look at it and I say, hey, I'm going to pick the Rangers in 6. Now, maybe we're not supposed to do this till Friday, but I am going to pick. So far, I can't believe I've been right. Like, this is not like, oh, Mike knows what he's talking about. I do know what I'm talking about, but it's unpredictable to predict a series or stuff like that. I did pick them to sweep Baltimore, and I picked Rangers in 7 for the Houston series. So far I've been right. So I'm going to hope to be right again and go Rangers in 6. But real quick, as we have 30 seconds for you to answer this question, is in baseball, and you can carry it over to tomorrow if you want. In baseball, is it the least home field advantage in all sports?
Okay, we can actually not carry it over tomorrow. We can carry it over next, because I also want to talk about this aspect, because I know some people are fired up about this, maybe not in a good way. Did you snag a World Series ticket? And if not, have you already figured out the how and where of when you're going to watch these games? I know I bungled that part, but the point remains the same. 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
You are officially
KNC app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to stick with baseball right here because, I mean, this is the home of the American League champions, the Texas Rangers. The World Series starts on Friday against the Diamondbacks. Game 1 right here on 105.3 The Fan. I shouldn't just say Game 1. All of the games are right here on 105.3 The Fan. I get started Friday with Game 1. I wanted to pick some people's brains. I wanted to pick your brain as well. And Alec, if you want to chime in on this, I know you're going to use school as an excuse, did you get a World Series ticket? And if not, tell me why. And have you already figured out how and where you're going to watch? Because some people probably want to watch it with friends. Some people might want to watch it alone. I don't know.
I like this question. Last night, I told my son who was sitting with me, the other one was, and I told Jake, I said, hey, Jake, we're not going to go to the World Series. We got to go to 2 of the Astros ALCS games. They're just so expensive, buddy. I just don't want to spend for a game $1,500 to sit in the outfield or upper deck. And he understood. And he said, Dad, can we have a watch party? Can we have people over? I've heard from Caden, who obviously is one of the leaders of Section 133, maybe the leader. I don't want to just say one of the leaders, but, he's like, hey, where are you possibly watching 1 and 2? Obviously, the tickets are very expensive for the World Series. So I don't exactly know yet where I'm watching games 1 and 2. I know Friday and Saturday night. I know what I'll be doing from approximately 7 p.m. till 10 or 11 p.m. I haven't got my Bally schedule yet. I know I might be joining Sandler on the post-game shows here and talking baseball after it's over, because we'll be going till probably midnight every night here on 105.3 The Fan. So if after the game is over, if you want approximately 2 hours of post-game coverage where Jared Sandler, there's nobody better. Like, hey, nothing against A-Rod and Poppy and Derek Jeter. They might come on our show later this week, but you're not going to get better post-game coverage than what Jared Sandler is going to bring you here on 105.3 The Fan. So I don't know exactly where I'm going to be watching yet, but I know I'll be watching.
Yeah, no, I agree with you about Jared Sandler 1,000,000%. So I've seen a variety of answers already from the 940. I'm still trying to pull the trigger from StubHub for tickets, Kevin. I went to the ALCS Game 3, and I've already spent a lot of money on this. And once you go to the secondary market, obviously, especially right now, it's going to make it tougher. Maybe Friday, if you're willing to play some gamble.
Yeah, that's how it always works.
You can get a better deal.
I am wondering if playing the Arizona Diamondbacks, the secondary market's going to take a little bit of a hit.
Yeah. No, I think that is absolutely fair, especially compared to Philly. From the 561, I sure as heck looked at tickets, but sadly, I was priced out. I couldn't find a pair for $500 or less, and that would be on like the secondary market. For example, yesterday I saw tickets were available for $300 to $350. If you want to do standing room only is $175. And don't get me wrong,
there's plenty of good places to stand there. By the way,
absolutely. And I'm not saying that's cheap. That's still a lot of money, but it is the World Series, so you kind of had to figure. Here's what I know is bothering a lot of people, and it bothers me as well. Is from the 817. I had a Capital One presale and Rangers Insider presale, logged on at 10 a.m., and it just didn't work. And one of the things that really annoys people about that is the bots who are just resale bots, right? Like, I understand.
I'll tell you what, man, I'm not trying to interrupt you too much here, but I am interrupting you, is they were priced at such a price. I don't know what the big resale market was going to be. I think the Rangers might have done a good job of we know what the resale market was probably going to be, and we're just going to price them. Yeah. And maybe it's not up to the Rangers. Maybe it's up to MLB. I don't know all of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That actually is a really good question. We might need to investigate on that. But I know people were annoyed because, look, if you wanted to get a ticket to the game, there's going to be 4 home games, right? There's approximately 40,000 seats. Now, I know a standing room only, you can expand that out. So let's just say 170,000 seats available for the World Series in the Metroplex. Well, there's a hell of a lot more people than that in the Metroplex. You're talking probably, 20 times that many people here in the Metroplex. So people want tickets. I think people are annoyed that if you lost out to another fan, that sucks.
Right.
But you could deal with it, right? If you lost out to secondary ticket market bots who are just looking to flip for a profit,
Yeah.
I have a hard time dealing with that because
I'm
that
with
comes
you.
up in the wrestling world a lot as well.
Yeah, and
probably in all events. I'm
It'll
sure.
never stop, right? There's no way to stop that. The people that are really smart with computers are always going to figure out a way once they figure out a way how to stop this bot situation that you've created from happening, they'll create another one. So they're always going to be ahead. I'll say this, look, it's one of those things where I've looked at it before and I said, my kids are only of this age right now. When they go off to college, when they go off and they have their own family and their own life where they're living, outside of my house, it's going to be tough to be like, hey, let's do this. So these are moments that you'll never forget. So I totally get spending this money. I think I've talked to you before. I think you're willing to do a crazy amount of money for a Super Bowl.
Yes.
If the Cowboys are in it. With your son.
Yes.
Your older son.
Yes.
I don't think you're going to buy a ticket for
I'm
Noah
not
yet.
buying a ticket for Noah, no.
But I would look at it and say, this is an opportunity. They did get to go to the World Series in a weird way. The Dodgers and Rays World Series here, because that was an easier one in a weird way to go to than this one. But I've decided, look, we'll create the memory not being at the game, unfortunately. And then also Tuesday now is Halloween, so they can do Halloween till 7 p.m. If they want to do it later, they can, but it sounds like one of my sons is like, I'm going to do Halloween till 7 p.m., and then I'm watching the Ranger World Series.
And somebody asked this question. I think this is a really great question. And, Mike, I think it sounds like you're in the same spot as I am from 903. You guys don't get into the game. Well, there's absolutely a process that you can get into the game with a press pass. But that's just you, right? Like, I want to go to the game with Brandon. I don't want to go to the game
by yourself.
I would. Don't get me wrong. Let me try that again. Yeah. I would definitely want to go to the game by myself just because it's the freaking World Series. But I would much rather go with my son or my family. And that's the issue is they don't get to go.
And MLB put certain things up. The G-Bag Nation talked about it because they were broadcasting from there. Hopefully I don't know if they're broadcasting Friday from there or not. I have not heard if they are or not. But that they were like, you can't wear any Rangers gear as a media member. So like, it's a bull.
Yes.
So it's not as like exciting as you are there and you're way up you're behind home plate. You can see where it's at. If you ever go to a Ranger game, it's at the roof. You're on the roof when you are watching.
Yeah.
You are there, but
say you were there
and you can't cheer. You can just sit there and watch the game and take notes during it, and you're kind of watching it. They do have TVs up there for you to watch up there, too, so you kind of are watching the action more from, yes, you are getting the environment, and it's awesome, the cheering and everything, but if you're really trying to see some action, it's somewhat easier to see off the television.
And some people have suggested this. I have to admit, I have not gone and looked down this rabbit hole just quite yet, but you might be better off flying out to Arizona and buying a ticket there for $3, $4, or $5.
I have that pulled up right now. I'm on ESPN, and you can click over to tickets as low as. It's $559 for Game 3, so Game 1 in Arizona. $450 for Game 2 on Halloween, and Game 3 is as low as $440. I think right now, if I were to tell you you're going to buy on the secondary market, do not buy today.
Oh, my God, no.
If you wait till Friday, to your point, your gamble, it will pay off. It will go down. Now, will it go down by 10% or 25%? I don't know that. But the tickets will go down on Friday. People are trying to get as much as they possibly can right now. If they're just sellers and just bots, they will keep lowering the price about 10% every day. Tomorrow, they'll be about 10% lower. On Friday, they'll be, I'm going to assume, about 5 to 10% lower than they did that. Because if you're wanting to sell, you need to make your profit. And right now they're trying to make the max profit. But if you're like, I don't care, I want the tickets, I'm getting them, go ahead and get them. But if you want to wait it out till like 3 p.m. on Friday, that's probably going to be when you start seeing tickets get closer to face value.
And thus far, I have not had luck. I'm actually on the Diamondbacks website right now trying to see if they have face value tickets, because then you're probably going to come out ahead of the game, even if you flew out there. Some people were asking, and this is unfortunate, and it relates to a lot of businesses. I know this is huge in the shoe game as well. It's also a big, big deal in the card game, is when people ask, where did you see the standing room only 175? I was looking Game 2 yesterday, standing room only 175. That was off of the Rangers website direct. If you go secondary market now, you're probably talking about $500. And that's the part that makes people angry, is because you see this in the card game all the time, is when people used to stake out the Walmarts and the Targets, they didn't care if you actually like cards. They're going to buy them all up so they can make money. Same thing here. They don't care if you're a diehard Rangers fan. They don't care if you've been watching since they came here in the 1970s. Doesn't matter. It's there for profit. And it sucks, but that is a facet of a lot of different areas.
And it is what it's this way in the Stanley. I don't know the Stanley Cup finals that well yet. I'm going to know, though, by the end of this year. I'm going to be a hockey head.
Yes.
Okay. I asked Spittle last night. I was like, hey, who's the guy? Is it Razor? Razor says, oh, man, he tried to sauce that one or something. I'm like, that sounds awesome. Can you tell me what saucing means? And it's like kind of making it a flying saucer, like over a leg or over a puck to get it like a little bit off to make the pass over a stick, most likely. I was like, oh, that's a cool saying. I like that saucing thing. Yeah. But where I was going with this is I don't know. See, this is what happens when Corey and you leave all the time. You put way too much pressure on me to just be a two-man show.
For all 4 hours.
I hate it. Corey, your tooth is fine. Show up, man. We were talking about tickets or something.
Hopefully.
Oh, they give away tickets to the corporate sponsors.
Yes.
So the people that, I don't know who the biggest MLB sponsors are. I'm sorry, but let's just say it is McDonald's. I'm just making that up. I don't think it is, but if it is, McDonald's getting 8 tickets to each game. Yeah. Like that's part of giving MLB $250 million a year. They get World Series tickets. So as long as they're not season ticket holders who opted into the whole package before the playoffs started, they have those tickets available for their huge corporate sponsors. So there's a lot of corporate sponsors that don't care about the Rangers or the Diamondbacks in the game, but they have to take care of the people that gave them 9 figures to play baseball this year.
If from the 682, if y'all fly out there for real, I'll be in Salt Lake waiting, maybe before Game 4. There were discussions about if we would be flying out as the baseball show of record in North Texas. I don't know if that's going to happen anymore, but I'm also really fascinated if people have already, because you talked about with your family and stuff, and all I know right now is for Game 1, Brandon's birthday is on Thursday. And so he's going to be at the house on Friday. And
November 2nd?
No, this
Thursday.
Yeah, and
okay.
So we're going to watch Game 1 at the house with some friends and family, but after that, I don't know. And I don't always love watching sporting events that I'm invested in with other people.
Right.
Because I get mad and I want to say things or hit the table.
I'm going to be honest, and I don't know if this is something I need to go see a doctor for. I felt like I was going to pass out when I started screaming when Evan Carter hit the double. Like I was
really?
I wasn't screaming words. I was just like, yeah. And then I was going, go, 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 go. And then I got lightheaded and had to sit back down. And I don't know why that happened. Cause I'm like, I don't know. Why did I got so excited?
Your wife is a doctor. Why didn't you ask her?
I don't know. She'll probably tell me to go to another doctor. And I don't like going to doctors. They cost money, all kinds of things. But they might tell me something's wrong in a weird way. If I feel like they don't tell me something wrong,
then it doesn't exist.
It's super stupid. I know.
I definitely get what you're saying. It's still, I think that actually makes sense to a lot of people. I realize it doesn't make any logistical sense, but that's the same way I felt when Noah was born. We were in the hospital and the doctors kept coming in and they talked about how he might need to go to the ICU. And I was like, I just want to take him home. Yeah. And I realized that makes no sense. He needs to go to the place where the experts are. Me taking him home doesn't solve anything. So I think it's a similar situation there, Mike. If that happens again, you need to go check that out. When's the last time you got your blood pressure checked?
Oh, about 6. Remember when I thought I had a heart issue?
Yes.
So then they wanted me to go see other things and go do other things, and I forgot to schedule those and didn't.
Mike.
I know. I'm married to a doctor. That's the weird thing, isn't it?
Yes, that is very weird. You should probably go get your blood pressure checked.
I think everything was fine with the heart and everything. They checked my pulse.
Is that based on your watch?
No, they checked my pulse there.
Okay. And where's there? This is the place 6 months ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a doctor.
Things changed in 6 months, Mike.
Was it the pediatrician?
No, I didn't go to the pediatrician. Dr. Morgan was my pediatrician, and my wife told me at 20 years old I probably should stop going to my pediatrician. And I was like, I don't know. I'm just doing what my mom told me to do.
Okay, I don't think it's the end of the world for you to go to a doctor and see, is it high blood pressure? Is it a mix with anxiety? Could they put you in some medication, perhaps? I want you to be okay, Mike.
Medicines make you weak, right? What if it was the COVID shot?
Stop it. What are you, Derek? We're the KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Because I got those. That might get me in trouble. Coming up next, let's talk about the Dallas Stars, especially since I know Hockey Mike is invested. Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here in The Fan.
Welcome to the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Wow, what a play. Slides to knock it away. A chance for Dallas, and Harley scores. Penguins all out of sorts, and Thomas Harley, the defenseman, with his first of the year, and the Stars extend their lead to 3-1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And the Stars would extend that lead even further in their eventual win over the Penguins. Not Penguins over the win. Win over the Penguins. And Hockey Mike has demanded more time for the Stars.
Hey, they're fun to watch. Now, I will say they looked a little... I don't know if lazy is the right word because I'm learning hockey. But they didn't, the first period, it was kind of like Big Ten college football. Kind of like, are we going to like show any type of entertaining stuff here? Or are we just snapping the ball for 4 hours and then we're going to say the game ended? But they picked it up as the game went on and honestly had a pretty easy win. But I will say that Ottinger had a lot of good saves. There was a power play where Sidney Crosby, I felt like, created a couple of really good opportunities, but Ottinger stuffed them. Is stuffing them a good word?
Yeah.
Wouldn't allow them to have a goal. So really fun. I'm really leaning towards getting an Ottinger jersey.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
He'll be our goalie for a long time, right?
Yes. Now, he is under contract for, I believe, 3 years, but the thought was this would kind of bridge it, and then they would get ready for the real deal big contract. But I think they want him here.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm also going to call it Brian Ray because he should get a major discount being part of the Stars. So I don't want to pay full price.
But still monetarily, you're, watching.
Like I don't want to pay for a full, I called it jersey, sweater. I don't want to pay full price for a sweater. I want the discount.
Now, what are we to make of a Jekyll and Hyde special teams for the Stars? Because on the one hand, their penalty kill is phenomenal.
Who sent the text last night?
Mike Bassick. I kid you not. Some of the things I won't read you that he texts us, but 15 for 15 on the penalty kill this season, your Dallas Stars. How do we juxtapose that against your power play being, let's say, not so great?
I don't know because I need to ask more questions. Is it spacing? It's not talent. We know that the Stars are very talented, and they scored 4 goals. And the other day they scored 4 when I tied Philadelphia. They won in overtime. Yes. But so I look at it. I don't know exactly what's going on. I think that's a good question for Spittle. It's a good question for Brian Ray. Is it spacing? Is it puck movement? Is it, the staleness of, is it not entering the zone correctly? I need to learn all of these things about the Dallas Stars.
Okay, because
and hockey in general.
But I love the fact that you're already pushing into it. I hope that continues after this evening because I know obviously basketball takes up a lot of space in your brain on a consistent basis. But fair to say right now, it seems like you're a pretty good amount more optimistic about the Stars and the Mavs. I'm not misreading that.
I'm honestly... I've watched every game. I'm not saying I watched every second of every game, but I have tuned in and watched quite a bit of Stars and have really enjoyed the product that I'm watching. I think the effort is there, which I question a lot of the effort of the Dallas Mavericks last year. The talent is there. The ability to possibly win the Stanley Cup is there. So, yes, I have been engaged with it. With the Mavs, I'm going to watch the Mavs. They've been my childhood favorite team. Like, I love the Cowboys. Well, I did love the Cowboys.
I still think deep down in you that it's there.
I can always go back to them, right? I'm right now, I'm divorced from them. But you know what? Some people get divorced and they get back together.
Do you want to say separated?
Separated?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you need to be more committed than just separated, though. I feel like let's make a true commitment here. Either get divorced or not.
What? Take that, separated people who are considering their options. Mike says either get divorced or don't.
Yeah, as Tom Grieve told me when I got drafted by Cleveland, he said either, get on the pot and do your duty or get off of it.
That is definitely not what he said, but I appreciate that you cleaned it up. So separated people out there. There's Mike Bassick's advice about what you should do in the next stage.
You want to stay married or not? There's a thing called divorce. Either do it or don't do it.
From the 940, we actually might be working on this. Let's hit a Stars game, Mike. I'll educate you. You've been a huge hockey fan since they moved here in 93.
I'd love to, man.
We've been talking with Marty Turco about a package for Peace-a-thon. Maybe that could include a Mike in-person watch-along because he's super invested in...
Turco, former goalie.
Yes, that is true. You should ask him if you should buy Ottinger's jersey. I bet he will support that.
What's the trophy you win for best goalie of the year? There has to be an award, right?
Calder? No, that's rookie.
I'm going to look that up because that's
Vezina.
Vezina. Okay,
that's what I'm going to go with.
All right,
that's my final answer. We'll see if that ends up being.
And so tomorrow night they play here against Toronto or on the road against Toronto?
I believe they are here against Toronto.
Okay, because it makes sense if they were on a road trip and then they played Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. That Toronto's not far away, but I mean. That is really great that they are playing here at home. I know that I'm kind of promoting something that maybe I'm not supposed to, but there's a possibility of the next card show being here while the World Series game 6 and 7 is happening. Like you talk about a big like sporting thing. I need to check the Mavs schedule, but there's a lot of things that could be happening around that.
Woo, man, what a time.
Yeah.
So you've caught Stars fever.
Yes, very good. Play hard. I want the Mavericks to catch me too. I do want the Mavs to catch me tonight, catch me early on in the season. They have an easy schedule. I'm going to tell you something. If the Mavericks don't go 7-3 in their first 10, if they are not 7-3 or better in their first 10, that's not a good sign because the schedule gets a lot tougher after their first 10 games.
It's really cool because everybody is going to be playing at the same time for the first time since, 2011 makes sense, but I think it's 2010 is Stars just won last night. They play again tomorrow night. The Mavericks get started today. The Cowboys obviously will be back at it on Sunday, and then the Rangers start the World Series on Friday. So, and FC Dallas is about to be in the playoffs on Monday. There's something for everybody.
Just to give you real quick, just how easy their schedule is, the Mavericks, San Antonio, right? Bad team.
They're not supposed to be good.
They'll be better. Brooklyn at home. Brooklyn's not supposed to be a good team this year. Then at Memphis, no Ja Morant, no Steven Adams. He's out for the year. I'm not saying they're not a decent team, but that's a hurt team. Home against Chicago. You're not a Chicago fan. Your son is.
They're
Chicago's
not good.
average at best. Yeah. At Denver, you're losing that game. Then you have Charlotte at Orlando, home against Toronto, home against the Clippers. That takes you to November 12th. Like, that's a pretty darn easy schedule to start the year.
Right now, we mentioned the Cowboys on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. We do have our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Well, it's taken a lot to put the Cowboys back on page 3 or 4, right?
Man, has it ever, and for good reason. But catch us up. We talked earlier about all the things that we've missed during the Rangers frenzy. Now that we've taken a quick breath, gotten some insight on some other things, what do we need? Give me your Cliff Notes. What do I need to catch up with on the Cowboys?
Well, probably not a heck of a lot because today will be the first day they've practiced since, like a full practice since before the Chargers game. So, the bye, I guess, came at a good time for many reasons. But, they did a little bit of field work on Monday, but nothing extensive. So, So today will be the first time they actually get on the field and have some semblance of a practice. So we'll have a better idea of, where some guys are. But from an injury standpoint, they kind of took care of that by putting guys on IR, and they obviously got to play. They got to be on there for 4 games, so they've only had 1 so far. Not a heck of a lot going on.
Mickey, when I look back at that Chargers game, the last one the Cowboys played, Micah Parsons had a huge sack late in the game, but he was playing linebacker quite a bit. I don't remember the breakdown of snaps where he was at linebacker and not rushing the passer versus rushing the passer. But is that what we're going to see until Leighton Vander Esch gets healthy? Is way more of a linebacker position than a get to the quarterback guy?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's a good thing because, when he's got to line up at defensive end, play in and play out, the offense knows where he's going to be, and it's easier to double team him. So when he's in more of a linebacker situation, he can move around, and it's harder to double team somebody that's off the line of scrimmage. So, I think they'll do that. But one of the key things, Mike, that I thought happened in that game is a lot of times when they wanted to move him onto the line, Marquise Bell, formerly a safety, basically played the linebacker position and played awfully well. He ended up, if I remember correctly, he had 7 tackles, second most in the game for the Cowboys, and kind of gave them encouragement that, maybe they can get by. Now, if a team's going to load up with 2 tight ends or they're going to have a fullback in the game, you may need another linebacker type to be in there. But for what they asked him to do, I thought he did an excellent job. And so that'll give them a little bit more encouragement that, they can move Micah Parsons onto the line in times of need.
I was curious because I had seen this stat in the game notes do you think that CeeDee Lamb can have at least 4 more 100-plus yard receiving games this season? Because if he does, he'd pass Bullet Bob Hayes for the most in the first 4 years of a Cowboys career, which is pretty impressive to me.
Oh, yeah. And I think it's possible. I think that, because it's needed because they got to get this passing game untracked on a more consistent basis. And using him, obviously, is huge. But again, they have the 16th ranked offense, but they're 20th in passing offense. That's got to be better.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, over the last couple of years, that's kind of been their strength. Now, I know there's extenuating circumstances in a lot of the situations where they got big leads, they didn't need to throw the ball, the weather was bad in New York, this and that. But I think for this offense to kick in gear for the rest of the season, the passing game has to improve, the protection has to improve, and also the run blocking, because if you can run the ball a little more consistently than they have, then that helps you when you know you have to throw the ball.
Is there anything that you wanted to note or anything we need to know about some of the movings and shakings on the practice squad?
They picked some guys up from a veteran standpoint. The tight end has played some, see if I can say it right, Saubert, I think. And then the other guys are just kind of depth guys, the offensive guards, and give them some depth, especially after they lost Harlow. He got picked off their practice squad. He was an offensive lineman that had some experience, but from my understanding, I don't know how big they were on him. So he was probably going to be on the practice squad, because even when they had to elevate guys, they didn't elevate him. So I don't know that was a big loss. So some of the moves they made more so on the practice squad, and I know everybody's, all gung-ho about the trade deadline coming up. But again, what would you trade for? That's always my question. What position do you absolutely need that you would give up significant draft compensation to get that guy at that position?
Yeah, we might want to chop that up with you some more tomorrow, because if people keep saying Derrick Henry, and I don't know, I don't see that one. So maybe we'll pick that conversation back up with you tomorrow.
That sounds good, and I'm with you on that. The cost would be way too high. I would think from the compensation standpoint and salary cap standpoint. You don't get these guys free just because they come in the 8th or 9th week of the season.
Sure.
Right?
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this NFL superstar being overused? We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
All right, guys, I want to talk about Men's T Clinic.
runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Second and goal. Play action. Purdy. Pressure coming late. Throws to McCaffrey. McCaffrey twisted to the goal line and in for the touchdown. 2 rushing touchdowns, 1 receiving touchdown for Christian McCaffrey, and it's 20-3, 49ers.
Good job, Christian McCaffrey, at scoring touchdowns, but it hasn't been enough to help the 49ers win the last couple games. And I actually want to talk about Christian McCaffrey specifically as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
49ers are done.
Do you really think that?
Not at all.
I didn't think so.
I watched one play the other day, and it was an interception. I couldn't believe. I'm like, oh man, this looks like they might have something here. And the Rangers, it was in the 8th inning, and I was switching TVs pretty much, and it was a commercial break. And then Brock Purdy was like, man, I think we're wearing purple tonight. And it's like, nope.
He's been mid at best.
You're still wearing white and gold and red, buddy. Wrong team.
Whoops. I'm going to get to that in just a second. But first, let's talk about Jim Irsay. Jim Irsay put out a tweet last night.
You don't like him.
I do not like Jim Irsay. But you know what? I'm going to actually take a step back. It's not that I don't like Jim Irsay. I think that the NFL let him off so light compared to how they judge their players for similar instances. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a player got caught with all this money and unmarked pills in a bag, I don't think they'd be like, oh, well, slap on the wrist. And so I just think Jim Irsay got away with that really easily because he's one of the owners. He put out a tweet yesterday, a 2-part tweet, one of which, run of the mill. Anthony Richardson's surgery was a success. All right, good deal. Hopefully he'll be back next year. Everything will be good to go. The other part of the tweet he put out was, quote, the NFL admits and understands that they did not make the correct calls at the end of the Colts-Browns game. I believe we need to institute instant replay for all calls, including penalties, in the last 2 minutes of all games. So that was his interpretation of the report that they got. But I'm guessing that the NFL probably won't love him putting that out on blast. He's not wrong, because I did think that they got jobbed at the end of that Browns game.
Okay, here's my thought. Those were horrible helmets by the Indianapolis Colts.
That was your takeaway from that game?
Yes.
Okay.
First, they wore all blue. Wasn't crazy about all blue, but I get people do the Cowboys do the white out. I don't mind the white out. I think it kind of looks cool for the Cowboys. And I get wearing all blue, but those black helmets were pathetic. And I was talking to Corey before he decided not to come into work today.
He broke his tooth.
Supposedly.
Look, Mike, I tend to believe what people tell me. That might not be a great idea.
Yeah, because I lie all the time. No, I'm just
You
kidding.
do?
No, I'm telling the truth every time I have to miss work.
Actually, that I do believe. You're not. Sometimes, Mike, I get the feeling that you would not be the best poker player because I feel like you'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in. Or you'd be like,
I do this.
Crap. Yeah.
You're screwed now, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay. Those helmets were horrible.
And so you think they deserve to lose
Yes.
based off?
Yes.
Okay.
You can't do black helmets with a blue logo. It doesn't show up. Whoever made that helmet go, man, that's really nice from 3 feet away. Now let's go 700 feet away and see if you can tell what is going on here, because the camera is going to have a lot of your guys from a distance.
Right.
And I feel like they should have gone with a white horseshoe. And I still don't know if I would have liked that. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to go, like if the Cowboys went with an all black helmet, and I know they never will, even though Corey thinks they will, is you can't do a blue star. You'd have to change the star color. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I understand.
So I just didn't like it. I just didn't like their jersey, but they lost. I can't believe the Colts. I can't believe their record that they have. That's the one thing. Like, because I'm a Jaguars fan. I'm like, what the crap's going on, Colts? You guys need to lose more like I think you should.
Well, now they're going to try harder. Do you think Christian McCaffrey is being overused? So he came back for the Monday Night Football game, and I was looking at a couple of numbers that I thought, is going into the Monday Night Football game, where obviously there was questions about whether or not he was going to play. Clearly he did. He had 110 carries, which were second in the NFL. 134 touches, which were most in the league. For somebody that has shown that they can get hurt, I know he's also shown that he's awesome.
Right.
And he could make a case for
I agree with both things you
for
said.
MVP. Do you think maybe they should dial back his usage, even if it's 10 to 15%? Because if you're leading the league in touches for somebody that gets hurt, I don't know if that's the best formula.
Their backup running back's Mitchell, right?
I believe so.
He's pretty good. He's not McCaffrey. There's a reason they traded for McCaffrey, because they didn't have anybody that was considered a premium running back. They're using Deebo Samuel back there for 5 carries a game, maybe less than that. But I just think that, to your point, yes, they should in the regular season.
Is it Jordan Mason that's also in the mix with Mitchell?
Might be also there too. But I just look at McCaffrey. If you're McCaffrey and you got to take the regular season seriously, you can't go, well, hey, we're going to win this division. We're going to be probably a 1 or 2 seed. But they've deed around here the last couple weeks to put themselves in a non-favorable position going forward. But I would say, yes, I would try my best to keep his touches under 20 a game. And that's with receiving,
and
too.
he was averaging 22.3 a game, to your point.
Yes. So it's not a big adjustment, but just enough to try. And then, you know what? In the playoffs, dude, you might touch the ball 30 times a game.
Sure.
But I want to try to get you through this 17-game season fairly healthy as much as we can. And then we're going to ride you to hopefully a Super Bowl championship if you're a 49ers fan, which you kind of are. You're a big Joe Montana guy.
I'm not a contemporary 49ers fan in any form or fashion.
They're wearing the Steve Young jerseys every once in a while to really throw it in Joe Montana's face.
You know what? Not a big Steve Young fan.
He's left-handed.
No, because of the Joe Montana thing. All right, I want to talk about 2 of the players that won Player of the Week awards. Do you want to start AFC or NFC?
AFC.
Okay, I want to focus specifically in on this player. Now, Lamar Jackson won Offensive Player of the Week for AFC, but I want to talk about their Defensive Player of the Week. Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett was bananas this weekend. 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and a blocked field goal. That's a heck of a day.
I wonder, some guys make that look so easy, and if it was, they do it all the time, where they snap the ball, you jump over the 2 guys that
you
are
just hit right on point.
Then, yeah. But I know that is very difficult. If it wasn't, more guys would do it.
Now, I realize that sacks became an official NFL stat in 1982 because they ignore Pro Football Reference, their research project. So NFL only tracks stats to 1982.
Okay.
Myles Garrett just passed Reggie White for the most sacks in NFL history before a player's 28th birthday.
How long did Reggie, do you know how?
Now, Reggie White was also good for another 10 years.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because he played a long time.
So I'm not saying he'll pass Reggie White, but do you think Myles Garrett could move into a elite of the elite conversation?
I think this is a great question. I'm going to change the question just a hair.
You don't think it's that great of a question?
No, I do think it's a great question. I think we have, of our childhood, it was Reggie White and Lawrence Taylor. They were the best defensive players by far in the NFL. There are other great ones.
Bruce Smith was awesome.
Right,
Darren
but
Thomas.
those were the 2 best. Who do you think is going to be considered better, somewhat of this era? They're of a little different age, Aaron Donald or Myles Garrett, because I think that's comparable to Reggie White, Lawrence Taylor.
For me, it's got to be Aaron Donald then, because I still think Aaron Donald could be the best defensive player of all time. Okay. I know there's still ways to go, but
I'm not against you on that. I think he's a top 5 defensive player of all time, and it gets tough to eras and everything like that. But if Myles Garrett is doing this and he can play, let's just say another 6 quality years where he's one of the 5 best defensive players in the NFL, I do think he can become part of the conversation as, yes, Hall of Famer. And nothing against DeMarcus Ware. DeMarcus Ware's a for sure Hall of Famer.
Yes.
But is DeMarcus Ware one of the most elite defensive players of all time? No. But he is he's in the top 1%.
Yeah.
But now when I get down to, here's the list of Hall of Famers. Who are the Hall of Famers amongst Hall of Famers? Yeah. Reggie White is one of them. And I'm just asking, and Aaron Donald is too when he gets there. Can Myles Garrett get to that point?
He needs to win, and right now he's the odds-on favorite. He needs to win Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah. Right, that's an award you have to have on your ledger.
I'll tell you what helps out is because of injury, and Micah Parsons having to play linebacker, he's done.
For Defensive Player of the Year consideration.
He's a great player, but there's just no way playing linebacker 50% of the season and dropping in coverage and stuff like that, or just stopping the run and filling gaps. There's no way you can be Defensive Player of the Year from that position.
You know a lot about football, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like, not as much as Brian. Like, if you're asking me,
the most
do you know as
encouraging.
much about football as Brian Broaddus does,
No.
like Mike McCarthy?
Actually,
no.
you know what? I'm glad that you brought up Broaddus because I will see if he knows this name. Is A.J. Brown was the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. He has 5 straight games of 125 yards receiving or more. That's tied.
Is he from Georgia? Am I wrong about that? Or is it South Carolina? Carter's not even listening to us.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot for joining the show, Carter.
We'll keep moving
All right,
forward.
keep going.
So A.J. Brown, 5 straight games with 125 yards receiving or more. That's tied with Calvin Johnson and somebody by the name of Pat Studstill.
Oh, yeah.
For the longest
Patty
streak in
Studstill.
NFL history. When do you think Pat Studstill played?
1948 through 1959.
Okay, believe it or not, he actually played in the 60s for the Detroit Lions. And in 1966, he was awesome. And he had a 99-yard touchdown reception. And that's where it really started to throw out there. But I wanted to say for...
I was wrong, by the way.
Was it Ole Miss?
Yes, it is Ole Miss.
Ole Miss, there you go.
Or just Mississippi.
Okay, which do you prefer?
Probably Ole Miss.
Okay.
But
So-
on his page, it just says Mississippi.
A.J. Brown has the opportunity to break that NFL record in his next game. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Will he?
I say yes. I say yes.
The optimist of the Eagles.
Coming up next, the 2023 World Series is set. Here's your early primer for Rangers Diamondbacks. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we are gearing up for Rangers Diamondbacks game 1 of the World Series Friday. And you can hear all of the World Series games right here on your home of the American League champions, the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. And we're going to have Bruce Bochy coming up in about 20 minutes. Well, the World Series, it's set. Rangers, Diamondbacks. I wanted to, potentially run through some things that will be particularly relevant for this World Series, or maybe things that will be relevant for the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
People listening right now might be like, oh yeah, I love the Rangers. I've been following the Rangers. I got a pretty good handle. And maybe you've seen like the Diamondbacks in the playoffs, or maybe you've watched some Diamondbacks baseball, but you don't know all the challenges that come along with the Diamondbacks, and you just think 84 wins is. Does it start with the person who immediately jumps to my mind is Corbin Carroll? Is that who it starts for with you?
Well, I think that he's a rookie. He's going to be rookie of the year. He was an all-star. He went 3 for 3 last night with a sacrifice fly watching the game, and he is their established Evan Carter. So I think Evan Carter is going to be a rookie of the year candidate next year, might win rookie of the year. He has not exceeded rookie of the year status because he's playing in the playoffs. And Corbin Carroll is their future stud. By the way, he signed an 8-year, $111 million contract in the offseason before this season started. So just to give you an idea, that's something that the Rangers are going to try to do with Evan Carter this offseason.
Which is always a gamble for both sides, right? Because Evan Carter's been here 5 seconds. So maybe it doesn't work out and you give him all the money. But for Evan Carter, on the flip side, Corbin Carroll, I mean, after 1 year, it looks like he could far out-earn that potentially. But
he was a $30 million player this year. If he was on the market, if he hit free agency, he would be getting at least 30 per year.
Yeah, but that's sort of financial security. I do not want to dismiss the importance of that at all.
Yeah, so I do think of him, but I also think of Zach Gallen. Like, that's a guy now, that's pitching-wise. But in your lineup, I do think Corbin Carroll first. Obviously, Ketel Marte is a really good player, but Corbin Carroll,
He's been playing
first.
very well in the playoffs.
Yeah,
too.
and he was the guy. If you don't remember this series, I get it. It was in mid-August. But the Rangers, Montgomery had thrown 8 shutout innings, and it was 1-0. I believe it was 1-0. And Ketel Marte came up against Aroldis Chapman in the 9th inning. You're starting to see a little bit of the signs of maybe Aroldis isn't perfect, because at that point he'd pretty much been perfect, is that Marte took him deep for a home run. And it became a big controversial thing. I don't know if you remember, we talked about this on the air, because you should have just walked him and gone to the next guy, and you shouldn't be, and then the next time you don't walk somebody, or you do walk somebody and it doesn't work out that way either. So I just remember going, man, it's just the Rangers things aren't working out. Whatever decision they make is ending up backfiring on them a little bit. But those are probably their 2 best hitters, would you say? Marte and Carroll. Those are the ones. That's their Seager-Semien in a way. Even though they're not making $30 million a year, that's their Seager and Semien, and then they have other really good players around them.
I'm not trying to throw any shade at like Gurriel or anything like that.
Right.
Those are the 2 that I immediately think of. And
I'm with you.
One of the people that texted in is the Diamondbacks bullpen is nasty. That's where it starts for me. If you're trailing after 6, good luck. Now,
I like that comment. I'm not disagreeing with that comment.
Potentially a good thing. And is it Gallen?
I say Gallen.
Okay.
It might be I think it's Gallen.
I thought it was Gallen. Yeah. Sometimes it sounds like there's a little bit more of an E in there when you say it. Yeah.
Like Galleon. I don't know. That's how I say it, but maybe I'm wrong saying it that way. I say a lot of things wrong.
So Gallen has, especially by his standards, really struggled in that series against the Phillies.
True.
So that is one thing, not discounting the Diamondbacks bullpen whatsoever, but one thing if you're a Rangers fan or if you're looking at a potential opportunity is he's a stud. He's been a stud throughout the year, is less studly, if I can say that, against the Phillies. And so maybe potential for you can mitigate some of that awesomeness in the bullpen for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. In fact, to your point, he's going to finish top 3 in Cy Young voting in the National League.
I mean, obviously.
I think people are saying Blake Snell will probably win the Cy Young.
It's been a close race,
but Galleon has a chance. I guess I say it because it's EN instead of ON, but I could.
It's just the short E, but maybe.
Okay. But I'll just call him Zach from now on, and that won't confuse anybody. He is scary. He can be great. To your point, against Philadelphia, he wasn't great. He was great against the Rangers in his one start against John Gray. John Gray's not starting in this series, so there'll be a different matchup than Gallen. No, I've quit. But Zach, G, old G dog. But he's very good. You could argue. I'll throw this back to you as more of a question. You could argue he's the best pitcher in this series.
Okay. So, I'm actually going to argue he is not the best pitcher in this series. Because the way that shifts. Now, for the whole year, I hear you. I'm going to argue right here, right now, Jordan Montgomery is the best pitcher in this series.
Okay. I'm not going to disagree hard with you.
And that's just because, and look, I understand if people want to text in and be like, well, maybe it's Nate Eovaldi, or maybe you want to text in and you think it's, maybe you think it's Fott. That this is the best pitcher.
Oh, the rookie?
Yes. I think it's close. And for the year, I get Gallen. I think in this moment, I'm going to go with Montgomery because it feels like he's a multi-tool that obviously, especially with the last game, you've been able to use. And when you use him, he figures it out. But if you want to say Nate, I get it. If you want to say Gallen, I understand that too.
And I'm 90% sure that Zach G will be starting game 1 because he didn't pitch last night. So he will probably pitch game 1 is my best guess versus Nate Eovaldi. Because Montgomery threw 2 1/3, even though it wasn't a ton of pitches, 32 pitches, you're just going to go, look, we're assuming we're going to go 6 games. We hope we don't. We hope we win in 4. But whoever pitches game 1 and 2 have a great chance of pitching 2 times, starting 2 games in the series. So it'll probably be Eovaldi versus Gallen in the first game. And then you're probably looking at Merrill Kelly versus Jordan Montgomery in game 2. Those will probably be your pitchers to start off this series. And then you'll get the rookie. How do you say his last name?
Fought. I do believe.
The stupid P, right? Not him. Just there's a P in his last name. It's PF. Not even PH. PH makes the fuss sound.
I didn't make his name.
Why would you put the P just to throw one in there for fun? So
is that question for me?
Yeah, for English.
Okay. Alec, do you want to field that question? I don't know the answer.
I don't want to try it.
Okay.
And then you'll have Max Scherzer in that game. So you'll have rookie versus super veteran, future Hall of Famer.
Now, Mike, we try to do this, some in more constructive ways than others. I'm going to try to be super constructive right here. From the 972, Arizona will beat Texas 4-1. This is a bad
Could.
But here's the rest of it, though. This is a bad matchup for delusional Texas Rangers fans. I'm a Rangers fan. I'm just not delusional enough to believe that the Rangers beat the Diamondbacks. Okay. If you make it to the World Series, I don't care who you're playing. I don't think it's delusional to say you'll win. Secondly, let's go to Vegas. Do they care about anybody's feelings or just cashing checks? They have the Rangers for the series at -170 to -175, depending on where you look. That makes the Rangers a pretty nice little favorite for this. That doesn't mean they have to win, but to say delusional, that is nonsense.
They've both gotten here on a very similar path.
Yes.
If you look at it, the Rangers swept the 101 win Baltimore Orioles. And then you have over there, Arizona sweeps their somewhat rival in the LA Dodgers, their divisional rival who ran away with the division, 84 wins to approximately 100 wins for the Dodgers. And they killed them. I mean, killed the Dodgers. And guess who killed the Baltimore Orioles? The Texas Rangers. Then they're both underdogs. And now the Rangers take on their major rival and the team that just won the championship last year. And they take on the Philadelphia Phillies, who won the National League last year, who are heavy favorites. And they both go 7 games, and they both win games 6 and 7 on the road. To me, both teams are coming in with the exact same momentum. So if you're like, well, the momentum of the Diamondbacks, I get it. Great momentum. How is it any different than the Rangers?
Yes, absolutely.
You can tell me the Diamondbacks are going to win, and I'll be like, you could be right, man. Like, I'm not going to argue against that they could win this series in 5. But if you're like, oh, there's just no way. Why? Have you not watched the Rangers play the last 9 games in the playoffs?
Yes, I have heard.
Or sorry, more than 9. But.
Some people 12. I've heard some people label the Texas Rangers as the team of destiny. If you wanted to put that exact same label on the Arizona Diamondbacks, it's really hard to argue with that. Like,
everybody in baseball is in shock that this is the matchup, by the way.
And TV executives are probably not super pumped.
No. This is probably, I hate saying this, not here in our community, not here in DFW, but this will probably be the lowest rated World Series in baseball history. But hey, that's the way things are going in our, I mean, it's always, the ratings keep going down. There's so many options to choose from, but this is not at all a sexy matchup for baseball fans. Baseball fans are disappointed with this matchup, that you're not a Ranger fan and not a Diamondback fan. If you're a fan of a team that was out of it before the playoffs, you're like, oh, how much time should I give to Texas versus Arizona?
Well, that's fine. That's great. Too bad for them. I'm glad I'm not a TV executive, because I don't care if nobody outside this Metroplex or Arizona watches this series, because this will be the champion of Major League Baseball. We've never had that ever.
All right, we're going to get to Bruce Bochy here in a second, but I'd love to know the history, if you can look this up during the break, of when two teams in the World Series face each other and they're named after their state and not their city.
Okay, I will see if Elias has a stat about that. I don't.
New York versus Florida happened, but now they're the Miami Marlins, but they were the Florida Marlins back then.
Okay.
I do think it's the whole state of Texas versus the whole state of Arizona.
Yeah, well, I kind of get the feeling that not the whole state of Texas is behind the Rangers. Because guess what?
They have to be.
No, they don't. If the Astros were in the World Series, you would. But you're going to be like, they're not called the Texas
Astros. Yeah, they're Houston.
Astros.
They're the Houston Astros. They represent Houston. We represent the whole state.
You know what, Mike? What I would love for you to do is go out and get all the Astros fans that you know. Give them a call. Give them a text. Ask them if they're rooting for the Rangers. Report back with your research findings. Or go live or roll on you telling them they have to root for the Rangers because it's the state of Texas.
Are you a Texan?
Yes.
That's the question.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
It's really confusing about the Houston Texans.
Oh, my God. We don't even have time for that right now. Coming up next, we will move into the Expressway. We got Mike Likes It coming up, of course, but we'll also talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
105 through the fan, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your Texas Rangers are American League champions. Turn it on and leave it on. DFW's home of the Rangers, leading up to World Series Game 1. 105.3 The Fan.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You just heard it, your home of the Texas Rangers, American League champions. Right now, we bring to you the manager of the American League champion Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How we doing here?
Well, we're doing fantastic, and I know this isn't a question. I just want to say, as a lifelong Metroplex resident, born and raised, thank you so very, very much to you and all the guys for getting us into the World Series. We're all so pumped.
Oh, that's great to hear. I think the players is as excited as they are to get to the World Series. They're also excited for the fans. We've just seen how this support has just gotten crazy here at the end. That series we just had against Houston, it was crazy at the ballpark. So that's part of the whole deal, too, is just what it does in the community and kind of brings everybody together. They're excited about that. So back at you. Thank y'all. Thank you. And we're just really having a lot of fun. We have some marching to do, but it's good to be here.
For people who haven't been along for the whole ride, you told us back at spring training in Arizona what a great group of guys this was and that you believed in them and you had high expectations for the team. Can you take us back and explain what it was that made you think this group had the potential to be special all those months ago?
Right. Well, it really started before spring training. I went back and watched some games and, had dinner with Corey Seager in Nashville, talking to Marcus during the off season and getting to know these guys. I knew this team was loaded with talent. I knew I was coming in a really great situation, to be honest. But when we got to spring training and seeing the club and just their presence, there's just something about this team that I felt good about, and see why. What a great job he did bringing in, the starting pitching that he brought in to just send that confidence throughout the club that, hey, we can play with anybody now. And that's part of it. That's maybe the last hurdle you have to get over is the winning part and believing you can win when you've had some losing seasons. But I think when you bring in DeGrom and Evaldi and Heaney, these guys knew that we had a guy to go on the mound to compete with whoever they put on the mound. So it just changed the mentality of the club, and we talked about things in the spring. But just seeing them on the field and looking at the other team on the field, I said, I'll be shocked if we're not in the postseason and if we don't make a lot of noise.
So when it came to Game 7, I know Max and I know how competitive Scherzer is. When you took the ball from him after 2 2/3, I was just a little bit surprised that he just gave you the ball and said, whoever's coming in, let's go get him. Were you? Was that a tough decision at that point with a runner on third base and 2 outs to take out Max Scherzer?
Well, it's never easy to take out somebody like Max Scherzer. I said something to him during the game. He goes, he right away he said, I just want to win. That's who he is. With Max, his resume, come on, it's never easy to do that. But when you're in Game 7 and you talk about, all right, all hands on deck, you're going to throw everything at him. Now with Max, he had one start, and it got a little bumpy at times, but the stuff was really good. And we kind of had it figured out, mapped out. Well, if these lefties come up and, if we're in a situation where we need to go to them, we need to be ready. And I can't hold back. I was in a similar situation with Tim Hudson in Game 7 in 2014, and it wasn't easy taking him out in the second inning. But when you know that you have a loaded bullpen and some really good guys on there, they can help each other. It just gives them a different look. And so, no, it in that way was not a hard decision. It really wasn't, because my job is to do what I think is best for the club and what's going to give us the best chance to win. And that can't ever get away from you.
And then, Boach, you made me look bad just because I was previewing Game 7, and I told these guys, I said, hey, Jordan Montgomery's going to pitch, but a lot of times you don't want to bring in a starting pitcher with runners on base. They're not used to it. But you brought Montgomery in with a runner on third, and he got the soft line drive to shortstop. So tell me about the thinking about bringing Montgomery in with a runner on base.
Well, initially we were thinking he inning before, because seventh game you just get guys up. You just got to be ready. But just watching Montgomery, just getting to know him a little bit, how competitive he is. I said I have no worries about him. The question was, when he would be ready, and do you want to make sure those guys get enough time, because they're not used to getting up and getting ready in a hurry. But when we get the call that he was ready, I said, I'm going to go get Max, because they had two left-hand hitters up. The tying run was at the plate. It was the second time around. Not that Max can't go around 2 or 3 times, but in fairness, Max is, if he'd had 4 or 5 starts under his belt, was locked in on everything, sure, you probably don't make the move. But at this early stage of him coming back from his injury, it was a no-brainer for me.
Is the thought, because of the usage in Game 7, that Evaldi will take the ball for Game 1 and then Montgomery would pitch for Game 2 for you guys?
Well, we'll talk to the pitchers. I hate to say something before I talk to any of them. So, but I think it's fair to say when you look at Monty coming in and do what he did, he can use the added rest. So we're going to see where we're at. We were off yesterday. I kept the guys away from the ballpark, the staff, everybody. I'm heading in right now. Workout is at 4, and we'll be there quite a while because we have a lot of live pitching going on. That's the problem when you have a long delay before the next series. The guys didn't pitch. They got to throw. Hitters got to, face some live pitching too. But so anyway, we'll get with those guys and tell them what our plan is.
How important is it? Because obviously we just saw it felt like a classic ALCS. How important is it not to get caught up in the ebb and flow of what the series is at, whether it's 1-0, 2-0, 3-2, whatever? How important is it to not focus on that and just look at each game individually?
Oh, I think it's critical. I think, part of the maybe problem with teams in the past is they may look at that record and where you're at, and it can be so daunting when you look at, let's say you're down 2 or 3 games, can we do this? It's human nature for that to creep into your mind and have some self-doubt. And just like the other way, you can get a little complacent. So you just can't look at that record. I mean, you saw Philly just dominate this Arizona team the first 2 games. And, sure enough, they come back. And tell you what, this Arizona team's got some great pitching, and they play the game right. But getting back to your point, yeah, it's just that game. And that one game can change a whole momentum. And that's how you got to feel. So it's just keep plugging away. I mean, you look at what happened with us to come back home and get swept 3 games. But I can't say enough about what these guys did. They've been getting up all year, so I shouldn't be surprised at what they did in Houston.
Boach, my last question is, Josh Young learned a lot about himself through this playoff run. He said he's not good at spraying champagne. I'm wondering, you've done it a lot now. Are you pretty good at spraying champagne?
You know what? I'm not doing a lot of spraying. I'm getting sprayed a lot in that initial shot. And I tell you what, for 30 seconds, you don't know where you're at. You can't see. It burns. And you think I'd get a little bit smart and put the goggles on. I don't know where I've lost that ability to make adjustment because I'm getting burned pretty good. But I really haven't been spraying it, to be honest.
Well, we appreciate the time. We love talking with you every single week, and obviously the entire Metroplex is locked in now and again on Friday. Thank you very much, good sir.
Guys, always good talking with you. I appreciate you. Thanks.
Yes, there you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I just wanted to throw this out there real quick because
throw it.
I think this is really cool. Is people texting in like while we're talking to Bochy, not about his answers, but just saying, you represent my city really well. You were born to be the manager of the Rangers with that voice. And Bochy, we're not worthy, kind of Wayne's World style.
Yeah.
And I do think it's just really cool to see how in 1 year, and I realize winning helps, how attached everyone seems to have gotten to Bruce Bochy. It feels like he's been the manager of the Rangers for like 12 years.
I think that nothing against Woody, right? Woody, we loved Woody. We interviewed Woody for years. Woody did he was handed a rebuild situation. Those are always the toughest jobs to do, and most likely 99% of the time that person, Bo Porter for the Houston Astros, are there for the rebuilding process. Once the team starts feeling the team is done rebuilding, they then get a new manager. And Bochy he is everything that everybody is writing about, and everybody that I've known that's had him, obviously Derek Holland, will tell you just positive things, whether it's Bill Fahey, whoever it is in my life that knows Boch a little bit is a very big Bochy fan and loves the way that he represents himself, represents an organization, the way that he speaks to the players, the way that he respects the media. Everything he does is just in such a great professional way.
Now, a couple of other things. I got the sense that this wasn't going to take me anywhere once he gave the answer about the pitching.
Yeah.
But he did add maybe Montgomery could use that extra little bit of rest, which I think lends itself to what we've thought all along. Evaldi 1, Monty 2.
I'm sure he's going to
3.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to be, he's going to wait till Thursday, the national press conference, instead of like a lot of times he gave us a lot of things. If you're new to the station, Bochy gives us a lot of things. He's like, I'll let you guys know right now what's going to happen tonight during the regular season.
Yeah.
I think when he has to deal with the thousands of media that he's having to do, he's like, I don't want to do it locally. I'm going to have to do this again. I'll just wait until I do it to the national spotlight. I was going to ask him this, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow and Friday. There's no way he can bat Seager and Carter second and third.
Okay, and that was going to be the thing.
We ran out of time.
And that was the thing I was going to bring up. And plus, actually, even outside of the time, I feel like it was unlikely if he didn't want to say, here's how the rotation will go. He probably really didn't want to go, here's how the lineup's going to go.
Yeah.
But you feel
they
like
have too many left-handed relievers.
That you feel like some shift has to happen with Carter at 3.
Because they don't want to have a reliever coming in the 6th or 7th inning or even possibly the 8th inning where they look at it, and let's just say it's Leody Taveras, Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, and then Evan Carter. They're just going to look at it and go, yes, switch hitter, right-hander, but we want to avoid them being able to pitch a lefty against Seager and Carter in the same inning, unless there's been damage done. So we could see Carter go back to 9th. And that doesn't mean he's been demoted at all. It just means that they're looking at the lineup. And you might see Josh Young go to 3rd.
And honestly,
or Garver.
And when you see how much Carter has gotten on base in the postseason, that might not be a bad idea to keep that momentum going to the top of the lineup. And somebody asked this question, and it was kind of like what we were talking about with Adolis earlier, is how aggressive they'll be to re-sign Monty. My just guess would be a lot aggressive. But I'm sure that conversation is not at the forefront at this moment.
For probably behind the scenes, not with Bochy at all.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that Chris Young's a genius, man. I told you guys he's a genius the day that he got hired, even under John Daniels. I'm like, look, I'm telling you, he has everything you want. He's John Daniels and Nolan Ryan combined into one person. And probably if you put John Daniels on Nolan Ryan's shoulders, they might be the same height.
It does kind of feel like that with the look and the voice and everything. And like, it just feels like at any moment he's going to go, well, I don't suppose I could tell you anything them mountains couldn't say better, or something just like that.
Here's the way that I got to know Chris Young is we played together in 2004, and it started in Oklahoma City. We're AAA for the Texas Rangers. He started off in Frisco that year, and we would shoot baskets in the morning and we would just talk. And He's a very athletic guy, was an up-and-comer in the Rangers organization. I signed as a free agent. I was 25 years old. He's 2 years younger than me, I believe. I think he was 23 at the time. And we would just talk about a lot of things. We talk about basketball a lot. He loved basketball, played basketball at Princeton, was thinking about signing with the Sacramento Kings. They were giving him a NBA contract at the time to think over because they ran the Princeton offense with Vlade and Weber and all those things, and he knew it well from Princeton. And so, anyways, I would talk to him, and we'd talk about baseball, and I'm like, dude, he's pretty smart for like a 23-year-old young guy. And we would talk about other things too, and I'm like, man, he's a really smart guy, and he's competitive. And we saw he had a great big league career. And I was just like, he has everything you'd want. He wants all the inside numbers. He wants all that new school, if you want to call it that highly educated stuff. But he also totally understands the game too, and the personalities and the people and what it takes to win, and the coaches that he needs. Like, I need you to understand all these numbers, but I don't need you to rely on all of the numbers.
Can I ask one more question about Adolis Garcia? I know we talked about him to kick off the show, and we started talking a lot about like financial and the future and everything. But one of the other questions I was going to ask there is, I know it's been a shorter term, and all Rangers fans know Adolis Garcia, right?
True.
Going into the World Series, my contention is, in this moment for baseball fans, Adolis Garcia is a national star. True or not true? I feel like he got so much attention.
I think so. I think you're right. I think you're right. Like I will agree with that. I wonder, right? If we went to, I'll just give you this. I do think he's elevated his status tremendously. I have a buddy of mine who works somewhat in baseball, not like with an organization or anything, works like on stuff where he goes to big league games and stuff. And he came to Texas for the first time in a while. And I was with him, and he was in a suite, and he had no clue who Adolis Garcia was. Now, this was before the All-Star break. So before he was on the All-Star team, but he'd been on an All-Star team before.
That's the second time.
In 2021, he wasn't on an All-Star team. But look, the Rangers were a bad team in 21. They were a bad team in 22. And so somebody from Boston who loves baseball, follows baseball for a living, played minor league baseball for a decade, he's like, who's the right fielder? And he wasn't having a good game. So I had to tell him, no, he's honestly, he's a good right fielder, probably above average, well above average outfielder. And he's just having discipline issues tonight, right? Adolis can have those. We've seen it in one game in Game 6. So I wonder now if, like, you're a Boston Red Sox fan and you've been casually following the playoffs because your team wasn't in it, do the majority of Boston Red Sox fans know who Adolis Garcia is? So I'm kind of asking it back to you. I think they do.
I think they do too, for two reasons. Because he has the best combination that you can have to get attention.
Shoes.
Well, okay. He has three parts in that combination then. It's got to be the shoes. But also the personality / controversy and the results. Because, like, personally, I don't think it was controversial that he got pissed that he got drilled on purpose. And I think he should have been mad. And I know Houston people are like, blah, 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 but you lost, so deal with it. That's my Mike Bassett right there.
I like it.
But he was definitely caught up among the controversy and attention if you didn't follow just the score, right? If you didn't follow just the score, but you're like, hey, I heard there was like almost a brawl that broke out in the mid. What happened there? Well, Adolis Garcia, so you know that. Then also, most RBIs in history for an ALCS. So not only was it the flash.
Wasn't it all LCS?
All LCS, yes. It was also the substance. And by the way, he's 2 RBIs from having the most RBIs, I think, in any postseason run ever. Now, I realize the playoffs have been expanded over the years.
Right.
So some people might have an issue.
He definitely got 2 free games, right?
So some people might have an issue with those stats. But my point is, that's still pretty dang impressive. And so he has the flash to go along with the substance. And I do believe that in this moment going into the World Series, people know Adolis Garcia.
Okay.
Like baseball fans in all markets know Adolis Garcia.
I think you're right. And that comes from a status of, in June, Red Sox fans had no clue who he was.
For sure.
Okay. Mike likes it.
Ready for Mike likes it? Let's do it.
Let's talk about the Dallas Mavericks. They're playing tonight. And 2 things that Jason Kidd has said. These are very general, but he's like, we have to get a lot better on defense and we have to get a lot better on rebounding. He also wants to play at a higher pace. One, real quick, I did watch a half of the game against the Detroit Pistons, and they played at a tremendous pace, as fast as you can possibly play. It looked like a real fast Sacramento Kings style basketball. If you watched Sacramento last year, they played at a very fast pace. The Mavericks were playing at the exact same pace. Luka wasn't in the game. Luka was hurt, couldn't play in the game. I do think when Kyrie Irving is the point guard and Luka's on the bench, they are going to play at a very high rate of speed. I don't know how they're going to play when Luka's on the court.
agree.
And honestly, I don't think Luka's going to play tonight. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised if he does.
I keep looking for Dallas Mavericks PR for that.
I'm sure he's probably going to go through kind of like a 4 o'clock maybe workout if there's a possibility of playing, just to see how everything feels. And I don't even know, since Casey Smith was kind of demoted, I don't even know who makes that decision now. So I want to talk about the defense, because they're like, we're going to get better on defense. Defense. And I've watched them play some of their preseason games, watched them play overseas a little bit. It's not improving at all. In fact, it looks terrible. But let's be honest here.
All right, so I'm going to try to push for defense here.
I'm going to go through grades here, and you can give your grade too.
Okay.
To me, Luka Doncic is an F defender. So A, B, C, D, F. He's an F defender, but he has the potential to be a B defender. Okay. I don't think he wants to do a B defensive job, but I think he has the coordination, smarts, ability, not to be an all defensive team, but to be like an average to a hair above average defensive player if he truly wanted to be that. But he is an F defender in my mind. So if he's an F defender, and you can put him where he's at on your category.
Say C-.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, C- is still not good.
Where do you think he can be?
I think
if he really wanted to be a good defender, what grade could you give him?
I think he could be a B defender.
Okay. Next starting player, second most important player on the team, Kyrie Irving. To me, he's like a C- defender, and he can be maybe a C+ defender. He's limited by size. He can only guard a few people on the basketball court at a time. Like, he can't guard Luka. I remember Luka's rookie year. Luka posted up Kyrie like 4 straight possessions, and they had to call timeout, the Boston Celtics. It's like, oh crap, they're going to post up Luka. He's not going to be an outside player today. So I think,
is your grade scale, just real quick, and A, you have to be able to switch off at 3 or 4 positions?
I think, like if we're going to be if we're going to be one of the best defensive teams in the NBA, like, I'm just grading him out. If people are like, we're trading for Kyrie for defense, they'd be like, well, dude, he's maybe passable, but I don't think he can get much better than that. So where do you have Kyrie?
I think that's probably fair. I think that's probably a fair range.
All right, so I will give Josh Green as a B defender with the possibility to be an A defender.
I agree with that.
I think there's just more education and everything that comes with that. I think he wants to be an A defender. I think right now he's a B defender. He gets a little bit more control, a little bit more education, a little bit more smarts. He's not Dorian Finney-Smith, because Dorian Finney-Smith was longer.
Yeah.
But I think he can be a really good defender in the NBA, and he's already a solid to above average defender in the NBA.
Yeah, I like those ranges.
Grant Williams, I think he's already an A defender, and he can't get any better. I just think that's what he is. He's a really solid, good defender. Maybe I should give him a B+, because he is limited.
Actually, my exact grade is a B+. I think he slid in the back half of the season, in the postseason, because there were games where the Celtics had to fundamentally change what they were doing with him rotationally because of defense. I'm still going to say
I like what you're saying. I'm agreeing.
But I'm still going to say B+, but I think he has A potential.
When the Mavericks were playing fast the other day against Detroit, it's so tough. It's preseason basketball. But there were times where he was getting blown by the quicker guys. And that was concerning to me, because I'm like, if our defense is relying on Grant Williams making a major impact defensively, there were times where I'm like, hey, Grant, can you move your feet a little bit quicker than that on the outside, guys?
Look, I like Grant Williams. I'm glad they made that move. I can tell you, I know the Celtics were like, not thrilled, but they were like, you know what? We've kind of done some other stuff.
Derek Lively, complete, incomplete. Like, I don't know. I have no clue. He hasn't played in the NBA, but I think let's go to high potential. For a 19-year-old turning 20 at some point this year, I'll go to B, but like that's like high potential.
For this year?
For this year, being a 19-year-old and skinny and trying to learn the league. Like, I'll be as optimistic as I can and say he can get to a B level at this age.
Yeah, I think for this year, B is probably fair. And you'd have to see the best of times, second half of the ACC and postseason Derek Lively. But just for this year.
So that's your starting rotation. That's the guys that you're rolling out there to start the game. Now let's talk about some of your major bench players. They went out and signed Seth Curry to be a major bench player. He's an F defender, and he's an F.
Yeah.
Like he's horrible.
He's not good at defending.
Tim Hardaway Jr., they're trying to get rid of him. They couldn't. He's an F defender, and he's an F. Now, he does have the potential to be a C.
Yeah, he could be better.
He could care less about him and Luka should be best friends on how much they care about defense.
What? I'm going to say potential for C.
Okay. I don't think he wants to be here.
Well, you know what? That's a different question, Mike. I said potential for a C.
All right, so Maxi Kleba is a B+ defender, and maybe I'm giving him too low of a grade. Honestly, I'm deciding between like A- and B+, but he maxes out. I know his name's Max, but he's giving you everything he has on defense. He is an above average defender in the NBA, so he is a good defender.
I think he has the systematic opportunity to get to an A as well, depending on who he's playing alongside, because I could see a combination of him and Lively working defensively in certain instances.
Okay. Dwight Powell to me is an F, and he's giving everything he has to be an F defender.
Oh.
You tell me.
Oh, no. You're saying, because like with Tim Hardaway, you're saying he doesn't care. So
like Tim Hardaway actually has the NBA ability to be a C defender on the perimeter. He makes the conscious decision.
Okay.
Tim Hardaway Jr. is like, if you would like to drive straight to the basket, I will give you that opportunity.
But you're saying Dwight Powell's trying his
he's
hardest.
He's giving everything he's got, and he's horrible at it.
I say a D. Best case scenario, I say a D.
All right. And then let's go to Jaden Hardy, because I do think he's going to play a role on this team. And I would say right now he's a C- with the ability to be like a B-. He's limited by size. He's 6'4". So like when you're talking about they're bringing pick and roll. Let's just say he's guarding. Help me out here. Who's the stud guard for Denver? Why am I drawing a blank? From Kentucky? Murray. He's guarding Murray. Let's just say he's elevated himself to he's guarding more. Jokic comes to set a pick and roll situation, and we're switching everything.
Yeah.
This is where he's super limited. Luka, I know he'd never be guarding Murray, but let's just say he is. And Jokic comes to set a pick. I know this is a bad example because nobody can guard that guy. But Luka's strong enough that he'll at least make it a little bit challenging. So that's why when I look at Kyrie and Hardy and Curry, the way that you switch every pick and roll situation or every pick and pop situation, it puts guys that are 6'4" and under in really tough situations in today's NBA.
I think right now, because of the age and the skill set, I think Jaden Hardy actually has the biggest gap
to like improve on.
Yeah, I would say C- to B+ is kind of where I understand the size limitations in terms of the switches, but C- to B+ is what I'm going to go.
The three guys that might play that I have no clue if they will or not would be Omax Prosper, your other first-round pick.
Defensive potential.
Rashawn Holmes and Dante Exum. Those guys are...
Dante Exum has defensive potential.
Yes, zero offensive potential.
Yes.
Maybe he's gotten better at that.
You didn't ask that question.
And Omax Prosper, I just don't know how much he's going to play, because when you start getting to 10 guys, you don't play 12 guys in a game.
Yeah.
So... And hell, the guy that's the 10th guy plays 5 or 6 minutes. Like, I'm just looking at this, Kevin, and now I'm going to pass it to you, is I just don't see how they can be a good defensive team when you don't have too many A defenders.
And so this is where the disconnect is going to happen with the season. And trust me, I already see people saying trades can be made, trades will be made. Like, I'm not disputing you there, and I'm not here to argue against that. The issue that I run into with this is whether it's Hardy, Prosper, Lively, hell, even Green to a certain extent. I would love to see the minutes go to those players, not at the expense of like Kyrie and Luka.
Right.
But I'm saying I would love to see more minutes pushed in that direction to see what you have. I know with Josh Green, you already signed the extension, so you like feel comfortable enough. Oh yeah, did you not see that?
No, tell me. 3
years, 43 million.
That's awesome. When did that happen? I'm sorry I missed that.
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
I was locked in on Rangers.
Yeah, I believe the numbers. Let me go back and double check, but I believe the numbers were.
That's great news.
3 years, $43 million extension.
He looked great, and I mean, look, he was making every 3-pointer against Detroit. But I was like, after that first half, I was like, damn, man, Josh Green might have taken his game to another level. And if the Mavericks are going to be good, Josh Green, Jaden Hardy, Grant Williams, hell, on this team, since they didn't make any trades, Derek Lively has to play 20 to 25 minutes a game and be a contributor. He was against Detroit, but once again, it was preseason basketball.
Okay, and that's where I think the disconnect comes for the future of this team, because I get it. You have Luka and you have Kyrie, and you're like, you don't want to waste any time. I understand that line of logic. Me personally, I would love to see the minutes get pushed towards those 4 people that I mentioned, so you can get a better sense of what you have, whether it's building them up for your rotation or building them up for these potential trades that we want to make. Because I just don't see this team as a contender right now. And I know some people are going to get mad because you have 2 of potentially the top 10 players in the league. I understand. I just don't see this team as contending.
I think they're going to be right around 500. Maybe they're 5 games over 500. Maybe they're 5 games below 500. I really don't know. Luka's health is going to play a major role in this. He's already coming into the season with multiple lower half injuries. That's not a good sign to start a season off. Those usually don't just improve to 100% throughout a season when you're on an NBA basketball court a lot. Kyrie Irving, we know he's going to miss 20 to 40 games. Hopefully it's closer to 20 than 40.
Last year was way lower, so I'm hopeful.
And then he's got his contract.
I realize.
He's good to do whatever he wants to do.
I'm thinking 44 and 38. I think
that's a good number.
Okay.
I did say I still am going to stick with this. I'm going to stick with 42 and 40. And I think that's probably going to be 8, 9, or 10 seed.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
I think they will be in the tournament.
But you could see, because they owe the pick to New York, you could see once again, I think they're going to have to make the decision quicker than they did.
Yes.
You could see if they're sitting around 500 and battling for the 8 spot, it might be in their best interest again to lose their last 5 games and to secure another top 10 pick.
And then convey eventually a second round.
Right. I mean, in a weird way. So, am I excited about the Mavericks this year? No, I'm not, but they're still my team.
Can I tell you this, Mike? And I know your counterpoint's going to be, well, you don't know what I'm thinking. And that's fair. I think you are excited. I just don't think you're optimistic. But I think you're excited because of how much you love basketball. And
I just went over every damn player. I could talk about Markieff Morris is going to cheer. He's Bill Winnington this year.
And that's the thing. You would love to be wrong about this,
I would
right?
love for them to be a 50-win team.
Yes.
I would, because if you are a 50-win team, that means Luka and Kyrie have figured it out. They play at 2 completely different paces.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to mesh together well. I really don't. And then you have Derek Lively, who's a 19-year-old starting center now on your team.
Projection on him.
Almost every team, and it's not just me. I'm sorry, I always forget the dude's name who does YouTube, who I watch some of his stuff. Reggie's been on his show. Every time you start a guy who's a rookie, pretty much like at 20 or 19 years old, you lose 50 games. In the history of the NBA, start a 19 or 20-year-old at center for the most part, you're losing 50 games because you're in a rebuilding mode. That is such a tough position to come into the NBA at that age. The physicality of it, the 82 games of it, the understanding all the nuances of it. And you're asking a 20-year-old to pick up half of your minutes at that position. It's going to be very difficult. So if they end up winning 50 games with a 19-year-old center, and then we figure out the Luka Kyrie situation, that will be amazing to me. And also, I'm worried about Jason Kidd. I just don't know if he knows truly how to coach a team. And that's not fair to him. I know he made it to the Western Conference Finals the year before last year, but he worried me last year in his lack of ability to coach the team.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers season starts tonight against
Mavericks
the
season
Spurs. The Mavericks season.
Rangers start the World Series Friday.
You know what? It's because of where we're about to go.
It's because Corey.
It's because what's taken over my brain right now.
Thanks a lot, Corey.
The Texas Rangers in the World Series. And I know a lot of people want to get back to this. So you know what? Let's get back to it. A quick catch up for the Rangers bandwagon fans, plus more key World Series questions. 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation. We will do that next on your home of the American League champion, Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Goosebumps through your radio.
Oh my gosh.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get back into the Rangers. As I attempted to tell you, the Rangers season was starting tonight. That is, of course, hey, you know what? For other radio stations in the Metroplex, the Rangers season might be about to start. We've been on this all year long, and I want to do a couple of things right here, Mike. Quick catch up for the Rangers bandwagon fans. Plus, I have more key questions for the World Series. All right. Give me, you need to know 5 names off the Rangers, because this is all the capacity the new fans have in this moment.
I understand. That's kind of how probably Ranger fans are with Diamondbacks right now.
Give me 5 names for the Rangers bandwagon fans that they need to know.
Corey Seager, 1.
Okay.
Nate Eovaldi, 2.
Okay.
Marcus Semien, 3. Marcus Semien, 3.
Okay.
Jordan Montgomery, 4.
You can put.
And I have one other person.
You go Dulles.
You know who I'm going with.
You're going to go with Evan effing Carter.
Let me ask you
Evan
this.
Carter is awesome.
Do you think in the World Series they're going to talk? This is going to be a tough one, honestly. It's going to be really close. And it matters what they're doing. More Adolis Garcia in game 1 or Evan Carter? Probably Adolis, right?
It's Adolis Garcia, because Adolis Garcia is the hot story, right?
Yeah.
He just won ALCS MVP. He was in the middle of all of it.
Evan Carter's a pretty big story, too. They've been starting to get on the bandwagon with on Fox. But I'm with you, too. I agree. I agree Adolis more. Let me ask you this. I just named those 5. I'm assuming you'd take out Evan Carter and put Adolis there?
Yes.
Who else would you take out? I just feel like Eovaldi and Montgomery are going to play such a vital role in this World Series.
And this might be...
Because I didn't even name Max Scherzer.
This might be crazy. I actually think you consider taking out Semien for Jose Leclerc. And I know I think I might get crushed for that. I just think because of the nature of how these games might play out, that could be something. But I hear your top 5. I gave you my opinion earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We'll open it up to you, everybody listening. 877-881-1053. Across both teams, who is the number 1 starting pitcher in this series?
The best?
The best.
Gallen, who I might even be saying his name wrong.
Okay.
I'm going off of the whole year. I totally get it. I totally get what he did against Philadelphia was uninspiring in that way. And you know, that's the thing, man. You give up a big hit with runners in scoring position, or you give up a big home run with a couple guys on base, and it totally changes your ERA. It changes the outcome of the game. But if you were to say I don't know. Now you're pressing me in my own head right now. Because Eovaldi has been so tremendous in the playoffs.
Yes.
Not just these playoffs, but the history of his playoff career. He's 9-1. Is that right?
I believe that is correct. And 4-0 in this postseason.
Yeah. So if I'll stick with Gallen just because of how great I think he is, and I think that there's the choice of Eovaldi and Montgomery. I don't think there's another choice on the Diamondbacks in this situation. I do think that you have 3 choices, and I get Merrill Kelly's good.
Yeah.
But I just think that you're choosing between Gallen, Eovaldi, and Montgomery in whatever order you want to put them in.
Okay. My next question.
What's your answer?
I'm going Montgomery.
Oh, wow. That's good, though. That's good.
It's great if you're like, no, you're a fool. It's Eovaldi. I get it.
Yeah.
There's
no wrong answer.
He's awesome. But I'm gonna go Montgomery on this one.
In your face, Merrill Kelly.
But
please don't don't beat
I'm
us.
not. Look, Merrill Kelly is good. You're right. I'm putting him 4th in this equation. Among those other ones.
It'll be interesting when we get to game 3, the veteran Hall of Famer, 3rd start off an injured list versus rookie.
Yeah.
Who's been solid.
Yes. No, he definitely has. All right. Is Corey Seager showing emotion the key to this team? Because I know Adolis Garcia, he feels like the heartbeat of this team. I get it because he wears his emotions on his sleeves and will let you know about it. And you love to see that. But man, when Corey Seager got his level of fired up, it felt crazy.
What about, though, it needs to be positive emotion?
Okay.
Because, you know what I'm saying? Because let's just say, I know this wouldn't happen. Corey Seager's not going to really show emotion, okay? But let's just say Nate Lowe makes a mistake in the field. I don't think Corey Seager is going to be from shortstop screaming at Nate Lowe. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Cal Ripken Jr. is one of my favorite players of all time. That's why my son's named Cal. He would maybe get really ticked off at one of his players. He would be encouraging, but also really ticked off. But I do think what you're talking about, Corey Seager in a deciding Game 7, hitting that home run and being overly excited from Corey Seager's standpoint. Obviously, that would be the most dull home run Adolis Garcia ever hit in his life if that was the way Adolis did it, right? I mean,
right.
So I would just say, yes, I think that when your best player is like locked in and he's showing you positive emotion, it can be good. But you also don't want, if somebody's not an emotional guy, they just play the game this way, you don't want them trying to, hey, we really need you to overly show emotion right now. You know, like that can try to take you outside of who you are.
I really like this from the 214. I was hype when Seager got hype, and I really like that. And from the 940, I think we can dive into this a little bit. Could y'all give some insight about John Gray? Hurt? No good? Can I give you my interpretation of it?
Go ahead.
Some people, like, they're able to keep everything in check. You never get too high. You never get too low. And then there are some people, and I think John Gray falls into the category of he wants this so bad. And when you do that, sometimes you overcorrect. And sometimes you're too amped up. And now, Mike, you
get too down on yourself.
And you can speak to this. How much more complicated does that make your job if you get really, really up or really, really down?
Very complicated, especially, I think, in baseball. I think if you do it in football at certain positions, that's the way it is. It's the over-emotional, over-hype game. That's football. You're only playing one a week. I get how physical it is and how demanding it is on your body, but I do think you can get away with being an overly emotional guy. And still, we would criticize Des Bryant for it too. Like, Des, you got to control it a little bit, man. And he got better at it as his career went on. But like, if you're going to let Jesse Hawley was his roommate, if you're going to let a dude affect you in the first quarter and you're finished for the whole game because he's in your ear chirping and you didn't get the passes you thought you deserved, and now you're so emotionally distraught, we've lost you for the next 3 quarters, you're not good to our team. And that being said, I think you can play football more that way. Especially if you're a pitcher, you have to really watch your emotions. You're going to make bad pitches in the game. They're going to get hits. They're probably going to score a run or two. But can you let it go? And then can you focus and concentrate on the next pitch? And only on that pitch. And then after that pitch is over, you have to do it again. And you have to do it again for 100 times. And that's very tough to do. Now, he's going to be a reliever in this series. I don't even know if he's going to get in. He's pitched 1 inning so far in the playoffs. And that was 1 inning against Houston. He's going to be a guy today that throws 50 live pitches to hitters. That he's probably going to face 9 to 18 batters today to try to keep his arm in shape. You never know what's going to happen in a series. He might have to go 3+ innings in a game.
This is outside of the World Series just a little bit. I'm curious because I've seen a couple of articles about it. Do you think the Astros dynasty is over?
I lean to yes, but I still think they're a playoff team next year.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think when you look at their pitching staff, first of all, I couldn't stand Lance McCullers out there during the brawl. Like, all you do is DL yourself. You should be called DL McCullers. Disabled list. I'm not even putting it on
IL.
No. Yeah. Disabled list.
Okay.
And so I just don't see the pitching for them to keep them at the 90+ win team. Look, now the Rangers are good. They dealt with the Rangers and Oakland and Anaheim being below average teams. And that's why they're really good. I don't want to take anything away from them. But now Seattle's been good for 3 years now. Yeah. I get that Seattle missed out on the playoffs. Seattle's close to a 90-win team again. Texas won 90 games. I do think now they have 2 teams that are pushing them tremendously in that division. And I don't know, they have no minor leaguers that can help pitching wise. Now, you could say that if you're an Astros fan, you could say that about the Rangers too. Totally get it. But I do think Ray Davis is committed to spending a lot of money to make sure that he has a rotation. I don't think Jim Crane is going to spend a lot of money to try to keep that thing alive.
And since we're also talking to some of the bandwagon fans, no, you don't get home field advantage by winning the All-Star game. Is the Rangers have the better record. That's why they
very
get
good
home
that
field
changed.
Advantage. Yes, it is.
And they had it over Philadelphia because they won this. They had the same record, but it goes head to head in the regular season.
Very first series, right?
Yeah.
That is just
when Jacob deGrom started.
That is wild to me. All right, how impressive is this Marcus Semien stat? He has 810 plate appearances this season, including the postseason. He had 752 in the regular season, which was a team record. The all-time record for any season is Lenny Dykstra, who had 833 in 1993.
Okay. When they beat Toronto for the World Series, is that right?
Is that how that went down?
Oh, Toronto won that one. That's
there
right.
You go.
Sorry.
I feel like
Joe Carter.
I feel like that's pretty notable.
Mitch Williams and Lenny Dykstra are really good buddies too.
So
not really.
Marcus Semien averaged 4.6 plate appearances per game. If he plays 5 games, he'll tie the most plate appearances in a season ever. If this series, theoretically,
right?
If this series goes 6 or 7,
he swings a lot, so it's
it's
plate appearances too.
Plate
so
appearances. That's right. So if this series goes 6 or 7, he has the opportunity to have the most plate appearances in a season in the history of baseball. Again, I realize that there's a little bit more for the playoffs and for the older players, a lot more, but still, that's wild to me. Impressive or no?
Very impressive, especially in today's game. He's one of the few people in sports, I'll just throw in sports, that ask and demands to play every game.
Yes.
I mean, we're about to watch tonight where the Mavericks, as soon as this game's over, there's probably going to be 3 guys that say, I need 42 days off. Or I'll play some, but I'll just walk up and down.
You might be excited that Wemby said his goal for this year is to play every game.
I hope he does. I would like to see that basketball in the NBA become a manly sport again.
I think you'll love this quote from Marcus Semien. We play the most games in all sports. All the sports you watch, everybody talks about baseball. How do you play 162 games? Well, that's what we do. And that's why we show up every day to continue to get better, no matter how our body feels. And we'll use the crowd energy and any adrenaline we can get to perform at our best. So if you're going to games 1, 2, 6, 7, hell, maybe you did get a flight to go out to 3, 4, 5 in Arizona. You just heard when people are like, does it really matter what a fan? Marcus Semien just said, we'll use the crowd energy and any adrenaline we can get to perform at our best. So there you go.
Okay.
Now, Mike.
Yes.
Laps Rangers fans. Rangers have never won a World Series, but the Arizona Diamondbacks have won a World Series, correct?
Yes, in 2001.
And I feel like that was an all-time World Series.
Well, yeah, you had obviously 9/11 that happened about a month before. Yep. You had the George Bush throwing out the first pitch in New York. You have obviously, Mariano Rivera with Luis Gonzalez getting the little dinker for the hit to win it all. So, yeah, my former teammate Jay Bell scoring on that one. Tony Womack. Trying to remember all the Diamondbacks on that team.
So this is the second World Series appearance for them.
That's back when they were black and teal. Now they're black and
sounds right.
Blood red, would you say?
Would I say blood red?
What kind of red would you call that? Burgundy?
I'm not good at the different shades, probably in life and when it comes to color as well. Okay. Second pennant in the National League for the Arizona Diamondbacks, with the other one being 2001 when they won the World Series, and third pennant for the Texas Rangers in the American League. Obviously, they won in 2010 and 2011. They will be seeking their first World Series title. And if you want to weigh in on what shade of red you would call that, 877-881-1053.
It's a darker red.
Yeah, I could see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? We're going to pivot just a little bit. We are going to power rank the NFL power rankings. We're going to do that quickly because I think you want to know who people are already predicting will win the World Series. Because the first batch of predictions are out. Do people think the Rangers will win the World Series? Let's dive into that and power rankings next on The Fan.
Miss any
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Singleton steps away now, settles back in from the left side, feet wide apart, straight up stance. Pinwheels the bat twice and loads up. Leclerc the set, the payoff pitch. He struck him out swinging on a 92-mile-an-hour high cutter. Singleton strikes out, and the Astros leave the bases loaded in the eighth.
And they would end up losing that series to your American League champion, Texas Rangers.
I was freaking out during that at bat, man. Freaking out.
Is that when you had like a panic attack or a shortness of breath or almost fainted, whatever we're calling it?
I was at Bally's walking around going, you can't walk Singleton again. You can't walk Singleton again. And he didn't. He struck him out.
Good for us. Now,
because you remember last time you walked him?
Yes, I do.
Still won the series.
That is a good point. So I guess I shouldn't really get hot about it.
Relax, dude.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to get back into the Rangers in just 1 second because the first grouping of World Series predictions have started to come out. So I just wanted to pitch that out there.
Okay.
But we also power rank the NFL power rankings on Wednesdays. It is your opportunity, Mike. Would you like to go NFL.com, The Athletic, or ESPN?
NFL owns the NFL. So that's how I usually do it.
That is usually how you do it. And that is, in fact, correct. All right. There's a lot of moving and a shaking. Who is the number one team in all of the land?
Kansas City. Because they're led by Patrick Mahomes, who is 5 times better than any quarterback in the NFL right now.
5 times better?
Who do you think the second best quarterback is in the NFL?
Because normally I had been saying
Joe Burrow, right?
Joe Burrow.
I don't who's close to him. And I know 5 times is probably too much, but literally, who is close to Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I mean,
Josh Allen is you start thinking of the people we've thought about over the last 3 years.
How high would you move Jalen Hurts now?
But I just don't think he's close to Patrick. I think he's good. Don't get me wrong. I think there's this tier, and there's tier 1. There's nobody in tier 2, and then there's tier 3. That's how much I feel like he's separated himself from every quarterback in the NFL. So I will go with Kansas City.
Okay, then you know what I'm going to say, C.J. Stroud. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Fine. Yeah.
Kansas City is, in fact, number 1 on the board.
I'm going to have major issues now because there's a whole bunch of teams I feel like jumbled up at this point.
It's tricky.
All right, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia is second on the board.
Can I ask you this question?
Yes.
Now that we have 1 and 2, how far away is Philadelphia from Kansas City?
I do not think they're far from Kansas City.
All right. So
just as a team.
I'm with you. Now I have to pick number 3.
Yep. I think there are probably at least 3 viable candidates here.
How much does Baltimore get after beating the Detroit Lions by 500 points? They're top 5? Can I ask that question?
That is correct.
I feel like San Francisco had to drop out of the top 5. Am I correct?
Incorrect.
Oh! Miami just lost to Philadelphia. Am I forgetting a really good team? I mean, I shouldn't be forgetting Jacksonville, but I don't think they're going to go top 5. I think you
focused in on the 3 teams that I think are most
Miami?
Miami is number 5.
Okay. So I will go with Baltimore's win and then San Francisco's loss. So I'll go Baltimore 3, San Francisco 4.
Flip it. San Francisco is number 3.
I know nothing.
Well, look, if you get 3 and 4 mixed up, I don't necessarily think that's the end of the world. So top 5 goes like this: Kansas City, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Baltimore, and Miami, at least per the NFL. And from the 972, this is a tough sell because of what happened this last week. Kansas City, Detroit, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Baltimore. I don't see how you have Baltimore at 5 and Detroit at 2 after what just happened.
How much did Dallas move up because they didn't play?
Where would you put the Dallas Cowboys?
After what Detroit did, I'm borderline move them back ahead of Detroit, but I won't do that yet. Even though if they played in the playoffs, I think it's a 50-50 game.
So you got Detroit ahead of Dallas?
I do.
Detroit is 7. Dallas is 8. Who's 6?
I'm losing faith in Buffalo, but I think they might have Buffalo there.
Nope.
Am I forgetting a team that's really good?
That's debatable, but you're definitely forgetting
Jacksonville.
The Jacksonville.
Yeah.
that was absurd. That is an absurd reaction. The Jacksonville Jaguars are in fact number 6 in
Coming
the power
on up.
rankings. That's a stupid reaction.
Hey, I jumped on a crappy team's bandwagon, and we're up to number 6 in power rankings. All that matters is power rankings.
Is that all that matters? Is power rankings, as you said. So, yes, the Dallas Cowboys are number 8 for the NFL. They are number 9 for the Athletic.
Did they move up because they didn't play? I have a feeling they moved up a couple spots because they
stayed
didn't play.
the same. They
stayed
were
the same.
They were 8 last week, and they kept them at 8 again this week. Do you want to go through quarterbacks, or do you just want to get back into baseball?
I have quarterbacks.
All right, hit me with the quarterbacks.
Do you want to guess, or you want me to just list? You tell me.
Well, I'm going to guess Patrick Mahomes, number 1, since you said he was so much better than everybody.
He is number 1. At number 2, I don't get this. You tell me.
Oh, never mind then. I was going to guess Tua.
2 is number 3. Number 2 is Josh Allen. This is where I feel like there's a big separation at quarterback. If Josh Allen is number 2, he has 19 total TDs, which leads all quarterbacks this year. I just think there's becoming a bigger and bigger separation of Patrick Mahomes from all 31 other starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
And I also think there's nobody who gets a bigger pass on turnovers than Josh Allen.
I'm with you. It even says, it starts off by the Bills are a sloppy contender right now.
So, because my top 3, I would have gone Mahomes, Tua, Hurts in this moment.
Okay. Hurts is number 5. I think you're going to like
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is number 4. So your top 5
hell of a
quarterbacks right now in the power rankings, according to CBSSports.com, is Patrick Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, Tua T 3, Lamar Jackson 4, Jalen Hurts 5. What's interesting about that? The top 4 are AFC. As this season's playing out again, because we keep looking at Dak. Dak's not having a great year this year.
Yeah.
But we go, the quarterbacks are all in the AFC. Now, it can change as the season progresses. It can change. But it's starting to play out once again where when you start looking at these quarterbacks, you go, gosh, the AFC really does have like a load of quarterbacks that the NFC just doesn't have.
I agree, because with the emergence of, and like we haven't even talked about Herbert or anything like that, but with the emergence of Jalen Hurts comes the somewhat parallel emergence of Tua into that upper tier. So I'm with you on that.
Now we do get a run at 6 and 7 after Hurts. We do get a run of NFC quarterbacks.
Okay. Who do they have dead last?
Well, you want me to give you 6 and 7 real quick or no?
Yeah.
6 and 7. Kirk Cousins 6. Yeah, right.
And he's been playing well.
And Brock Purdy 7.
He has not been playing well.
All right, so I'll go all the way to the bottom before we get to the Dak Prescott situation. Zach Wilson 32.
Okay.
Will Levis 31.
Yeah, because they're going to play him and Malik Willis, and
PJ Walker 30. I don't know what he's doing so bad. He's 2-0.
That's a good point.
Desmond Ridder. Hey, fumble it one more time, Desmond.
Oh, yeah.
29. And then I'm going to get his last name wrong.
Is it the Bears quarterback?
Bagnett?
Yeah.
Is that how you say it?
I actually am not entirely sure about that. I want to say it's Beignet, but I don't think that's right either.
28. Bryce Young, 27. Just to give you a list of kind of the bottom. Can I ask you this?
Yep.
That's too harsh on Zach Wilson right now, right? I'm not saying he's not maybe in the bottom 5. Do you feel like he's the worst starting quarterback in the NFL? If I give you Will Levis, PJ Walker, Desmond Ridder.
Will Levis so far.
Yeah. Tyson, I guess he won, so I'll give him that. Bryce Young has been pretty bad too, right? Mac Jones has been horrible, but I guess he did win.
Oh, has that not turned around a tiny little
Joshua
bit?
Dobbs, yeah, right. That guy's beat one team all year.
It was us. Where's Dak on this list then?
All right, I got to scroll back up, so that'll be good for you,
yes.
okay? Number 7 I gave was Brock Purdy. Number 8, Justin Herbert.
Okay.
Number 9, Jared Goff.
Okay.
Number 10, CJ Stroud. Those are your top 10 quarterbacks according to CBS.
Ooh, no
this year.
T-Law.
No T-Law. He's number 11. So I get it. Look, I
You haven't
love
said Burrow yet,
I
have
love
you?
Trevor Lawrence. Remember, I think
Oh,
Burrow
yeah,
might have slept with this guy's wife who does these
my
rankings.
Lord.
Because he hates Joe Burrow. He had him, remember, he had him at like
I
28.
do.
And I'm like, dude, I get it. He's
do.
not having a good year. Just because he hit on your wife or whatever happened doesn't.
We do not know
No,
that is the
allegedly.
case.
By the way, I am telling a joke. This is the joke of Mike Bassick. It is a joke. So if you'd like to, post that, you can. All right. Number 12, Dak Prescott.
Okay.
Ahead of 13, Joe Burrow. I do still think Joe Burrow's probably ranked a little bit too low on this list. I don't know why this guy, I'm not saying Joe Burrow should be number 2 this year, but neither should Josh Allen.
Yeah.
So it's weird how much this person does not like Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that is a bit odd. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want some World Series predictions?
Rangers in 6.
Okay.
I thought you were asking me
not
what.
your World Series prediction from other places.
I'll wait till Friday.
Okay,
Dump it.
But you don't have to dump that.
Oh.
But I appreciate the insight. All right. I have 2 experts from the sporting news. One says Diamondbacks will win in 6 games.
Okay.
The other one.
Very doable for them.
For sure.
This is a tough one to pick.
The other one says the Rangers in 7, but I love this comment. Quote, picking a winner for this series feels impossible. Both teams have defied all the odds stacked against them along the way to get to this point.
I agree.
And so I think that's kind of where I feel. That's why I'm surprised the Rangers are minus 175. I would have thought it would have been tighter to even. Not even, but more like minus 135 or something along because of the unpredictability of both of these teams.
I think, in a way, what has been tough for Fox, because they've been covering the American League. Now they cover, obviously, the World Series. All the games will be on Fox 4, by the way. If you're like, are these going to be on Fox Sports 1? No, at least they're smart enough to put all these games on the national channel. I think they look at the Rangers and go, besides Max Scherzer, who he didn't pitch in the Baltimore. Well, yeah, he didn't pitch in the Baltimore series. He wasn't active. He got confused there for a second. There's not a future Hall of Famer on the Texas Rangers. Does that make sense? Like, you can't really put Evan Carter like future superstar yet when Fox was getting ready for the Rangers to be in. Like, you can kind of look at Adley Rutschman and go, dude, I don't know, but he looks like a future Hall of Famer or a future star in the league. Gunnar Henderson's going to win Rookie of the Year. Corbin Carroll going to win Rookie of the Year on the other side. I just wonder is when they look at the Rangers like Fox and they're going to have to come up with more Ranger stories, and I guess they haven't wasted any so far, is...
Take that, John Smoltz.
I love John. He's unbelievable
He might
at
be
his
on the
job.
show again this week.
But I just look at it and go, I wonder if they just look at it and go, yeah, we know who Corey Seager is, but he's a quiet guy. He wasn't the star of the Dodgers, and they get that he won the COVID championship and the COVID MVP and all that stuff. But I wonder if they just looked at the Rangers and go, ultimately you talked about Adolis Garcia. Yeah. He's turning into a guy people are now knowing, and the Rangers are pushing their team forward to be like, hey, you might want to start talking about us. But it's just interesting. I'm just wondering if they looked at it from a perspective of Phillies, they're probably really disappointed. Everybody knows who Bryce Harper is, right? And then a lot of people know who Schwarber is through his home run derby and kind of the way he plays. Trey Turner is somewhat known, it's kind of like, and then Philadelphia, rabid fan base. And so rabid. Yeah, like a rabbit. Yeah. What else?
CBS, they have 6 experts picking.
Oh my God. That's a lot.
What do you think is the breakdown?
3-3.
First one, RJ Anderson, Diamondbacks, then Rangers, then Diamondbacks. So it all comes down.
I thought you were going to make me pick who the experts were after you're like,
oh no, that would be amazing.
I was like,
yeah,
dude,
tell me
I don't
who the
know.
experts are.
I was like, dude, I don't know. I don't know names very well. Our man Justin was here earlier.
But it all comes down to Kate Feldman. 3 have picked the Rangers, 2 have picked the Diamondbacks. Kate Feldman.
I think she's going to pick the Diamondbacks because for a second I thought you were going to say Kate Upton.
Why would Kate Upton be one of the baseball experts?
I'm sure she has a
for
podcast
CBS?
with Justin's brother somewhere.
Okay.
Verlander, not Justin, who showed up here, who's part of the fan and Spectrum, I believe.
Kate Feldman also picked the Rangers. Said Adolis Garcia
in your
will
face,
be
Kate
the
Upton.
MVP. 4-2, Rangers take it. So it's split for the Sporting News, 4-2 for the CBS Sports in terms of picking the Rangers.
How excited do you get when that happens?
I like it.
Like, it doesn't matter at all, right? Like,
You just went nuts about the Jags
I know.
being 6 in the power rankings.
I know, but it doesn't matter at all. But I'm
still
saying
like
as a
it.
fan, it's weird.
I
that
like it.
When you're like, the Cowboys are going to beat the Rams, like, yeah, in your face, Rams. It's like, well, it doesn't really matter that they said we were going to win. We actually have to go win.
It's the same thing when they're like, oh, you picked against them. I'm like, if my selection against them has broken them mentally.
In your face, you said we wouldn't beat Tampa Bay. All right, in my face. I didn't play the game. I'm just trying to pick.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, as I believe they are live at Southern Leisure. We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
All right, Adventure Seeker.
Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, we take you to Southern Leisure for our chit-chat with those fellows from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are things looking at Southern Leisure, and where can people find you?
Oh, it's terrific right now. We're just off Highway 20 here in Arlington. It is the Arlington location where their Battle of the Brands continues. They have 3 more days of this sale with 0% financing and everything as Flagtober rolls on. We got a lot of flags, and we want to hand out a bunch of them today.
Hey, Dawson, quick early shot. Isn't that what Luka calls his defense, Southern Leisure? Get it?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I like it.
Oh, just a joke before opening night, you know.
You know, I think it's I think it's a big year for Luka. Hopefully, he can do his part on the defense, but he probably won't, which will leave Jason Kidd and his coaching staff trying to find 3 guys who can make them a good 5-man defensive unit. It's gonna be tough. Got the work cut out for him. I'm picking 47 wins though, Mike. I'm feeling pretty good, but not great.
I'm going with 42.
Okay.
So I'm right around that 500 number.
Broadus, you made a noise there. Where do you fall in all of this?
No, I'm not. I'm just worried about getting sick because Chiafalo next to me is he's not well right now.
Yesterday was worse.
We've all got viruses, and I'm trying to channel my inner Dusty Baker here, and kind of like say, you know what? I don't know what sick is.
Are you wearing gloves?
No gloves, no gloves. Hey, I got markers to sign flags though, Mike. I am prepared for that. So if anybody wants to come out and get that done, but. No, I'm Maverick. I'm Maverick strong right now. I hope the best for him.
Over 47 wins?
No, I can't do that, can I?
It's 47 and 35.
That's tough, right?
No,
I think
shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think they're kind of a 6th to 8th seed team. That's kind of where I think right now.
Chiafalo, I just want to determine just how sick are you right now? Are you in pain?
No, he's playing Dusty Baker. He's playing Dusty Baker ball right now.
Are you in pain?
Oh, I can't stand you. Yes, I'm much better today.
On the camera, I'll show you what he's taking here.
I'm doing
the medicine we're using
the
right now.
emergency little powders.
Good product.
Yeah.
You're trying to
Brian
drink
needs
your
some of that
vitamins.
right now.
He walks in and immediately throws it into the water and just says, "Here we go. Let's go broadcast today."
How's Zach
and I'm right next to him.
How's Zach and Eric feeling about the Mavs season as it starts tonight?
I am excited. I think it's going to be entertaining, and I think ultimately they're going to be as good as the rookies can develop throughout the season because they're going to be depending on these young guys quite a bit. But ultimately, I don't anticipate their defense to be good enough to where they can feel confident that they even are a playoff team at this point. And I am, any night without Luka or Kyrie, then you're sort of really in a bind there. But I think there's a lot of teams in the West that are pretty impressive, and so I'm probably in that 45 win range or so for the Mavs here. I think the defense is still going to be a huge issue.
What's your hype level for seeing Wemby then? Because obviously you get that in the game tonight, and there's clearly a ton of hype behind the number 1 pick.
Oh, dude, I'm pumped. I watched him in the preseason, and I'm floored. I know the expectations are extremely high for him, probably too high when it comes to big picture expectations for Wemby. But when you watch the preseason of him and some of the things he's doing, you're like, all these expectations, they might actually be realistic. I've never seen anything like this guy.
Is there a guy that's well over 7 foot tall that's bringing the ball up on pick and roll and stuff like that, and the guy setting the picks like a foot and a half shorter than him, kind of a
Maybe
thing?
Giannis.
I mean, this guy's crazy without
Not like a Jokic.
Yeah.
I was hoping this wasn't real, but damn it, it's real. And
it's okay. We got Dwight Powell off the bench to slow him down if he gets off to a hot
Spurs
start.
luck, man. How do the Spurs get this happen 3 times?
I mean,
in a row?
I hate the Spurs so much. Maybe even more than the Lakers.
Oh.
So this is just the worst. So I have no hype. I feel like we're getting ready to watch the guy that's going to keep them a half step ahead of the Mavs for the next 12 to 15 years.
Now, did you guys? I know you told us off air. Did you guys dive into the Dwight Howard story the last couple of days?
Been more impressive.
More off air than on.
Yeah, more off than on.
But we had some good laughs, boy.
Oh yeah. Well, I brought it to the attention of my teammates yesterday, and obviously we were in Ranger euphoria yesterday, so we didn't really have time for anything other than throwing a Ranger party. Maybe we'll dip into it in a bit of a rim sesh later this afternoon.
He's sure will.
But they thought I was butt cracked.
I thought the story
or
was almost too shocking and bizarre to be real.
Right.
But, it's real.
I mean, and there's even a story up on ESPN to show the denial of these accusations.
This is not true. What are you talking
the
about?
The only thing that he's saying is not true is
was
the
not
fact that
forced.
It was not forced. Yes,
I did do these things.
All of these things happened,
all willingly,
but they were consensual.
Yeah, it's a weird story. So the Cliff Notes version is Dwight Howard is being accused of sexual assault allegations via another man, and Dwight Howard's like, I did not assault anybody. It's all consensual. And I know he also has like a ton of kids, right? So this might have thrown some people for a
know
loop.
Lucius is in the background here. I don't know if Lucius can hear us as he's preparing for the show. I feel like years ago he had this situation before.
What?
But it was with a...
Oh, you mean Dwight Howard, not Lucius,
yeah,
right?
not Lucius.
Okay, you made it sound like Lucius had this
because I used to make jokes on G-Bag Nation about this
I
a
remember
little
you
bit.
doing this.
Because
and I think you're right,
it was
Mike.
with maybe a transsexual person that he was having a relationship with that he tried to sweep underneath the rug, I guess.
believe it was. I believe that was the inside scoop, was that maybe, this is his dating lane. This is his preference. This is his category there on the adult sites. And I think there might have been even another individual, a third individual in this scenario that was a man at least dressed as a woman, right?
Yeah, it's Kitty.
Kitty.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Kitty from the story.
Yeah, so that's
Mike, does it make it any
You
better
got
if you say it real slow like you did? Does it help when you kind of break it down the way you did?
I
just wonder for
it's kind of like when
years.
I say it slow, it's like a question, as in like I'm not 100% sure I'm telling the story correctly or remembering the story correctly, but I'm pretty sure
I do
am.
remember that story.
I just want to make sure that if I ever do that, if you say it real slow, that it makes it better.
But I think people have been caught up on certain things that probably, like, if he did sexually assault somebody, that's terrible. And it seems like people are caught up on the other part of like, oh, it's a guy, and you're like,
yeah, that's old stuff. I think that kind of deal, the media knows about with Dwight Howard. We just don't talk about it very much. I think you're right on it that the assault allegations is kind of what makes this a significant story.
I'm trying to remember all this, Dawson, because didn't like the NBA send out like a memo or something to, like, there might have been like a memo that people saw that it was like sweep this under the rug as fast as you can type of deal. The other story,
I don't know. The details are a little hazy.
Dawson,
but I do remember this part, and I don't know. I don't know. I guess Dwight Howard's going to have to come out and defend himself and talk about these stories in great detail. So I think we're about to find out a lot about Dwight Howard's personal life. That they were doing a fairly decent job. We're very used to like athletes being targeted and being what is it? Not interrogated, exploited, blackmailed.
Mm-hmm.
What's the word where it's like if you don't give me money, I'm going to tell this story.
Blackmail, right?
Extortion.
Yeah,
There it is. Extortion.
Wow, I actually came up with a word on this show.
Proud of
so
that's a first.
It does seem weird that you would go to hang out with Dwight Howard and for a romantic encounter. And then end up filing charges about it because it got a little too freaky, and it's just there's a lot of questions here, a lot of questions.
Dwight roughed him up.
what do you
I
guys?
guess.
What do you guys
that's the
got coming up
allegation.
on the show today? Maybe more
We'll
of this.
rough you up, Peggy. That's what we're gonna do.
Oh my God, that's probably not something we should joke about.
Sounds like Chief's going to take us there in a rim session. I believe he's got all the details that you would ever want and more on this story. We are
personal experience.
Yeah, we're at Southern Leisure here, Spas and Patio in Arlington.
Dawson, I see smoke from a pit over here outside.
Okay. We got pit smoking?
We got pit smoke going on.
Nice.
Here.
All right. So they might be throwing down some excellent barbecue. That would be awesome. And, we have full 5 hours, including Bobby Carella talking Mavs at 4 and Buster Olney talking World Effing Series at 5 o'clock.
Love to hear it. The G-Bag Nation, Southern Leisure in Arlington. If you want to go check them out, but you definitely got to tune in. We have been the KNC Masterpiece, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Hopefully, Corey will be back tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Yeah! Through your phone, smart speaker. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are back at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here in Arlington. It's off 20. We'd love to see you. It's Flagtober 2023, and on Saturday we made a swing all around North Texas, the Tour Day DFW, and we were down there in Alvarado and Midlothian and Waxahachie and Fort Worth and Burleson. We weren't up here on this 20 corridor or the 30 corridor, okay? And tomorrow we're going to be at Shakerton's. But today is the best chance for you to get a 2023 Pure Gold, as always, G-Bag Nation flag. They're lined up beautifully on the table, and one's calling your name. So please join us as we'll be talking Cowboys, Rangers, and the whole world of sport here with you over the next 5 hours. Full show today, and Southern Leisure has some greatness for you. It's their Battle of the Brands Expo. Best time of the year to get a hot tubs right now at Southern Leisure. Especially, we're going to have a low of 38 next week.
Yeah.
You want to drop into a hot tub at a low of 38?
Yeah,
yes, you do.
Yep.
Now through October 28th, so you only have 3 more days, 0% APR financing up to $1,500 in rebates, over 80 models to choose from with free install. You can visit any of the 3 DFW showrooms or southernleisurespas.com. How the hell are you guys doing?
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Fired up to be here. Fired up for Flagtober. Fired up for the Texas Rangers. And you're right, dude. There's something about being in the hot water of a hot tub, jacuzzi style in particular, and then where the bottom half of your body is toasty and the upper half is chilly.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same idea of like having a warm cookie with a side of cold ice cream, or riding down the street in your car with the windows down, letting the cool air blow in while you got that heater on a little bit. There's something about that hot, cool mix that is just absolutely fantastic, and Southern Leisure is providing it in the hugest
Oh, look,
way.
my long-lost friend just walked
pastry
in.
chef Eric just came in ready to
The man that wants to
steal
rob
all
my
your
house.
goods.
I think
Make sure you put one of these hot tubs in there. He can stake that as well.
Eric, I brought all the stuff you want. It's in the back of my car.
Yeah.
And feel free just to take it. You know, just take it. Yeah, just take it. Just open the take the car if you want to. They've done that before to me.
That's right.
So feel free. You know, my old long-lost friend just showed up and
You hear about that new TV he got, though, Eric?
Yeah.
Brian Braugh's new TV?
Yeah, he said he moved the 70-incher himself. He was so proud.
Yeah.
I love it. If you missed it the other day, Eric calling out Broadus, always telling people about all his new stuff. He's got a little of this. Yeah, you got the new chair that you've been listening to the Rangers games
got a chair, got a TV.
About to order a hot tub
Mickey
today.
Mantle hat. Yeah, I might buy, Eric, can I load up one of these green eggs for you? I'll get that for you, put it in the back of your truck,
I tell you what, I've had a green egg for nearly 10 years now. I absolutely love it. I do. I do. You wouldn't want to take mine. Let's get a new one for Eric.
He needs a new one.
It's broken at about 5 different spots.
Yeah.
It still cooks perfect. It's not too easy on the eyes anymore.
I'm definitely in the business for a grill.
Yeah.
I'm looking for one.
You're in the right place.
These green eggs, man. There's nothing better.
You know, before too long, young Woolchuck, you'll grow up and you'll be middle aged. Probably have a family even.
Yeah,
Don't
go that far with it.
You know, I know that sounds
You
crazy.
think you'll honestly have a family? Come on.
Who knows?
Who knows?
It's pretty wild. I can't imagine that.
But you know, he's got a girlfriend.
Fiance.
Fiance. That is
That's
right.
right.
Anything is possible. Well, it's a back to work Wednesday for the Cowboys.
I got in a big fight with her yesterday about doing that World Series show Saturday. Boys, I'm in the doghouse. It ain't happening.
Okay. So you will not be doing the
Saturday.
You
got rejected. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I tried, man. I battled. I really did, but I got a no. I got a no.
You got a big old no. Why? What's going on?
We got some stuff that she's committed to. She spent money on, and she's like, "No, it's Friday."
Okay, so it's real plans.
Do your
it's
thing.
not just
it's plans that we've had for like several months. So I get it, but I was like, "It's the World Series."
They got to dress up and go get.
It's the World Series.
They got to go get drunk at Halloween parties on Saturday. It's a huge thing. It's important.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, at least it's a real plan, though. I was just like, hoping she wasn't pulling rank on
We're missing a World Series game for a Halloween party?
No, we've got other stuff because she's got some family stuff that we're stuck in.
I think you're making that up myself.
You can think what you want, single man over there. You don't have to worry about
I'll
these
tell you what,
problems.
man.
You lucky dog.
I'm so excited. I walked out of that studio last night and we were talking about plans. And everybody's like, I don't know if we can. I'm like, I don't know. I'm doing it all. I'm doing it all. I'm not stopping.
Zach might be half your age, but he has twice your wisdom,
Yeah, I'm 0
At least
for 2.
when it comes to relationships.
I'm 0 for 2 in a lot of, I'm 0 for 2.
No, Brian tried to talk me out of this. He's like, man,
how long you been living with this gal, by the way? I think you beat Broadus's most recent
we're
record.
we're officially moving in next month. So right now I still get some nights to myself that I'm cherishing deeply.
Nice, yes. Good bachelor
I can't
lifestyle.
believe people hate me that much, man. You're right, though, Dawson. You're right.
Okay. Who are you more confident in right now?
Zach.
The Rangers winning the World Series. They are significant favorites. Yeah. I think it's minus 175, nearly 2-1. The Rangers take this World Series, bring it back to Arlington. Or Cowboys beat the Rams. Similar odds.
Oh, damn. That's a great question. I think I'm more confident in the Rangers right now than I am the Cowboys to even beat the Rams. I think the Rams, it's going to be a tough struggle
6-point fave.
Guarding both Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. You know, it's going to be a challenge for that secondary. They're going to have to get pressure or else Matthew Stafford can pick them apart a little bit.
We will talk about that at 2:40 today in Krusty's Corner. I took a look at the Rams last night, and there are some things that you, have to worry about, but there's some things I think you can take advantage of differently than what they did against the Chargers last time out. So stay tuned, 2:40. I'll tell you how to get that done. I'm confident the Cowboys will beat the Rams. I am absolutely
more so than the Rangers beating the Diamondbacks.
Well, I'm confident in both.
In both,
and I hate that
which is a great answer.
But the Cowboys. Arizona to me and
but get off the damn fence.
No, Arizona's a team all year long. I kind of follow them because I have some friends over in that direction and stuff like that. But man, that is a good, fun, young team. You know, they battle. They went to Philadelphia, much like the Rangers. It's the same kind of story. I mean, but they were fighting in a division where they weren't in first place.
Yeah,
they barely made it in at the very end. But look what did you almost throw up?
I burped a little bit.
Sorry about that.
Throw up burp.
But yeah, the Diamondbacks are a fun team to watch, and they've got some good young players, and it's going to be a tough series for the Rangers, I think.
Do you think the Rams are going to be a 500, above 500 team? How good do you think they're going to be? I mean, the Diamondbacks were barely above 500. They're better than they were in the regular season, where they were just average, pretty much. That's what the Rangers are getting ready to play in the World Series here. Is a fairly average team. They've obviously beaten two dang good teams to get here, so they're better than what they were in the regular season. But you look on paper, and there's not really a compelling case that Arizona should be here. You look at how their games have gone. They're not dominating pitching or hitting. They're winning games, and it's sort of falling to them. Outsiders say they're lucky. They say they're just focused and all in, which is what underdogs who are on fire say. I think maybe the Rangers have been saying similar things, but Rangers on paper significantly better than Arizona. I think the Cowboys are significantly better than the Rams. But also, they're 500 over the last 4 games. I got to hold that against the Cowboys and wonder how much better than average are they? Their metrics say they're like a top 12 team. Is that who the Cowboys are? Or are they the top 5 team that I thought they were going to be through training camp in the first couple of games of the season? Chief, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, I feel confident the Cowboys are not a top 5 team, and I feel fairly confident they're not a top 10 team.
Wow.
I am more confident in the Rangers. I think this is a Ranger team of destiny situation. And when you look at the grand scheme of the whole year, the Rangers were one of the best teams in the sport for a long time. So I feel more confident that the Rangers get the victory over the course of 7 games where it matters most in the World Series as opposed to Sunday. Granted, you have the Rams. They just lost to the Steelers, and they're having to play a noon game on the road as a West Coast team. Like, there's a lot of things stacking in your favor from that standpoint, but I can't have that much confidence in the Cowboys right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams also are not running the football very well. They're having a bunch of injuries. That's been an Achilles heel of the Cowboys. But look,
Stafford's been playing real well.
Stafford's really good. That's why I'm thinking, look, if they're not able to get pressure, I think Matthew Stafford in their passing game can have a really good one. I mean, my focus is just so much on the Rangers right now. Corbin Carroll's a name that we're going to hear about all week. Corbin Carroll's one of the best young players in all of Major League Baseball as a rookie. The dude was fantastic last night.
Yeah.
He really was. Zach Gallen, we've talked about him.
Good player.
Cy Young caliber player in the National League. And then last night they got an amazing couple innings from Kevin Ginkel, one of their relievers. Again, it'll be a situation where the D-backs have a better bullpen than you do.
Yeah.
So we'll see about that. I mean, the Diamondbacks can present some problems, but I do think, and you could even argue both now with the way the D-backs have been on their run. Last team in, they go and they win 2 games on the road in Philly. Are they also a team of destiny type hype rolling with them? But I do think overall, as constructed top to bottom lineup wise, I think the Rangers are going to be able to score a lot of runs in this series.
The Rangers are better clearly when it comes to the hitting aspect of this thing. But you're right. They traded for Paul Sewald, who was the best reliever that the Mariners had.
Right, and he's been great.
And he's been great. I think he's 13 save, and you mentioned Ginkel. He's got 9. He hadn't lost in the last 5. They throw him out there. They've got their bullpen will be better. If this thing does stay tight, they'll find ways to win this thing in the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, just because of how good their bullpen is.
And it's going to impact what does Boch do with Evan Carter in this series. And we brought this up the other day, but they got a couple of lefty relievers. Now, granted, Ginkel's a righty.
He's
so
a righty.
You won't have that issue there. But how do they maneuver this? Are they just saying, you know what, EC, we're going to need you to go up there and get a full count, get on base against some of these lefties and prove you can hit them, man?
I think you got to be very flexible because the Diamondbacks will. I mean, I think in one of these games in the NLCS, they used 8 different pitchers. So they're going to constantly be making adjustments, and I think between Garver, Grossman, and Carter, you got to feel good. Even Janko gave that thing a charge when he got up there for that AB there in Game 6, and you know how I feel about Traff. He's the man.
Yeah.
Obviously, you wouldn't want him up there for 9 innings, but in a situation, why the heck not? Do we know who the starting pitcher is going to be yet for the Rangers? It's going to be Gallen for them.
It'll probably be Nathan Eovaldi. We heard with
yeah.
Boch talking with KNC earlier. He said Montgomery probably needs a little extra rest after what he did in Game 7. So they'll probably go Eovaldi Game 1, Montgomery Game 2, and then we'll go back to Scherzer for Game 3. It'll be interesting what they decide to do for Game 4.
Corey Seager and Adolis Garcia, your MVP favorites. And Carroll, the third most likely player to get that done. First World Series trip for the Diamondbacks since Luis Gonzalez hit that little flare out into center field to beat Mariano Rivera and the Yankees there with a walk-off in 2001.
Jeez.
I remember that well.
Classic.
I did not believe that. I mean, obviously, Arizona was loaded there with Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson.
Yeah,
they had an incredible team, and that was enough to beat those Yankees. But it still totally shocked me.
Craig Counsell, I think, was on the
Craig
team.
Counsell, yeah. It's Brewers manager.
Manager, right?
Yeah. Lot of great memories about the last time the Diamondbacks were in the World Series because they knocked off the Yankees, who had just beaten the Rangers 3 times in the late '90s, and I think had beaten the Mariners and the Indians on the way to that World Series. So I felt like the entire world was cheering against the Yankees, and we got what we wanted that time around. Okay, at 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text is open. Kenny and Keller today on my way, General, rocking and rolling all the way there. Okay. Gavin, are you stupid? This is a very good team.
Gavin, are you stupid?
I've seen them play live this year at the Dodger Stadium. I'm a Dodger fan, but you got to give credit where credit is due. Yeah, I mean, in the regular season,
16 games back.
They were. Yeah, they're
red hot right now.
They beat the Dodgers in the playoffs, but they finished 16 games back, and but that's the Dodgers, the Braves, those teams punished everybody in their division. It's just about playing hot right now, and that's what they've been able to do.
972's coming after Chief, not a top 10 team. Put down the pipe. Stop it, he says. Name 9 teams better.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
I will not put down the pipe, but I will name 9 teams better. Give me a second. Let me pull up the league.
Give me a second.
Yeah, you
Watch
got
this.
it. Just go ahead and leave your name and city you're texting from, especially if you're engaging in such a violent verbal sparring.
If you're choosing violence, leave your name.
Don't choose violence.
You don't want to be anonymous throwing around stuff like that.
Heck no.
Diamondbacks have a good bullpen. They don't hit the long ball, but put balls in play and are aggressive on the bases. But I believe in my Rangers.
That's a great point. They are a team that can run.
They will run
better than probably any team that you've played this year. Baltimore had some guys, but certainly Houston wasn't as much of a threat on the base paths. I do think the D-backs are going to put some stress on the Rangers pitchers.
All righty, we are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio for the next 5 hours. The G-Bag Nation 2023 Pure Gold as always flag is here. You can get an amazing deal on a hot tub with payments as low as $105
I got 7 for sure.
You can't name 9.
I got 7 for sure.
You can't do it.
Number 8 sounds about right.
Yeah, and I don't think I said they're definitely not a top 10 team. I said I'm wondering. I'm not sure that they're not a top 10 team.
I think it was like
what I remember.
pretty confident, not a top 10.
I think you Croc first that one.
You were very Croc first.
Okay, very good.
Might be the
I was a little bit
medication
put
you're on
off,
right
but I
now.
don't want to come at you and be called the homer.
Well, I mean, so if they're top 10, they are 8 or 9?
Yeah.
Okay, and those 8 or 9, it's kind of like a question mark. Like, are they better than the Falcons?
Why are you asking?
They're better than the Falcons.
His top 10
Yes,
list
Eric.
every week
Yes,
it
they're better
just
than the
fluctuates with different things. Why are you asking him about 10? Anything with 10, it's not.
Okay, the Niners are better.
I can't wait to ruin your Krusty's
The
corner
Seahawks
today. I
are
don't give a damn
probably
about
better.
your observations.
The Lions are better. The Eagles are better. That's 4. The Chiefs are better. 5.
Yeah.
The Jags are better. 6. The Ravens are better. 7. The Steelers and Browns are not better.
No.
The Dolphins are better. 8. The Bills are better. 9. I got the Cowboys as the 10th
You think
best.
the Bills are better?
Yes.
Definitely, dude.
Josh
Are you
Allen,
kidding me?
The walking turnover machine.
Oh my dear
Yeah,
God!
let's let that be known that he is turning the ball over a
Yeah,
lot.
he is.
Him
With
and
their-
that guy
with
in
their
Philadelphia.
injuries on defense, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Bills are better today.
Eight-
If we had to play the Bills this
interceptions.
Sunday, I think the Cowboys might win. That
I would
game.
love to see what happens to the Cowboys offense going up against that Browns defense.
That would be
That would be a
struggle.
disaster.
Would it
It's
be very
crazy.
similar to what the 49ers did to him, you think?
I think probably not that bad because that was one of the greatest ass whoopings we've seen in a long time. But it would be, it'd be close.
The good thing is the Browns offense probably wouldn't do much.
903, Jonah Heim's going to bring that sniper rifle of an arm and stop all that running around
yes, he
crap.
will.
Yeah.
I know. I think Jonah Heim might be my favorite Ranger. I mean, there's a lot of great ones to like, but the job that he does behind home plate and the big hits that he comes up with, and he is the most cocky and obnoxious player in the clubhouse probably since C.J. Wilson. But since they're winning, I don't mind it. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We are at a great place for barbecue here at Southern Leisure. You can get a big green egg. You can get all the Meat Church spices and rubs. I'll show you the rub that I use for the Orange Magic Wings. You can buy it right here, right now, and pick up a 2023 G-Bag Nation flag. What do you think about Kansas City's latest attempt to outdo us in the world of barbecue? It's next in the nation.
Quality sports take.
All right, welcome back, Nation. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio off 20 in Arlington. Their Battle of the Brands Expo continues. 0% APR financing. And there's 3 days left on this amazing sale. Visit any of their 3 locations. Go to southernleisurespas.com. It is time here for the G-Bag of the Day. That's coming up in 6 minutes. 6 minutes, my bad. We're 6 minutes away from the G-Bag of the Day. Yeah. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels.
Here we go, baby. G-Bag of the Day.
Hey, life is unpredictable. Accidents happen.
Yeah.
Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Yes, salute to pastry chef Eric for stopping by. A lot of Tolos stopping by here, getting pictures at the break, handing out the 2023 G-Bag Nation Pure Gold is always flag. Travis Kelce has launched prepared barbecue meals. They're going to be available at Walmart.
There you go.
Okay, are you in? Travis Kelce's Kitchen Collection. It includes burnt ends, mac and cheese, burnt ends, barbecue baked beans, and sausage barbecue baked beans. You got brisket in there. You got sliced brisket. You got burnt ends. I just don't know if this is that appealing. You know, when I want barbecue, I want it to be like premium, right? You're eating barbecue sauce and fat and salt, right? It's not like something you want to go cheap on,
right?
But maybe people like it so much that they are even willing to go to the frozen section for it. But I have a feeling this is going to be terrible. Has anybody ever had an item from the frozen section that you were like, dang it, this is just as good that you would get at the diner or like an awesome barbecue spot?
I mean, I think they do the frozen pizzas pretty dang.
The pot pies are solid.
The pot pies are actually really good.
Yeah,
those are terrible.
No, they're
the
good.
microwave pot pies.
Yeah, okay. You don't like those
compared to the restaurant pot pie at the actual Marie Callender's restaurant.
Well, see, I've never been to the actual Marie Callender's restaurant, so I can't compare. And they probably are better there, but the Marie Callender's pot pies that I pop in the oven are solid. I'm not going to crap on them.
I think they definitely smell just as good as a handmade pot pie, but they probably don't taste quite as good. A box of frozen barbecue sounds insane.
Yeah, that doesn't sound appealing.
Now,
Like, that's
but-
something I'm going to go to a legit barbecue joint for.
What's your demographic here, though? Can the high school kids, can the college kids keep you alive here? Because whenever I'm in high school, I'm running to the Walmart and I'm getting frozen Tyson's chicken tenders or something, and I'm sure
pizza rolls.
This is like an elite TV dinner.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is.
I'm sure people would see it and be interested in it.
Yes,
the
because
Hungry Mans.
We have people like Peyton Russell who are eating Hungry Mans on a daily basis,
Do you think
multiple times.
he does it on purpose, or does he just because
Is that a bit?
Is he just?
It is definitely not a bit.
Okay.
I've confirmed not a bit. This is like he was sort of hiding in
Is
the
it
shadows
something
with this.
that we need to know that maybe that's what he has to do?
No, I mean he lives with his mom and dad. I don't think he's having to buy $2 Hungry Men.
Does he still
He's
live?
enjoying
Yeah,
this.
he does. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not an indictment. I lived with my parents for a very, very long time.
Same. I loved it.
And
Why did you throw him under the bus about the Hungry Man dinners?
He's a
then?
jerk.
But what I'm saying, I'm not throwing him under the bus. I'm just saying there are human beings in the world
He
like
does
Peyton
like them.
Russell,
Like
who
Peyton
eat-
Russell,
who
like-
eat Hungry Man dinners.
Peyton enjoys
If
them.
you're willing to eat a Hungry Man dinner,
By
then
choice.
you are willing to
Okay,
eat a
by
frozen
choice.
barbecue
I mean,
dinner.
Okay.
I'll eat a Totino's pizza by choice.
Same here.
I enjoy
Yeah, they're
that.
good.
There is I think there's maybe something in the frozen food section for everybody that brings up a little nostalgia or it's just right in your lane perfectly. By the way, on your pot pie point, I think they significantly downgraded about 10, 12 years ago.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, Marie Callender used to make a premium pot pie that was sitting in there, and now it's more like the Swanson budget pot pie that they probably
Like cheap on ingredients.
They had to go cheaper on ingredients.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Supply chain.
It's that shrinkflation. They're getting you one way or another. Yeah, but Instagram users seem excited to try the new meals. Kansas City Reddit users not so thrilled and added comments like Travis Kelce is a great tight end, but don't buy this garbage and quote way too cheap to actually be great Kansas City burn-ins.
Yeah.
See, that's what they're doing. They're taking advantage of the Kansas City Chiefs brand of Travis Kelce's peak, a celebrity, and putting bad barbecue on the people of Kansas City who probably don't know any better because they're from Kansas City, Brian.
See,
and that's just sad.
That's the problem. What's going to happen is they're probably worried that people are going to eat this and they're going to feel like that this is what Kansas City barbecue is.
Yeah,
and then now they get the bad reputation.
Jokes on good.
That's what they're worried about.
As
right
they
there.
should.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, the brisket burn-ins and mac and cheese is going to run you $9.22.
Not too bad.
But I
not too bad.
But I think that's who you're targeting. You're not targeting the guy who's trying to get the best barbecue in town.
The elite barbecue.
You're fine.
No,
You're-
no doubt, no question. People know that. Hey, I'm getting frozen barbecue. It's not the best.
If
barbecue
you only
in
have
You
town.
want to be
$10
the
to spend.
person though that's buying this though.
I mean, if I'm just looking for a quick, cheap meal,
That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to. I'm not. I'm going to get another job so I can buy real barbecue. I'm going to take on another 2 or 3 jobs so I don't have to buy the Travis Kelce barbecue.
I don't want the Travis Kelce barbecue. If I got $10 to spend in the frozen food section, I'm getting 9 Totino's pizzas, maybe 1.5 DiGiorno's.
Yeah.
I'm gonna maybe I'm just gonna get two pints of ice cream.
Yeah.
2 things of cookies and cream. At least you're getting a premium item there for your $9, not the worst possible fake good item.
Yeah.
When you live in a city that has really good barbecue, why do you have to do the Travis Kelce barbecue?
It's because you're balling on a budget, Broadus.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting an extra job.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. I'm not going to eat Travis Kelce burn-in barbecue.
we're all
I'm
going to
sorry.
try this.
I do appreciate Chiafalo taking up for the people that are trying to eat on a budget.
Yeah.
I called Peyton out,
Yeah.
It wasn't a call out.
You
It was an example of there are human beings in the world that are willing to eat Hungry Men dinners on a day-to-day basis. If those people exist, then there are people exist that are willing to buy sub $10 frozen crappy barbecue.
Damn right.
That's just the way it is.
And Peyton's talked about this on the show.
Yes,
right?
he's not shy about it.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
that once it all got out there, he realized, okay, I might just have to lean into this a little bit.
Well, if you want to make peak barbecue,
The
you need to join us
cholesterol.
at Southern Leisure, where they have all the grills and accessories that you could ever want, plus amazing hot tubs, indoor saunas, cold tubs, 3 Southern Leisure locations. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Out here shaming Peyton Russell on a
that's what I'm saying, Lucius.
500,000 broadcast watts.
Yes, sir.
People in the
Put your
middle
Hungry Mans, Peyton.
People in the middle of Oklahoma like, oh, damn, Peyton. Really?
Preston Russell.
I didn't do that to throw him under any buses. You guys see me eating bowls of ground beef every day. Is that something you think I'm walking around super crotch first proud about?
Yeah.
No, it just is what it is.
Yeah,
I think
you do.
are.
Yeah, you do.
You do. You are crotch first proud
Hey, when it
about
comes to KC barbecue, is that close to like Oklahoma barbecue? Are they kind of the same? Because Oklahoma barbecue is fan-effing-tastic. You can damn near go anywhere and it's like good. It's really good.
I've never had OK Barbecue or OKC Barbecue, and I've never had Kansas City Barbecue, so I really can't speak.
I have had some OK Barbecue, though.
Travis Kelce.
There's a place in Tulsa, Oklahoma called the Rib Shack that stays open until like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Rib Shack, bro. Like, you got to be hungry. Like, 3:30, say, man, let's get some ribs.
Dude, it's all going to taste good at that point if you're going through.
Leave the club, go get some ribs.
Yeah.
It's wild. All right. Let's see here.
Bet you see the who's who of Tulsa in there, Lucius,
right? Man, we was at the Rib Shack, bro.
Yeah.
We seen
saw you there the other night, man.
Yeah, we seen the starting lineup for Tulsa up in that joint, man. It's crazy. Let's see. All right, our winner and champ is Rangers phone calls that were done on the RJ and Choppy show after the Rangers decided they were going to go to the World Series. And it was supposed to be like Rangers being happy about, being going to the World Series, and it ended up just being a diss track to Houston.
Hey, fellas, good morning. Listen, Houston, they don't have a lot of room to be holding a massive L that they took in the World Series. So I got 11 things that they need to let go of.
11.
Those overpriced,
11.
overcooked turkey legs that they got down there. The Houston, Texas, Interstate 610 is always under construction. Anything served at Sacho's is like a Mexican restaurant that's like a Jack in the Box. James Harden, he ain't coming back. The overpriced chicken and waffles at Breakfast Club. All that bread on those Shipley's kolaches. Everybody working in the toll road building industry down there. Hobby Airport, trash, the Rockets, and last but not least, Texas Southern University. Shout out Prairie View A&M University. Ranger Danger, baby. Hashtag it's morphin' time. Go, go, Power Rangers.
My man was ready.
Power Rangers.
He was ready.
He was ready.
He was ready.
Should have had him as a fan phenom.
I like
Could've
it.
won it
I
right
like
there.
it. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Shout out to everybody that did Fan Phenom. Man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Dawson just took a shot at you. Should have had him. Hell, we had these other guys for.
Yeah. We could have got our champs some competition is what I meant.
Okay, hey, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that spin you just did right there, Playboy. R.I.P. to Richard Roundtree, man. Shaft, the original Shaft.
Oh, no.
I just watched the remake of Shaft.
No.
Not too long ago, the one with Samuel L. Jackson, and it had Richard Roundtree in it. And just to hear this sad news about Shaft, man. R.I.P. to one of the greatest, bro.
Oh, man.
All right, let's see here. What else I got for you boys? Oh, since Tolo Eric is in the building from Baltimore.
Oh, he's out driving around now.
Okay,
he's
that's
listening.
good.
He's heading to Brian's house.
He knows Brian's not home.
He's on the way to my. I gave him my keys, Lucius. Is what I did. Just said, hey, go on and take
So
care
how
of
long
it.
you gonna be here? You gonna be here the whole broadcast? Okay, and there's nobody there? All right.
That's exactly how it went.
This is what he responded to me in my DMs. On the Instagram DMs, little voice notes when he heard Broadus talking about all the paraphernalia, team paraphernalia that he has at the crib.
Hey, yo, if I ain't with Brothers, I would hit a lick on Brothers. I run all up in his crib. He got mad yo. Like, Brothers just be on the radio telling people all the he got. Like, fam, we know where you live at, yo. Like, I come up on one of them Mickey Mantle hats and one of them classic-ass Derby cups. It's a couple bands right there around with Brothers.
Hold on, he sent another one, too. Couple of bands right there, son.
I hope he got that DFW security. Motherfucker snatch his crib like they did that truck. But I Brothers though, he's cool people.
That is so good.
They did snatch my truck.
Sure did.
That lady was out there looking right at him, and they did it too.
so that was yours. I thought that was yours.
Would you like some chocolate?
I'm so sorry. Let's see what else we got. Oh, how about this one? A New York City Uber driver saved the day. There was a lady having a baby in the back of his Uber car. She had her husband and everything there. They were on their way to the hospital, but I guess they had it too early, whatever.
They had it too early.
The Uber driver was coaching him, though. Like, I mean, wow. What a trooper. He must have seen a whole lot of birth deliveries and everything. Must have, because he was like, oh, all you gotta do is do this, Poppy, right here. Just pull him up, Poppy. Now hold it, wipe him off right here. Listen to this.
Fuck. Oh my gosh, she's coming out.
Mommy, you gotta breathe, mommy.
Oh, she's literally.
Oh, damn, so, hey. Boss, pull it out, boss. Do the magic. Do the magic.
Do the magic.
Split your legs. Huh? Split your legs, damn. Please. Split your legs. That's it, boss. Just hold your kid. Just hold your kid. Just hold your kid. That's it. Shit is done.
There goes your kid.
The baby's out. Just moving the legs at the seat. We're driving. Everything's done. You got the shit done. Just don't get the shit messy. God bless the baby. Just clean the face. Clean the face. Take the bag off the face. Boom. With Gucci.
Boom, with Gucci. There you go. There you go, Poppy. That's your baby right there. Poppy, that's your baby. Clean him off, huh? You don't know how to clean him off. Hey, what Gucci?
That's incredible.
Push, mommy. Open up your legs and push. I'm almost to your destination, okay? I got another passenger after this. Hurry up.
Wow, dude, that guy's amazing.
Yeah, nah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how many times has he seen this? He was so good. You gotta breathe, mommy. You gotta push. It's hilarious to me.
Very cool under fire there, a New York City Uber driver.
Yeah. Talk to him, Isaac Hayes. Wow. That little wow was in every 70s movie.
Every one of them.
Wow.
Every one of them.
Sandler called into the Get Right show. This clip is hilarious. You got to listen to the whole like 5 minutes of it. I just got a little clip of it. They wanted Sandler to talk some S about the Houston Astros fans. You know, he's been doing this little clapback routine.
Sure.
On Twitter. They asked him, shoot a wrestling promo for us there, buddy.
Can you just real quick give us a little bit of your Astros diss track right quick?
ISO! Wait, is this? Are you asking me to freestyle?
All right, you don't have to freestyle, but just go ahead and cut a promo right quick. Tell them how you feel
let
about it.
Let me see what I can do. All right.
Oh, don't get yourself in trouble now.
Yeah,
come on, Jared. Come on with it now.
All right, hold on. This is gonna be the word. Let me try catch this beat. Not that it matters, because I can't stay on beat anyway.
Have to catch the beat,
Actually, I don't think you should catch the beat because it's going to be like over the
Just
phone.
talk
There's a little
all
delay.
the blank that you want to talk right now.
That's what I was looking for.
My name is winning the AL. The Astros got nothing. Martin Maldonado go to. Oh, actually, no. I probably shouldn't say that.
Yep.
I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I'm gonna drop a word I shouldn't drop. I'm gonna say something I shouldn't say.
Good self-restraint there from Jared Sandler.
He thought about it.
He kept on talking, and he was, speaking X's and O's and breaking it down, lyrically, miraculously. But those two guys on the Get Right will still making fun of it. You got to listen to that clip, man. It's hilarious.
They tried to keep him from walking the plank several times. They were like, no, you don't have to. Come back here in the boat.
Yeah, you heard it. Yeah, you heard it.
Go for it.
Even things that he wasn't even saying as a diss, they made it a diss. Like, he's like, oh, he's got no knees, son.
Hyping him up.
Sandler has been on fire.
Yeah,
Maybe the
man.
greatest 2 days of his life.
His Twitter yesterday was fantastic. He needs to pay more attention to the Rangers, though, less attention to fantasy football.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, right? Who's he think he is? A Jones boy?
What the hell? What's going on?
Is it Sandler with his wrestling promo freestyle attempt? Is it the New York City Uber driver saving the day, Chef Eric? Or is it our champ? I forgot who our champ is. Who's the champ?
It's the Rangers phone calls.
Call-in. 11.
This is the
tough.
Houston
This is a
diss
tough
track.
bunch, man.
Yes. I got 11 things about Houston if you guys got time, man.
I'm going to go with the Uber driver, man. I wish I could be as cool as that guy.
Incredible.
I'll go pastry chef Eric on
Okay, pastry chef Eric. We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Uber driver, NYC.
Only in New York City could you hear that.
Only. Come on, Poppy, clean them off. You know what I mean?
It's like things are so hectic around them. They get so much practice just being conversational and witty in the middle of pure chaos. Brian, who you voting for?
I'm voting for Eric.
Okay, we're tied at 2, Will Chuck.
I think I'm going to go with pastry chef Eric as well.
By a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion for the first time ever, it's pastry chef Eric. We're coming back with Krusty's Corner, and what's the subject matter looking like today, Brian?
Let's talk about these Los Angeles Rams on offense. We'll do that next.
I'd love to chat with you about Twin Peaks.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep, and they're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We're live at Southern Leisure Spa and Patio here in Arlington off of 20. We have your 2023 G-Bag Nation flags. Pure gold as always. My favorite flag of all time. And all you need to do is stop by and grab one off the table. And there you go. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Our guy Robert here.
Dude, can you smell
at the
that?
store? Yeah, Robert's got that. He's got a couple of green eggs fired up out there. So
There we
if
go.
you're in the area, you're probably going to see the smoke and smell the smoke.
It smells so good.
But he's got stuff going on out here. He does a hell of a job with this place. So super excited to be here today. Going to talk about by the way, real quick too, Bobby and I kind of took last week off from Love of the Star. I felt bad about that, but we got you a new episode up right now that you can we went back and talked about some things from the bye week. And then tonight we're going to do another one to kind of preview the Rams a little bit going forward. So if you got some questions, make sure you fire them at Bobby Belt TX or myself at Brian Broadus, and we'll try and get your questions answered this evening. But we appreciate everybody that listens to all those podcasts for us. Okay, I promised you I'm going to talk to you about the Los Angeles Rams. We all kind of understand what the Rams are with Matthew Stafford as their quarterback. He's kind of dealt with his share of injuries the last couple of years. Last year he had the concussion problem. He had a spinal cord contusion that knocked him out of Week 14, and that kind of ended his season. Week 4 he got hurt against the Indianapolis Colts, hurt his hip. He's kind of played through that right now. So he could get a little banged up, but he's one of the toughest quarterbacks that you're ever going to deal with the way he plays. He's not going to be one of those guys that's going to run away from you. You don't have to worry about that in the pocket. He's struggling a little bit right now in some of these games because his offensive line isn't very good, and that's a huge problem for them. If you talk about offensive lines that you've faced here the last couple weeks, this line is one of the ones, not Giants bad, but they've got some issues up front. Steve Avila is probably their best player. He's their brightest spot. He's a rookie from TCU, and he's from Arlington, so good for him on the homecoming game. He played every spot in college on the offensive line, but he's playing guard for the Rams right now. Super powerful through his body. He can be difficult to move if you just try and run through him. I think Zach will attest to that. He studied him quite a bit last year himself. But where he has troubles is with some initial quickness. And this is where I think that maybe that Oso Digizua can give him a little bit of some problems. They're not as good. He's not as good as taking on guys that have the quickness. But again, you try and bull rush him, he's going to sit down on you all day and make that happen. Alric Jackson and Rob Haberstein are the tackles. And if you watch the Steelers game last week, these two guys really struggled with the Steelers because of the speed off the edge. But the more movement these guys get, the harder it is for them to deal with that. And when I mean movement is that initial burst off the line and then maybe a quick left-right or right-left, just a quick little – because what they'll do is they'll set their weight on that outside foot and then they can't adjust back inside. The Steelers, I think, are very similar to how the Cowboys are when it comes to rushing the passer. You got those edge guys, you get the big inside guys, and you got some quickness. And the Steelers gave them some problems when it came down. The team that really gave this team a big problem were the Bengals. The Bengals were just all over Stafford in this game, and it was really a struggle. So Cowboys, I think, could take advantage of this offensive line. I don't think, again, is as good as what the Chargers were the last time out. So that's something if you're kind of looking for matchups. Just look at the tackles. They've got a center, by the way, too, that's left-handed, which is kind of unique. You don't always see that. Coleman Shelton is his name, and he's one of those guys that's much better when he has nobody over him where he can help to either side. But when you put a guy on him, he'll struggle a little bit one-on-one. But that'll be a little bit different because he's a left-handed center. Usually centers are right-handed. So that'll be just a little bit different for those defensive linemen as they look down and try and find the ball and just get off on the snap count right there. Just something that little scouting note right there. The strength of this team, I think, as far as the offense goes, is their wide receivers. I think with Cooper Kupp coming back with the hamstring injuries, he's back in the mix. He is. It's a pretty impressive trio. What they've been able to do with Puka Nakua. Yeah, he was one of those guys. Like, he's been an absolute steal for what the Rams had done. He took over for Cooper Kupp as he was dealing with the hamstring injuries. It's funny about with Kupp, they still line him up all over the place, but he's really 50-50 on slot or 50-50 on the outside. Majority of his targets have come while in the slot, but the majority of his receptions have come on the outside. So they haven't been using him. They've been using him as lining up in the slot, but where he's catching the football now is on the outside. And Puka has been one of those guys that he's now playing more on the outside is what. So, and what's really impressive about him is his ability, his hands. Both these guys have got outstanding hands. They catch very well in it. No matter where Stafford delivers the ball, Puka can do a good job of getting that football.
Really strong.
He really strong catching the football, and he's a really good route runner. So, but the thing that I think you need to keep an eye on is Tutu Atwell is another receiver. Now they play 11 personnel 93% of the time. That's what they're going to get in. 11 personnel, 1 running back, 3 wide receivers. So they're going to be in that 11 personnel majority of the game. You'll match that with your nickel. That's how you're going to have to probably play them in this football game. But the thing with Outwell is he's the one guy that when he asked to move guys to try and change the strength of formation or create trips or go away, he's the one guy that they move the most. The other guys kind of stay stationary where they are, and then they move Atwell as the guy to create the trips. He works the middle of the field quite a bit. He goes he's very good at making adjusting low catches. Like the Stafford feels pressure, he fires the ball that's in the middle of the field. He fires the ball, and there's Atwell making like a sliding low catch. There was a couple different times he made some really nice plays. So to me, the strength of their offense is at that wide receiver spot. They can't protect all that well. They don't run the ball particularly well either. Like when you look at their run situation, stuff like that, it's just
they're pretty banged up too.
Yeah, Royce Freeman and Darrell Henderson are the two guys. Now they had pretty decent games. Both the backs had 60 yards rushing each against the Steelers the last time out. But they're going to hand the ball off inside out of the shotgun. They're going to run it out of the pistol. They're just going to turn and hand. Or then Stafford will get underneath center, and then like the Cowboys do with Dak, they'll just straight hand it off. So there's really not a lot of creativity in the way that they run the football. But Royce Freeman is a big physical guy. He's not as quick as Henderson is. Henderson's a little bit shorter, a little bit more shifty in the way he plays. So they're going to try and attack you with 2 different running backs right now. Now, I'll talk about the tight end here, Tyler Higbee, in this final little bit of time that I have. Higbee is a lot like the modern tight end, and he's much stronger as a receiver than he is a blocker. But they try and use him in the blocker role, and I have no idea why they do that. They just keep saying, okay, you block at the point of attack, you keep blocking, and he can't do it. He just gets thrown around, he gets compressed, he gets knocked in the ground. Where he could hurt you, though, is the way that he plays out of the slot. He'll play tight, in line, but the majority of his good games or good receptions are when he plays out of the slot. So, if you try and cover him with a linebacker or safety that lacks coverability, this guy's going to find a way to win. He catches the ball pretty well. He has a feel for how to get himself open. And the targets the last 3 games have been a little down for him, so he's really right around 3 targets a game. But I wouldn't be surprised if McVay says Dallas doesn't have anybody that we don't think can cover him. I think some teams, some teams play him like he's a wide receiver. So you almost have to think about putting a corner. So if you just say, okay, we're going to put a safety or a linebacker that can't really cover, they can mismatch it with you right there. So 3 receivers that are really good, a quarterback that'll stand in there and throw the ball from all arm angles. The offensive line has some issues at the tackle spot, and the tight end is a guy you got to deal with as well. The running game as well too. It's two physical backs, but I think like you shut down the Chargers, who have a better line, better back last week with their run defense. I think you could do the same to these guys and really make them one-dimensional.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 on Wednesdays and Thursdays during the Cowboy season. He previews the opponent for you. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, and they have 0% financing. This sale continues for 3 more days, so you need to get in here and take advantage before the 28th. If you're looking to put a hot tub in that backyard, now is the time to do it at one of the 3 Southern Leisure Spas locations. And we have the 2023 G-Bag Nation flags for you right here. Pure gold as always, baby. Come get your flag. And we'll be here all the way until 7 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about some NFL stuff. So Wolchuk has the NFL News of the Day coming up next. Where are you going?
Well, we got an issue in San Francisco we got to talk about. We got Micah on the best team in football and rotator cuffs. That's next.
Sounds good, but I'll tell you what else.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Just had tons of Tolos come by there at that break. We're handing out flags. We're taking pictures. We're signing flags at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. How about 0% financing? That deal is available for the next 3 days here, the 28th. 3 Southern Leisure Spas locations. Proud partner of Flagtober 2023. We want to thank them so much. And we also want to get it over to Zach Wolchuk for your NFL news today, buddy.
Thank you very much, General. Man, the total support out here is awesome. I got my guys from Section 131 from the Rangers game the other day. We're all still hoarse from Friday. They're going to be going. They got World Series tickets. They're pumped. Oh, my gosh.
See you guys.
You're home of the AL champs, the Texas Rangers. We got Game 1 of the World Series on Friday. Okay, we found this out. This happened just a few minutes ago. Brock Purdy is now unlikely to play Sunday for the 49ers against the Bengals based on he's going to be in concussion protocol. So Kyle Shanahan said he's in the protocols right now. And the NFL, no NFL player, according to Adam Schefter, that's been placed in a concussion protocol this season has played that same week. The last player to be in concussion protocol who played the same week was 2022 when Kenny Pickett had a concussion in Week 6 and got cleared to play for Week 7. So I think this is probably a good thing the NFL is doing, especially with everything that's gone on with CTE and concussions and the lawsuits, but unlikely that Brock Purdy plays, which means Sam Darnold would get the start.
That's the worst concussion you get is when you're already concussed. It does like exponentially worse brain damage.
It's probably smart. And for player safety, I think that's probably the way to go. If you're in the protocol, you're not playing on Sunday. We'll hope to get you back the next week.
I just wonder, is this something they've just sort of been hiding from us over the course of the week? I mean, we're at Wednesday now, and we're just now finding out you're in the protocol. I wonder if
is there some symptoms that ramped up? Yeah, maybe that is interesting. I don't know.
Do you wake up the day after, a few days after, and start to feel it a little bit more? I don't know, but I'm sure our very own Carter Freeman is slightly disappointed because he's supposed to be in the Bay Area for some football action over the weekend. He's going to be at that game, but he's with his buddy who's a Bengals fan. So maybe ultimately this is exciting because this is going to be good news for the Bengals. But he's going as just a fan of the league, fan of the game, fan of all 32.
Can you imagine them getting to 3 losses?
Be crazy. Now
who are they playing?
The ground. The Bengals. It's
that's
a tough
right.
game, and the Bengals are coming off a bye, I believe.
Yeah, they are. You're right.
So that's going to be a tough one. So Sam Darnold will be your starting quarterback most likely for the 49ers there on Sunday. Now Albert Breer reporting the Broncos. They are listening to trade inquiries on Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, SMU's own, Garrett Bowles, their offensive lineman, who would love to get out of there and play for a winning team.
Mm-hmm.
Linebacker Josie Jewell, safety Justin Simmons, and even cornerback Patrick Surtain over the next 6 days. Now, there's been conflicting reports on that. I saw over the weekend they're not going to trade Surtain, but Albert Breer, who's very plugged in there in Denver, saying they would even listen to some trade conversation involving Patrick Surtain.
I think both things could be true. Sure, we'll listen. No, we're not trading him.
Yeah, it's going to take an unbelievable offer.
There's a lot of Eagles commentary going on NFL Twitter right now, trying to get the Turds to send him 2 2s and a 3, and kind of asking who would say no to that.
I think you got to get a 1. You got to get.
Two ones and a 3.
2 1s and a 3.
My
that's
bad.
a lot. That's a haul. That's a haul right there.
I said 2-1 too many times on that exchange there. But that's terrifying. If Philly gets him, you're not beating them. I think. But if they would make a trade for you, I think the Jones family and all of the NFL has to recognize this is what you do when you get close. You do everything you can to try to win the Super Bowl in one of the next couple of years, and then you repair your organization. If you watch the Eagles make this move and then get to the Super Bowl for a third time, and Stephen Jones comes on the radio one more time talking about player acquisitions, a 365-day business, but we have to be prudent. We have to be, keep our pie in order. I'm going to pull my hair out. I'll give up, because every time you get close, another team's getting close too, and they're making moves for players like Byard and Surtain, if that happens. And I fully expect it to happen. the contenders are going to be very busy. We need the Cowboys to make something happen very soon. And I wonder if they're about to, considering how much the Rangers are still in the spotlight from them right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know that makes Jared Bear nervous to miss even one day of the news cycle.
As it should. And it's interesting you bring up the Eagles and how much better they are. And if they get a guy like Patrick Surtain, heck, you're not beating them. Well, Micah Parsons on The Edge was talking about the Eagles and are they the best team in football? Here's Micah.
Number one will have to be the Philadelphia Eagles. No one has stopped the tush push yet. Javonte Smith could be A.J. Brown's number one receiver. Jason Kelsey, Hall of Famer. Lane Johnson will be a Hall of Famer. They're very special. Their DB core, Darius Slay, crazy talent. James Bradbury, and I know you saw the trade. They just got Kevin Byard. Very special to see. Obviously, I know I was high on Jalen Carter before he even got the Philly. I don't know how he fell to them. Without a doubt, very special group. It's very special to see what they've done. And they still have Reddick. They still have Sweat. I don't believe they have any weaknesses on their team.
And, man, when you say that, a lot of people then were saying, remember rivalries, when we weren't friends with each other, and he's given a lot of flowers and compliments there to the Eagles.
He's a big fan.
He's he's laying out a lot of truth.
Probably
there.
knows all their bios.
Was he wearing his Tyrese Maxey jersey when he gave that take?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
But maybe he's also, I'd like to think, reverse psychology here. Let's go ahead and lift the Eagles up, make them think they, like Bill Belichick style. They don't have any weakness.
There you go. That's the fan in Walchuk right there, and that's how you have to handle that. I think all this means is that he just hasn't watched the Chiefs play, I guess.
Sure.
Maybe he's just he's been busy at the times or the nights that the Chiefs have been playing. Because to consider the Eagles number one, I think that's a mistake.
I still consider the Niners number one. I just think it's really important for them to have all of their best players. I know that kind of sounds silly.
I personally think I think Philadelphia's taken it over.
Better than the Chiefs?
Yeah. Well, excuse me.
In the NFC.
In the NFC.
Is that what he was saying? Was he saying the NFC, or
was
he
saying
the
all
NFL?
of it, or was he saying
I think he
just
was
NFC?
saying all of the NFL.
Okay.
Okay. Well, then it's the Chiefs, and then it's Philadelphia. To me, Philadelphia. I don't think Philadelphia's played their best game offensively.
I don't either.
And that kind of makes me nervous.
Yep.
That they, that the quarterback is struggling throwing interceptions, and
because there's a book on them.
Yeah.
It excites me.
Yeah. They're the one team that kind of, even if they play their absolute worst, they find ways to win games. And that's where, to me, I don't think you've seen their best game. And Dallas. I think Dallas is going to have to play one of their best games to beat them. Yeah. I really do. I think.
the way to get them last year was to run it. And now you're running it horribly, so
right.
I'm not counting on it.
Yeah, I just feel Dallas is not scared of playing Philadelphia.
They
I think they're scared of playing 49ers.
Yeah, they match up much better, and they've proven that
much
against
better
Philly than
against
they do San Francisco.
Yeah.
No
got to find a
question.
way to make. You got to find a way to make that quarterback play backwards.
This has been a good running team, though. The Cowboys have, as they've been a good matchup for the Eagles.
Right.
And now, I don't think they're
Dak's
a good
had some
running
good games
team.
against
Last year,
Eagles.
Christmas Eve, you won with Dak beating up their secondary.
Yeah, he sure did.
That was the one out.
Because Minshew had 3 turnovers. He kept giving you the ball at the 40-yard line.
Dak did too. I mean, Dak had. I think the opening drive he threw an interception.
The pick
which was
six
a crazy play
to the D-line.
Yeah, Sweat, I believe it was.
It was.
So, I mean, yeah, and yes, Minshew did play, so he didn't beat Jalen Hurts that day. But Dak still was brilliant in that Christmas Eve game in order to be able to
they had
beat
him.
them.
They had him on the ropes in Philadelphia. That's when and Rush was the one that
Rush
turned
turned
over
the
the
ball.
ball.
I think
if
he
Rush
also
would
had 2 or
play
3
just as
interceptions.
solid as he had the previous 4 weeks,
would have had a chance.
Dallas might have a chance to win that game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get rid of that ball for you.
Now, the Rams are working out kickers. They released former Cowboy Brett Maher ahead of their game against the Cowboys this Sunday. They are bringing in former Packer Mason Crosby. So we'll see who ends up being the kicker on Sunday for the L.A. Rams as they've moved on from Maher. Crosby's made 81% of his field goal attempts in his career. And we talked about Crosby as maybe a name for the Cowboys, but
Sure.
they figured it out with Butter Aubrey.
Yeah, and Crosby's starting to flirt with the Silver Fox look a little bit, the same way Adam Vinatieri did.
Looks good.
Towards the end of his time, because as a kicker, you could just, you can play, if you're a legit one like these dudes, you can play into the mid 40s and whatnot. And Crosby is a dude, I believe he's full gray hair. I think he's full gray hair.
I think he started that trend towards his last year with Green Bay, but I think he's rocking it. I think it looks really good for him. Staying in the NFC North, Marvin Jones announced yesterday, Detroit Lions wide receiver, he's stepping away from the team due to family matters, and he released an Instagram post about it. To be brief, quote, "I am stepping away from the team to take care of my personal family matters. Although this was no easy decision, I cannot be the person/player that I need to be for this team as well as tend to my family from afar. We actually saw, I think it was Calvin Ridley prior to his suspension when he was having home invasions and people breaking into his house.
That was a problem for him.
He did the same thing. He had to step away. So I don't know that that's what's going on with Marvin Jones.
Did they let him go?
They did. They released him today after this to make roster space. Deshaun Watson day-to-day, he's dealing with a rotator cuff strain, and that's also a situation where I think you had Kevin Stefanski talking to the media today, probably doubtful that Deshaun Watson plays, so it might be another week of P.J. Walker. Cowboy trade targets. There are a lot of articles out right now about some possible marriages and who would you like to see a player move from. Here's a corner that we haven't talked about. We've mentioned him probably in conversation, but he wasn't one of the guys we brought up. Jalen Johnson certainly is probably the number one option. But how about a former LSU Tiger, current New England Patriot, and Jalen Mills is another name that was floated out there that I saw via other sites. And then an offensive name, you're linked to both wide receivers from the Broncos, Jerry Jeudy and Courtland Sutton. You flirted with them last year. I personally don't think a wide receiver is going to make a big difference. I don't know that you can trust the offensive coaching staff to utilize them and to incorporate them in the offense. But if you wanted to, those are two names. Linebacker Josie Jewell from Denver as well is a name. And then, of course, you brought up the corner from New England in Dante Jackson. I've seen somebody else say San Francisco is a team to watch for Dante Jackson. And then Derrick Henry. I mean, how much real interest do you think the Cowboys would have in Derrick Henry? Because that's the sexy offensive name that Cowboys Twitter and some of these other sites like CBS Sports or Bleacher Report, The Athletic, want to try and say if the Cowboys go for somebody, might be a running back.
I kind of got mixed signals when I asked that one about because I got an F-bomb that was thrown at me about it, and then there's others
like
that
a F yes or an F no?
No, like an F-bomb, like effing, what are you doing, Broadus?
Yeah, let's not stir this up.
Yeah, and so
I'm sorry for effing around over here.
Well,
Cowboys.
when you ask questions,
Did you really say that?
Yeah,
they really did.
Take that
they
to
really
dump
did
that,
say,
please.
F you, Brian. What do you think? What are you doing over there? Kind of a thing. I don't know. I mean, there's talking to Bobby. Bobby is hearing some things, but you talk to people in the organization, they're kind of like, I don't think so. Why would we do that? Kind of a thing. And so you don't know. At this time of year, you don't know where this thing might break. How willing is Tennessee, and what is Tennessee asking for? That's the biggest thing. I think, to me, there's other – they need help in the running game. They do need help in the running game. But I don't know if it's help in the running game with the backs, which, Dawson, we've talked about, or do they need help with what's going on the offensive line?
I just don't think they're – I don't think they're – fix.
I don't think they're blocking as well. We haven't seen Martin and Steele. The tight ends have been a problem at the point of attack. They've tried to pull guys. They can't get guys on the second level. I just think there's a lot. And Stephen Jones will come on and he'll talk about, the continuity. They haven't played well, or they haven't played together. This will be the third game. I don't know. I do think they're going to have to run the ball much better than they are. Could Derrick Henry be that guy? Probably could. But I don't know if Dallas is willing to do that. If, in fact, that they can go. I think they need help in some other spots. Maybe another corner. Maybe another linebacker.
Yeah, I think they're better off just going all out on defense.
I think another veteran runner, a guy with a track record of not needing great holes, a guy who's very quick in the backfield is exactly what you need. I don't think that's Derrick Henry at 30 years old, but if they got him, I'd be excited. Yeah. You need another answer at running back. And as much as running backs are interchangeable and you can find guys on day 3, I don't feel good about anybody the Cowboys have right now. I think Pollard is struggling to come back from what should have been a fairly easy injury to come back from. He's clearly lost a step, couldn't run away after the guy totally blows the tackle at midfield. Daddle's very injury prone. He's flashed a couple of times, and Deuce Vaughn's a long-term project at this point. I think it's a cool story there with the Deuce Vaughn. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. The Cowboys really should do something as trade season is going to heat up in a major way after Sunday's game because the deadline is it's on Halloween. It's on Tuesday. Yeah, so it is now.
Let's go.
Less than a week away.
It's an easy one to remember.
A flag's a very short drive away for you. If you'd like to grab one, the 2023 G-Bag Nation Pure Gold as Always flag is awaiting you at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here at the Arlington location. They have an amazing deal going on right now with 0% APR. Their Battle of the Brands Expo. It's the best place to get a new hot tub. When we come back, opening night Mavs storylines, including would you do this trade if somebody called about Luka? It's next year, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day. to the new blonde in town. Check out Revolver Brewing on Facebook and Instagram for more info.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Thanks to Tolo Tim for dropping off some Hurtado barbecue back there for the guys at 75 and Fitzhugh. Always looking forward to my next chance to get my hands on some Hurtado tacos or Oaxaca dongs or whatever it might be. And we're going to be there Friday night at the Globe. Hope you can come by and say hi. I know, it is close to $1,000, at least retail, to get in. So this is one of those bucket list type of moments or one of those credit card type of spontaneous purchases where it's like, you know what, to hell with it. I know inflation is up and the economy's this, that, or the other thing, but the Rangers are in the World Series and we got to be there. So have the best time ever and live it up. If living it up for you involves a hot tub, now through October 28th, 0% APR financing here at Southern Leisure. Over 80 models to choose from. Payments as low as $105 a month. And you can visit any of their 3 showrooms or go to southernleisurespas.com. And this segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It is 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. I know Chiafalo has he'll take us around the rim a little bit later on in the show, and looking forward to all of those storylines and getting into this Dwight Howard thing. But we're going to talk Mavs and Spurs right here. And my first question for you guys, the truckwreck.com fan text is open. I was looking at what the Knicks are offering for Joel Embiid. 2 to 3 first-rounders, Randall, Barrett, Fournier, Mitchell Robinson in exchange for Joel Embiid. And I'm going to throw that out there again. I think it is an important thing to have in mind. If this season does not go perfectly, what would be your move if you are the Mavericks? You're starting to hear the rumors that if it doesn't go great, Luka could ask out at the end of this year. So I'm looking at whatever a team is offering for Embiid. If I'm Mark Cuban, I'm like, okay, that is what we could get from them for Luka. Because I assume that the value is very, very comparable. I'd probably rather have Luka because of age and injury history, but maybe you want Embiid because he actually plays defense. It's sort of to each their own on this one, Chief. You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, dude.
But what's your move? How much do you think it's possible Luka leaves? Are you thinking I need to have this contingency ready at the trade deadline if we're 5 games under and, Luka's not talking to anybody? It's been pretty documented at this point. Luka does not get along with everybody in the organization, and that's putting it lightly. I don't know what it takes to get the guy totally happy. Maybe that's just the way he is. His disposition is not one to be, overly friendly and chummy with everybody. But I'm not happy with, how things have gone as an organization as far as making him happy and convincing him that he should stick around. And I don't care if he likes people or if he gets along with whoever. I just want him to be happy and balling and playing great defense, guys.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, if I'm Luka, I would be a little apprehensive about the long-term future of this organization, right? You made it to the conference finals. What are you doing around me otherwise to really better the team? And I think this will be a big year. With Nico, I like some of the stuff that Nico's done this offseason, but he has been learning on the job. Brian, we've talked to you threw it out there. Maybe Nico ends up stepping down if this doesn't end up being a successful season. What does the construction of the front office look like? And if that continues to be an issue, and I'm Luka Doncic, I can understand his frustration and feeling like, man, I don't see this thing working out. I'd like to say that there's not a lot of options for me that are going to get me to say, yes, I'm willing to part with a top 5, potential top 3 player in the NBA. Because once you have that guy, that's really the key. It's so hard to find. And the Mavericks lucked out kind of into that, falling into their laps with the team ahead of them. Now they took DeAndre Ayton with the Suns.
So you're going playing like Shohei Ohtani. Where it's like, hey, we're going to ride this thing. We just can't. We're not. So we're going to dare him to leave.
You didn't see. I just don't think this offseason he will actually do it. I think it would take at least another year. But yeah, I think right now this trade deadline, I'm not having those conversations unless the season has just gone absolutely tragically wrong, and you do look like a lottery team.
Yeah, you'd have to have a good conversation with his agent and gauge where he's at, and be starting to get those ideas that he is getting ready to ask out because he's had enough. And you could always just say, no, we have your rights, and we're going to, have you play for us for another year and hope we can convince you to feel differently.
Yeah, and that's a tough place to find yourself, seeing what the Trailblazers just did, forcing a little bit, playing like, no, we're not just going to acquiesce to the superstar. They ultimately granted him his wish of moving him, but they did it on their own terms, and I think you have to be strong. If you're the Mavericks, from the outside looking in, you aren't even considering the idea that Luka would not be a part of your team. You're not doing anything that would make anybody think that he is available. And I would look at the New York Knicks and I would scoff at the idea of 2 to 3 first-round picks and whatever the heck else you just mentioned with Mitchell Robinson and whatever else. You got
Julius
play,
Randle.
Yeah. You got to play. You got to play.
You're losing the trade. Any trade you make, you're going to lose the trade.
Yeah, unless you are, the Utah Jazz moving on from Rudy Gobert. But it seems like things have reset a little bit in the league. But you got to play so much hardball. You got to take whatever Portland did, and you got to times it by 1,000. Yeah. With we're not letting this guy go unless we dang sure know we are getting somewhere in the neighborhood of anything that could make us feel like, okay, you won the trade as much as you can when you're the team giving up the superstar.
I mean, he's 6 years younger than Gobert. He's 10 years younger than Lillard. This is a superstar.
Yeah.
You brought up what happened with Portland, though, and their mistake was waiting until the market was at its absolute lowest.
Right.
If you're the Mavs, whenever this market for a star heats up, whenever a team with tons of picks starts blowing you up, I'm calling the agent and saying, man, where's Luka at right now with us? Yeah. Does he want to get to California, Miami, or New York, or is he happy here? Is he committed? Because we're totally committed to him. We just don't want to wake up and see Luka wants out of Dallas. That's what we're playing defense against. Because once we read that headline, his value comes down significantly in what we can get.
And hopefully the agent says, yeah, he is committed, and then I'd rather be the aggressor and trying to outbid the Knicks to get an Embiid. I want to do everything I can to add the talent around Luka instead of shop Luka out of here.
I'm interested to see how this team looks if it plays faster.
Yeah.
If Kyrie all of a sudden, what if you get this team and in the way that Luka wants to play is not as conducive to wins as the way that Kyrie's playing with a little bit more.
That's
pace.
What's going to be fun tonight is can Kyrie carry that storyline another step further with Luka out?
Because see, to me, this is where you look at it and you say, if Luka keeps squawking. Or I shouldn't use the word squawk because maybe we're hearing whispers from his group about that he might not be here. And I learned that this team plays better playing how Kyrie wants to play this the way that he plays, and it's a better for us going forward. Then I'm listening. Because I'll go get what I can.
The guy doesn't play defense and he doesn't get his teammates involved in offense.
If you tell me that I'm going to constantly have problems and have that hovering over me, I don't care how great you are. Give me the picks. I'll rebuild this thing. I'll trade. I'll figure this out. But if you're constantly going to be, well, I'm not happy. I'm not this. I'm not that. I don't have time for that. Yeah. I really don't.
I can put up with a lot of that stuff if I feel like you're the total superstar, like the guys winning the championship that can play on both ends. Yeah. Jokic can have a massive impact on defense. Giannis, massive impact on defense. Yeah. Luka, we saw in the Suns series and in that playoff run when he's totally committed, he's not a bad defender.
No, when he wants to, he can do it.
But he doesn't want to. So why are you making all the reservations for a guy that's basically James Harden? He's just a different variety of it. You're a guy not committed to winning, not committed to playing defense, and just runs the offense to boost his stats. And his teammates are like, when do I get the ball? And then Kyrie shows up and says, hey, it's fun. I'll score about 5 or 6 points less and just get everybody involved. And we'll be a big harmonious group of basketball players. And now they've added athletic veterans who have a good basketball IQ. Yeah. I think they've upgraded the supporting cast in a lot of ways.
The thing that I would worry about in what I was saying about moving on from Luka is the instability of the front office.
Yeah.
If you were a front office that you knew that like the general manager or basketball operations guy or gal was on point when it comes to drafting, team development, hiring the right people. Then you make a trade. You're like, fine, Luka, move on. Fine, we'll be just fine without you.
And his agent's got to be thinking along those lines.
That's
like,
one of the
why
reasons.
Should my client want to be with you?
He's not mad at Jason Kidd or anybody or the players. He's mad at Mark Cuban and what he's seen with Nico. And we're bringing a guy in from Utah, and we're bringing. It's that whole thing like with Vegas Bob all over. You're like, who is running the basketball operation? Mark Cuban will say it's Nico.
Yeah.
Well, then why are you bringing other guys in as advisors and things like that? It's you're creating this picture of dysfunction. And if you're Luka, I'm like, I don't want to be a part of the dysfunction. But I would have to think about not trading Luka if, in fact, again, if you had a better front office, maybe you make the trade because you could take advantage of all the picks and stuff you're going to get.
So much to me rides on how, like, is Grant Williams looking like a good player? Like, okay, this was our big free agent guy that you brought in. Is he going to look competent, and is he going to meet the expectations? And then are these rookies, as the season go on, do I feel like, if I'm Luka, okay, these are actually some legit dudes that I know this year we're not doing anything in the way of championship, but can I see now the glimmer of hope here with some of these guys as they develop over the course of the season? And I did think it was interesting that when you do the GM survey, the NBA the GM survey, they voted, GMs across the sport voted the Mavericks as a top 5 offseason. Like, which team made the best overall moves this offseason? They had the Mavs in the top 5.
Yeah, what they did in the draft to be able to maneuver that and to get 2 picks in the first round and get a guy in Omax, who I think we're excited about. Obviously, Lively, we'll see. Tyson Chandler's been working with him. There's upside. I think Grant Williams is a move that we all liked a lot. The thing that I did think that they would come away with before tipping off tonight was to get a guy like a Clint Capella, to get a legitimate big man, not just relying on Rashawn Holmes, who's kind of been on the downward trend there in Sacramento, and then now you're really going to have to play Derek Lively 25 minutes a night. And we've seen when teams go ahead and they're putting that much emphasis on a rookie big, the season doesn't end up going very well.
Yeah, I like a number of the players that they've added. I just think it gives you credible veteran presence out there with Seth Curry and Dante Exum. Rashawn Holmes is a guy that averaged 12 and 8 as a big. I think he's going to keep Lively on the bench quite a bit throughout the first half of the season. Obviously Grant Williams, but also Markieff Morris is back, and Derek Jones Jr. is actually a guy who's so good on defense he might start over Lively is what I've heard going into tonight's game. Give you a small ball option there at center. So I see like 5 guys, and when you move on from the look with Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith occupying so much court time without being able to pass or dribble, I think you've improved your basketball IQ and your collective skill set significantly. It is going to be awesome tonight, though, to see how the guys play around Kyrie Irving, and if you get a performance at 125 and all these guys are playing active and having fun, and then when Luka does debut, if it goes back to slow and the chemistry is off, that storyline will not take much time at all to really get out there as far as how do the Mavs make the most out of what they got going on. I am calling 47 wins. I do think it's undeniable Wemby is going to be a star, and tonight we start to get a look at the guy who's probably going to be the best player in your division. That's what I expect. He's going to be better than Luka. This guy's going to be, right up there with Giannis and Jokic as like your legit MVP candidates. And you look at what Popovich has been building. He's been below the radar, but he's got an army of dudes that know his system and are young and athletic. I think all they need is a trade like a couple of those guys for a veteran guard to be that steadying hand. They could be a playoff team. I think they could be a championship team within a couple of years now. That's what I was hoping and praying to the basketball gods. Do not let this be true. Gosh. The 2000s. I mean, it started in 99 with Tim Duncan. That's when they won their first championship. That was a reign of terror, perhaps more consistent than the Lakers' reign of terror that was almost running congruently along with it. And now they're back, damn it, with the guy who might be the best coach in Popovich. Yeah, I think the Mavs are going to have to, improve significantly to keep the upper hand on San Antonio before too long. Little sports hodgepodge coming up next. Chief, where are you taking us?
Yes, let's drink some filthy tears and a G-Bag Nation. You make the call next right here in the Nation.
Oh, yeah.
Time on the Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie Adatula. Live and local at night happens right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Yeah, buddy. I had the Frankels to talk about with you. My bad on that. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, we got rain in the forecast here next couple of days. The Frankels are going to be your best phone call. If you're hurt, not your fault. They make sure the money to put your life back together does not come out of your pocket, and that's very important because the guilty party will try to blame you and then try to get you to settle.
history.
Deserve this.
And hello, World Series. The Rangers have won their 3rd American League pennant.
Your proud home of your American League champion Rangers. Is 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet, and like Hugh, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here at 105 through the Fan. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Arlington. 0% APR financing is available for the next 3 days. Go to southernleisurespas.com, or better yet, join us here at the Arlington location. Pick up a brand new G-Bag Nation flag. Here's Eric Chiafalo with the Sports Hodgepodge.
All right, we got some good stuff here. We'll drink some filthy tears here in just a moment. But we got word earlier, Brock Purdy, concussion protocol. Maybe he won't play this weekend. And just seeing that wide receiver for the Dolphins, Tyreek Hill, might be missing the upcoming game as well. Rap sheet saying him missing is sounding like a real possibility. He wasn't at practice today. I can't find anywhere what seems to be the actual physical ailment. So I don't know. Maybe it's a hamstring or something like that. But he was not at practice, and maybe Tyreek Hill will not be playing for the Dolphins this weekend. So just wanted to throw that out there. Saw that a few seconds.
It was an injury report at all for anything?
I haven't seen it. I don't think they've had their official injury report drop yet. I just know he wasn't at practice, and Rap Sheet is saying, yeah, there's a real possibility he won't be playing.
That'd be a big loss for them.
Yeah.
Because Jalen Waddle came back and he did play on Sunday night, but he's also banged up, isn't he?
Yeah, he messed his back up or something in the game and then came back. He's always he's always dealing with something, it feels like. Since college, Joe Waddle, as good as he is, he's a bit
more
fragile.
Cedric Wilson, free Cedric.
There, yes, yeah, or maybe it's
where he was on the trade.
Maybe it's Chase Claypool.
Maybe it's the Chase Claypool. Even though you were just giving me some numbers on Chase Claypool that don't reflect him being much in the way of good luck in terms of wins.
Yeah, this is wild. Team success with and without Chase Claypool. The Bears were 0-13 with him since they traded him. They're now 2-1. The Dolphins are now 0-1 with him. They were 5-1 before. The Steelers were 2-6 with him on the team and are 11-4 since trading him. So Chase Claypool on your team so far has not been a good idea.
And this is the same Chase Claypool who a few years ago tweeted out, "Losing ? Never heard of her." And she has since really been a huge presence in his life.
He's an athletic freak, though. I don't. It's weird to me because he should be a good player, but it just has not worked out for him.
We have the best potential job, not only in all of college football, but maybe the best job in all of the world to get to here in a moment. And at G-Bag Nation, you make the call. But right now, let's get to the nightmares that the filthy Philly fans were feeling last night as they walked out of Citizens Bank Park after taking that L to the D-backs. This is their fans, very, very sad and unhappy.
Yeah. Let's see what people got to say. We had home field for 2 games. 2 games. And you let them come here and beat us?
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's a fucking idiot. We went farther without that guy. Fuck the Phillies, honestly.
Trade the whole fucking team. This team fucking blew today.
I want to say that I'm fucking depressed. I had to ask 9 people for this fucking cigarette.
Philly fans, we always
God, 9 people.
Disappointment.
Oh, man, that was just straight garbage.
This sucked.
I hope they never fucking play a baseball game again.
Fire Topper. Topper! What's up, man?
Feeling like I want to go lay in traffic.
Fuck all them bitch-ass motherfuckers I couldn't get a hit when we motherfucking needed it.
I love how we spent $700 million for guys to go 0 for 12 combined.
Let's go Jets.
Let's go Jets.
That's a good point.
I'm feeling good because, we still got the Birds.
Go Birds! Go Birds!
Hit the fucking ball, man. Come on, really? Hit the fucking ball.
Overpaid
Fuck that.
Hey, wait, where'd you get this banana?
From a homeless guy.
Hey, how do we feel about Dancing on My Own as a song moving forward?
You got to cut it.
Time to retire it. Find something new.
Still fires up the crowd.
Well, I'm pretty sure it didn't work this year, so it's got to go.
Too fucking on. I'm crying instead of dancing.
I get shitty ass fucking song. They need to ditch that shit.
I don't want to hear that song ever again.
How about you shut up?
That is amazing.
Did you see the video of this?
Yeah.
The guy's got the Phillies jersey on, and he just stands there with the mic, and he doesn't even ask. He just holds the mic
And they just
out.
come by and screaming it.
Just people walk by and they just start screaming.
I'm effing depressed. I asked 9 people for a cigarette.
He did ask that guy. He goes, "Where'd you get that banana,
dude?"
Homeless guy.
Philadelphia, homeless guy.
Homeless guy gave it to me.
Philadelphia's now lost 7 consecutive game 7s. So the 76ers have lost 4. The Flyers have lost 2. Now the Phillies lost 1. They've got the longest game 7 losing streak going by any metro area team in MLB, NBA, and NHL history. I love it.
So you have Bochy on the good end of the 7-game spectrum, and then on the bad end you have just all of Philadelphia.
The whole city of Philly. Ben Franklin standing there, taking all the L's.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And every time I hear a montage like that of Philadelphia, it's like a flashback to the 80s. Where being a meathead was celebrated, and everybody just needed an effing cigarette. You know,
the good old days. You mean?
Hey, baby, I got the good stuff for you.
Yeah, like nobody says that in America anymore. Like, who's got a cigarette for me? You don't hear that anywhere, but
Can
like
I bum
Philly,
a
do
stogie?
you? Do they say that anymore? No.
I mean East Coast maybe.
Golly,
but that is a Philadelphia thing.
Could you imagine like leading sporting events on the
give me a
regular
dot
and
over
hearing
here.
stuff
I'll
like
tell you
that?
what.
They can't lose without having to fire somebody.
I lived
Trade
there
the
a
whole
year,
team.
and I kind of liked it.
You liked it?
I did. I liked the fact that there was always some sport going on. That you know that all like
he likes the combative approach.
Well,
that's what it is.
I think he's secretly very toxic.
We were working there at the vet, so we were right across the street from hockey and basketball. So every night you could kind of, if you wanted to go just hang out and go do sports.
Yeah,
that was a cool. It was a cool.
I was
scene
there
to
for the
do.
Army-Navy game, and I don't know if that's the same geographical area,
right?
But it was awesome that like the basketball gym was there,
Sure.
and then they had this amazing like sports bar complex, kind of like Texas Live,
Right.
where you could hang out and get food and drink, and then just go to the different games.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're shooting for in Arlington.
Have heard the food's delicious, and the Italian food's very good there.
No, the Italian food is excellent. I lived at 17th and Callow Hill. In case Eric wants to go by and see my place, that's where I used to live in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah, there you go, Chef Eric. Go check him out there.
It was a nice downtown too.
That's what I'm saying. I was right downtown, so I was taking the subway from Philly, from actually downtown to the vet, and just kind of going back and forth until I got a car. But if you're into like just every night something to do and living downtown, like everybody's like saying, listen, if you're a single guy, live downtown Philly. If you're married, live in New Jersey. Because the nightlife, but they tax the hell out of you living in that city.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's a lot going on. It's the people, they're the same way. The people, I remember one time there's a guy named Phil Martelli who used to coach at St. Joe's basketball, and I looked just like him at the time, bald headed, hair on the side. And this one guy, he goes, hey, and I'm like, yes, sir. And he goes, you're that guy. You either work for the Eagles or you're Phil Martelli. And I go, I'm Phil Martelli. And he goes, no, you're not, man. You're that guy at the Eagles. And I went, yeah, I'm the guy at the Eagles.
F you.
And he was kind of like, but he was nice about it. He's like, you know what the hell you're doing over there? I'm like, not really. I'm trying to kind of figure it all out.
Trying to find my next Vince Papali. Why don't you shut up?
But he was sitting there and he was just waiting. Hey, you're that Phil Martelli? Or you're that guy from the Eagles, but it was interesting living there. But I mean, like I said, if you're really into nightlife, sports, and all that stuff, it's a pretty cool town to be in.
Well, if you're really into nightlife and sports and all that stuff here in DFW, I got some good news coming up for you later on in the program. But right now, I will save the best job in all of America, certainly in college football, for football's finest. But I wanted to close down with this: the email from the Division I baseball coach who sent it back to the player that was trying to make the team. Okay, a kid is going to school at a D1 school, not sure the school, but he tries out for the baseball team, D1. He reaches out to the coach, I guess, a few days later, like, hey, what's the deal? Am I going to make this team? The coach responds, thanks for reaching out. You were not kept past the tryout based on ability. As I mentioned, at the tryout, we would only retain people if we thought they would be able to help us win games this year. We did not feel that way based on your tryout. As for the future, your ability was very, very far away from being considered to be a part of our roster. Your fastball was around 68 to 70 miles per hour. Our players are usually 88 to 90 at a minimum. Your offensive performance was equally distant from what it takes to be a part of our team. Being perfectly honest, playing college baseball is not a realistic expectation for you, especially at the D1 level. I apologize for the bluntness, but I feel that honesty is important here. Thanks again for your interest, and I hope your classes are going well this fall.
Oh, that's how you let somebody down, isn't it, in sports? You give
I
them
thought you were going to
pure
say
honesty.
they sent the letter to somebody and the guy's a real player. That maybe that the guy's
like 10 years
like
later,
like a legitimate
And,
major fan.
and now it turns out to
Yeah,
be
like
Corbin
the
Carroll.
high school coach. Yeah, like the high school
Holy
coach.
hell,
that-
Josh Young.
awesome.
Yeah, like you're the high school coach that cut Michael Jordan. And now you're the guy. Now you're
Now
the
you're
player.
Eddie
Now
Carter.
you're the Hall of Fame player. Yeah, this is what my coach said about me. And then you read all that litany of just terribleness.
Well, hey, maybe we wake up in 10 years and we get the ending to this
Maybe.
potential fairy tale story. I
Throwing
don't think that's the
67
case.
Yeah, 68 to 70. Yeah, I don't think it's the case either.
We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. You don't have to be athletic at all to get a screaming deal on a new hot tub, 0% APR financing. Their Battle of the Brands Expo. There's 3 days remaining, $1,500 in rebates, factory direct pricing, affordable payments starting at just $105 a month. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. We have your 2023 Pure Gold, as always, G-Bag Nation flags as Bobby Carella is set to join you, your Mavs insider, as the Mavs get set to open up their season tonight in San Antonio. We're back to talk with Bobby here in the Nation.
G-Bag's Brian Broaddus setting records with his Lump of the Star podcast. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation, and it is smelling good here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio.
Robert knows what he's doing out there.
Yeah, I think he's got a green egg
He
going
does.
out there. He's making
Couple
some
eggs,
wings.
yeah.
And it's a great place to get a hot tub right now. If you're in the market, we're heading for fall, highs in the upper 30s, lows in the upper 30s next week. So it's going to be perfect hot tub weather. And right now at Southern Leisure, and there are 3 locations across North Texas, 0% APR financing. That runs for the next 3 days until the 28th. So you got to get in there, I guess, by Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. Halloween is next Tuesday. And we're happy to be here. Have G-Bag Nation flags if you'd like to pick up your 2023 Pure Gold. As always, G-Bag Nation flag. When you get off work, just swing on by right here. It's off 20. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Arlington. As Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. It's great to talk to you again. How you doing?
I'm great. If y'all would have told me that hot tubs were there, I wouldn't have been doing this on the phone. I would have just come out and hopped in.
Oh,
with you guys.
dude, we should have told you to come over here for that.
I know.
I'm sorry.
You a big hot tub guy, Bobby?
Love hot tubs. The closer I can be to Zach Waltrip in a hot tub, the better.
That's my guy right there.
You should have been at the remote a couple of weeks ago when Zach Wolchuk was in a Speedo at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound.
Okay, y'all got to start sending me invites. What the heck is going on?
I thought that might be where you drew the line there, Bob.
That is fair indeed. We'll keep you updated on all things Wolchuk from this point moving forward. Now, I'd love to know from you, how hot is Jason Kidd's seat as we open up this season tonight?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I think, the way last season ended left obviously a very sour taste in everybody's mouth. You don't have Luka and Kyrie on your team and then just say like, oh, well, pretty satisfied with 11th place. And so I don't know if, the coach is on the hot seat. I don't know if the general manager is on the hot seat. I don't know if the players are on the hot seat. But, I think the one thing that everybody in this organization can agree on is that last season they did not accomplish hardly any of their goals. And this season, in order for them to reach success, every single person has got to be better. And that's players 1 through 17, 1 through 18. That's J. Kidd, Nico, on up to Mark Cuban, and even down to me. The low end of the totem pole. So, everybody's got to be better. Otherwise, otherwise things might get a little uncomfortable around here at some point.
Bobby, do you expect to see more Luka playing off the ball this season?
He's alluded to that. I think obviously out there with Kyrie, if Josh Green is coming off the bench, Kyrie's really your only other sort of natural playmaker in that starting 5. But I would suspect that whether or not Green starts, Luka's always going to be on the floor with at least one other player who can make plays. And, we saw last year up close and personal in December, he's scoring 50 and 60 every single night. But that's all good and well. But by the end of the year, do you have much left in the tank if you're taking 25 or 30 shots a game? And if you got the ball in your hands for 20 minutes every night, you're getting picked up full court. So I think the more possessions that he can play without the ball in his hands, even if it's only at the start of the possession, hey, Kyrie, you bring the ball up the court. Or if Luka gets a rebound, skip pass ahead and transition. Just let somebody else get you into the offense, and then Luka can pick his spots from there. I think he can do that and still get his points. He can still sleepwalk his way to 25 or 30 every single night. You just have to try and find little ways to help him keep some stuff in the tank for February and March, because based on how loaded the West is, I think no matter how good or bad you are, you're going to be within a couple games of home court advantage or the play-in, come March. So I think they need all hands on deck at the end of the year, and that means helping preserve Luka's energy throughout it.
One talking point especially that we talked about with you after adding Kyrie was the pace of play. That's something we noticed when Luka got hurt and Kyrie came in. Even Tim Hardaway Jr. alluded to how he enjoyed that. Has that been an emphasis? Do you think Luka will try to adjust to that style as well? Maybe he plays a little bit more up-tempo?
I think he's going to have to be honest. I mean, they have, whether it's again Josh Green or the new guy Derek Jones Jr. in the starting lineup, either one of those guys playing next to Derek Lively II, who's a freaking gazelle out there, and then Kyrie, who wants to get up and down the floor pretty fast. I mean, the Mavs are going to have a whole lot of athletes in the starting 5 that want to get up and down the floor, and then their second unit full of guys like Josh Green, Jaden Hart, Tim Hardaway Jr., more fast, more speed, more shooting, more spacing for Luka to play in. And so I think whether or not Luka wants to play faster, everyone else is going to be playing faster, so he's going to have to keep up with them. But like I said before, let's say Luka, he's working really hard. It's middle of the fourth quarter. Maybe he needs a breather. Well, hey, get that rebound and fling that thing up the floor. Let Tim or Josh or Jaden or Kyrie do something. Trust those teammates to make plays, or just throw it as high in the air as you can and let Derek Lively go grab that thing and dunk it. So, I think the stage is set for the Mavs to play a whole lot faster. I think Luka's on board with that, but we got to see it. We got to see it.
Bobby, which one of these rookies do you really like? Can you kind of power rank them and how you would see their fits and how they're going to potentially play this season?
Yeah, I think Lively really, really impressed in the preseason. On draft night, I liked him all throughout the scouting process, the pre-draft process, and all that stuff. But I was just very skeptical that a 19-year-old would be able to make an impact right away. He only played 1 year in college. And for the first half of that year, he was kind of in and out of the lineup a little bit, dealing with some injuries. And so he didn't really round into form until closer to like February and even into March. And so I was thinking, okay, maybe that's more of a long-term play. He gets some spot minutes this year, plays with the Legends. But no, he was unbelievable in Summer League and really, really dang good in the preseason too. And so, I think that he's in a very good position to be the starting big man. Now, can he exceed expectations in that role? I'm not sure. That's asking a lot of a teenager, but he's definitely going to play a lot of minutes, I think. So I think if you're looking for instant impact, he is going to be the guy among the rookies on this team. Rewind back to draft night, I was really, really high on Omax Prosper's chances to contribute right away, but the Mavs went out, added more wings in free agency, Grant Williams, Derrick Jones Jr., moving Tim Hardaway to the bench. So I think there's a lot more competition at the 3 and 4 spot off the bench than maybe I previously anticipated. So I'm not sure that Prosper's going to get a lot of minutes, at least at the beginning of the year. But, certainly by the end of the season and then next year, I think if he can just establish a little bit of rhythm on that jump shot and, maybe play a little more under control on offense, he has all the physical and defensive tools to play right away. So I think that you might get pretty heavy contributions from both of those guys by the end of the year. But at the start of the season, I think Lively is going to be the one to watch.
We're talking Mavericks with Bobby Carella here. How quickly does Jason Kidd want to have a regular starting lineup and rotation set?
I think after watching Rick coach here for so long, Rick Carlisle, it usually took Rick maybe until like Thanksgiving or early December to find the starting lineup and the real rotation, and that felt like it took a while. But we've seen over the last couple of years, and some of this is due to injuries, some of this is due to other stuff, but it feels like it's taken the Mavs until like January, February to find a regular starting 5, let alone the second unit and sub patterns when guys come in and out. So, I think the easy answer is as soon as possible. But based on how things have gone, during his time here, assuming everyone stays healthy, I think they have a lot of options. There are guys a little further down the depth chart like Dante Exum and Seth Curry. One of them is like one of the best three-point shooters of all time. The other one is a really good defender and probably the third best playmaker on the team. But there's only one slot in the rotation for those guys to fill, let alone who's going to start at the 3, let alone, is Derek Lively even going to be your starting big man tonight, let alone by next week. So I think there's a lot of questions. The only thing that is sure is that Luka and Kyrie are probably going to combine to play something like 70 minutes a night. Everything else is up in the air, and I think it really is going to be like a week-to-week, month-to-month proposition with some of these guys to try and move the pieces around and find that most optimal group, specifically to start and close games around Luka and Kyrie.
Bobby, what are your expectations of Grant Williams?
I really like him. I really do like him. I think especially playing next to Lively, because Lively, he's only 19. He's 7'1", but he probably weighs, I don't know what he's listed at, but, he's definitely not old enough to have filled out his frame completely. And so you are giving up a little bit just in the way of pure strength and muscle mass by putting him at the 5. Williams at the 4 next to him, he's only 6'6", 6'7", but he's got a 7-something wingspan, and he's got, tree trunks of legs, almost built like a giant running back, like Derrick Henry out there. The dude is just really, really thick and strong, and he does have these instincts to kind of swoop over from the weak side and block some shots. We saw him do that in the preseason, but he's also got the versatility to step out and guard some quicker players too. And so I think he's like almost like a glue guy on defense. He can give you a little bit of everything, help keep it together. You know, he's a very professional defender and I think a really good communicator too, and that's super important, especially playing next to a 19-year-old that might be a little overwhelmed, that might not be in a position to always call out coverages and stuff. And then offensively, I mean, he's a 45% shooter from the corners on threes. And so if he can just do that, if he can just play plus defense and shoot corner threes at a high rate, then I think, you know, he's going to fit like a glove in this thing. And then anything else, anything extra that you get from him, I think is just is a bonus on top.
Bobby, I hope I don't put you in a bad spot here, but can you shed any light the changes with Casey Smith no longer being on the bench?
I really don't know. You know, he got kind of elevated from that head trainer role a couple years ago, and Deion Calhoun took over a lot of like the daily, you know, training coach duties. So I think it'll look a little similar in that respect. But, you know, Casey's been here for a really, really, really long time and is an incredible dude and obviously has, you know, really good relationships with a lot of players on the team and a lot of trust from key people in this organization. So, you know, it'll be a pretty big absence. And similarly, too, I mean, a little closer to home, Scott Tomlin not being here either, the head of PR. I mean, that's two mainstays in the organization that definitely, you know, have the players' trust. And so I think there are a lot of big changes, you know, maybe like head coach and GM and owner didn't change, but, you know, a lot of other things changed around the edges. And so, you know, I think that there's going to be a slightly different culture around here and, you know, hopefully all is well with him and everything that went on. I mean, I can't really give you too much information because I just simply don't know the specifics. But yeah, I mean, that's what I can say.
Bobby Carell, Mavs.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation as we're tipping off the season against the Spurs tonight. What are your expectations with Wemby making his debut?
Dude, he's a freak. He is an absolute freak. I have no idea what to expect. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I'm expecting him to come in and immediately be one of the very best defenders in the NBA, and I'm talking like possession by possession. I think he can disrupt all sorts of stuff. I mean, how often do we see, for example, Luka just point at the plotting big man and say, hey, come here, and he drags him out in the deep end and buries a step-back three right in his face. But Wemby has like a 9-foot wingspan, and so I'm not sure you can shoot over him, but he's so long and so agile that it's not very easy to drive past him. So I think just the sheer geometry of the floor changes so much whenever he's out there. And I think, you know, for a gifted passer like Luka, I think he'll be fine. But for everybody else, I mean, man, you have him on your hip, you can't shoot. If he's in front of you, you can't shoot over him. Definitely can't finish anything around the rim against him. So I think the Mavs are going to have to do a lot of drive and kick, a lot of first, second, third penetrations on a possession to try and just get him out of position to open something up for someone somewhere. So I think it's going to be really, really tough. But I mean, I cannot wait to see him play. I think he is going to be you know, maybe not a once-in-a-lifetime player, but certainly a once-in-a-lifetime just physical specimen.
So you're expecting Luka to be good to go tonight then?
Hope so. I mean, he was smiling at shoot-around, and he did an interview yesterday, did an interview today, and,
good.
You know, as long as there's no, like, weird setbacks between now and tip-off, I hope he can be out there. But, I mean, we'll see.
Do you know if they figured out who's going to take the last shot?
Ooh, that is a good question. That is a really good question. I think hopefully Kyrie and Luka have that decided amongst themselves, and we don't have to see them decide that in real time anymore.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Appreciate you, Bobby. Thanks so much here. Opening night tonight. Enjoy the game, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
You got it. Yeah, Bobby Carell, Mavs.com, a great resource for us here. Joined us several times last year, and whenever he does, we end up smarter about the basketball team. So a lot of storylines going into tonight, and yeah, I mean, you have no idea how they're going to go. I think there's a massive range of expectations and a massive, you know, group of players from which Jason Kidd can build his 8 or 9 man rotation. But it could be quite a while before he gets a chance to settle in on something. Huge game tonight, though, and I think Grant Williams, even though he's only 6'7", that's your best option on Wemby. I mean, you should be able to root him out and use your strength as an advantage. I wouldn't be surprised. But, man, that's scary, that, you know, the idea that Wemby might be Defensive Player of the Year type of guy, and he can lock you down on the outside or the inside. That's just
a freak of nature.
Yeah, it's not even. I think it's his athleticism and his size and his coordination, but it's also his basketball IQ.
Yeah,
like he's reading everything on a Luka level while he is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar height and coordination style. Just a real special guy. And we'll keep our fingers crossed you're going to have answers for this dude.
Dude, he blocked a Klay Thompson three-pointer where when Klay Thompson starts to pull up at the top of the key, you have Wemby at, like, the free throw line.
Yeah.
But he's so long that he can just minimize that space very, very quickly.
Unreal.
And then he's the one who's leading the charge down the court and finishing on the other side. It's
So
just like, this is ridiculous.
Is he your stopper in late game situations? So whoever he goes on, Luka or Kyrie, it's real easy who's taking the shot. We can't try to shoot over this dude for the game,
don't
can
shoot
we?
over him for sure.
No, I don't think anybody. I don't think there's anybody that can shoot over him. So that would be very interesting if he was the guy that Pop was like, okay, we need like a must stop defensive situation. So you go guard Luka.
When we go take Kyrie
at the top of the key.
But I think maybe guard the ball as you're trying to get it in from half court. He's standing there, you're trying to throw it over the top of him.
The only thing that can stop him from being the next great Hall of Fame 7-footer is if you traded him to Portland. And I don't think San Antonio is going to do that.
The injury risk.
Okay, we got to run. We got top 10 at 420 coming up next, right, Wolchuk?
Yes, we do. I've got some good Cowboys news for you. Plus, it's National Killer Doll Day, and it is spooky season. I got the top 10 horror movie villains of all time. What's your fave next?
We are live at Southern Leisure Spas. Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Arlington off of 20. You're going to want to come by, pick up your 2023 G-Bag Nation flag. Pure gold, as always, is the theme, and I think it's the best-looking flag we've ever done. And that's a very high bar. Been some unbelievable flags over the years. This one is the best. We have a free one for you. All you have to do is come by, and we'll hand one to you. Actually, our gal Stephanie with promotions. We have a promotions department for the first time, I believe, since COVID. And Stephanie is it. She's got a G-Bag Nation flag for you if you swing by and ask for it. Segment is it's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Here's the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H.
Thank
top
you
10.
very much, General and Lynn. Shout out to our buddy Tim. Legendary Tolo came up, passed his cards around, brought that Hurtado to Lucius, I believe. Hopefully, Lucius, you're getting to enjoy that as well.
He's an airport driver, huh?
Yeah, and you need a ride. Tim will take care of you, man. He absolutely will.
Yep.
So that's our guy. The fan support out here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio been amazing. Grilling some great stuff out there in the front right now. The
Incredible
smells
smell out
are
in the parking
incredible.
lot.
And it's amazing what you can do with these spas. Like they were showing me when I was out there at the Richardson location on the Saturday, all the different jets that are able to take care of different parts of the body.
Yeah.
For the massages. Man, it's a whole wellness center that you have in here. It's really
I heard
amazing.
one could even make a baby.
You could. You probably could even.
If you know
make
how
a
to play
baby
it right.
in there. Yeah, but you do, sir. All right, we'll get to our top 10 here, the top 10 horror villains, horror movie villains.
Okay. Debbie?
Downer. But we got big news. Dusty Baker.
What were you trying to say?
I just fumbled on my words, Brian. Just and I
you?
appreciate if you turned your mic off for this segment. That'd be great. Dusty Baker has informed the Astros owner Jim
It'd be
Crane
no fun if I turned my mic
that
off.
he is retiring. It is official.
Heck yeah.
The Dusty Baker, who did tell us after the Game 7 loss that he was considering, not sure what he wanted to do with his future. That was under consideration.
That's right.
Astros have scheduled a press conference for tomorrow at Minute Maid Park, where Dusty Baker will publicly announce his decision. But we have back-to-back years now. Cowboys in the wild card round knocked out Tom Brady. He retired. And now the Rangers in the ALCS Game 7. Dusty Baker, legendary manager. Bye-bye.
We are the Shaquille O'Neal of baseball.
It's over.
Retiring bums right and left.
Retiring the bums. And Nathan Eovaldi, it is official. The Rangers have announced. We suspected this would be the case. If you listen and you Tolo, turn it on and leave it on to the home of your American League champion, Texas Rangers. Bruce Bochy, who did kind of hint this to KNC earlier, that Nathan Eovaldi will indeed start Game 1 of the World Series for the Texas Rangers at home Friday night, 7:03 first pitch, pregame right here, 6:30, and I believe we will be out in attendance Friday for Game 1 of the World Series.
That's short rest, right?
Fingers crossed. Eovaldi will not be short rest. It would be limited rest for Montgomery if he was supposed to go out there. So that's why they're probably shifting that.
He pitched on his bullpen session is what he did.
Who,
Montgomery.
Montgomery did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, basically. So Montgomery will get that extra day. He'll start Game 2. She'll probably have Scherzer start Game 3, although that has not been made public. But Game 1 will be Nathan Eovaldi. And we did find out, I saw it's a hip for Tyreek Hill. I know earlier during the Hodgepodge we were talking about he's questionable, might not play this Sunday. Official injury report listed him and Raheem Mostert as both questionable, but it is a hip for Tyreek Hill. Cowboys injury report looks really, really clean. Only Wanye Thomas listed as questionable on it. Otherwise, everybody else is good to go. Mike McCarthy saying today everybody's going to do something. So that's awesome. Cowboys healthy after the bye. And Trayvon Diggs had successful surgery as well. The team has reported. So hopefully he is ready for a full recovery in 2024.
I would guess that his knee must have been pretty swollen. Yeah.
Yeah, and the same thing happened with Michael Gallup, I believe, after his injury. It took a couple of months before they were finally able to get in there. But they did. They checked everything else. There wasn't anything suspicious that they found. Some other ligaments that were torn. Everything else checked out, so it appears that the surgery was good to go for Trayvon, which is great news.
Yeah, no other ligaments being damaged is huge. So all that's good, and now we're sitting here in October. So, I mean, for training camp next year, everything should be all green lights for Trayvon.
Fingers crossed. All right, let's get into our top 10 list. We got some text that came in like Freddy Krueger, got to be number one. If it's not Freddy Krueger, it's all about nightmares. For years as a kid growing up, the 80s and 90s from the 682, Freddy Krueger haunted their dreams, and I get it. That dude's terrifying. I even have a list, like it's crazy. People go through, they watch these movies, and they count up like the kill counter, like how many victims has Chucky given.
I would love to know that, man.
What about the victims for Jigsaw?
Like a box score for our horror movie.
Yeah,
movies.
exactly.
Who's running up the most numbers? No one's got higher kill death ratio than my guy John Wick, though.
You think? Oh, no, John Wick, but he's not a horror villain.
I know,
he's
but
a
I'm just
bleeding hero. But yes, the Baba Yaga. The boogeyman. He's definitely up there.
John Wick would take out all these jokers, though.
The guy with the most kills is Pinhead from the Hellraiser franchise. He's got 321 or more kills.
Dang, dude.
And I'm not a big Hellraiser guy, but holy hell, Pinhead, man. You do not want to find him in a dark alley.
If your league leader in deaths as villains, if your best guy is only got 300 plus kills, I feel like they need to get these numbers up, dude.
That's just confirmed ones, right? Ones that were caught on camera?
These are confirmed kills on camera. The legend and
I've never seen a Pinhead movie. He sounds terrifying.
He looked terrifying.
Lucius, I don't know why my parents wouldn't let me watch these movies as a kid.
Because they're smart.
I think they just didn't want to watch them because they knew they were bad movies.
Yeah. Maybe. And a lot of these are bad, but some of them are good. And when you find a good horror movie, man, that is a really good movie. Lucius, who are you going with in terms of the best horror movie villains?
The best. I like, well, I'm not going to say it's my favorite, but I like Freddy because, like, before he killed you, he'll crack a joke or something like that.
Yes, that was a witty remark.
Yeah, make it easy for you going to the other side. You know what I mean? There you go with a laugh. But I don't watch a lot of horror movies, but I do like Candyman. Candyman scares the hell out of me. I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy, but
underrated, bro.
Oh my gosh! So he used to like hook kids up with candy at the projects, and I think it was like Chicago. And people thought he was molesting kids, but he wasn't molesting kids. He was actually just hooking kids up with candy. Oh. So they killed him. And so now he's getting revenge on everybody that's killed him. So I have his back.
Good revenge story.
Misunderstood horror villain. You know what I mean?
Cabrini Green Housing Project in Chicago. Here we go. Okay.
Are you supposed to not say his name like 3 times in a mirror or something like that?
Yeah. I'm done saying it. In fact, we're done.
We're probably not going to leave that there.
We said it twice.
An honorable mention.
What was his name again?
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to fall down.
I think my favorite's Jigsaw.
Dude, Jigsaw's freaky, and I didn't see Saw X. If anybody did, if it's worth seeing, let me know.
I stopped after 3. I think 3 kind of got a little tacky and weird.
I stopped.
The
after
first
2.
2 were brilliant, like psychological thrillers.
Yes.
And then it got gratuitous.
Got super gory.
Yeah.
They like leveled up the gory in a huge way.
That and the Hostel movies, those are
the Hostel movies. Big time.
Hostel movies, disgusting.
I do think one of the worst things I've ever seen though is in one of the Saws. It was either the second or the third one where this lady gets thrown into a giant pit of like needles.
Oh no.
And it was just, I was like, okay, I think I might be tapping out of the Saw stuff. But that first Saw is one of the best movies in my mind, ever.
You guys like goofy slasher movies? Like it tries to be good, but it's really low budget, so it's kind of bad.
Yeah,
I like those. Yeah, there's one called Sleepaway Camp. Okay. Fire, bro! You talk about a hell of a twist at the end of Sleepaway Camp. Oh my God, what a hell of a twist!
Hell yeah. And I'm pretty pumped for 5 Days at Freddy's. That comes out, I think, this weekend. That looks pretty good. And Lucius, I think it's going to be out. Is it going to be out for free on Paramount Plus? Are they doing that in theaters? Plus, you can watch it on Paramount Plus.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to be the same time situation, so don't let me get the lying. But they usually drop it at the theater, have it for a month, and then we get it on the streaming.
That would be clutch, man.
Yeah.
I'd like to not pay necessarily
Halloween.
if I could and be able to still enjoy a good Halloween movie. Well, you got the Sleepaway Camp research here?
This is turned into a full-on franchise.
No, it's good, man. I watch those type of little slasher movies where it's not scary. It's kind of like goofy in the sense. I like those. What a hell of a twist at the end. Pause.
Hills Have Eyes getting texted in. Yeah, that movie's gross, too. We got love for Pennywise, the Dancing Clown, the Rob Zombie movies. You got Bloody Mary is the mirror one. We can't say Bloody Mary 3 times in a row. That's the one from the 817. Hellraiser's getting love. Leatherface. The Ring Girl still haunts me. Yes. Oh, my gosh. I think I was in middle school when the Ring movies came out. That was freaky. No doubt.
7 days, bro.
And then that damn Leprechaun from the 817. And the Leprechaun, I think, is number 10.
Could be a crackhead.
On the all-time kills list. Leprechaun's up there. All right, here's the top 10. Number 10, we got Hannibal Lecter.
Oh, dude.
Just freaky as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Terrifying. Number 9 is Pennywise, the Dancing Clown.
Any clown thing is scary.
Clowns
He
are.
looks
Clowns are scary. That's a scary
Yeah, he
bit.
is.
Yep.
Makeup.
Yep.
Number 8, we got Ghostface from the Scream franchise. I wonder what Ghostface kill count is out.
I did. I think I was Ghostface at one point.
Did
for
you?
Halloween.
You'd be a good Ghostface.
Well, because you got the they had the ones where you could they had like a little blood pump that you it looked like you had blood all up over his face as well. It's like the leveled up version of it. That was pretty sweet.
Okay, Sleepaway Camp, by the way, Angela Baker from the Sleepaway Camp franchise. She's at 55 victims, Lucius, so she's up there. She's climbing the rankings.
Yeah? Wow.
Number 7, we got Jigsaw.
Nice.
Number 6 is Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, yeah.
Number 5 is bleeping Pinhead. And Pinhead is terrifying. Like, I have not seen any of the Hellraiser movies either. And I think the reason is you just look at the poster, you see this dude's face. I don't want any part of this.
Is that just like a bunch of nails?
Just a bunch of pins.
Wouldn't you just take a hammer and start knocking those into his skull like you're playing whack-a-mole?
Honestly, yes.
That's a good idea.
He's very
I
susceptible
got this,
to that.
guys. Give me a sledgehammer.
Number 4 is indeed Chucky. The Chucky movies never really freaked me out that much.
No.
I just kind of tried to make it humorous and funny, so it didn't scare me as a kid.
I figure I could take him. Call
I
me
think
crazy.
so too. No, I think you could throw a
It's
Chucky
a doll,
around.
right?
Do you watch
just
the
beat
Do you
the
watch
crap
the
out of him.
Do you watch the Cowboys the same way you watch Chucky?
No, I should.
Just view it as a comedy,
I
so
should.
you're not scared
Honestly,
and heartbroken.
I'd be smiling, and it would make post game much easier to do if I was able to make it light and laughable. And what can you do? I did start to laugh by the end of the San Francisco game. Like this is just after the third turnover. This is funny. You know what can you do, huh? What can you do?
Dak thought it was funny, too.
67 victims for Chucky, by the way. Number 3, we got Freddy Krueger, who some people wanted at 1. He's at number 3.
Do we know how many Freddy's got on his
Freddy,
total
yes,
kills?
Freddy was on here. Freddy was number 8, I think, on the all-time kills list. He's at 63 victims.
It's crazy.
He's the guy that could probably get the most, though.
Slacking.
He's getting into people's dreams, man.
Mm-hmm.
He is slacking. He's got more potential. I
Sounds
agree.
like he's the one.
So he'd kill you in your dreams, but you'd be dead in real life?
I think that's how that goes, right?
Wow.
Number 2 is Michael Myers, the Halloween franchise.
He's number 2?
Number 1, though, is Jason. Jason Voorhees comes in at number 1. He is also number 2 from Friday the 13th, number 2 on the all-time kills list with 163 plus victims. Number 3, by the way, was Michael Myers with 160 victims.
I think it'd be a good movie to make up a new villain whose life mission is to break this record.
Oh, I like that idea.
You know, isn't that a good movie?
He's looking at the
Yes.
kills list and he's
Yeah.
thinking, I'm the next best
Checking them
horror
off
villain. Yeah.
as he's going along.
And he takes out these guys along the way.
Exactly.
That'd be awesome.
How about the family members of the ones he's trying to...
That'd be epic.
Ooh, okay. You start with the families and then you work to the
Right,
thousands.
really
right.
flexing on
Yeah,
them.
there you go.
Yeah, make them hurt for the crimes. I like it. Bochy was on with K&C. What's he thinking about everything with the World Series now 48 hours away? Plus, Buster Olney's coming up at 5 o'clock. But we got some Boch audio for you next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan live from.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. And like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads, yo.
It is the G-Bag Nation. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, Arlington location. We're right off Highway 20. We'd love to see you come by. Amazing deal on some hot tubs. 0% APR for the next 3 days if you want a hot tub. If a hot tub is in your future, it's got to be at Southern Leisure, 3 locations in North Texas. We're handing out the G-Bag Nation 2023 Pure Gold is always flag, and we're fired up for the World Series, which starts in 50 hours. 50 hours from now. 50 hours and 5 minutes we'll be getting ready. And it's going to be Zach Gallen against Nathan Eovaldi. Start here with Cut 3, Bruce Bochy on with the KMC Masterpiece. We'll get thoughts on a couple of different pitchers here and how he's approaching the series. We'll start Cut 3, though. Was it tough to pull Max Scherzer in Game 7?
Well, it's never easy to take out somebody like Max Scherzer. You know, I said something to him during the game. He goes, he right away he said, I just want to win. That's who he is. With Max, his resume, come on, it's never easy to do that. But when you're in Game 7 and you talk about, all right, all hands on deck, you're going to throw everything at him. Now with Max, he had one start, and it got a little bumpy at times, but the stuff was really good. And we kind of had it figured out, mapped out. Well, if these lefties come up, and if we're in a situation where we need to go to them, we need to be ready, and I can't hold back. I was in a similar situation with Tim Hudson in Game 7 in 2014, and it wasn't easy taking him out in the second inning. But when you know that you have a loaded bullpen and some really good guys on there, they can help each other. It just gives them a different look, and so no, it in that way was not a hard decision. It really wasn't, because my job is to do what I think is best for the club and what's going to give us the best chance to win. And that can't ever get away from you.
Yeah, and he's so good at that, I would have confidence that I have the right idea. I wouldn't be worried about Max because he's a Hall of Famer. I would have been worried about taking Max Scherzer out because it really looked like a lot of his pitches were good.
Yeah.
And I know he gave up the home run and everything, but I would have thought, dude, if we can get through this batch of lefties, Scherzer could give us 6 or 7 real quality innings. But obviously, Bochy does not make mistakes in these situations, and he knew what the hell had to happen.
I think it was a lot easier for. And not for Max, but knowing that after him, Bochy brought Montgomery in. It wasn't like he went to somebody that, Max battled his ass off, and, maybe some of it was good, some of it was bad. But the fact that he replaced him with somebody that we think is just such a, has done such a great job.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, Boch is serious about getting this thing done. I mean, he's going from me to maybe our best pitcher on the staff right now.
You know how competitive guys feel, though, when you take them out and put somebody in that might not be able to get the job done?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the starters throughout the year, when they come out and the bullpen comes in, they got to take a walk back to the clubhouse. They can't stand to watch what some of these guys did to their leads.
There were plenty of games this season where Montgomery left that game with a 2-1 lead.
Yeah.
Or a 3, there was like several times where he pitched like he'd give him no runs. And, with a chance, and then bullpen blows
This
it
is a good segue, Brian, that you're talking about Monty, because Cut 4, Bochy on the thought process of putting Montgomery in there with a runner on board already.
Well, initially we were thinking he did him before because, 7th game, you just get guys up. You just got to be ready. But, just watching Montgomery, just getting to know him a little bit, how competitive he is. I said, I have no worries about him. The question was, when he would be ready. And do you want to make sure those guys get enough time because they're not used to getting up and getting ready in a hurry. But when we got the call that he was ready, I said, I'm going to go get Max because they had 2 left-hand hitters up. The tying run was at the plate. It was the second time around. Not that Max can't go around 2 or 3 times, but in fairness, Max is, if he'd had 4 or 5 starts under his belt, was locked in on everything, sure, you probably don't make the move. But at this early stage of him coming back from his injury, it was a no-brainer for me.
Got to be a no-brainer because in his first start, I mean, there were runs up on the board before you could even blink. I think that was the main reason you do it, just the unknown of how much it could get away from you there with Max Scherzer and giving up runs. Hopefully, next time out in the World Series, he has a good 5 innings, and we can start to feel like you have the reliable version of Scherzer on board for you. Okay, here was Bochy earlier before the official announcement that it was going to be Eovaldi. They asked him, with Monty's usage in Game 7, will Nathan, in fact, get the ball in Game 1? And here was the manager.
Well, we'll talk to the pitchers. I hate to say something before I talk to any of them. So, but I think it's fair to say when you look at Monty coming in to do what he did, he can use the added rest. So we're going to see where we're at. We were off yesterday. I kept the guys away from the ballpark, the staff, everybody. I'm heading in right now. Workout is at 4, and we'll be there quite a while because we have a lot of live pitching going on. That's the problem when you have a long delay before the next series. The guys didn't pitch; they got to throw. Hitters got to face some live pitching too. But so anyway, we'll get with those guys and tell them what our plan is.
And they did, and it is, in fact, going to be Eovaldi in Game 1. And is Montgomery confirmed for Game 2?
No, they have not confirmed their plans for the rest of the series, but I feel pretty confident in assuming that it's going to be Monty for Game 2.
I'm trying to get into Game 2 myself. I'm hoping these ticket prices come down a little bit.
Oh, yeah, because you got Mom and Dad in town.
Yeah, Mom and Dad are in town. They went big for Game 1. They just said, we're going, right? And I said, I'll see you there with my press pass, but they dropped like $1,000 a piece.
Wow.
And it's not only the ticket price, but then that $150, $200 they tack onto it.
Bro, the fees.
Yeah, the fees are absolutely insane. So I don't know how to approach it. I really want to take Abby and fiance wife to Saturday's game. I feel like if they do lose, Rangers fans will sell their tickets in a heartbeat, and the price might collapse. Like the price already collapsed for Game 4 after the Rangers lost Game 3. Even though they were still up 2-1, fans were like, well, I don't want to go now. They lost a game. So I don't know what the strategy is. Obviously not rooting for a loss, but that might be the only way tickets come down far enough. I'm probably going to wait until if they do win, how cheap could the tickets get? 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, something like that. But that's tough, not knowing if you can plan it. It really feels like the Messi game, though. And Messi game, temporarily, they peaked at 4 figures. And by the time kickoff was happening, you could get in for $300. Obviously, they're not going to slash them below face value for tomorrow. But I think a lot of Rangers fans are trying to think through that. Like, this is bucket listy. This is once in a lifetime. Yeah. Once the World Series is over, you don't know if you will ever get another opportunity to watch the Rangers in the World Series.
Right.
You're probably going to be in debt a bunch in your life. What's another $2,000 on top of it? Or I guess it would be
so lifelong memory.
$4,000 if you have 2 kids and a wife. Then it's like, what the hell? This ain't the Super Bowl. What am I doing with this amount of money to go to one game?
I know, man.
So it is very difficult as a hardcore sports fan. I've never been to a World Series game. Been to a lot of ALCS games at this point.
Yeah.
But it's important that you take the opportunity when you get them. How about a little bit more Bruce Bochy and what his focus is on as you head into a 7-game series?
Oh, I think it's critical. I think, part of the maybe problem with teams in the past is they may look at that record and where you're at, and it can be so daunting when you look at, let's say you're down 2-3 games, can we do this? It's human nature for that to creep into your mind and have some self-doubt. And just like the other way, you can get a little complacent. So you just can't look at that record. I mean, you saw Philly just dominate this Arizona team the first 2 games. And, sure enough, they come back. And tell you what, this Arizona team's got some great pitching, and they play the game right. But getting back to your point, yeah, it's just that game. And that one game can change a whole momentum. And that's how you got to feel. So it's just keep plugging away. I mean, you look at what happened with us to come back home and get swept 3 games. But I can't say enough about what these guys did. They've been getting up all year, so I shouldn't be surprised at what they did in Houston.
Awesome stuff there from Boach. He's joined the KNC Masterpiece all season long. Awesome stuff from the guys here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio,
Robert,
Brian.
amazing work there.
He's working on the egg out there. He already delivered an order of wings
Yes.
that could take down the Orange Magic wings. Okay, that's who Sean Sharif needed to team up with in order to beat me. And now he's delivered what appears to be some ribeyes, maybe so, or some New York strip. I'm not quite sure what the cut is there, but we're going to have some steak. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, the best place to get a hot tub in DFW. Your location right now for Flagtober 2023, you can pick up a G-Bag Nation flag, and they're going to have zero interest as they continue their Battle of the Brands Expo for the next 3 days. It'll be your best opportunity of the year to put that new hot tub in the backyard. I know you've been eyeballing one, Brian.
I have been. I just need to get a backyard. I got a condo, so I got to figure out a place. Maybe I could put it out front.
Go
Put it in
full-
the guest room.
Yeah, go full Josh Rosen and just throw that bad boy in the living room.
That would be cool.
That would be
Hot
awesome.
tub
You think
indoors,
Eric
yeah.
would approve of me having a hot
Hell
tub with
yeah,
a
he would.
TV and everything else
Some
in there?
strobe lights.
Get that Hemingway chair out of the way and put that.
I got to have the
brand new
Hemingway
hot
chair. I
tub.
got to have somewhere to listen to the games.
You can listen to it in the hot tub. Thank you. Hello.
We got to run because
It's amazing.
Buster Only, baseball insider and expert, is going to give us his thoughts on the World Series next in the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Southern Leisure, Arlington location here on The Fan. I got to chat D&M Leasing with you, though.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are very excited to continue broadcasting in anticipation of World Series Game 1, which is Friday night at 7 o'clock. We have found out it's going to be Nathan Eovaldi on the hill for the Texas Rangers opposite Zach Gallen. And joining us now is a man that baseball fans are very familiar with over the years, one of the foremost experts and insiders, and he was at the ALCS. It's ESPN's Buster Olney with you here on The Fan. And a good evening, sir. It's an honor to have you on. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How much fun is that for you guys to talk about?
Dream.
My goodness.
It's a dream.
That is
it really
a
is.
fun team.
Yeah, you know, we had to pinch ourselves when they got out of spring training hot and the whole way through, and we didn't know if they were going to be the kind of team that could win playoff series. Dang it, Buster, you know, looked like they were flawed, but this team is starting to appear to be maybe a team of destiny or a team on a mission. What do you think of them?
100%, and a great group of pros. We had them on one of our first broadcasts of the year, and I remember being around that team and immediately being struck by, as you look around the clubhouse, there's Marcus Semien, who's so serious about his work, and Corey Seager, who just loves to play baseball so much. Down to Robbie Grossman, who I was talking to the other day, and I mentioned to him that he's in the conversation for the biggest baseball fan ever among baseball players. And Nathan Eovaldi, who has his great history in the postseason. And I've been telling this story that during the course of the year, and this reflects to me kind of who the Rangers are. You saw all these teams doing these dugout celebrations of home runs. The homer hose with the Orioles. The Mariners with the Trident, et cetera, and those are all fun. But when I asked the Rangers people about this, I'm like, so what are you guys going to do going forward? It was like, nah, that's not really our thing. And I thought that's perfect for this group of players because they're really serious about their work, and there's something that is fun and really enjoyable about watching that. That all played out in the American League Championship Series.
Well, one player that is a personality and is a ton of fun is Adolis Garcia, and I'm hoping the rest of Major League Baseball can really get an appreciation for what kind of player he is. I mean, I've always loved listening to you talk baseball. What's it like watching what El Bombi's doing during this postseason run, specifically in the ALCS, and how rare it is maybe historically?
Well, I mean, shoot, the numbers are the numbers. When you got a guy driving in 14, 15 runs in a playoff series, and it began to feel like he was hitting a home run every other plate appearance, which is why in Game 7 we were surprised that Dusty Baker, with a couple of opportunities, didn't pitch around him. And it really, I think, reflects what you heard about him as a player coming up, that, yeah, he's hyper-aggressive, and, yeah, he plays with a lot of energy. But within that, he's capable of making adjustments. In Game 6, after everything that happened in Game 5 with Garcia getting hit by a pitch and then reacting, Martin Maldonado, bench is clear, and he's getting booed at the beginning of Game 6 in Houston, and he's striking out, and he's looking anxious doing that, and you're thinking, okay, well, he's done here, right? He's just going to fall into one of these funks that a player can't get out of. And not only did he hit a home run in Game 6, at the end of Game 6, but then he also goes deep in Game 7. And that was really cool because I can tell you, especially with postseason pressure, it's really hard for players to deal with those sort of emotional swings. What an amazing job he did in doing that.
Buster, you're baseball royalty, and as you go through this past season and here trying to get through this World Series as well, how about the job that Chris Young has done as a first-time general manager for this ball club? Your thoughts about him and how he navigated the season, the trade deadlines, all those things that led to this day.
I love the fact that he had a distinct plan of what he wanted to do. He followed his instincts, and this is where they are. And look, it's not something that you typically see in front offices these days. You have a general manager go to a manager and say to him, look, I want you to run my team and I want you to take it over. Like, I want you to do that job. I'm not going to come down into your office on a daily basis and tell you what to do. He knows Bruce Bochy and said, I want that guy. It's pretty clear that he also has a very distinct opinion about what he wants in a clubhouse. And I talked about the personality of the Rangers. These are all players brought in by Chris. And look, you can make an argument that, his tenure has not been out without mistakes. He goes after Jacob deGrom at a time when other people were like, boy, the injury risk is there. And when she makes a big trade for Max Scherzer, that didn't probably pay off the way that he wanted to. But Chris was aggressive and knew what he wanted to put together, and now here we are. They're in the World Series. He did a tremendous job.
It's ESPN's Buster Olney with you here on 105.3 The Fan. So with how they match up, we're trying to figure out exactly what to expect. How much better is Texas than Arizona?
Well, on paper, and I picked them, but, anybody who at this point is going to give you a straight face and say, yes, here's a prediction, and I'm pretty sure this is what's going to happen. Forget that. Like the Diamondbacks, to me, if they wind up winning the World Series, they'll be the most improbable baseball champion ever. Having come through multiple rounds of the Brewers and the Dodgers and the Philadelphia Phillies, I didn't think anybody was going to beat the Phillies. An 84-win team going through 3 rounds of playoffs against teams which on paper are better than them. So I'm laughing at myself and saying I'm an idiot. I have no idea what's going to happen. I picked the Astros to beat the Rangers in the American League Championship Series. So I don't know about a prediction. I do know this, that you're talking about 2 teams that are playing really well right now. There's a lot of confidence, and they believe in their own resiliency. So the Diamondbacks, go back to Philadelphia needing to win there, and the players at this stage, they believe they can do that. The Rangers the other day after they beat the Astros, remember talking to Boch and asking that question about, what defines you guys? And he spoke about the resiliency of the team. All those players believe in that now. All those players believe they're going to figure out a way to get it done.
Buster, we are just fascinated with what went wrong with Houston. I was wondering if you had an explanation for us. Did they lose 21 of their last 28 regular season and playoffs combined at Minute Maid?
Something like that. And there are a couple of things that I think are going on with them. One, and I saw this in the Yankee teams that I covered in the late 90s when I was at the New York Times, that, this is 7 straight appearances in the American League Championship Series, 4 World Series appearances in that time. And I think that the regular season got boring for them. I think that, the juice of playing in these meaningful games begins to drift away. I saw it with those Yankee teams. At the end of the 2000 season, they lost 15 of their last 18 going into the postseason, and then they turned it on like a light switch in the meaningful games. But on top of that, I don't think the Astros ever hit on all cylinders this year. Altuve had a broken thumb in the WBC. Some of the starting pitchers who were dominant in recent years, Framber Valdez, Christian Javier, had struggles going up and down. Their bullpen wasn't as dominant as it's been. And I do think that however you want to try to quantify it, the extra 1%, the extra 5% of having the juice of playing in big games, I think it was something that wasn't a weapon for them this year in that series, and that's why they weren't able to finish off the Rangers.
I think that's a great point. Will you pick the Rangers to win the division next year?
Oh, boy. We'll see. We'll see. I know this. Whatever I pick, it's not going to have any credibility. I picked the Padres to win the World Series before the year started. I'm my picks were ridiculous. I had the Phillies beating the Astros in the World Series. How am I looking this morning? Today with that.
Very close.
Very close.
Got to 2 Game 7s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know this. I didn't pick the Diamondbacks. I didn't pick the Rangers. So will I pick the Rangers next spring? I think in large part it's going to depend on sort of where some of these guys are with the injuries. But I do know this. The Rangers will now, with their success this year, are going to start to build this sort of experience and confidence that the Astros have had as a weapon in recent years, and that'll become the Texas weapon.
I mean, that's really good stuff as well. I think, for the Rangers, the offseason could start with Jordan Montgomery, who was with the Cardinals at 1 year and $10 million this year. Can they keep him? What's his next contract going to look like, you think?
Yeah, and first off, I do think he's going to be back with the Rangers because, we go through these cycles in baseball where you have an owner who basically decides, you know what, cost be damned. And I think that's where the Rangers are right now. That Ray Davis, it's clear, wants to win a World Series. He's in his 80s. He's enjoying this, just as Mike Ilitch did with the Tigers. We see Peter Seidler with the Padres has done that, in recent years, where they just feel like, I'm just going to go and have fun. John Middleton, the Phillies owner, has done that. And you've seen what Jordan Montgomery has done. He's going to be the most sought-after free agent pitcher because of the perception that he's a durable left-hander, and he's had success with the Rangers now, with the pitching coach who he knows, with a manager who has trust in him. I think he's only going to build going forward. And, in terms of an actual number, $150 million, $175 million, I think he's put himself in that category, especially with how we've seen, generally speaking, the group of starting pitchers in baseball diminished, as being a group that isn't going to get paid as much because you can't necessarily trust them to get you to the 6th or 7th inning. And I think Jordan's demonstrated he can be that guy no matter what the Yankees thought of him on the way out the door.
And then I have to ask you these future questions. I know there's so much excitement, Buster, but it's just great to have you. I'd love your thoughts on what the Ranger outfield looks like with Wyatt Langford waiting in the wings and Carter, Tavares, and Garcia with an interesting contract.
Man, and I tell you, Tavares has really played himself into a lot of favor within that organization. Bruce Bochy's talked about how he has just seen him get better and better and better and better. They're in a great spot in terms of using the depth, and maybe that's why having the designated hitter will allow them to put Garcia in that spot more and more as you move forward. Rest some of the other guys. Evan Carter, good Lord. I mean, to see his play discipline at age 21, it's one of the things that I really want to dig into during the course of the World Series is ask the question, where does that come from? Because I mean, Barry Bonds got better and better at plate discipline over the course of his career. It feels like that Evan Carter has been playing – it seems like he should have been playing 25 years of Major League Baseball to have that understanding of the strike zone at such a young age. And he's only going to get better in terms of his understanding of opposing pitchers, how he's being pitched. He's going to be an impact player for a long time.
And Buster, talking about the pitching, certainly as you know, with Monty and Nathan Eovaldi, who's been tabbed to start Game 1, that's really been the key for the Rangers, right? You get great starting pitching. What are your thoughts right now on Max Scherzer and where he's at this stage of his career?
Well, the one thing, and I was covering the Padres when Boch was hired by them for the first time back in 1994, and I remember a conversation that I had with Randy Smith, who hired him at that time, and I said, what do you like about Bochy as the manager? He said he's not afraid. He has good relationships with players. They trust that he makes decisions based on trying to win that game, and you guys saw it play out with Max. Look, he believes in Max's experience. He knows that Max is working like crazy. He's going to give him an opportunity to, as he makes start by start coming off the injured list, going to kick off some of this rust. And in games, if it's not there, you know what he's going to do? He's going to take him out. And he will watch and use his eyes, and rather than have this pre-game plan of when he's going to get him out of there, he's going to watch and use his eyes, and if he feels like Max doesn't have it, then he's going to hand the ball to somebody else, and maybe that's going to be Andrew Heaney. And if Heaney doesn't have it, then he's going to hand the ball to Cody Bradford. That's how Boch does things. He doesn't care if you're a future Hall of Famer, should be unanimous selection like Max. He's going to give you an opportunity. If you're not getting the job done, he's going to move on to the next guy.
Buster, with your relationship with Boch, do you feel like, though, did you have a timetable in your mind when he took this job of how many more years he would do it? And is a run like this maybe extended him a little, like, hey, I enjoy being back and doing this?
I can't answer that question. I would say this. he is loving it. We were on the field, and I was doing the post-game interviews on ESPN Radio the other night, and I asked him the question about, how does it feel, your first year back with Texas? And his face lit up, and you could hear the emotion in his face where he had 3 years off, and there's perception that he got pushed out of San Francisco. As time has gone on, and I've had my conversations with him, I think he needed it because he was kind of beaten up. Like he physically had things that needed to be taken care of, and now he looks better. He sounds better. He's having an absolute blast, and I could see that in his face when I talked to him the other night. So I don't necessarily would never put limits on it because he's having so much fun. And maybe the 3 years are great too because he got to have an opportunity to be at home all year round and sort of see the other side of the fence and spend time with the grandkids. And now he can manage for some years, and maybe he's going to be one of the, like Jack McKeon, the longtime manager who actually managed Boach at one point, where he can say, look, I want to manage into my late 70s. I think that Boach going forward will take it year to year and see where he is physically. I know this. He just loves being around the players.
Thank you so much, Buster. That was incredible. We'll hope to see you on Friday night.
Okay, that sounds like fun. Good luck. Have fun with
Cheers.
it.
We
yes,
will.
sir.
Thank
You
sir.
too. Enjoy the World Series. There he is, Buster. Only very impressed with your Texas Rangers storyline as they get set to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are a pretty good favorite, as on paper it appears the Rangers have the best team, their best chance to win the series out of their 3 trips so far. We're going to take a trip into football's finest with the Chief as we open up the Expressway next. Eric, what do you have in mind?
We got some football dominance and incompetence, plus a little pigskin beef next right here in the nation.
I would love to. Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Looks like we have about 20 G-Bag Nation flags remaining. If you would like to pick up the 2023 Pure Gold As Always flag, we're here at Southern Leisure off 20 in Arlington. Okay, the Arlington location. Now, Southern Leisure Spas and Patio has an incredible sale going on right now. There's 0% interest. And that is, it's good for the next 3 days until Saturday. So get into one of the 3 locations if you're looking for a hot tub. It's the place to be. The Expressway, time to kick off. Commercial free to the top. Brought to you by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment care. And here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of football's finest.
Hey, man, we might see Kyler Murray playing some football in a Cardinals uniform this weekend.
Wow.
Full participant, Kyler Murray, Allen's own. Texas A&M's own, Oklahoma Sooners' own, Kyler Murray.
Still not a terrible roster there. I know they beat the Cowboys. They when I see them play, I don't see a team that should be amongst the worst. I'd be
They've been more competitive than their record indicates. I agree with that.
I'm thinking if I'm Kyler Murray, we're going to come in here, we're going to win some games, and maybe I'll get somebody excited about trading for me.
So that's hopefully what Arizona's thinking too. You just don't want them to play out of the ability to get a Drake May. Or, Caleb Williams probably going to go number 1, so if you don't get the number 1 overall pick. But if that's the case, I'm sure Arizona would like their other quarterback to be drafted.
Poking a lot of holes in that Caleb Williams.
That's what happens, man.
It's so, you wear that bullseye. And he's got another year of eligibility, too. If he wants to come back and play, and
it's not his fault they don't play defense at USC
or
not, Lincoln Riley in general.
His coach, matter of fact, is on a medical leave right now.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury is going to coach the game this weekend supposedly for USC.
Show me the GOAT who didn't have bad games in college.
Yeah,
Brady couldn't even hang on to the starting job.
That's the problem.
Mahomes was 5-7 at Texas Tech.
He was the top of the top, and now you have a couple of games. He can't beat Utah. There's some things, there's some interceptions, things like that are happening to him, and people are maybe it's going to be one of those things where he goes from being that guy to kind of like, okay, the real evaluation will be everybody will probably say a bunch of bad things about him, and then he'll be the first overall pick.
Yeah.
But right now, man, he is traveling through some waters where there's a lot of questions about him in the scouting community.
Well, I did actually see, now that we're sort of jumping over to Caleb Williams, I did have this on him. He ranks, and it's Pro Football Focus, so this is a grading that's subjective. So it's not anything to freak out about, but it is a little bit eyebrow raising when you consider Caleb Williams supposed to be the phenom freak show quarterback, and we've seen him be so dominant for so long. But he ranks 102 in passing grade versus pressure. He's 4th in the same stat when not pressured. So and Caleb Williams, not the O-line. But Caleb Williams has been charged with 40% of the pressures allowed, which is the highest of any quarterback in the FBS by a wide margin, according to Austin Gale of Pro Football Focus. So something to consider. But hey, these are all these dudes. Like, despite that, he still does these amazing things. It's not like you can't be coached. You don't expect a quarterback to come in day one and have 0 flaws to his game. But it is interesting to see, okay, he is the type of guy that likes to hold on to the ball a little bit.
He does hold on to the ball.
He does hold on that ball.
That's something when we watched even Jordan Addison. And a lot of that he ends up having, to your point, those amazing, incredible plays where he's extending it, he's running around, and he hits a guy for a 50-yard touchdown. But that stat actually is not surprising just from the little bit we got to watch him last year, Brian, because he will do that. He does have, even as we've complained about Dak, he's always fighting to try and make the home run play instead of necessarily throwing the ball away and living for the next down.
And then to get back to Kyler, maybe he plays this week, maybe he doesn't. He was a full participant in practice this week, so speculation, maybe he plays this week, but I would expect to see him relatively soon here. And I do think that's one of the most interesting. If I could truth serum one topic for one team across the whole sport right now, it might be the Cardinals and what their sort of vision is with Kyler. Like, obviously you have to see how things play out, but in a perfect world for you, Arizona, how does this work out? Do you want to move on from him? Are you hoping to build up his stock this year,
year, keep him from being injured again, and try and flip him? Or do you feel like, no, this is still our guy? I would love to know because you've paid him, but the injuries and some of the stuff with the personality and the way he clicks, and I don't know. They've had the Steve Keim's gone now. They got the new regime in there. Like the way they view Kyler Murray, I think is fascinating, and what happens with him in the offseason.
I think it's time to move him to a team that's more quarterback needy, a team that's really struggling to find their next quarterback. And I don't know if that's Atlanta or Green Bay or one of these teams that's like, crap, who's our next franchise quarterback? We'll take
Commanders.
anything. Yes, ooh. But once you have him, you try to play